Woof woof. Woof woof. A sharp barking sound woke Suyu from her sweet dream. Greedy dog. She helplessly turned over, took off her eye mask, and looked at the dog, Caimi, who was barking wildly by the bed. The big yellow dog, Caimi, was scratching at Suyu with its paws and baring its teeth as it kept barking toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Suyu squinted, knowing her home was on the 12th floor, so there couldn't be anything outside the window. Seeing her not moving, Caimi became anxious and whined. It jumped off the bed, grabbed its little dog bed and blanket, and ran toward the living room. Suyu was a bit confused, but still got out of bed and followed. The big yellow dog's tail was pressed close to its body, and soon it carried its bed to the door. Suyu thought it was going outside, frowned, and asked, Caimi, do you need to take your bed when you go out to do your business? Caimi whined again, nudging its bed toward the door, then jumped up and tried to stuff the bed into the small gap with its paws. Seeing she still hadn't responded, Caimi whined once more, pushing its blanket into the gap in the same way. Suyu frowned, reaching for the doorknob. Before she could, Caimi let out a loud yelp, jumped up, and pounced on her. Suyu was knocked down by the dog, who then sat back on its hind legs. Bold little dog. How dare you betray your owner? She grabbed Caimi's ears and gently scolded it. After knocking her down, Caimi got up and dragged her small blanket from the sofa to stuff into the door. Maybe it had fallen, but the pain made Suyu feel more awake. Caimi was a rural dog she rescued from a meat shop. The little guy seemed to understand that Suyu had changed its fate. Since coming home, it had been very obedient and well-behaved, never attacking her. Today, Caimi's unusual behavior made Suyu feel uneasy. She looked at Caimi and muttered, Fine, I'll stay with you tonight. If there's no reason, I'll take you to get fixed tomorrow and turn you into a little gentleman. Caimi looked back at her and continued to carry something from the living room, trying to stuff it into the door. Suyu peeked outside through the peephole, but saw nothing unusual. However, maybe because she had just woken up, her vision felt a bit foggy. Seeing nothing strange, she sighed and lowered herself, helping Caimi push the towel and dog bed into the gap. Perhaps because they were close to the door, she faintly smelled a strange fragrance. Curious, she leaned closer, and the scent grew even stronger. Her heart suddenly raced inexplicably. The smell made her feel a little addicted. Her body involuntarily moved closer to the door, but her pajamas were caught and pulled back by Caimi. The creature was dragged back a little, and the smell became much weaker. Suyu's heartbeat gradually calmed, but she inexplicably broke out in a cold sweat. The creature, driven by greed, was stuffing things under the door while barking like a predator trying to scare off prey. Even if she was slow, Suyu sensed something was wrong. She quickly got up, found a roll of wide tape in the drawer, and sealed the door frame with it. The creature let out a small growl at her, then returned to the bedroom. Suyu looked at the door, which was sealed tightly, and then followed the creature back into the bedroom. The creature pulled aside the curtains and let out a soft whimper. Its body was trembling. Suyu pressed her lips together, hesitated, then gently opened the curtains. Through the tightly closed floor-to-ceiling window, she looked outside. Suddenly, her pupils shrank sharply. Under the faint light, Suyu saw thick green mist continuously pouring out from underground. Strangely, the convenience store on the street, open 24 hours with bright lights, was completely silent inside, filled with green mist spreading through the store, the neighborhood, and the street. Suyu's hand trembled as she grabbed the tape and scissors and ran to the kitchen and bathroom. She quickly sealed the toilet, drains, and ventilation pipes with tape, then nervously wrapped all the window frames at home. After finishing, Suyu was covered in sweat. It was late autumn, and the night was cold. She was afraid of the cold but also reluctant to turn on the air conditioner, so she closed all the windows. The creature was lying by the floor-to-ceiling window in the bedroom, its shiny black eyes fixed tightly outside. Suyu tremblingly turned on her phone, wanting to call her parents back home, but there was no signal. She then took out her laptop and tablet, but still, no signal. A feeling of helplessness and loneliness overwhelmed her. Suyu sank onto the bed. Even though she had sealed the house tightly, Suyu still smelled a faint fragrance. She didn't know what to do, so she hugged the creature close, wrapped herself and the dog in a blanket, and sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly watching the green mist grow thicker. Until dawn, through the window, all she saw was a dense green fog, and nothing else. The city was hidden in the thick green mist. During that time, Suyu sealed the ventilated parts of the house several more times, but the smell still seeped in. The creature kept trembling, its tail clenched tightly. It didn't even dare to make a sound. Suyu was also afraid to make any noise. It was too quiet. This made her feel like she was alone in the world with her dog. Suyu spent the entire day at home holding her treasure and feeling hungry, but her stomach was empty. Although she had no appetite, Suyu still opened the fridge to find some food. She wanted to cook using the charcoal stove, but suddenly smelled a strong rotten odor mixed with a strange smell in the air. The smell made Suyu immediately.
Ugh.
Suyu covered her mouth and vomited into the trash can. This was abnormal. The temperature in late autumn was low, but all the fresh food in the house was rapidly rotting within a day. The treasure came over and nudged Suyu's little leg, seeming worried. Suyu forced herself to suppress her urge too, and looked at the pile of rotten food in the fridge. The original cabbage had turned into a thick green slimy liquid, flowing out of the fridge. Other vegetables were the same. Although no obvious mold was visible, they had all decayed into foul-smelling, sticky liquids. Trying to stay calm, Suyu wore rubber gloves and pulled out 2 sealed packs of Cantonese-style preserved sausage from the liquids. She opened the fresh food compartment, where all the fruits had also rotted away. She frowned and took out 2 cans of braised pork and 4 cans of luncheon meat. As for the freezer, Suyu hesitated for a long time, but finally remembered there was a piece of ham inside. She swallowed hard.
Bang.
She opened the cabinet door, and a mass of brown, rotten matter appeared before her eyes. It was the frozen steak she had stored. The steak had turned into a rotten, foul-smelling mass. Suyu couldn't hold back and vomited again. Woof woof.
Boo.
The treasure barked loudly, baring its teeth as it looked at the rotten steak. Suyu immediately covered her mouth and looked at the steak. Upon closer inspection, she felt her throat tighten. Countless white maggots were crawling inside, slowly writhing. Suyu's scalp went numb. She quickly closed the fridge door and sealed it tightly with tape. As for the ham in the freezer, Suyu gave up. She couldn't continue searching, and even if she found it, it was probably covered with maggots. Perhaps sensing Suyu's sadness, the treasure whined and looked at her with moist eyes. Suyu sighed, wearing rubber gloves to wash the preserved sausage and canned food she had taken out. The sink was filled with water, but she had sealed the drain earlier so the water couldn't go down. She looked at the murky sink and frowned. She simply sealed the entire sink with tape. Suyu took the cleaned can from the kitchen. After 3 days, even though she sealed all the vents, a faint green mist still appeared inside the house. Suyu didn't dare drink tap water. The water in the purifier was not much, so she only boiled a small amount on a charcoal stove when she was very thirsty. As usual, she gave a small sealed bag of dog food to Caimi and added some water. Caimi sniffed the dog food first, then licked it with his dog tongue and ate it. Suyu felt a headache coming on. The large bag of dog food she opened earlier had gone bad. She sadly threw the spoiled dog food into the kitchen. Now, Caimi was eating small sealed trial packs. There weren't many trial packs left, so Suyu had to search the house again, turning everything upside down. Luckily, she liked to stock up on snacks. She pulled out a storage box from the bottom of the snack cabinet, filled with different kinds of breakfast buns. She carefully checked each one and was relieved to find the bread was still good. Then, she took out a few vacuum-packed beef jerky and a can of yellow peaches from the box. Looking at her entire belongings, Suyu sighed. It seemed like a lot, but with just herself and Caimi sharing, it probably wouldn't last a week. Suyu had no desire to eat. She couldn't quite explain whether it was the shock from the pile of things in the fridge or the stress from the shortage of food and water. She bent down and searched the house again, inside and out, even checking her clothes and jackets. Finally, She found several unopened bottles of mineral water inside the shoe-changing bench and dozens of candies in her jackets and bags. Seeing the candies, Suyu relaxed a little. She peeled one and put it in her mouth, clutching her phone tightly, hoping to get a signal to call her parents and ask how they were doing. 2 days passed in a daze. During this time, the green mist gradually dispersed. At least through the floor-to-ceiling window, she could see the street in a blurry way. Suyu curled up with Caimi and fell asleep on the bed. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. Little Sue. Suyu's brow twitched. It was Grandma Wang from next door. Her voice was very soft, as if blocked by something. If the room hadn't been quiet enough, she might not have heard it. Suyu slowly got up from the bed and moved closer to the door. Little Sue. Her voice was muffled, as if covered by a blanket. Gently, Suyu peeked through the peephole to look outside. She didn't know how to describe her current feelings. Was it fear, shock, or sadness? In the hazy fog, Grandma Wang looked like she had a skin disease. Her flesh was rotting, and faintly visible maggots wriggled in her wounds. She hunched over and struggled to knock on the door through the green mist. As she moved, the rotten flesh on her face seemed to wobble and fall apart. Suyu covered her mouth, silent, but still pressed her ear to the door to hear better outside. Grandma Wang knocked for a long time, and when there was no response, tears of thick, sticky liquid welled up in her cloudy, pale eyes. "Xiao Su, are you home?" Her voice was full of disappointment and sadness. "I don't mean any harm. I'm just very hungry and in a lot of pain. I want to ask if you can give me some food. Please." Usually, Grandma Wang was kind to Suyu. Several times when Suyu was away on business, Grandma Wang helped feed her. Suyu opened her mouth, wanting to refuse because she didn't have much food, but seeing Grandma Wang's miserable state and remembering how she had cared for her, she couldn't bring herself to say no. "Grandma, I don't have extra food either. I can only give you a few candies," Suyu said. After she spoke, it seemed Grandma Wang didn't hear her. She still looked at the door with hopeful eyes. Suyu frowned, raised her voice, and repeated herself. Finally, Grandma Wang seemed to hear something, but she didn't seem to understand clearly. She moved closer and pressed her ear to the door again. Surprised, Suyu raised her voice even more and repeated, "Grandma, I don't have extra food either. I can only give you a few candies." Hearing the response, Grandma Wang happily sighed loudly and, hunched over, bowed towards the door.
Suyu felt uneasy.
She grabbed some candies, 3 breakfast bags, thought for a moment, then took 3 painkillers and 4 antibiotics wrapped in a red plastic bag. She then loudly called to Grandma Wang at the door, "Grandma, come over to the kitchen's ventilation window." She didn't dare open the door. On one side of her kitchen, there was a small ventilation window facing the corridor. Wearing a mask and gloves, Suyu tore open the tape, opened the window a little, about wide, and quickly handed the red plastic bag outside. Grandma Wang didn't reach out to take it, but waited until Suyu handed it over, then closed the window. She shakily picked up the red plastic bag. Because she had opened the ventilation window, some fog still drifted inside despite Suyu's quick actions. Suyu hurriedly left the kitchen and closed the door behind her. Grandma Wang opened a plastic bag and carefully peeled open a piece of candy with her rotting, peeling fingers before putting it into her mouth. "Xiao Yu, take care of yourself and don't get hurt." Grandma Wang looked at the few medicines and bread inside the plastic bag. Her lips trembled as she loudly called out to the door. It wasn't like this before. "I accidentally hurt my leg, and the wound got infected." Suyu, facing away from the door, felt her heart tighten and her back turn cold when she heard Grandma Wang's words. "Thank you, little Sue." Grandma Wang raised her hand, which was covered in sores and decayed skin, and gently tapped on Suyu's door before dragging her feet back to the next room. After Grandma Wang left, Suyu quickly checked her body for injuries. She found only a slight bruise on her leg and felt relieved. Afraid that Caimi might be hurt, Suyu picked up Da Huang and examined her fur carefully. After a long search, she found no wounds, and her heavy heart finally eased. A faint sizzling sound of electricity came from the street. Suyu paused and immediately went to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the loudspeakers on both sides of the street. The crackling sound was coming from inside the speakers.
Please.
Citizens, take protective measures.
Bring.
Supplies. Head to City C3rd.
Military.
Hospital. The street broadcast was still playing, with the crackling noise interrupting the sentences, but it kept repeating the same message. Suyu pressed her ear to the window and listened multiple times, confirming the message. Citizens, please take protective measures, bring survival supplies, and head to City C3rd Military Hospital to meet with the troops. Her eyes flickered as she looked at the thinning green fog. She hesitated, wondering whether to leave now. Meeting the military would be ideal, but the strange, fragrant green fog might be the cause of food and wound decay. The 3rd Military Hospital was large, originally used for treating soldiers. It was located southwest of City C, with the military garrison behind it. Coincidentally, the hospital was not far from Suyu, about 8 kilometers away. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the thinning green fog. She whispered to Caimi, "Wait a bit longer. When the fog completely clears, we can leave." Suyu estimated that in at most a day, the fog would fully dissipate. By then, it wouldn't be too late to go out. Having made her decision, Suyu immediately packed her supplies. I took out a rolling suitcase and packed warm blankets, a few clothes, my personal underwear, and sanitary pads inside. The suitcase was full. Then I took out my large hiking backpack and placed my small charcoal stove and a small bag of smokeless charcoal at the bottom. I didn't have much smokeless charcoal. I had only bought 1 box. Over the past 3 days, I used the small stove to boil water, which used up some of the charcoal. Now only a small bag remained. After placing the stove and charcoal, I packed 2 sealed packages of Cantonese-style sausages, canned food, beef jerky, and breakfast packs into the backpack. The space was running out. I clenched my teeth and forced 4 bottles of mineral water into the bag. The side pockets of the backpack could hold water bottles and an umbrella, but I didn't dare put water there because I thought water was very precious. My dad had always told me that resources should be kept hidden. So, I only put an umbrella and a towel in the side pockets. During this time, I looked through the floor-to-ceiling window and finally saw people walking on the street. They carried big and small bags, looking around cautiously. Some headed to the convenience store, probably to get supplies, but they seemed scared and screamed when they saw something. I didn't know what they saw inside, but it didn't seem dangerous because, after the initial shock, many of them rushed to grab supplies from the store. The store was emptied quickly, and those who took supplies from it soon caught someone's attention. There was fighting, shouting, and screaming outside the small convenience store. People gathered in small groups, fighting and arguing. I took a deep breath and looked away. Then I turned to my first aid kit, which didn't have many medicines, just a box of cold medicine, 2 boxes of antibiotics, and a bottle of ibuprofen. I took out my vest, which had many pockets. I put it over my undershirt, unzipped it, and stored the medicines and some candies inside. Thinking for a moment, I remembered rice. I went into the kitchen and looked, but all the rice had turned yellow and looked sticky. I couldn't do anything about it, so I opened the cabinet to see if I could find anything useful. Even grains that usually don't spoil easily showed clear signs of deterioration. There were also bugs crawling all over the grains in the cabinet, big, disgusting bugs. The sugar stored in jars had clumped together severely and had started to turn yellow. Fortunately, Suyu also gained something. She found a sealed bag of brown sugar at the bottom of the cabinet. She quickly stuffed the bag into her hiking backpack and closed the cabinet, noticing many small bugs crawling out inside. She stepped on them, making faint crackling sounds. Suyu immediately left the kitchen and closed the door tightly. After finishing these tasks, it was getting dark outside. She put on a fluffy down jacket over her vest and suddenly felt something was wrong. The community has 2 households per building, and only Grandma Wang and she live on the 12th floor. If Grandma Wang left for the 3rd military hospital, Suyu would have heard about it. Thinking of this, Suyu felt uneasy. The broadcast announced the situation around 1 p.m., and even with the time to gather supplies, Grandma Wang should have already left. Suyu was confident that Grandma Wang would leave immediately rather than wait for the fog to clear like she did, because Grandma Wang didn't have many supplies and looked unwell, needing urgent treatment. Going to the third military hospital would likely help her get care. Suyu looked at the sky, which had turned completely dark, and felt uneasy. She picked up a stool leg and knocked loudly on the wall. The sound was loud enough that the neighbors should hear it. She kept knocking from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m., a full hour, calling out Grandma Wang's name repeatedly. There was no response from the neighbors. Caimi was frightened by Suyu's actions, curled up on the sofa, with wet eyes watching her owner closely. Suyu, feeling hot and tired, threw the stool on the ground and looked into the corridor through the peephole. The corridor was pitch black, and she couldn't see how dense the fog was. Suyu immediately pulled back the curtain and looked out onto the street. Under the moonlight, she was stunned to see that the fog had completely dispersed. There were a few people lying on the street, motionless. She couldn't tell what was wrong, but she guessed it might be related to the scramble for supplies earlier. Maybe it was just her feeling, but Suyu always felt that the plants in the flower beds on the street seemed to have grown taller. She looked at her pack supplies, took a deep breath, put on her mask, and said to Caimi, "Caimi, we need to check the neighbors." In the end, Suyu only took her hiking backpack. Her suitcase stayed inside the house. Before leaving, she put her father's electric shock baton in her coat pocket, holding a watermelon knife and a flashlight. Struggling to tear off the tape on the door frame, Suyu opened the door and looked into the dark corridor, feeling a bit nervous. The flashlight turned on, and Suyu looked down the corridor. The elevator door was open, empty inside. Since there was only one staircase with 2 apartments, the corridor wasn't long. The tiled floor was covered with many brown stains, in patches, which looked very disgusting. Even though the vents on both sides of the corridor were open, there was still an indescribable foul smell lingering. Suyu wrinkled her nose. Since the green mist dissipated, the strange fragrance that came with it was gone. Caimi, the dog, walked in front of Suyu, tail between its legs, making soft tapping sounds with its paws. When they reached Grandma Wang's door, Caimi stopped. It sniffed the air, looking a bit uneasy. As they got closer, Suyu suddenly felt a jolt in her heart. The source of the terrible smell was right here. The door was a pig liver color and tightly shut. Suyu knocked on it, but there was no response. She sighed and signaled Caimi to step aside. Caimi whined and trotted behind Suyu. Suyu put the flashlight into her pocket temporarily, then took a few steps back and kicked the door of Grandma Wang's apartment with force.
Bang.
The repeated banging echoed. After a few kicks, Suyu felt her feet go numb from the impact. Suddenly, the door frame trembled. Her eyes lit up. Perhaps the door was poorly made by the developer. She also remembered that when Grandma Wang moved in, she didn't replace the original door to save money. Thinking of Grandma Wang, Suyu pursed her lips and clenched her teeth, kicking again with all her strength. The door finally swung open. The crooked, swinging door scraped against the ground, making a loud, grating noise. The moment the door was broken open, a strong, foul stench rushed into her nose. Suyu covered her nose and mouth, enduring it again and again, barely managing not to. Shaking, Suyu took out her flashlight and shone it inside the room. The originally dark house made crackling sounds under the flashlight's beam. She vaguely saw something crawling past, like bugs, quite a few of them. Caimi moved to the front of Suyu, whimpering warningly. Suyu bypassed the big dog and stepped inside. In the entryway was the living room, messy and disturbed, as if it had been rummaged through. The wooden floor was covered with dark stains, with many large flies resting on them. As Suyu moved, the flies flew up into the air, buzzing loudly. Suddenly, Suyu stopped and looked at the lounge chair on the balcony. There, lying on it, was a humanoid figure, covered densely with maggots and flies, writhing and crawling. Below the lounge chair, on the wooden floor, was a large puddle of pus. At that moment, Suyu understood the result. Grandma Wang was dead.
Ugh.
Suyu could no longer hold back and bent over to. Suyu once heard her grandfather say that the smell after someone dies is the most unbearable in the world. It clings like a deadly sore, attaching to your body, your nose, and your memories. She couldn't understand or experience this before, but now she understood. Under the cold, bright moonlight, Suyu saw a bright red patch among the swarm of flies covering the area. It was a red plastic bag filled with candies and medicine, or perhaps the only witness to an old person's lonely and hopeless death. Suyu wiped her tears, said nothing, and left Grandma Wang's house. The door was already broken from her kicking, so it couldn't be closed tightly anymore. In the dark corridor, a thin layer of moonlight shone. Suddenly, Suyu stopped. Her tail was clenched tightly, and her teeth were bared as she stared at the staircase. Was there something there? Although the big dog growled with its teeth showing, it didn't make a sound. Its thick, fat paw pressed against Suyu's shoe, signaling her to stop moving forward. Suyu gently reached into her pocket and grabbed the stun baton. A few flies flew out from Grandma Wang's house and landed on the dirty spots on the corridor floor. After a while, the shadows at the staircase changed. With the moonlight, Suyu clearly saw that someone was hiding behind the safety door.
Who was it?
Why did that person come to the 12th floor? Why were they hiding behind the safety door? Suyu's undershirt was soaked with cold sweat, sticking tightly to her back. The dark figure moved. The person slowly stepped out from behind the safety door. From the shape, it was a man. He was wrapped up completely, only revealing a pair of cold, sinister eyes. What made Suyu shiver was the triangular weapon in the man's hand. Suyu was very familiar with this thing. Her family kept a few military triangular knives. She had played with one before, but she was caught and beaten by her father for playing with dangerous weapons. Her fingers trembled slightly. The man slowly approached, and the greedy dog barked and blocked Suyu. "Brother Su," Suyu called out. The man paused, but his eyes grew colder. He went from walking slowly to running fast, and the triangular knife reflected a cold light in the moonlight. Suyu shouted, "Greedy, run," and immediately turned around without hesitation. Her goal was her own house. She ran to the door, pulled out the stun baton, pressed the switch, and with her thumb, locked the door. Su-meng was not far from Suyu at all. In almost an instant, the man rushed behind Suyu. Suyu quickly swung her stun baton behind her. The man reacted swiftly, dodging backward and stabbing forward with a triangular military dagger aimed at Suyu's neck. The arc of electricity nearly grazed the man's chin, but Suyu did not succeed this time. Beep. Fingerprint unlocked. Welcome home. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Suyu's neck, the big dog suddenly leapt up and bit down Su-meng's wrist holding the dagger. Su-meng screamed, but did not loosen his grip on the dagger despite the pain. The man growled and used his strength to slam the big dog against the wall, then quickly switched hands and grabbed the dagger with his left hand, aiming it at Suyu. Because they were so close, Suyu immediately stepped back. Her back hit the door, which swung open, and she retreated into the hallway. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu replaced her stun baton with a long watermelon knife. Su-meng's dagger failed to hurt Suyu. Meanwhile, the big dog was slammed against the wall with a loud thud. Its body trembled, but it still clung tightly to Su-meng's wrist, refusing to let go. Su-meng's eyes turned red. He raised the dagger in his left hand and stabbed at the big dog.
Clang.
The triangular dagger and the watermelon knife collided fiercely, with such force that Suyu almost lost her grip on the knife. Her palm went numb and pained, but at least she blocked the dagger aimed at her. Unfortunately, the watermelon knife was not strong enough to compare with the dagger. Its thin blade immediately developed a nick, even chipping and dulling. Suyu trembled with fear, tears involuntarily welling up in her eyes. Sizzle. Suyu grabbed her stun baton with her left hand and stabbed towards Su-meng, then charged directly at him. Su-meng was suddenly hit by Suyu and couldn't dodge the close-range attack. His eyes turned red, and an electric current surged through his abdomen, spreading throughout his body. He curled up instinctively. In that moment, Suyu quickly used her right hand to the curved-edged watermelon knife at the man. Su-meng's pupils shrank. He suddenly threw the big dog, which was biting his wrist, at the watermelon knife Suyu was stabbing with.
Clang.
The curved-edged watermelon knife was thrown aside by Suyu. The gleaming knife hit the corridor floor. Suyu was also knocked down by the big dog that was thrown at her. Thud. A muffled sound mixed with the tearing of flesh, warm blood splattering. Suyu was slammed against the wall, letting out a muffled groan. She tightly held in her arms the big dog, which was holding a piece of flesh in its mouth, remaining motionless. Sumeng's eyes flickered as he noticed Suyu still holding the electric stun baton. He then looked at her bleeding wrist, torn and bitten, with arteries bleeding continuously. He staggered towards the staircase. When Suyu stood up holding the big yellow dog, the person had already run away, leaving only a trail of blood. Cold tears slowly slid down her face. Suyu's trembling body gradually calmed, and the overwhelming fear that had made her lose her senses slowly faded.
Greedy?
Suyu tremblingly looked at the big yellow dog in her arms. The dog's eyes were unfocused, its mouth covered in blood, and its belly was heaving, but it was clearly losing strength. Suyu struggled to carry the dog inside, closed the door, and placed the dog on the carpet, unsure of what to do next. She wiped away uncontrollable tears with her sleeve, hurriedly took out amoxicillin capsules from her vest, and poured out the powder, intending to feed it to the dog. She then realized the dog was still biting down on a piece of flesh. She gently patted the dog's head and carefully tried to open its mouth. "Good boy. Open your mouth." The dog's unfocused eyes seemed to focus. It gasped heavily, and its eyes, once blurry, now looked in Suyu's direction. Its clenched teeth relaxed. Suyu cried as she pulled the flesh from its mouth and then poured the amoxicillin powder into the dog's mouth. "Good boy, swallow it, swallow it." The dog's tongue moved slightly, but then stopped with no strength left. Foam seeped from its mouth, and Suyu understood that this was not Sumeng's blood, but the dog's blood. Thud, thud. In a daze, the dog felt a few warm drops of water falling on its nose. It struggled to move its nose, its unfocused eyes trying to open wide as it looked at the blurry figure in front of it. It sensed that those drops were not water, but its owner's tears.
Ugh.
The dog whimpered softly, struggling to turn its head and nudge Suyu's cold hand. "Don't be sad, owner. Don't you like to touch my ears? Touch my ears, and you won't be sad anymore."
Thud, thud.
The warm tears still fell drop by drop onto its body. The dog whimpered again, its voice small and pitiful. Suyu poured a little water mixed with the amoxicillin powder into the dog's mouth. "Please beg you, drink this. Please, I beg you." The person only feels a bitter taste in their mouth. They vaguely understand that it is medicine. The owner said that when you are sick, you should take the medicine obediently. After taking it, you will get better. Only when you are well can you stay forever with the owner. Their eyes gradually focus. They move their mouth, trying to swallow. "Owner, don't be afraid. I will take the medicine obediently. I will stay with you forever." Suyu looks at the dying big dog with a determined look in her eyes. The injuries on the person make it unsafe to move, and there is no medicine for dogs at home. Suyu looks at the street, clenches her teeth, and picks up a flashlight and a stun stick before heading outside.
The door is closed.
The hallway shows no change from the fight earlier, but there are more flies. Suyu purses her lips and walks toward the staircase with a flashlight. She lives on the 12th floor. Since the green fog appeared, the power has gone out, and the elevator cannot be used. So, the usually unpopular stairs have become busy. There are many traces left by people walking on the ground, bloodstains, torn clothes, and scattered food wrappers. When passing the 9th floor, Suyu stops. On the staircase landing of the 9th floor, there are 3 bodies lying there. Her pupils tremble. She recognizes these 3 people. It's a family of 3 from the 16th floor. The young man has a torn abdomen, with internal organs spilled out. The young woman is kneeling on the ground with her legs bent, with a large cross-shaped wound on the back of her head and a hole in her back. Underneath her is a 3-year-old girl. The family is dressed neatly, but their backpacks and supplies are missing. Suyu shivers as she gently lifts the young woman's body. It has already begun to stiffen, but the flesh is soft and sticky due to abnormal rapid decay. When she lifts the woman, the child she was protecting comes into view.
Suyu gasps.
The girl's right arm is missing. Besides that, there are no other wounds on her body. Looking at the half-decayed girl, Suyu still gently touches her nose with hope. She is dead. The wound on the young woman's back is a distinctive cut caused by a triangular military spear, and Suyu estimates that the wound on her head is likely caused by the same weapon. And Su Meng lives on the 9th floor. Once, Su Meng was seen by neighbors as a successful, kind, and patient person. Suyu used to think the same. Su Meng was friendly, always greeting people and asking if they needed help. The neighbors in the building often asked Su Meng for help with electrical problems or circuit issues. Everyone spoke highly of him. Suyu's breathing became rapid. After a long while, she calmed down. It was unlikely that Su Meng could attack two adults at once alone. He had accomplices. She looked at the neat cross-section of the girl's severed arm and then at the large, torn hole in the young man's abdomen.
Suyu gasped in shock.
She flickered with suspicion. Such a good person not only attacked neighbors preparing to go to the 3rd military district, but also voluntarily went to the 12th floor to target Granny Wang and herself. It was easy to understand why Su Meng went to the 12th floor. The broadcast was made in the afternoon. Many residents took supplies, planning to gather at the 3rd military district. Su Meng and his accomplices hid behind the safety door on the 9th floor, attacking residents as they went downstairs to rob their supplies. The two households on the 12th floor hadn't come down for a long time. Since the 12th floor was mostly single residents, an elderly person and a young woman, Su Meng's decision to go upstairs and attack them was understandable. Suyu always felt she was missing something. Suddenly, under the moonlight, she looked toward the corridor behind the safety door on the 9th floor. She stiffened and slowly peeked into the deep corridor of the 9th floor. There were many bodies leaning against the walls on both sides of the corridor. Dead bodies.
Suyu gasped.
They had not only killed a family of 3 on the 16th floor. Under the moonlight, she quickly scanned and felt her hair stand on end. Many familiar faces. And they all shared one thing. They were residents from above the 9th floor. In an instant, fear and horror overwhelmed Suyu. Killing so many people, Su Meng must have had accomplices. But Su Meng went alone to the 12th floor. What about his accomplices? Suyu looked in horror at the staircase leading to the 8th floor. Could it be? She licked her dry lips, thinking, could they have split up? One to handle the upper floors, the other the lower? Thinking of this, Suyu's body froze. Su Meng's hand was disabled, but what about his accomplices? She dared not imagine. When Su Meng's accomplices returned, what could she do? If there was only one accomplice, perhaps she still had a chance. But what if there were more? How could she fight alone? A cold sweat ran down Suyu's back. She slowly retreated to the 10th floor. What should she do? What could she do? As long as Su Meng and his accomplices were alive, how long could she hide at home? Was she just praying these monsters would let her go?
Impossible.
They killed so many people. Logically, they should have already stockpiled enough supplies, but they still chose to destroy the entire building. They are a group of bloodthirsty madmen. If that's the case, then retreating is useless. The only exit downstairs is controlled by these madmen.
Suyu stops, her gazı sharp.
Since escaping is no longer an option, she must find a way to break through. Thinking of the desperate, helpless person waiting for rescue, Suyu feels anxious and powerless. She puts away her flashlight, using the faint moonlight from the corridor to walk quietly and breathe slowly, inching downward. Step by step, Suyu counts silently. 8th floor. 7th floor. 6th floor. Suddenly, loud banging noises reach her ears.
Suyu stops, listening carefully.
The sounds seem to come from the 2nd floor. She kicks open a door, recognizing the sound. Someone is kicking the door. Suyu is both worried about the group of madmen and trembling with fear.
Bang!
The door opens with a creak. Suyu's heart trembles, and she quickens her pace downstairs. She slips into the 2nd floor corridor, looking at 2 doors. Both have been kicked open. Without hesitation, she figures out which room the attacker entered. It's the room on the far left because she hears heavy breathing inside. Suyu doesn't immediately turn on her stun baton. It makes a crackling sound when activated, which isn't suitable for a stealth attack.
Bang!
It's the sound of a body being hit. She cautiously approaches the door, but the person isn't in the hallway. From the sounds, it seems to be in the living room. There is a faint light in the living room, probably a rechargeable desk lamp. Under the light, a strong figure is pressing another person down. He holds a blood-stained sword pointed at the person underneath. But he hasn't made a move yet because someone beneath him is gripping his wrist tightly with blood-covered hands. Suyu notices a long, fresh wound on the arm of the hand holding the sword, bleeding heavily, likely recent. Her eyes flash with an idea. This is a perfect moment for an ambush. She grips her stun baton, slowly moving behind the strong man. At this point, she is almost close enough to him. Just as she prepares to press the switch and give the attacker a shock to the back of the head, the strong man notices the shadow on the ground. Seeing Suyu, not just the strong man's eyes sharpened, and he stopped choking the person on the ground with his left hand. Instead, he released the person's neck and aimed to throw something at Suyu. At a critical moment, the person on the ground suddenly straightened his waist, seized the opportunity to pull out his restrained legs, and quickly wrapped them around the strong man's neck. Suddenly, with a loud, the strong man and the person he was fighting with both twitched and collapsed onto the floor. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. She forgot that electricity can conduct. She hurriedly apologized in her mind to the person under the strong man, but kept pressing the switch of the stun baton, fiercely striking the top of the strong man's head. Despite her nervousness and fear, her actions were surprisingly quick, accurate, and ruthless. With a crackling sound, both the strong man and the person entangled with him simultaneously, their bodies going limp as they fell to the ground. Suyu's heart sank. She realized she forgot that electricity conducts. She continued to apologize mentally to the person under the strong man, but her hands didn't stop. She stepped on the back of the strong man's hand holding a samurai sword, applying force.
Ah!
A loud cracking sound followed by a heart-wrenching scream from the strong man. Suyu quickly pulled out his samurai sword and struck the back of his neck with the blade. With a loud thud, the strong man's scream stopped abruptly, and he collapsed to the ground. Suyu went to close the door, then dragged the strong man away from the person on the ground. Under the light of the desk lamp, Suyu looked at the person on the ground. He was a young man in his 20s, with a bruise on his mouth, his skin showing a sickly red, sweat-soaked short hair tightly pressed against his temples. Suyu's eyes met the young man's almond-shaped eyes, and she quickly searched through the faces of the neighbors in the building. She remembered. It's him. A person disliked by the neighbors, Shuiyu. Grandma Wang said this person was into superstitions, young and superstitious, running scams, doing rituals for the dead to make money. Big eyes, dimples, superstitious, eccentric. People called him Master, living on the second floor. Suyu let out a breath of relief. Luckily, she didn't hit the wrong person. She was very afraid she might have harmed an innocent. Confirming she hadn't mistaken him, Suyu walked over to the unconscious strong man, raised the samurai sword. 1 second, 2 seconds. More than 10 seconds passed, but she still hadn't struck. With a blank expression, Suyu trembled while holding the sword, tears falling uncontrollably. Suddenly, a burst of heat came, and blood-covered hands grabbed Suyu's hand. With a muffled sound, the sword stabbed into the strong man's chest. Blood soaked his clothes, and the strong man's grip on Suyu's hands loosened. Suyu, realizing what happened, quickly withdrew her hand. As the strong man died, her body gradually stopped trembling. She looked away and turned her gaze toward Shuiyu. Shuiyu leaned against the cabinet, his lips pale and slightly curved into a smile. He looked happy, with his big eyes full of joy. Is killing really that easy? Shuiyu's gentle voice echoed softly in the living room.
Suyu purset her lips.
She had heard before that Shuiyu had some mental issues, and now she finally understood why the neighbors called him a lunatic. Suyu took a deep breath and told Shuiyu everything about why she had come downstairs. So, I want to ask you, besides this strong man, have you seen him with any other accomplices? Suyu took an amoxicillin pill from her pocket and threw it to Shueyu. His eyes were already starting to look cloudy, and his body was very hot, probably from a fever. Shueyu opened his mouth, took the medicine, and swallowed it. His voice trembled a little because of the fever. I haven't seen anyone else, but they do have accomplices. Suyu didn't ask why Shueyu said that because she felt the same way. Killing so many people, just the two of them, was too much to handle. Thinking about this, Suyu felt very upset. If there were more of their accomplices in this building, how could she go to the pet hospital on the street to find medicine? Shueyu leaned against the wall and smiled faintly, his voice hoarse. You don't need to find medicine for your dog anymore. I can cure it. Suyu was surprised. Huh? You know how to do that? Shueyu smiled again. Suyu wondered if this person had lost his mind, but she still asked hopefully, Can you really cure my dog?
Yes.
To repay your life-saving kindness. Shueyu took the medicine, but his condition didn't seem to improve much. Instead, he looked like he might meet his end at any moment. Bring me the items from the fourth shelf from the bottom in the Chinese medicine cabinet, the one with the yellow talisman. Shueyu squinted, looking listless. Suyu used the light from the desk lamp to look around and saw a wall of Chinese medicine cabinets. Not far away, there was a mat on the sofa, and where the coffee table used to be, there was a small desk with a spilled incense burner on top. On the background wall of the TV, there was a tall Chinese medicine cabinet. The cabinet was tightly attached to the wall, with labels on each row of compartments. Count from the bottom up, the fourth row, and from left to right, the 12th column. Shueyu placed his hand on his forehead, closed his eyes, and casually said this. Suyu hurriedly looked for it as instructed. Yellow mud. Chicken feathers. Black dog hair. Ashes.
Ash.
Ashes? Suyu finally realized something was wrong. Is this really a Chinese medicine cabinet? Looking at this row of items, none of the labels seemed to have normal names. Suyu's gaze paused in front of the box labeled ashes, then she reluctantly looked away and continued to the back. Finally, Suyu saw the words yellow talisman and found it. She pulled open the box, which contained a stack of blank yellow talismans. Should I take them all out? Suyu tried to speak normally to Shueyu. Just one. Shueyu replied in a dull voice, looking very unwell. Suyu didn't hesitate. She took out one yellow talisman and ran to Shueyu's side. Shueyu's face was very pale, and his lips had no color. Suyu's heart sank. Since you know medicine, why don't you treat yourself? She secretly thought Shueyu might really be unwell, and she was just naive to believe he could heal himself. Shueyu opened his eyes and signaled for Suyu to put the talisman on the ground. Suyu instinctively obeyed. Shueyu extended his right hand and pressed his fingertip onto the talisman. His right arm had been cut by a strong man during a fight earlier, so his hand was covered in blood. His fingertip slid over the talisman, blood acting as ink. His hand moved slowly, but steadily. Suyu was secretly amazed. His hand had been cut, yet it didn't shake at all. This feeling was very strange. Suddenly, Shueyu's fingertip stopped. He had finished drawing the symbol. Suyu stared blankly at the talisman, which now had many tangled dark red lines crossing each other. The lines looked strange, like writing but also like drawings. Shueyu withdrew his finger. After you take it back, light it up. Burn the talisman, then soak the ashes in water and give it to the dog to drink. Suyu looked at Shueyu. His face was even paler, and he seemed faintly tired.
Are you
okay? Suyu was extremely worried. Shueyu looked too weak, as if he might die. Shueyu propped his eyelids open and answered Suyu's previous question. Since that night when the green mist appeared, I've had a fever. Suyu was stunned and raised her voice unconsciously. You've had a fever for nearly 4 days? Shueyu seemed amused by Suyu's reaction. Yes. He smiled slightly, looking very pleased. Suyu once again found Shueyu to be very strange. I tried to treat myself, but the fever was strange. My methods didn't work, Shueyu said, then closed his eyes tiredly. I just did a quick calculation. If you don't want to meet the wrong people, you should go back within 2 minutes. Suyu was stunned and instinctively glanced at the clock. 10:21 and 1 second p.m. Her intuition told her she should listen to Shuiyu and go back immediately. Suyu picked up the talisman paper, told Shuiyu to take care, and then stood up to leave. Before leaving, she took one last look at Shuiyu, who was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. No matter what, Suyu hoped he could survive. She closed the door of Shuiyu's house, turned her flashlight to the dimmest setting, and hurried upstairs. 10:22 and 47 seconds p.m. When Suyu reached the 10th floor, urgent footsteps came from below, growing closer and more hurried. Her heart skipped a beat, and fear made her tremble all over. Thud, thud, thud. Suyu used all her strength to run upward. Thud, thud, thud. The person downstairs was only about 10 steps behind her. Suyu had no time to look back. She gritted her teeth and kept rushing upward. Finally, she reached the 12th floor. The person behind suddenly exerted force, trying to knock Suyu down. In a life-and-death moment, Suyu's body unleashed its full potential. Whoosh! She sprinted to her door at her fastest speed ever. Her fingers pressed on the lock. Beep! Fingerprint unlocked successfully. Welcome home. It was very quiet behind her. Suyu looked down the empty corridor, her body still trembling uncontrollably. Heavy breathing sounded, one from Suyu, the other from behind the safety door at the staircase. Suyu's gaze was cold. She closed the door and her watch showed the time, 10:23 and 1 second p.m. She immediately pushed the shoe cabinet against the door, but still felt it wasn't enough. So she pushed out the coffee table and the fridge, stacking them against the door as well. Outside was very quiet. Suyu squatted down and looked at the weakly breathing big yellow dog. She took out the yellow talisman, praying silently that it would work. With a sudden whoosh, the burning talisman paper ignited, blue flames intertwining with dark red patterns, creating a strange, beautiful sight. The paper burned to ashes. Suyu mixed the ashes with water, pinched the dog's mouth open, and poured in the talisman water. The dog's strong survival instinct made it move its tongue, trying to swallow the water. After giving the dog the talisman water, Suyu's heart finally eased a little. She put on her hiking backpack, looked at the packed suitcase, and thought that she probably couldn't take everything with her. The suitcase was heavy, and outside there was a dangerous person watching closely. Her best choice was to lighten her load, making it easier to move or escape. She stayed awake all night. After a night of rest, the big yellow dog in Suyu's arms looked a bit more energetic and was no longer panting heavily. Suyu looked out the floor-to-ceiling window at the rising sun, feeling a bit dazed. Crackling sounds began again as the street broadcasted the message from yesterday afternoon, urging citizens to go to the 3rd Military District Hospital. Additionally, about 20 soldiers in camouflage uniforms appeared on the street, standing tall and straight. Suyu's eyes lit up. Behind the soldiers, there were around 50 more people who looked unwell, likely unable to go to the base yesterday due to health reasons. Suyu also noticed that some of the soldiers were carrying or holding elderly people and sick children. Without hesitation, Suyu opened the window and shouted downward, "Help me. There is a murderer in our building. Some of them are still alive. I am alone now and afraid to go outside." With the green fog gone, her vision was clearer, and her voice carried farther. The leading soldier looked up toward her and calmly and steadily said into his megaphone, "Please wait a moment. We will come up soon." Suyu waved her hand to show she understood. About 15 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. People's Liberation Army, Lu Yuan from City C's 1st Military District. If there is no response within 30 seconds, we will break down the door to rescue you. Hearing this familiar, calm, and steady voice, Suyu knew it was definitely the army. She quickly responded, "Please wait a moment. I will move things away from the door." Lu Yuan didn't reply, but held his rifle tightly. Suyu quickly moved the items behind the door aside. The door was opened, and Lu Yuan quickly surveyed Suyu before turning to look at the room behind her. Lu Yuan entered the room, glanced around, and his expression softened slightly. "Please gather your belongings and come with us."
Suyu nodded, carrying her hiking bag.
She tore up the bedsheet to make a simple bundle, tying it around herself, then placed the large yellow dog, who couldn't move much, into the bundle. Lu Yuan glanced at the blood-covered yellow dog in the young girl's arms, a flash of understanding in his eyes. He carefully examined the fight marks in the corridor. Initially, he had doubts about Suyu's identity, but now all suspicion was gone. After all, a young girl, if she were truly part of a murderous gang, wouldn't look so untrained and unscathed. Lu Yuan opened the door and carefully observed Suyu's every move. He realized that Suyu was just an ordinary person who couldn't fight. If it weren't for a loyal dog protecting her, she might already be dead. Suyu thought for a moment and decided to take her suitcase with her. She was worried about running into a dangerous group before, but now with soldiers around, her safety should be assured. Besides, who wouldn't want to carry extra supplies? Lu Yuan saw Suyu dragging her suitcase and didn't stop her. Instead, he walked to the staircase and took out a military radio, asking calmly, 18th floor? Report to the captain, no one here, came the reply from the radio. Lu Yuan didn't need to ask further. More reports came through the radio. Report to the captain, there are 3 bodies from the 17th to 15th floors, no survivors. Lu Yuan looked toward the staircase with a dark gaze. 3 bodies from the 14th to 12th floors, he said, glancing at Suyu, then continued, 1 survivor. Report to the captain, there are 2 bodies from the 11th to 10th floors, no survivors. Report to the captain, there are 32 bodies on the 9th floor. Initial estimates suggest at least 4 attackers. For a moment, both Lu Yuan and the radio remained silent. Suyu unconsciously held the dog's ears gently, thinking, with no survivors, is Su Meng dead or has she escaped? After a long pause, Lu Yuan said continue, and more voices came through the radio. Report to the captain, 12 bodies from the 8th to 5th floors, no survivors. Report to the captain, 15 bodies from the 4th to 1st floors, 1 survivor. Hearing that someone was still alive on the 4th to 1st floors, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Shui Yu was still alive on the 2nd floor. Suyu felt very safe, even though the building was filled with the smell of rotting flesh. Lu Yuan did not go downstairs with Suyu. Instead, he asked one of the soldiers investigating the upper floors to accompany her. The soldier even helped Suyu carry her suitcase. After sincerely thanking him, she finally reached the garden outside the building. Lu Yuan went to the 9th floor. Suyu knew that the corridor on the 9th floor was full of bodies, so she didn't stop. Outside the lobby on the 1st floor, the stone-paved path was covered with thick moss, lush and green, giving a strange feeling like wandering into a magical forest. Although it was a dry autumn season, the air was filled with a dampness typical of deep mountain forests. The flower bed made of cement and cobblestones was covered with wild weeds and climbing vines. The peach tree, which was originally 3 meters tall, had grown all the way up to the 2nd floor. Its lush branches blocked most of the sunlight in the small garden below. When looking down from above, the view was filled with a misty green. It always seemed like the green came from a green fog, but now that the fog had cleared, the pure green was entirely from the rapidly growing plants. It was beautiful and shocking. So you didn't dare think too much about the hidden dangers behind this abnormal growth. The soldier from the People's Liberation Army signaled Suyu to follow him. Suyu looked away, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the hall. Thick moss made Suyu's steps pause, as if walking on a soft carpet. The wide sidewalk, originally 3 meters, had become crowded. Suyu pushed aside the green branches sticking out from the flower beds on both sides. These branches blocked the view too much. Stepping off the sidewalk, Suyu arrived at the fountain square in the center of the community. The view finally opened up a bit. The community had 5 buildings arranged in a circle, with the fountain square at the center, right under Suyu's feet. The cobblestone ground of the fountain square was also covered with thick green moss. Many aquatic insects fluttered around the fountain pool, and the statue of a fairy in the center was covered with a faint layer of moss-like plants. Small tender buds could be seen growing in the holes of the fitness equipment. In the square, there were 2 people. One was the soldier from the army, and the other was a thin, unfamiliar young man.
Suyu was surprised.
Who was this person? The young man looked very happy when he saw Suyu. He rubbed his hands and shyly walked over, smiling. I heard from the soldier that there's another survivor in the building. I'm so happy.
Suyu frowned.
Could it be that the survivor from the 4th to the 1st floor mentioned over the radio was this thin young man? What about Shuiyu?
Could she be dead?
Thinking of how weak Shuiyu looked before leaving, Suyu suddenly felt very sad. Yes, Shuiyu had said that she had a fever since the night of the incident. By the time Suyu left last night, she had been sick for 4 days. Moreover, her arm was injured by a brutal man, and she had lost a lot of blood. The more Suyu thought about it, the more she marveled at how fragile life was. Hello? The young man's tentative voice brought Suyu back to reality. She looked at him. He nervously reached out his hand, as if about to shake hands with her.
Suyu smiled apologetically.
Sorry, I was lost in thought. What did you just say? The young man withdrew his outstretched hand and shyly scratched the back of his head. Hello, I am Dongcheng, a tenant on the 302nd floor.
Suyu nodded. 1201, Suyu.
Dongcheng seemed very happy with Suyu's response. He smiled again and told Suyu how scared and worried he had been staying home alone these past few days. He said he was very glad to see a neighbor. Suyu had something on his mind, but he didn't pay attention to what Dongcheng said afterward. After thinking for a moment, Suyu decided to go back upstairs. He was still curious about the strange boy, Shuiyu. Suyu always felt that Shuiyu was very mysterious, and maybe he hadn't really died. Deciding to go, Suyu looked at the soldier who had accompanied her downstairs. Hello, I want to go upstairs to see if my friend has already left. Before she finished, the soldier nodded. Sure, but I need to go with you to make sure you're safe. He handed Suyu's suitcase to another soldier, who was with Dongcheng. As they turned to go upstairs, Dongcheng quickly followed. Can I go with you?
Suyu was surprised.
Dongcheng looked at Suyu and shyly lowered his head. You're going to the 2nd floor, right? Actually, last night I heard the sound of someone kicking the door. It was pretty loud. I was scared, so I didn't go out. I just hid at home. Suyu touched the ears of the pet inside her bag, but didn't reply. Seeing Suyu silent, Dongcheng's face turned pale. He looked guilty and lowered his head. I was really scared last night, so I didn't. Dongcheng, how do you know I'm going to the 2nd floor? Suyu interrupted him, her heart racing. Even if Dongcheng heard the noise upstairs, how did he know the friend she mentioned was on the 2nd floor? There was only one possibility. He saw Suyu on the 2nd floor with his own eyes. But only 2 people knew Suyu was upstairs. One was the person involved, Shuiyu, and the other was the accomplice of Su Meng, who had chased Suyu last night. Dongcheng was caught off guard by the question. He hesitated and said, When you came down earlier and saw me, you looked a bit disappointed. I thought you might have believed your friend was rescued. He looked down, feeling embarrassed. This soldier told me that only 2 people survived in the whole building. Dongcheng pointed to the soldier beside him. This soldier was responsible for rescuing from floors 1 to 4, so your friend should be in that area. Plus, with what happened last night, I guess that maybe your friend was on the 2nd floor. After finishing, Dongcheng scratched his head shyly. Suyu recalled the shadow behind the safety door last night. Although it was just a vague figure, she remembered it was very tall. The person in front of Dongcheng was thin and small, with a pale face, looking gentle and fragile. Suyu rubbed her forehead, thinking that after these days, she had become overly cautious. She smiled apologetically. In the end, Dongcheng still went upstairs with everyone. The soldier Lei, who was helping Suyu down, asked about last night's events. Suyu honestly told him what had happened these days, but she kept silent about her deliberate act of stabbing the strong man. She only said that the situation was urgent, and she acted in self-defense, accidentally killing the man. Lei heard this and didn't blame Suyu for killing him. He said that recent sudden changes had caused social order to collapse, and people were fighting each other over supplies everywhere. Suyu could tell that Lei wasn't going to blame her, so she asked about the green fog. Lei looked at the thick plants and said, "The military calls the green fog revival." Currently, it is known that the appearance of revival can make plants and animals evolve in a very short time, equivalent to 10 years or more. Also, revival speeds up bacteria growth and reproduction. During this time, human immune systems are weakened, so a small wound can lead to death. Suyu paused, thinking about Grandma Wang. Was that how she died? Then she quickly realized and asked, "Are you saying that during the time of revival, such things can happen?" So, has revival disappeared now? Alay looked at the clear, bright sky outside. The green fog had completely disappeared. Yes, revival is gone. Suyu's eyes lit up. So, now if I get hurt, my wounds won't quickly rot? Alay nodded with a smile.
Yes.
Suyu looked at the dog. The green fog had completely dispersed yesterday evening. The dog was injured around 10 p.m. when the fog had already cleared. So, even though the dog was hurt, its wound didn't rot quickly. It was quite lucky. Thinking of this, Suyu was glad she hadn't left immediately yesterday. Instead, she trusted her instincts and decided to wait until the fog disappeared before leaving. When they reached the second floor, Suyu looked at Shueyu's door. The door had been broken open violently. The living room was still arranged the same way as last night, with nothing moved except for the dead body of the strong man. Suyu walked to the spot where Shueyu had leaned yesterday. Apart from bloodstains, there was nothing else there. Of course, the warrior sword on the strong man was missing. The bedroom was simply decorated, with a single wire bed, a plain wardrobe, and a few strange wooden masks hanging on the wall, probably related to his profession. In short, there was no sign of Shueyu in the house. Alay looked at the open window and said, "Your friend probably jumped out." Suyu frowned. Shueyu was not in good condition at that time. Although this is the second floor, it's also about 3 stories high, with a ceiling height of 3.5 meters. Jumping from the windowsill, he would have fallen about 7 or 8 meters. Hiss. Suyu involuntarily took a cold breath. Luckily, he didn't see Shueyu's body in the flower bed directly below. Since he didn't see the body, Suyu assumed he was still alive. Alay stood in front of the traditional medicine cabinet, looking at the strange names on the stickers, with a strange expression. What does your friend do for a living? Suyu also fell silent, thinking about how to make the phrase jumping gods sound more polite. He works in the funeral industry, he finally said. Alay was silent. Suyu also felt a bit awkward. Only Dong Cheng's eyes lit up. That's impressive.
He must be skilled at this.
Suyu looked at Dong Cheng's bright eyes, remaining tactfully silent. Just as the 3 of them were silent, footsteps came from the staircase. It was Lu Yuan leading 3 soldiers from the People's Liberation Army. Their faces looked grim. Alay went over and explained Suyu's entire experience to them. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed tightly. Suyu approached and asked, "Have you seen a middle-aged man with an injured right wrist on the 9th floor?" "Oh, the wound is torn, caused by my dog biting him," Lu Yuan replied. Suyu was worried the features weren't clear enough and added an explanation. Lu Yuan looked at Suyu's large dog quietly watching them from inside the bag and sighed.
He's dead.
Suyu was stunned, then suddenly happy, but he didn't show it. Did he die from blood loss? Lu Yuan shook his head.
He was killed with a stab through the chest.
Suyu was stunned again. Who could have done it? Then, he quickly shook his head. It wasn't me. I didn't. Lu Yuan waved his hand. I know it wasn't you or... That wound wasn't something a normal person could make. Suyu said nothing. Lu Yuan didn't seem to want to explain further. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Everyone went down to meet the People's Liberation Army below, and then left the community. Suyu looked at the other buildings in the neighborhood and quietly asked Arai, "Aren't you going to check the other units?" Arai glanced at Lu Yuan walking ahead and explained softly, "If someone inside the building wanted to follow us, they would come down when they hear the noise. But if there's no movement, it means either everyone has left or something has happened. Besides, our team only has 20 people. Outside on the street, there are elderly, sick, and disabled people. We don't have enough hands, so we can't split up." Suyu nodded in understanding. Back at the community street, they reunited with the original team. REI carried an elderly person on his back and called Suyu and Dongqing to follow. Maybe because they are neighbors, Dongqing stayed very close to Suyu. Suyu looked at him carrying a big bag, breathing hard and looking pale. She thought he might not be in good health. By the way, Dongqing, when did you move in? I don't think I've seen you before. Suyu dragged her suitcase and stepped on the soft, thick moss while chatting casually with Dongqing. Dongqing gasped for breath, his voice shaky, but he still smiled. It's bad luck. I just graduated and found a job. I rented a place less than a week ago, and then this happened. Suyu was surprised. The two of them kept talking and the walk didn't feel so boring anymore. Along the way, whenever they found a supermarket or convenience store, Lu Yuan would take people inside to look for supplies. But most unopened food had already been looted by others, so Lu Yuan didn't get much. They finally found a handcart for hauling goods, but it was hard to push because the wheels kept getting stuck on the patches of plants on the ground. They moved slowly, and many people joined along the way. By the time they reached the 3rd Military District Hospital, it was nearly 5 p.m., and the team had grown to about 300 people. The sign of the 3rd Military District Hospital had been changed to Sea City Base. The long walls were being reinforced by many people, and soldiers with citizens were orderly cutting grass around the base. From a distance, it looked like a cleared area without plants. Seeing more people arrive, soldiers at the gate, armed with rifles, saluted Lu Yuan and the others. Lu Yuan explained the situation, and several soldiers came out to move the supplies they had collected. Lu Yuan then led everyone to the temporary tent at the base entrance to queue. Many people, families with children, were waiting in line, mostly new arrivals to the base. There are 2 tents. One is for the elderly, sick, disabled, and pregnant people, while most of the young and healthy are in the other line. Lu Yuan took the elderly, sick, disabled, and pregnant people to the side tent to queue, and the remaining people lined up behind the young and healthy. The line moved fairly quickly, but by the time Suyu and Dongqing reached the front, it was already past 7 p.m. Fortunately, the base had its own power supply, and under the familiar lights, Suyu felt much more relaxed. Inside the tent, 5 long tables were arranged from left to right. Just as the person at the 3rd table finished registering, Suyu went over. A female soldier with short hair was in charge of registration. Please show your ID card or household registration booklet. Suyu quickly took out her ID from her backpack and handed it over. The soldier scanned the ID with a scanner and then completed the registration on the computer. She returned the ID to Suyu. Your information has been recorded. Keep your ID safe, as you'll need it to get food or treatment at the base in the future. Okay, thank you. Just as Suyu was about to leave, the soldier suddenly said, "Pets. After bringing them into the base, you are fully responsible." The base is not responsible. Suyu looked at the large dog quietly watching her from her backpack and nodded. I understand. Thank you. After registering, Suyu was led by staff to a separate passage behind the tent. The passage was covered with curtains on all sides. A female soldier approached, her voice gentle but firm. Please cooperate with the security check. Suyu was surprised but lifted the curtain and went inside. Inside, 2 female soldiers were present. One took her backpack and suitcase to check their contents, while the other signaled for Suyu to remove her outerwear. Fortunately, the curtains around provided privacy, so there was no risk of exposing personal details. Suyu took off her backpack, gently placed the large dog on the ground, and then removed her cotton coat. She took off her bulky vest until only a base layer remained. The soldier first checked the contents inside the vest. When she saw the stun baton inside the cotton coat, she recorded its model and Suyu's details before conducting a body search. Suyu was relieved to see that she only registered her and did not confiscate the stun baton. After the check, the soldier took out a stainless steel badge with the number 00137 engraved on it. She first used Suyu's ID to record her ID number and the number on the badge. Then she threaded the badge onto a thin string and handed it to Suyu. Put this on your pet. Animals without a badge are not allowed into the base. Keep the badge safe. If it gets lost, remember to replace it quickly. After speaking, she signaled Suyu to put the animal lover on a leash. Suyu tied a thin rope to the animal lover's collar. The female soldier picked up her camera and took pictures of Suyu, the big dog, and the number tag on the dog's neck. Only then did she signal Suyu to leave. Suyu retrieved her belongings, put on her vest and cotton coat, and carried the big dog back in front of her. As she passed through the security check, she saw a round-faced ant waving at her. Suyu noticed she had a red cloth on her arm with the words, "Accommodation Guide." So she obediently walked over. Several women stood beside the ant, one of whom was holding a baby. The baby was crying non-stop and looked unwell, probably sick. The ant counted the people. 1, 2,
12.
12 people, all here. Follow me. Suyu glanced at the group. It seemed the ant hadn't counted the baby. The women looked serious and silent. Suyu dragged her suitcase and followed the ant inside. There were no plants in the base, and the old flower beds were covered with cement. Some cement hadn't dried yet, and there was no moss on the ground. It looked like someone had cleaned the area on purpose. Suyu and the others stayed in Building 2 of the former 3rd Military District Hospital's inpatient department. The inpatient area was busy with people coming and going, looking a bit messy. The ant registered at the door and took them to the 4th floor. The 12 adults and 1 baby stayed in room 402. Suyu thought to herself that she and number 2 really had a connection. The room, originally only enough for 4 beds, now had 6 bunk beds, 12 beds in total. It was crowded, and the narrow corridor made Suyu brush shoulders just to walk through. The ant smiled. These conditions are a bit tough, but this is an extraordinary situation. If anyone can't get used to it, they can apply for a better room. After she finished, 2 girls' eyes lit up. The ant's eyes curved happily, but to change rooms, you need to give food or water sources. The specific rules are posted in the corridor. If needed, you can find the building manager in the lobby on the 1st floor to register. Then the ant left. Everyone looked at the beds. A brave middle-aged woman dragged her belongings and chose a lower bunk near the window. When someone moved, others quickly followed. Soon, Suyu also wanted a lower bunk, so she chose one against the wall. Just as she sat down, a young woman approached. She also seemed interested in the lower bunk. Suyu glanced around and saw that all 6 lower beds had been chosen. She ignored her and opened her suitcase to lay out her blanket.
Wait.
A girl screamed sharply.
Suyu frowned in neance.
Why are you still bringing your dog? It smells terrible. No way. You can't sleep on the lower bed. She reached out to pull Suyu. Suyu shook her hand off, looking displeased. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll let my dog bite you. The girl, obsessed with money, showed her teeth and made a low growl. She was startled and pulled her hand back, still angry. I don't care. Move aside. She said this, but didn't dare to make a move again. Suyu gave her a cold look, ignored her, and took out the blanket from her suitcase to make her bed. It was already late. After a busy day, Suyu was tired. She put her hiking bag into the suitcase, said a password, and then lay down on the bed with her dog, Caimi. The girl had no choice but to climb onto Suyu's upper bed, looking angry. She also brought her luggage and took out her blanket, making a lot of noise on the upper bed to show her displeasure. Suyu didn't pay attention to her. She couldn't sleep at all. It was uncomfortable to lie on her side, so Suyu kept her cotton coat on. If she took it off, her bulky vest would show, and she didn't want anyone to see her puffed-up vest.
She had not eaten all day.
Suyu secretly hid inside the blanket and took 3 candies from her vest pocket, unwrapped and on them. Luckily, the noise from the upper bed was loud enough to cover the sound of unwrapping the candies. After finishing the candies, Suyu closed her eyes to rest. The dormitory lights went out at 10 p.m. sharp. Around 3 a.m., Suyu slowly opened her eyes. She gently reached to the foot of the bed. The big dog was startled awake. Suyu gently held its mouth shut, pinched it for a while, and then released it when she saw it didn't want to bark. That night, while packing her things, Suyu took a breakfast bag from her hiking bag and hid it under the blanket. She felt around and finally found it. She carefully tore open the package, making sure the sound was quiet because she was covered by a thick blanket. She took out the breakfast bag, tore it into small pieces, and fed Caimi. The dog was well behaved, eating quietly. Suyu smiled softly, thinking what a good dog. After the dog finished the breakfast, Suyu quietly threw the plastic wrapper behind her luggage under the bed, without bending down, so it wouldn't be seen. After doing all this, Suyu finally fell asleep. At 6 a.m., the broadcast started, and someone knocked on the door, telling everyone to wake up quickly to register and receive their tasks. After Suyu woke up, she realized that the woman with the baby was not in the room. Suddenly, she remembered that she hardly heard the baby cry last night. Could it be that the woman left the dormitory last night? Although Suyu was curious, she didn't have time to think about it. When everyone got up, they took things out of their backpacks to eat. Suyu also took out her breakfast from her hiking bag. She casually grabbed the packaging bag from behind her suitcase, planning to throw it away later. The upper bunk probably didn't sleep well. She started complaining as soon as she got up. Of course, she was scolding Suyu. There was a simple shelf on the upper bunk. The girl brought 2 big bags. One contained a quilt, which she had already taken out, and the smaller bag was placed on the shelf, not taking up much space. Suyu finished her breakfast and also gave her dog a meal. Honestly, if this keeps up, their supplies won't be enough for 1 person and 1 dog. The administrator on the 4th floor was a middle-aged woman with triangular eyes. She pushed the door open and glanced inside. When she saw someone was missing, her face darkened. Where is she? There's still 1 person missing? No one in the dormitory responded. Everyone silently ate. Seeing no answer, the woman tapped her registration book against the iron door, making a loud thudding sound. I'll ask again, where is she? Answer me, or you won't get your tasks. If you don't do the tasks, there won't be any food. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Tasks come with food? Finally, the middle-aged woman on the lower bunk by the window replied, Last night, I saw her leave with the baby. The baby was crying loudly, so she probably took him out to soothe him. I didn't see her come back. We don't know each other well, so I didn't ask. The woman with triangular eyes looked at the middle-aged woman and frowned even more. You all go out and find her. If you can't find her before 7 o'clock, none of you will get your tasks. Her tone was very stern. The middle-aged woman on the lower bunk didn't respond, but stood up first. She looked at her luggage, seeming a bit worried. The woman with triangular eyes knocked on the door again. Once you go out, I will lock the door. Don't worry. Everyone then got up and left. Suyu put her big dog inside the room. The dog looked uneasy, as if it didn't want to be separated from Suyu. But Suyu saw that it had no strength to walk, and today she definitely had work to do. She couldn't carry it like yesterday. The dog was heavy. Suyu had carried it all day yesterday, and her shoulders were bruised and sore. She really couldn't carry it anymore. Seeing Suyu was about to leave her dog behind, the upper bunk shouted, Hey, what if your dog steals our food?
No, idisagra.
The others also looked coldly at Suyu, and Suyu understood. After all, there wasn't much food, and their worries were justified. But Suyu still petted the big dog. It's injured and can't move much. Here's what I'll do. I'll tie it up, and it'll be fine. Plus, this dog is smart. It can guard the house. Even if it's disabled, it can bark to warn us if something's wrong. Suyu took out the dog leash and tied the dog up.
My dog barks loudly.
The sister on the 4th floor will hear it and come to check. She smiled and called Sister Triangle Eyes. Sister Triangle Eyes twitched her eyelid, feeling pleased that a young girl called her sister, but also annoyed that Suyu had involved her in this. If their belongings were lost, wouldn't she be responsible? Seeing her unhappy face, Suyu quickly smiled and took out 2 candies she had kept in her pocket this morning. She gently handed them to Sister Triangle Eyes. Don't dislike these, sister. They're small but high in calories and can stop hunger. I have only these 2 left. I'm giving you a sweet treat. You've been working hard away from home. It's not easy. Seeing the candies, Sister Triangle Eyes' expression softened. All right, you're a good girl with nice words.
Call me Sister May.
Now go find someone. When you find them, come to the staircase and look for me. I'll lock the door. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and said goodbye to Sister May, and everyone dispersed to find the woman with the baby. Suyu checked the public bathroom on the 4th floor, but didn't see the woman. Just as she was about to look elsewhere, she suddenly heard a loud call from a middle-aged woman in the window seat corridor. "Found them. Gather up." Her voice was loud and piercing. Suyu stepped outside and immediately saw the woman holding the baby look numb, with swollen, red eyes and pale lips that looked frightening. Suyu paused, smelling a foul odor. Familiar, like the smell of a dead person. Sister May approached with her registration book, seeming to smell the same foul smell. Her eyelids twitched as she looked at the woman holding the baby. Su Cheong. Sister May called the woman's name. Su Cheong remained unresponsive, staring blankly at the bundle in her arms. Sister May sighed and reached out to grab the bundle.
No.
Su Cheong suddenly screamed like she was possessed. The middle-aged woman in the window seat quickly held her down, and Sister May swiftly pulled the bundle away.
Su Cheong screamintedo.
At this moment, Suyu also saw what was inside the bundle. A baby with a pale purple face.
A dead baby.
Sister May held the dead baby in her hands, looking upset. "You all, those from room 402, take your ID cards or proof of identity and gather downstairs to the plants." After saying this, Sister May took the dead baby away, probably to handle it. Su Cheong kept crying loudly, tears streaming down her face. Suyu couldn't bear to look and turned away, heading downstairs. Downstairs, many people had already gathered, mostly women. Suyu and the others from room 402 stood in line. Su Cheong was pulled by a middle-aged woman sitting by the window, 12 people grouped together. Soon, someone came to call out names for confirmation. Once everyone was accounted for, they were assigned their tasks. Suyu also heard her name during the call. The middle-aged woman's name was Lu Chunhua, and the girl in the upper bunk who screamed was Wu Chun. The place where room 402 was assigned was an area of about 5 acres on the outskirts of the base. Their task was to clear all plants from this land, making sure no roots were left. When they arrived, each person took their tools. Lu Chunhua no longer paid attention to Su Cheong. Su Cheong was still crying and screaming in place, not going to get any tools. Suyu sighed and silently began weeding with the others. She noticed that even a small in the flower beds along the asphalt road had very deep roots. Pulling out the weeds with roots was very hard. Wu Chun pulled at it for a long time, struggling to pull it out, then started cursing, "What the heck is this? So hard to pull out." Lu Chunhua said nothing. She was very skilled at weeding and worked much faster than the others. Suyu gritted her teeth and kept pulling weeds. She didn't touch the ornamental trees for now, since those were more difficult and she couldn't handle them alone. They spent 3 hours just weeding. It was already 10 o'clock, but progress for room 402 was still slow. Lu Chunhua wiped her sweat and sighed worriedly. "If we can't clear this 6 acres, we won't get any food today." Suyu didn't say anything, just kept pulling weeds. The others in room 402 also started complaining, sometimes about the strange plants, sometimes about the base. Su Cheong had stopped crying and was sitting on the ground, staring blankly. Wu Chun spat at her and said, "What a mess. Is the whole world against you? The person is already dead and can't come back. You're losing your mind every day, acting like you're about to die. Get up and work. Who would be willing to work for free like that?" Wu Chun cursed under his breath, while Su Cheong still sat quietly on the ground. Lu Chunhua shook his head silently and continued weeding. At noon, everyone tacitly agreed not to mention lunch. By 2 p.m., the grass, flowers, and vines on the 6 acres of land were finally cleared. At 3 p.m., all the moss was completely removed. Lu Chunhua looked at the remaining large landscape trees and said to everyone, "Come on, help out. Let's pull these trees out." Suyu looked at the more than 30 landscape trees in the green belt, clenched her teeth, and followed everyone to dig around the trees. Shovels and hoes worked together, quickly digging big holes near the roots. The more Suyu dug, the more nervous she felt. The roots were about 2 meters long, deeply embedded, tangled and intertwined, looking very impressive. Everyone worked hard, and after just half an hour, they managed to dig out one tree. Their clothes were soaked with sweat. Suyu's palms and the base of her thumbs had blisters that burst, and others looked no better. Pale faces, stomachs protesting, hands trembling like leaves. It wasn't until around 8:40 p.m. that all the trees in the flower bed were finally pulled out. Lu Chunhua looked at everyone sitting on the ground, swallowed hard, and said in a hoarse voice, "All right, let's go. Stack these things together, so they can be burned. We should head back to rest." When Suyu stood up, her arms and legs were trembling, and her palms were raw and bleeding. The 11 people piled the plants they had removed together, which would be burned all at once. As they left, Suyu looked at Su Qiong sitting on the ground, feeling a bit helpless and sad. She wanted to go over and help her up, but unfortunately, Su Qiong didn't appreciate it. She screamed and cried wildly, even scratching Suyu's hand until it bled. Suyu withdrew her hand and didn't try to pull her again. She had wanted to leave her with the others, but after thinking it over, she said to her, "Come back with us. Life has to go on, right?" But Su Qiong continued to scream and cry loudly, her voice sharp and piercing, drowning out Suyu's attempts to comfort her. Finally, the 11 people from 402 left the flower bed together and went to report at the base gate. Suyu was so exhausted that her mind was blank, feeling like a walking corpse. She was worried about the treasure hunter, and physically, she was both thirsty and hungry. When they registered at the base gate, Suyu saw a group of soldiers, mainly the People's Liberation Army, and a familiar face, Soleil. Alay and his team had probably gone out to find supplies and brought back quite a lot of resources and people. Suyu glanced around and suddenly saw someone wearing a lich mask among the group. There was nothing special about him. He was quite noticeable. Looking at his build, he seemed to be a man, tall, carrying a tattered cloth bag on his back. "Suyu." Lu Chunhua saw Suyu standing still and called out. Suyu snapped out of her thoughts and followed the group into the base. According to the inquiry, they walked all the way to the food distribution center, which was originally a large cafeteria. There were no cooked dishes at the window, only sealed food. Lu Chunhua reported her registration number to the staff at the door. The staff checked the number on the computer and then signaled for 402 to take the food. Everyone received 2 large slices of bread and a bottle of mineral water, which was enough for 2 days. This meant that tomorrow, when they came to get food, no water would be provided. Many people were somewhat annoyed by this situation. "Is there one more person?" The staff took out 2 slices of bread and a bottle of water, but didn't wait for the 12th person, looking a bit confused. Everyone stayed silent, unsure what to say. Wu Chun walked up 2 steps and said, Oh. She went to the bathroom. "We'll get her things first." Then she reached out to take them. The staff stopped her and said, "You can pick up her things for her, but you need to register here first." Wu Chun frowned but still registered her name, pressed her fingerprint, and wrote that she was collecting on behalf of someone else. After taking the items, Wu Chun's eyes flicked around. Lu Chunhua glanced at her and said, "Go back to the dorm first." Back at the dorm, everyone lined up to wash with tap water. Suyu hesitated but decided to wash herself since the revival had disappeared and the tap water was filtered, so as long as she didn't drink it, the water should be safe. Thinking this, Suyu joined the line and took turns washing. She changed into a new set of clothes. Without laundry detergent, she could only rinse her cotton coat once and hung it on the windowsill to dry. Her hands, which had cuts from earlier, were washed and turned pale from the water. Suyu frowned and, while others changed clothes and weren't paying attention to her, secretly put an antibiotic tablet in her mouth. Her vest had already been quietly taken off and packed into her suitcase. Nothing was missing from her belongings. Suyu sighed in relief. Thankfully, her suitcase had a password lock. Everyone checked and searched carefully, but nothing was missing. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chunhua knocked on the edge of her bed and looked at Wu Chun. "Take out the things." Wu Chun wasn't very happy, but since everyone was watching, she didn't dare refuse. She took out the bread and water meant for Su Qiong. Lu Chunhua thought for a moment and said, "Today, Su Qiong didn't do anything. She wasn't supposed to eat anything. But I think we should leave her half a loaf of bread and half a bottle of water. The rest of the food we can share among ourselves. Giving her some food shows kindness. What do you all think?
Shuyunadi.
Maybe everyone was very tired. They all lowered their heads and ate their own bread. No one said yes or no. The greedy dog's eyes were fixed on the bread in Suyu's hand, drooling everywhere. Suyu ate one piece of bread herself, and then shoved another piece into the dog's mouth. Wu Chun saw the big dog eating bread and made a few sarcastic remarks, but Suyu ignored him. Lu Chunhua kept half a loaf of bread and half a bottle of water, probably planning to give them to Su Qiong. The others tore the remaining bread into small pieces to share, and poured a little water for each person. There wasn't much, but even a small piece was food. Suyu watched the big dog choking on bread and hiccuping. Feeling helpless, she took a few small sips of water herself, then used a plastic bag to hold some bread for the dog. The dog was very thirsty. After a few bites, it licked the bread bag clean. Suyu only ate one piece of bread and a tiny of bread the size of her finger. She was still very hungry, so she ate a candy to fill her stomach. After eating, the greedy dog kept nudging Suyu's pants with its nose, whining anxiously.
Shuyu understood immediately.
Usually, the dog never made a mess at home. When it was urgent, it would scratch the door to be let outside to do its business, then come back inside. So, Suyu took the dog to the public restroom. The restroom had a squat toilet, which the dog wasn't used to. But after Suyu repeatedly pointed at the toilet and demonstrated, the dog finally finished its business. Only then did Suyu take the dog back to the dorm. Today, she had exercised a lot and was very sore all over. She thought that after such tiring work, she could sleep soundly, but unfortunately, Suyu couldn't fall asleep. She was very hungry. Her stomach was growling loudly, and her body felt as if it had been run over by a car, hurting badly. The other stomachs were also making noises, showing they weren't feeling much better. Suyu didn't eat the food she originally brought. First, because it was inconvenient to eat in the dorm, and second, because she felt uneasy. Now that money was useless, the only real currency was supplies. She wasn't sure when she might need them later, so she didn't want to use them unless absolutely necessary. Late at night, Suyu finally drifted into a light sleep. At 6 o'clock, there was a knock on the door. Everyone got up and queued to wash up. Although the big dog still couldn't run well, it was able to walk now. Suyu still didn't take the dog with her. She told the dog to watch the luggage carefully and then followed the team downstairs to receive their tasks. Everyone ignored Su Qiong, who hadn't returned all night, and Sister May didn't make things difficult for them because not everyone was present. They worked like this for a month. The 11 people of Group 402 had gotten used to waiting from 7 a.m. until evening every day, then going to the cafeteria to get 2 bread rolls and enough mineral water for 2 days. As for Su Qiong, she didn't return to the base that night. Later, Sister May said she had frozen outside the base. Lu Chunhua shared her half a bread and half a bottle of water with everyone. Since that day, only 11 people remained in Group 402. That day, Suyu still went out with the greedy dog. The 11 people in Group 402 were used to this routine now. The big yellow dog that had been with Suyu for half a month was more familiar with the process than Suyu herself. Today, their task was in a small park about a kilometer from the base. The park was already quite green, but it was hard work. Lu Chunhua sighed, holding a broken, and said in a muffled voice, "Everyone, stay alert. The land we're working on isn't big, just 3 acres. Wu Chun opened her mouth to complain, but in the end, she closed it quietly. Suyu patted the dog's ears, thinking that after a month of hard work, the girl had finally learned to keep her mouth shut. The base was expanding its city wall outward. Men were building the wall, while women were responsible for weeding. The land assigned for weeding had all been cleared by the army during patrols. At first, Suyu and the others would go inside abandoned houses to look for supplies or useful items, but there was nothing left. Even the curtain rods had been taken away. So, the weeding team no longer looked for supplies but focused on their work. In just a month, The landscape trees that were once as thick as thighs had grown to the size of a basin opening, with dense branches blocking out the sunlight. The task of weeding was getting harder, and even though everyone had gotten used to intense labor, they were starting to feel the strain. Hey, I wonder if you've heard. Lu Chunhua was weeding and chatting at the same time.
What is it?
The 11 people in group 402 all looked up eagerly. Lu Chunhua glanced around and, seeing only the 11 of them, said, "My husband doesn't live in the male dorms. What's going on over there?" Wu Chun leaned in closer, curious. A few days ago, a man in the men's dorm suddenly developed a high fever that wouldn't go away. Someone from above came and took him away directly.
Suyu was surprised.
A fever that wouldn't subside? That made her think of Shuiyu.
Oh.
He was taken by the military? Could he have caught some contagious disease? Another woman quickly asked, looking a bit scared. Lu Chunhua shook her head. When they took him, everyone thought the same. But those who shared the room with him had no problems. Later, they say, the roommates saw him at the main building. Suyu threw some wild grass that her big dog had pulled into her basket and asked, "Main building? Isn't that where the soldiers live? How did ordinary people like us get in?" Lu Chunhua nodded. Yes, that's the problem. Plus, the man looked healthy, his face was red, and his lips moist. He seemed to be doing very well. Everyone fell silent, and then started discussing again. Suddenly, Wu Chun's eyes shifted. "Hey, by the way, the clown from next door was in his dorm this morning." I asked casually, and his roommate said he seemed to have a fever and couldn't work anymore. Everyone was surprised and started talking excitedly. Suyu, holding her dog's mouth, pulled out some grass from its mouth. "Greedy. No need to pull grass, you dog. You can't even pull out the roots, and you've already shorted this patch of grass. I'll have to dig new roots." As Suyu kept talking about her dog, suddenly, a scream came from not far away. The big dog spat out the grass and stared intently in the direction of the sound. Everyone in room 402 instantly quieted down. Lu Chunhua lowered her voice. "Isn't this the area managed by room 401? What's going on here?" The dog whimpered, its tail tucked tightly. The noise grew louder, with shouts and screams. Everyone couldn't stay any longer. Lu Chunhua swallowed hard and clenched her. "Let's go see what's happening," she signaled everyone to follow. But the big dog suddenly tugged at Suyu's pants and whined anxiously. Suyu instinctively took a few steps back and said to the others, "We should leave quickly. Nothing good is happening up front." Lu Chunhua turned and scolded Suyu. "We don't know what's going on, and we have no way to handle it. Besides, they're neighbors. If something really happens, we can help. All right, little you, let's go take a look." After saying that, she signaled everyone to follow. Suyu thought, what kind of response measures are these? Do we really need to plan according to the situation? Running is the real solution. The big dog kept tugging at Suyu's pants. Suyu clenched her teeth and said, "You all go if you want, but I'm running away." Then she quickly ran toward a wide open space behind, with the dog immediately following. Lu Chunhua was stunned for a moment. She wanted to call Suyu to stop running recklessly, but her eyes caught a dark shadow rushing toward them. She looked closely. Oh my, it was a mouse as big as a basin. The mouse's eyes were red, and its fur shiny. Seeing this, Lu Chunhua's legs suddenly went weak. "Run fast." Lu Chunhua shouted with all her strength, and Wu Chun and the others finally reacted, rushing after Suyu in the direction she was fleeing. The big mouse held its head high, but its eyes never left the group running away. Lu Chunhua, the oldest in room 402, was now running, and her disadvantage showed. She was out of breath.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
The mouse twitched its whiskers rhythmically, sending signals to the other mice. A rustling sound came from the bushes, and more than a dozen mice, as big as basins, rushed out. They moved so quickly that it was shocking. The first mouse leapt into the air, then jumped high, its mouth wide open, showing sharp yellow teeth. Just as Lu Chunhua was about to be attacked, Wu Chun suddenly cried out in surprise, tripping over a grass root and falling to the ground. The mice immediately changed targets and pounced toward Wu Chun. Wu Chun, scared stiff, couldn't stand up for a moment. "Help!" Wu Chun sobbed, struggling to get up. Lu Chunhua saw the mice and froze for a moment, but hearing Wu Chun's cry for help, she gritted her teeth and rushed forward. She swung her at the big mouse behind Wu Chun. The mouse charged too fast to dodge, and with a loud thud, it was knocked to the ground nearby. Lu Chunhua's hand went numb from the shock. She was terrified but quickly grabbed Wu Chun and helped her up. Wu Chun used her strength to stand steadily.
Squeak.
Seeing their companion being hit, the mice became excited. Two of them bit the fallen mouse and started tearing it apart. The mouse struggling to escape was quickly subdued under the strong bites of the two larger mice. The other mice, smelling their fallen comrade's blood, seemed even more excited. They stared fiercely at Wu Chun and Lu Chunhua, their eyes full of rage. Lu Chunhua and Wu Chun were so frightened by the scene that they got goosebumps all over. "Run quickly!" Lu Chunhua shouted, grabbing Wu Chun and pulling her to run. The two staggered, running slowly. Suyu was running toward the base while shouting to the grass-cutting teams around, "Run. Something's happened at plot 401. Hurry!" A few teams were stunned at first, but didn't leave immediately. Instead, they gathered and whispered among themselves. Suddenly, Suyu heard Lu Chunhua scream, stopped, hesitated for a moment, then turned back toward the sound. Dahan the big dog saw its owner turn around and followed without hesitation. Other members of Plot 402 brushed past Suyu, but she didn't see Lu Chunhua or Wu Chun among them. Wu Chun was pulled forward by Lu Chunhua, but unfortunately, a mouse was very fast. With a quick leap, a mouse lunged at the two. Wu Chun saw the mouse out of the corner of her eye, her heart pounding. Instinctively, she burst with a strong will to survive, reaching out to sharply pull Lu Chunhua away and pushing her back forcefully.
Click.
Lu Chunhua's running paused, her eyes full of confusion and disbelief. At that moment, a mouse was biting her tightly on the back of her neck, blood splattering out. Lu Chunhua made a muffled, suppressed sound. Just as Suyu, who was nearby, stopped in her tracks, she saw Lu Chunhua fall backward, dark red blood streaking through the air as she tumbled down. Lu Chunhua hit the ground, and the remaining mice swarmed over her, biting her body wildly. Wu Chun's eyes flashed with complexity. Quickly, she supported herself and staggered forward. A faint smile appeared on her face, a smile born from a desperate hope for survival. But soon, her smile froze, because she saw Suyu not far away. Suyu's expression was cold as she looked at her calmly. Wu Chun looked away and stumbled away in a daze. Suyu watched Lu Chunhua being eaten by the mice, pressed her lips, then turned and left. Since the mice were busy gnawing on Lu Chunhua, both Suyu and Wu Chun safely returned to the gate of the base. The army arrived in groups at the location provided by the people of Plot 402. Suyu sat on a cement-enclosed flower bed in front of the gate, holding the big dog and gently petting it, silent. The other 9 members of Plot 402 didn't ask where Lu Chunhua had gone. Perhaps, seeing Suyu and Wu Chun's silence, they already guessed the answer. About an hour later, the returning soldiers carried several bloodied people on stretchers, along with a few blood-stained skeletons. Everyone from Group 402 silently went over to identify the bodies. Among the living, 2 were from Group 401, 3 from other groups. As for the bloodied skeletons, 4 belonged to Group 401, and 1 to Group 402. Suyu took off her cotton coat and gently covered Lu Chunhua's remains. Her flesh had been mostly eaten away, leaving only her scalp intact. She liked to style her hair neatly every day. At this moment, her hair was messy, except for a small blue metal clip, a common find at street stalls, still tangled in her blood-soaked hair. Suyu took a deep breath and carefully combed through her tangled hair. She patiently removed the blue clip, which was wrapped in her hair. Just as she was about to clip it in place, a hoarse, trembling voice nearby said, "Let me do it." She turned around and saw a middle-aged man with dark skin and fine lines around his eyes. Suyu recognized him. He was Lu Chuanhua's husband, Liao Deyuan. Liao Deyuan gently took the clip, trembling as he wiped the blood off it with his sleeve. He smiled faintly, eyes filled with sadness, and softly whispered, "My Chunhua, life with me hasn't been easy. Ever since she married me. I just wanted her to have a good life. Finally, we bought a 70-square-meter apartment." Chunhua was so happy. She said she'd never lived in a building before. It was just renovated, and she hadn't even lived there for a few days. Liao's voice choked up, and tears fell heavily into Lu Chunhua's hair. "Chunhua, life has been hard for you. If there's a next life, if there's another one." He couldn't finish his words, his throat making a suppressed sob. Suyu stood behind him silently, watching the couple, unable to find the words to comfort them. Finally, Liao finished styling Lu Chunhua's hair, cleaned the clip thoroughly, and the blue butterfly clip, now faded and chipped, quietly and forever left Liao Deyuan. Back at the dormitory, everyone remained silent, busy with their own tasks. Almost all of Group 401 had been wiped out. Now, only the one with a fever who hadn't gone on duty and 2 others bitten by mice remained. Because of the fever, the one with the rash and the 2 mouse-bitten roommates were taken away by the army. Group 401 didn't stay empty for long. Soon, new people were assigned to move in. Since the mouse bite incident occurred, the sudden rise of mice seemed like a signal. Soon after, many animals began hunting humans outside the base. In just 5 days, 80 people were eaten by animals and countless others were injured. In the past, animals and humans fought, and it was impossible for animals to win. But now, animals have mutated, changing the food chain on Earth. Humans are no longer at the top of the food chain. They have become prey for these mutated animals. Ugh, that cockroach is as big as a palm. It bites people and eats flesh, and you can't kill it even with a shovel. Yeah, we've been idle for so many days, not getting any supplies, and we don't know what to do next. Suyu stood at the window, watching the stretcher being carried into the clinic building. People in the base were anxious. The high wall outside the base was still under construction, but no one knew if it could stop the mutated animals. Suyu hadn't gone outside for 5 days. The dormitory where mice had invaded on the 4th floor hadn't been cleaned for 5 days, so she had no work and naturally no food. The women could only eat the food they brought with them to get by. At this moment, Wu Chun happened to come in. She looked around and saw only Suyu in the dorm, so she closed the door and walked over to her.
Suyu.
I didn't mean to. Wu Chun bit her lip, tears falling one by one. Suyu didn't turn around or respond, remaining cold and distant. Seeing Suyu's attitude, Wu Chun's tears turned into anger. Her grievance suddenly transformed into fury. "Who are you showing this face to?" "Humph. If it were you, you wouldn't be much better." Because of Suyu's cold attitude towards Wu Chun, the other roommates were gossiping behind her back, speculating about her behavior. Perhaps she had done something, and with Lu Chunhua's death, her roommates had started to distance themselves from Wu Chun intentionally or unintentionally. Wu Chun wanted to explain to Suyu, but she didn't expect Suyu to remain indifferent. Her feelings of guilt and grievance turned into anger, and she suddenly started scolding Suyu loudly. Suyu slowly turned around, looking at Wu Chun, whose eyes were red and filled with hatred and fury. Wu Chun felt a shiver run down her spine under Suyu's intense gaze. She took a step back, but her hair was suddenly grabbed tightly. Then, with a loud bang, Suyu pressed Wu Chun's forehead against the window frame. Intense pain and fear made Wu Chun scream out loud. She immediately reached out to grab Suyu's hand, but Suyu pressed her head against the window frame again. "Wu Chun, you've done something wrong. Instead of keeping a low profile, you come here acting aggressive." Suyu paused, then leaned close to Wu Chun's ear and slowly said, "I'm not like Lu Chunhua. If you keep provoking me, I will get rid of you." Wu Chun's pupils shrank. She had shared a room with Suyu for a long time and knew about her past experiences in the neighborhood. A building was attacked by thugs, leaving only 2 people alive, and Suyu was a woman. If Suyu had survived just by luck, Wu Chun wouldn't believe it. Hearing her words now, Wu Chun felt a cold chill down her spine. The warm blood on her forehead made her fear replace her anger. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Wu Chun's pleading caused Suyu to release her. As soon as Suyu let go, Wu Chun covered her bleeding forehead and ran away. Suyu frowned, thinking she was indeed a cowardly and weak person. She had almost had the urge to kill her just now, but she couldn't do that. This was a base, with soldiers and order. It wasn't that abandoned building where no one managed anything. Here, everything you do could be seen by others. January 1st, 2024. In just 10 days after the appearance of mutated animals, people had already adapted to their existence. The girls in the dorm couldn't garden and had been starving for 10 days. Finally, on January 1st, the base issued an announcement. Suyu hugged her big dog. There was no choice. People were almost going crazy with hunger. The dog was much thinner now, but it was still meat. Since seeing people drooling greedily at the dog, Suyu no longer felt safe leaving it alone. A dark crowd gathered, some happy, some sad. Everyone reacted differently. The base no longer supplied food on a large scale. They canceled the previous rule of doing tasks to earn food. Oh, my goodness. What should we do now? Boo-hoo, I'm so old. Can I even go out and come back? An old, weak, illiterate woman cried uncontrollably after hearing a middle-aged person read the announcement nearby. Now, there are two ways to get food. First, form a team and go outside the base to find supplies. The team must give 20% of what they find to the base, and the remaining 80% will be divided among the team members. The second way is to enter the base through an interview. The specific jobs include cleaning staff, participating in wall construction, sorting supplies, and various other roles within the base. These workers are similar to the pre-disaster staff, receiving a fixed supply of resources daily. The supplies are not many, but the stability is good. Don't worry. You can go to the second floor of the trading hall and see if you can find a job inside the base to make a living. The middle-aged man beside the elderly person saw her crying sadly and felt sorry for her, so he advised her. Suyu didn't stay in the square. She turned and went to the second floor of the trading hall. There were many people in line packed tightly. Suyu arrived quite early, but she still queued a kilometer outside the trading building. Holding her dog and braving the cold wind, Suyu slowly moved forward with the line. She looked at the lush forest in the distance, breathing in the fresh air, but her mind was filled with thoughts of fried chicken, burgers, and braised pork. She was very hungry. Although she brought some food when entering the base, including canned food, she and her dog had been eating very little for over 10 days, half a can of food every 2 days, and a bottle of water every 3 days. Even if she tried to stay still and not move much, she was still very hungry. Her stomach growled loudly, not only hers but also her big yellow dog's and those in her group. Suyu couldn't help but recall how she used to spend New Year's Day, fireworks shows, a warm family meal, or her grandparents calling to ask if she wanted the vegetables they grew, lying on the sofa cuddling her dog, and discussing movie plots with her parents. She missed her home. Wiping away tears from the corner of her eye, she looked down at her dog, who was gazing at her, and softly said, "It's okay. I still have you with me." On the third day inside the base, Suyu asked whether it was possible to contact bases in other provinces. The answer was no. When the revival appeared, the magnetic field changed, and all signal towers stopped working. Countless people on Earth became like lonely boats drifting in the end times, unable to seek help from others. Suyu waited in line until 9 o'clock the next evening before finally entering the second floor of the trading hall. "Sorry, Miss Sue, building the wall. Generally, it's not recommended for women to join," the staff said. Suyu rubbed her sore legs, feeling a bit disappointed. "May I ask if I can apply for other positions?" "Anything is fine." "I'm sorry, ma'am. Most of the positions set up at the base are to ensure the basic needs of the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled." Suyu's eyelid twitched. "So, are there no jobs at the base I can do?" The waitress smiled, her voice hoarse from long talking, but she still smiled warmly. "If you have special abilities, you can enter the base center to serve the base." "Special abilities?"
Suyu was surprised.
The waitress nodded. "Yes, mutations. Su Yu's eyes widened. Mutations? The waitress nodded again. Yes, mutations, commonly known as special powers. Walking heavily, she left the trading hall. Special powers? Su Yu really wanted to have such a special ability, but she didn't. When Su Yu returned to her dorm, she felt something was wrong. At the door of room 402, a soldier was standing. In front of him was Wu Chun, looking proud and happy. The soldier held a suitcase. Su Yu recognized it. It was Wu Chun's luggage. The others in room 402 looked at Wu Chun with both envy and flattery. Yuan Yen, usually the stingiest, was stuffing 2 bread rolls into Wu Chun's hands. Chun, you take these and eat. We're all in the same dorm, sharing hardships and dangers. I truly hope you can have a good life. Wu Chun smiled, her expression meaningful. Since the last time she had a disagreement with Su Yu, her roommates had been isolating her and making sarcastic remarks. Yuan Yen was the worst.
But now,
Wu Chun looked at her obedient and flattering classmates, feeling very relaxed, full of happiness. She threw the bread back. You can keep it for yourself. I won't need this anymore. After saying that, she turned around, not giving Yuan Yen any face. Yuan Yen hurriedly caught the bread and looked pale. Still, she forced a smile. Wu Chun turned and saw Su Yu at the door. Her smile instantly widened. Oh, our Su Yu is back. She emphasized Su Yu's name heavily, her malice obvious. Su Yu looked up calmly, her expression indifferent. Seeing her face, Wu Chun wanted to tear her apart. Su Yu, luckily for you that day, Wu Chun said softly, gently touching the wound on her forehead, with a sinister look in her eyes. If it weren't for you, my wound wouldn't have gotten infected. Without the infection, I wouldn't have run a fever and mutated. Wu Chun's eyes gleamed with a cold, harsh light. She spoke lightly about the mutation, but undeniably, these words caused a change in Su Yu's expression. Seeing a flash of surprise in Su Yu's eyes, Wu Chun suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. I will remember your kindness, Su.
you.
Su Yu glanced at Wu Chun. From her appearance, there seemed to be no change. Curious, Su Yu wondered what mutation Wu Chun had undergone. Watching Wu Chun's arrogant attitude, Su Yu's face returned to calm and composed.
Oh.
Then I congratulate you on behalf of Sister Chunhua. I wish you smooth sailing. When Wu Chun heard the name Lu Chunhua, her smile froze. Then, her expression turned cold, and her gaze was filled with venom. She didn't speak again but looked at Su Yu for a long time before leaving with the soldier. Before Wu Chun could walk far, Yuan Yen spat harshly at Su Yu.
Bah.
Rotten horse. Now she's soaring high and becoming a phoenix. I want to see what good days you'll have in the future. Yuan Yan's voice was loud, clearly meant for Wu Chun to hear. Su Yu quietly watched these people with disgusted looks, wishing she could just kill her roommates. She blinked slowly. Earlier, they had smiled at her, chatting and teasing Wu Chun in her presence. Even though Su Yu didn't respond at all, they still acted friendly, holding her arm as if they were sisters. Now that Wu Chun has become successful, they have changed their attitude. Yuan Yen started, and the others followed, sarcastic and cursing loudly, insulting Su Yu and putting her down. When they got tired of insulting her, Su Yu finally spoke. Are you guys insulting yourselves? Their faces changed. Just as they opened their mouths, Su Yu continued. Weren't you all kind to her before? I don't understand. On what basis are you criticizing me? It's you. You're the one who suggested to us that Wu Chun was harmed because of Lu Jie's death. Otherwise, how could we have done those things? Yes. It's all your fault. Yuan Yen seemed to have found a reason and spoke more confidently. Interesting. I haven't talked about Lu Jie since that incident. It was you who guessed the reason and isolated Wu Chun on your own. Did I ever encourage you to do that? Yuan Yen choked. You said you never hinted at us, so why didn't you clarify for her? Now we've wrongly accused her. Su Yu, hearing Yuan Yan's words, looked strange. Clarify for her? I saw with my own eyes that Sister Lu was harmed by her. That's the truth. I didn't expose her actions publicly, and yes, that's my mistake. But honestly, if I had told you what she did back then, you might have accused me of slandering her now. TSK, you people are really interesting. Yuan Yan's eyes widened, and she couldn't say anything else. Everyone suspected that Wu Chun was involved in Lu Chunhua's death. Indeed, Suyu never talked about Lu Chunhua, and when they isolated Wu Chun, Suyu didn't join in. Yuan Yan stared fiercely, but she couldn't find words to argue. Suyu looked at them, smiled faintly, leaned lazily against the doorframe, and said sarcastically, "You think that someone who can harm a teammate will just forgive you for a few insults and show loyalty? Think again." Yuan Yan gasped for breath. "She already holds a grudge against you. You won't have a good life from now on. Let's see what happens." After saying this, Suyu smiled, stood up, gently patted Yuan Yan's shoulder, then walked past her. "Good luck to you all." That night, everyone in room 402 couldn't sleep. Suyu was the same. Although she disliked Wu Chun's behavior, she had to admit that she now felt small and insignificant. Her calmness in front of Yuan Yan and others was fake. Suyu felt a strong sense of danger. This dormitory was no longer safe. She needed to move out. Ideally, she wanted a single room, but if it was easy to do, she wouldn't have stayed in room 402 for so long. Thinking this, dawn broke. Suyu got up amid everyone's resentful gazes. She skillfully packed all her remaining supplies: a can of luncheon meat, 2 pieces of bread, a pack of unopened brown sugar, 2 sealed Cantonese-style sausages, and a bottle of mineral water. She put all the food and medicines into her hiking backpack, which originally also contained a small charcoal stove and a small bag of smokeless charcoal, but she didn't take them out. She packed her quilt into her suitcase, which also held 2 leftover packs of sanitary pads. She set a password on the suitcase. This was all her belongings. Yuan Yan watched Suyu carry her luggage out and suddenly screamed, "Where are you going?" Immediately, several people surrounded Suyu, greedily staring at her luggage. The big yellow dog, a greedy and fierce-looking creature, stood next to Suyu, barking loudly and baring its teeth as it stared intently at Yuan Yan and the others. Suyu's hand, hidden in her sleeve, clenched tightly. She looked calm and asked, "What? Are you trying to take my things?" Then, Suyu suddenly took out an electric baton from her pocket and pressed the button. The crackling sound of electricity made Yuan Yan and the others instinctively step back. They had never seen Suyu use a weapon before and thought she might not have one. Now, seeing the electric baton, they felt a bit nervous. Seeing they still wouldn't move aside, Suyu frowned and shouted loudly, "Are you trying to steal my supplies?" She yelled this loudly, causing the noisy corridor outside to pause for a moment. Sure enough, before anyone could really act, the door was kicked open. A chubby woman, Sister May, squinted her triangular eyes and said coldly, "What's going on here? Stop causing trouble and get out of the base." Suyu smiled at Sister May and said, "Sister May, I was just thinking about changing my place to stay, but they're stopping me. It looks like they want to take my supplies." Sister May rolled her eyes and gave a warning glance at Yuan Yan and the others. "Are you going to move aside or not?" Seeing Sister May arrive, they looked at each other and reluctantly made way. Suyu dragged her suitcase, carried her hiking bag, and picked up the snarling dog. She followed Sister May out of room 402. "TSK, do you know the rent for a single dorm?" Sister May not only managed the dorms on the 4th floor, but also handled moving to new rooms. Suyu closed the door to Sister May's office and sat down. "I've looked into it. Thanks for your help just now, Sister May." Sister May raised her eyebrows and said, "That's my duty. No need to thank me. Since you've checked the rent, which area do you want to stay in? A, B, C, or D?" The 4 areas, A through D, are arranged around the base. Area D is on the outermost part, originally a building full of hotels, and has the lowest rent because it's on the edge of the base. Although the outer wall has been built up, it's not very tall, and the base is still raising the wall. Area C is inside D, closer to the original outer wall of the base, but still outside the original wall, making it slightly safer than D. Areas A and B are in the center of the base. You can't rent there unless you have enough supplies. Most residents in Area A are family members of military leaders. There aren't many units available. Area B has more units and is close to the trading hall, but only psychics can live there. You can choose between Area C and D. Each area has different types of rooms, and the prices vary accordingly, similar to the old rental system. Suyu wants to live in a single room, which is more expensive. She cannot afford a single room in Area C, so she can only stay in a single room in Area D. Sister May, is there still a room available in Area D? Sister May isn't surprised by Suyu's choice. She nods and uses her mouse to filter options on the computer. This is the internal network of the base. Only staff can access it. Yes, there is. Do you want to rent monthly or weekly? Suyu is surprised. There's weekly rent too?
Yes.
Recently, many people have died, and the world is dangerous. You never know when something might happen. Weekly rent is also a trend.
Sue feels a bit cuppy.
She has calculated that if she rents monthly, she can only manage with her supplies. But if she rents weekly, she can save some supplies for now. Weekly rent is short-term. It costs less upfront, but over time, it's not as good as monthly rent. You can decide what to choose.
So you choose his weekly rent.
Sister May then tells her to go to the first floor of the trading hall for evaluation of her supplies and to pay. If the payment is successful, she can move into the D area. Suyu, with her luggage and dog, says goodbye to Sister May and heads to the trading hall. The staff evaluates her food based on calories and other factors, then takes her canned luncheon meat and a sealed bag of brown sugar. Suyu doesn't bring out her medicines for assessment, as medicines are rare now, and she's reluctant to part with them. After paying with her supplies, she gets approval for a weekly rental of a single room in Area D. Using the address and key given by the staff, Suyu arrives at Area D. Her room is D0808. She huffs and puffs as she carries her luggage up to the 8th floor. Honestly, living on a high floor without an elevator isn't ideal. Area D has a high occupancy rate. Suyu sees many apartments occupied by families. She hears children playing in the corridor and feels a strange, almost surreal sense of detachment. When she reaches the 8th floor, she notices it used to be a hotel, so the ceiling is low. There's a strange smell in the corridor, indicating poor ventilation. She finds room 0808, opens the door, and immediately feels the heaviness inside. The room is basically a standard hotel room. Fancy, but not practical. The wardrobe is broken, the TV is gone, the bathroom is damp, and the bed has only a mattress with nothing else. The electricity here is managed by the base, turning on at 6 a.m. and off at 11 p.m. Suyu closes the door, opens the window for ventilation, then checks the bathroom. The shower in the bathroom has a small leak, causing the floor to stay wet all the time. The mirror is a bit dirty. Suyu tried to fix the leak but couldn't manage to repair it properly. So, she decided to clean the bathroom instead. The room is small. The bedside table is wobbly. Suyu went outside to find a stone to prop it up and then cleaned both inside and outside of the table. She made the bed and packed her clothes into the wardrobe. All day, Suyu stayed inside the house. After airing it out, the room was no longer stuffy. Looking out the window, she could see a short city wall about 100 meters away. The wall is still being built higher with many people helping. Almost all are adult men. The cold wind is fierce. Life is hard for everyone in this world. Suyu really wanted to take a hot shower. She hadn't had the chance before, only cold water in the dorm. It was winter, but at least she didn't catch a cold while washing herself. The water heater in the bathroom still works. Suyu closed the window and gave herself and her big dog a hot shower. Unfortunately, she had no shower gel or soap, just water. After washing, she felt greasy. There was nothing she could do, conditions are just like that. That night, Suyu slept very deeply. When the siren sounded at the base, she was still pretending to be dead with her hands over her ears. Caimi woke up when he heard the siren. He looked down at Suyu in the blanket, paused for a moment, then nudged her with his nose. Suyu was awakened by her dog. She stretched comfortably and then got up to wash her face and brush her teeth. There was no toothpaste or salt, so she could only rinse her mouth with water. She put the fully charged stun baton into her hiking bag and took the little water left. Then, she strapped the bag on her back and prepared to go out. Woof! Caimi whined behind the door, where Suyu had locked him. She told him through the door, "Stay and guard our stuff. Respond if you hear anything." After a while, the dog inside the room barked once. Today, the base was lively. Many people gathered at the entrance. When Suyu approached, she realized these people were part of a team planning to go out and earn a living. Going in a group is much better than going alone. Suyu carried her bag to a team and asked, "Hello, how can I join you?" The scar-faced man looked down at Suyu and immediately frowned. Why is a woman joining the fun?
Suyu was surprised.
She then realized that this team was all men with no women. So Suyu turned to another team. Inside, there were very few women. Occasionally, there were a few women who looked like fighters, tall, strong, holding weapons. Suyu, though not short at 1.67 meters, was quite slim and looked like she could be knocked out with one punch. She asked each team, but none wanted her. Suyu was stunned. She wasn't the only woman rejected by teams. Most young women who were thin and short ended up alone, while some middle-aged women with a bit of weight joined teams. While she was standing there thinking about what to do, someone familiar called out to her. "Hey, girl?" Suyu looked up and saw Liao Dayuan. He looked more weathered and older than before. "Brother Liao." She quickly nodded at him. He looked at her backpack and asked, "Are you planning to team up to find supplies?" Suyu sighed and smiled. "Yes, but unfortunately, no one wants me. I was just thinking about what to do." Liao Dayuan nodded understandingly and pointed to a team in the distance. "That's our team. Girl, if you don't mind, I can take you to talk to our leader." Suyu understood what he meant. He wanted to help her. In this situation, whether she could join a team was a matter of life and death. So, she bravely followed Liao Dayuan. The team, including Liao Dayuan, had 5 people. The leader was a big guy, probably in his 30s. When he saw Liao Dayuan bringing Suyu over, he looked displeased. "Brother Liao, what's this?" Liao Dayuan nervously rubbed his hands. "I want this girl to join our team." "No way." The big guy interrupted, frowning deeply.
"She's too weak. She can't join."
Actually, Suyu was originally 1.67 meters tall, weighed 112 jin, about 56 kilograms, not thin at all. She even had some belly fat. But since the disaster, she hadn't eaten enough or stayed warm, and she had lost a lot of weight. Now, she looked fragile and delicate. Suyu sighed inwardly and lowered her eyes. Among the other team members, a young man looked at Suyu but said nothing. 2 middle-aged men who seemed to be Liao Dayuan's roommates looked familiar to Suyu. One of the middle-aged men sensed the tension and quickly smiled, patting Liao Dayuan on the shoulder. "Dayuan, I believe you wouldn't recommend someone lightly. Looks like this girl has some skills." After saying that, he gave Liao Dayuan a meaningful look. Liao Dayuan was stunned for a second, then quickly understood. He nodded and pushed Suyu toward the big guy. "Zhangde, this girl is not simple." The big guy, Zhangde, snorted but said nothing. Liao Dayuan continued, "This girl is my wife's roommate. Before coming to the base, the neighborhood she was in was completely wiped out by bad people. Only 2 survivors were left, one strong man and this girl." Liao Dayuan exaggerated, causing Suyu to choke slightly. She silently compared the skinny, weak body of Dong Chung to the strong man Liao described. There was no resemblance at all. Knowing that Liao was exaggerating to help her, Suyu said nothing, kept a calm expression, and appeared indifferent. Zhangde raised an eyebrow but still said nothing. Liao licked his dry lips, about to say more, when Suyu spoke first. "I have killed someone. In our neighborhood." Suddenly, everyone around fell silent. Zhangde and Suyu looked at each other. Suyu was honest, she had really killed someone just with a helping hand. Zhangde looked away and said, "Fine, I'll give you a chance." Liao Dayuan, unable to hide his shock, grinned widely. Zhangde glanced at everyone and added, "If you don't show your worth today, we won't care if you're in danger or not. Of course, if you're lucky enough to come back alive, our team won't welcome you tomorrow." Suyu understood this was a one-day trial period.
Okay.
Seeing her agree, no one in the team spoke. Only Liao Dayuan cheerfully gave Suyu a thumbs up. Girl, I didn't expect you to be so good at bluffing, keeping your cool. After Suyu joined the team, there were 6 people in total. The leader was the big guy, Zhang De. The youngest was Zhang Da's brother, Zhang Yang, who was only 17. The person talking to Liao Dayuan and Suyu was Liao's roommate, whose name Suyu didn't know. She only knew his surname was Wang, and she called him Brother Wang. Another middle-aged man, also Liao's roommate, surnamed Qi, looked honest and didn't talk much. Zhang De said they needed to walk about 20 kilometers from the base to find anything. The reason was simple. Within 20 kilometers, the area had already been searched by soldiers. Walking 20 kilometers usually took at least 3 to 4 hours on foot, but Suyu found that her pace was much slower when she actually started walking. One challenge is that the road is difficult to travel. That's right, the road is hard to walk. Overgrown plants have turned the wide road into a primitive jungle. Second, there are many buildings and the team often stops to search and loot them. Zhang De and the others all carry knives, especially Zhang De, who has a large machete. He leads the way, clearing the path. Suyu stays at the back to watch for trouble. After about 10 kilometers from the base, everyone senses danger. The bushes on both sides rustle, and Suyu even sees the quick flash of animal eyes with vertical pupils. It feels like something is watching them. Liao Dayuan is worried about Suyu at the back, so he slows down and walks beside him. Buzzing sounds fill the air. Just as Zhang De pushes aside a bush, a large, dark swarm of flies rushes out toward them. Zhang De quickly steps back. Looking down, they see a dead animal lying quietly in the grass. Suyu moves closer, and everyone looks at the animal corpse, guessing what it might be.
Wow.
This thing looks kinda like a dog. Uncle Qi, who had been silent, suddenly says. Everyone is surprised. Suyu has had a dog before, so he kneels and uses a stick to poke at it. It really looks like a dog, maybe a German Shepherd, but its size and fangs are strange. This dog is at least 3 meters long, with dense, exposed teeth, giving the impression that its lips can't cover them. Its claws are strong and sharp, which makes Suyu feel a bit scared. Suddenly, Suyu notices something around the dog's neck. Something tan-colored is tied there. He uses a stick to lift it and finds it's a leather collar. On the collar, there's a small metal bone-shaped tag with the dog's name and the owner's contact info. It seems the dog grew so large that the collar strangled it. Suyu shares his guess. Uncle Qi shakes his head. This dog has such long, sharp claws. It's easy to take off the collar. Why would it just let itself be strangled? It's a foolish dog.
Suyu doesn't reply.
No one knows why this mutated German Shepherd, which could probably remove the collar, still died from being strangled by it. The corpse of the mutated dog is covered with maggots and other bugs. There are bite marks on its body. The team doesn't stay long and quickly leaves. Along the way, they mark their path to avoid getting lost on the return trip. Whenever they reach a building, they stop to search. These places have probably all been searched already, and nothing was left behind. Suyu opened her hiking bag, but in the end, she didn't pack anything. On the way, Suyu and the others encountered a group of mice. They thought they would have to fight, but unexpectedly, Uncle Wang took out a spray and sprayed it. Although this spray doesn't really hurt mice, the mice still smartly ran away. The group was almost overwhelmed by the fumes. Maybe the smell of the spray lingered on them, because later they didn't encounter any mutant animals. At 1 p.m., the team arrived at Wanda Plaza. Suyu estimated that Wanda Plaza was about 25 kilometers from the base. There should be supplies there. Suyu's shoes had cracked after these 2 months of travel. When they finally reached the mall, she was eager to change into a new pair of shoes. Worried about danger, the team decided not to split up. Everyone was very active and seemed excited about the mall. The outside of the 5-story mall was covered with vines. The team worked together to tear a hole in the vines, and everyone crawled inside. On the first floor, the air was bad, and bones were everywhere. It seemed like the residents who once lived here had searched for supplies and met something terrible.
Come closer.
Zhang De lowered his voice and spoke to everyone. Everyone nodded in response. Opposite them was a milk tea shop. The ingredients inside were probably rotten and smelled bad. In the corner of the shop, there were also some large bugs crawling around. Because the revival happened at night, most shops in the mall were locked. Some were broken open, likely by nearby residents searching for supplies. Let's check out the stores that haven't been broken into. After searching several broken shops with little result, Zhang De gave the order. Most of the first floor has clothing stores, makeup shops, and electronics stores. If you're looking for food and drinks, go to the supermarket.
So you suggested.
Zhang De looked at her and said, "The supermarket has probably been looted already." Su Yu shook her head. The supermarket has a lot of stock. Even if it's been searched, there should still be many supplies left. Plus, there are many types of items inside, so we can find what we need there. After thinking for a moment, Zhang De nodded and said to everyone, "Get your gear ready. The supermarket has a fresh food section, which might be dangerous." Everyone nodded. Su Yu grabbed a kitchen knife from a corpse and held it tightly in her hand. Su Yu is very familiar with the shopping mall, especially the supermarket, because she worked there part-time for half a year during college. Therefore, Su Yu leads the way with a flashlight, and everyone carefully follows behind. The deeper they go, the darker it becomes. The ceiling of the mall is covered with vines, so everyone takes out flashlights and moves carefully. The supermarket has two main entrances. One is on the first floor of the mall, where you take the escalator down to the basement. The other is outside in the square, where you walk up a short staircase to reach the supermarket. Su Yu and the others are using the entrance on the first floor. The escalator is covered with vines, and faint sounds of animals moving can be heard from the dark basement. Zhang De takes a few steps forward, leading the way at the front. He holds the flashlight in his mouth and grips a machete with both hands. Suddenly, a gust of wind blows through, and a dark shadow flashes past. Zhang De seems to be hit the side of his face by something. The speed of that thing was so fast that everyone didn't see what it was clearly. Zhang De is knocked hard and falls from the vine-covered escalator. "Brother!" Zhang Yang shouts in surprise, trying to pull him back, but it's too late. Zhang De flips over and falls down the escalator. There are loud crashes of heavy objecting the ground. It seems Zhang Da's flashlight slips from him and falls nearby. Zhang Yang quickly grabs the flashlight from Su Yu's hand and rushes downstairs. Thud, thud. Mixed sounds of Zhang Yang running down and the wings of many birds fluttering on the steel ceiling. Using the light from Liao De Yuan's flashlight, Su Yu sees, "Oh my god, it's bats." A large swarm of bats that look like mice. Suddenly, a strong wind rushes toward everyone. Liao De Yuan reacts quickly, grabbing Su Yu's head and shielding her under him. Amid everyone's surprised shouts, Su Yu can only hear the tearing sounds of clothes and flesh.
Ah!
The loudest screams are not from the middle-aged men, but from Zhang Yang below. His scream makes Su Yu's scalp tingle. She feels Liao De Yuan, who is protecting her, being attacked. Su Yu suddenly pushes Liao De Yuan away and takes out an electric baton, swinging it upward. A crackling arc of electricity lights up the dark space. Immediately, Su Yu feels her hand numb. With a sharp, several bats scream and fall to the ground. It seems the fate of those bats alarms the entire bat swarm, which then starts circling away, all trying to stay far from Su Yu's electric baton. "Come to me," Su Yu shouted, and Liao De Yuan quickly handed her his flashlight. With its light, Su Yu finally saw the appearance of the three men. Liao De Yuan was bent over, protecting Su Yu, so his scratches were mostly on his back. Uncle Wang and Uncle Chi looked much worse, with bloodied wounds not only on their bodies but also on their faces, showing deep cuts. The four of them huddled together. Su Yu kept waving the stun baton. Bats circled around but didn't come closer.
Ah!
Zhang Yang's screams grew weaker. Everyone didn't dare delay and hurriedly squeezed together to run downstairs. There were many vines on the escalator, so if they weren't careful, they could trip easily. Fortunately, the four stuck close. When someone tripped, others pulled them up. Going downstairs went fairly smoothly. When Su Yu reached Zhang Yang, he was curled up on the ground, covering his head with his hands, blood everywhere, looking very frightening. Liao Deyuan immediately carried Zhang Yang on his back. The others began searching for Zhang. Zhang was lucky. He was attacked by bats and fell down the stairs. But if he was unlucky, he rolled down and landed right under a shelf, blocking him completely and preventing another bat attack. Uncle Wang and Uncle Qi worked together to carry the unconscious Zhangda. The supermarket's front door was already open, so someone had probably entered. The underground supermarket had poor ventilation and a strange smell. After everyone entered, the bats didn't come inside, as if this place wasn't their territory. Zhang Yang was still conscious, but probably in a lot of pain, making hissing sounds unconsciously. Near the entrance was the household goods section. The shelves were knocked over, looking like they had been robbed. Many items were scattered on the ground. Suyu pushed a shopping cart and asked the three men what they needed, since their hands were hurt. They all talked, and Suyu put things into the cart. Suyu took 2 pieces of clothing, 2 pairs of shoes, 10 bars of soap, 2 tubes of toothpaste, 5 packs of sanitary pads, a stainless steel thermos, a thermal cup, and a brand new backpack. Yes, Suyu planned to carry a new backpack in front and a hiking bag on the back. Oh, Suyu also took a sturdy watermelon knife, 2 sharp knives, and a fruit knife. The 3 men mostly took similar daily necessities, including some for the Zhang brothers. In the snack section, Suyu grabbed half a bag of chocolates and 3 large packs of instant noodles. In the rice section, most small sealed rice packages had been taken, leaving only large bags. Liao Deyuan sighed, 50 gene of grain isn't easy to carry back. Uncle Wang chuckled happily, no problem, just open the bag and divide it up. Since food is less likely to spoil now, Uncle Wang planned to divide and take it away. Uncle Qi also smiled happily. Suyu smiled and cut open the woven bag with a knife. Inside, large grain weevils and empty grains fell out. Suyu wasn't surprised. As long as the grains weren't stored in sealed containers, most would be infested. Many ordinary packaged grains in the grain storage cabinet were almost eaten up by bugs. The group fell silent. Suyu looked at the discouraged people and comforted them. Don't worry. Let's check the warehouse. Maybe there are sealed grains. Liao Deyuan touched his head. Where's the warehouse? Suyu pointed to the fresh food area. Behind the fresh food section, there's an employee passage. Brother Wang clenched his teeth. The fresh food area. Uncle Qi looked at Zhangda, who was still unconscious, then at the weak Zhang Yang, showing a hint of difficulty on his face. Suyu thought for a moment and hesitated. Let's find a safe place to settle them first. All 3 men agreed, but Liao Deyuan's back, with Zhang Yang, called out, if you leave us alone somewhere, what if something happens? We won't have a chance to survive. Suyu was surprised but nodded, you're right. Let's find a safe place first. Finding a place wasn't hard for Suyu. She led everyone to a small room in the snack area, a place she had used as a changing room during her summer part-time job. The door was embedded in a green wall of the same color. Suyu pushed it, but found it was locked. Before anyone could stop her, Uncle Qi kicked the door open with a loud bang. The sound was loud, and Suyu tensed, standing still, waiting for a moment. Nothing dangerous seemed to approach. Everyone then sighed in relief and entered the room. It was small, with a single bed and a row of storage cabinets along the wall. Uncle Qi and Brother Wang placed Zhangda on the bed, while Liao Deyuan laid Zhang Yang down, letting him lean against the cabinets. Zhang Yang took a few breaths and said, you 2, stay and protect me and my brother. The other 2 go to the warehouse to find rice. Suyu didn't like Zhang Yang's tone, but said nothing. She pointed to herself, I only know where the warehouse is. I can't stay here. Honestly, if possible, Suyu would like to stay safely at home without taking risks. However, rice is very important in the supplies at the base. Whether for rent or daily food, rice is the best choice. To pay rent and feed herself and her dog, Suyu has no choice but to take risks. Liao Deyuan quickly stood beside Suyu. I'll go with you. Brother Wang and Uncle Qi exchanged a look and had no objections. No, it's not possible. Zhang Yang, the young kid, spoke again. You 2 are very close. What if you take the supplies and leave us behind? Old Qi, you go with Suyu. Liao Deyuan wanted to argue, but Uncle Chi held him back. It's okay, I'll go too. I'm strong and can carry more rice back. Brother Wang also advised them.
So you didn't say anything.
In the end, only Liao Deyuan and Brother Wang stayed behind. Su Yu and Uncle Chi exchanged a glance and left the room. They are now in the snack area. Beyond the snack section is the grain area, where they recently discovered that unsealed rice had been eaten by bugs. The warehouse is behind the fresh food section, accessible through the staff passage. Su Yu and Uncle Chi only need to go straight ahead, passing the dried goods area, to reach the fresh food section. The dried goods area is damp and moldy, and the air feels heavy. Su Yu and Uncle Chi walk very slowly. Hey, what's going on? Girl, don't you think it's very quiet? Uncle Chi rubbed his arms. The underground supermarket is cold, and he isn't dressed warmly, so he feels a bit chilly. Su Yu also finds it strange. Besides the bugs eating the grains in the cereal section, she hasn't seen any other animals. Not to mention animals, there are no corpses anywhere, even in the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Su Yu walks more quietly. The fresh food section is ahead, and she already smells a faint bad odor. Uncle Chi, we're almost there. Be careful. Su Yu holds a flashlight and speaks to Uncle Chi. Uncle Chi sighs, and the air becomes even more silent and heavy. The fresh food section is large and connected to the cooked food area. When the revival happened at midnight, the supermarket had already closed. Since it was after hours, no food was displayed in the cooked food section. Passing through the counters of the cooked food area, Su Yu sees the freezers. It's the frozen food section. The smell of decay comes from inside the freezers. Uncle Chi walks up to the freezer, trying to open it to check, but he can't move it. Su Yu shakes her head at him. The freezer is locked. So Uncle Chi continues forward with Su Yu. There's nothing inside the fresh food freezers either. It seems the staff cleaned everything up before leaving. Without rotten materials exposed to the air, the number of cockroaches and mice decreased, and Su Yu let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she heard something fall behind her. Su Yu immediately turned around and saw only a flashlight that had dropped to the ground. Uncle Chi was nowhere to be seen. In an instant, Su Yu's hair stood on end, and her mind sounded a warning. Where is he? Why did he suddenly disappear? Su Yu froze in place, instinctively shining her flashlight upward. Besides the dark steel beams, there was nothing else. Uncle Chi. Su Yu whispered, her voice trembling. There was silence, dead silence. Suddenly, something moved in the darkness ahead. Su Yu quickly looked toward it. There was a small door there, not a storage room but a freezing chamber. Carefully, she took a step forward but suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked back and saw a thin vine right in front of where Uncle Chi's flashlight had fallen. Under the flashlight's glow, this tiny vine, as thin as a toothpick, seemed to breathe, gently rising and falling in a regular pattern. Su Yu looked around and then realized that beneath the vegetable shelves, there were countless such tiny vines crawling. Some of these vines occasionally protruded into the aisle. Slowly, Su Yu picked up Uncle Chi's flashlight and gently pushed it forward on the ground. As the rolling flashlight touched the tiny vines, she saw the small vines quickly coil around the flashlight and disappear. They moved very fast, but the flashlight's beam showed her where they finally vanished, the freezing chamber. Worried about Uncle Chi's safety, Su Yu took a deep breath, tried to control her trembling body, and carefully avoided the vines on the ground as she moved forward. The closer she got to the freezing chamber, the denser the vines became. When she was 3 meters from the door, there was no empty space under her feet. The vines at the door were as thick as fingers, with visible blood vessels flowing inside the tender green shoots. Su Yu's body trembled, and she stopped advancing. The blood vessels were transporting blood from the freezing chamber outward. Su Yu's heart sank, but she couldn't do anything. She couldn't save Uncle Chi now, so she slowly backed away. After leaving the fresh food area, Su Yu ran into the dried goods section, grabbed a handful of moldy dried black fungus, stuffed it into her pocket, then returned to the cooked food counter in the fresh food area. She climbed behind the counter, opened the cabinet beneath it, and took out half a bottle of alcohol. the alcohol used by the ant in the cooked food area to start fires. Holding the alcohol tightly, Suyu carefully avoided the vines and moved toward the freezing chamber. She returned to the door of the vine-covered freezing room, took a step back about 3 meters, then grabbed a handful of wood ear mushrooms and threw them on the ground. As soon as the mushrooms touched the ground, the quiet vines immediately wrapped around them and began to retract. It was at this moment that Suyu realized that the ceiling of the corridor was covered with dense vines. She was so frightened that her body trembled. She quickly crouched down. The vines on the ground pulled the mushrooms back into the freezing chamber, while the vines on the ceiling only swayed slightly and then returned to their original position. Suyu observed that the vines retracted but didn't seem to want to come back fully. She looked at the relatively clean ground and quickly walked over. Inside the freezing chamber, there was a foul smell. The door was wide open, and Suyu stopped at the entrance because the door frame was almost completely covered by vines. Through the gaps in the vines, she saw a scene she would never forget. In the dark freezing chamber, countless vines about wrist thick were intertwined like octopus tentacles. Inside the dark green vines, there were flowing blood vessels, and these blood vessels even glowed. The entire room was almost covered with these disgusting vines. Deep inside the chamber, Suyu saw Uncle Chi, wrapped in writhing vines like a rice dumpling. Uncle Chi's body below his neck was completely entangled in vines, with only his neck and head exposed. He was looking up, eyes bloodshot, mouth wide open. A vine about wrist thick was inserted into his mouth, forcing his mouth open wider. Blood was flowing down from the corner of his mouth, being absorbed by the trembling vines. Suyu's heart was pounding rapidly, and tears threatened to fall from her fear. It seemed Uncle Chi noticed something. His bulging eyes desperately looked toward the door. Under the red glow, his bloodshot eyes looked terrifying. Suyu's scalp went numb. Gurgle, gurgle. His eyes were wide open, and his throat moved as if trying to make a sound, but only a few squeaky gurgling noises came out. Suyu quickly wiped her tears, looked away, and tried to find a way to save him. Soon, behind Uncle Chi, she found a small, brown, ball-shaped object about the size of a fist. The vines formed a protective circle around this small object, as if surrounding it with stars. Suyu felt that this thing looked familiar. It actually looked like a potato. Potato? Suyu couldn't believe her eyes. Just then, she suddenly saw a pair of bright red eyes glaring at her. In an instant, Suyu felt like she had fallen into an icy pit. That potato has opened its eyes. It not only has eyes but also a mouth. Its eyes stare directly at Suyu. Suyu is so frightened, she starts trembling and immediately turns to run away. "I saw you," the strange voice with a weird tone says. As Suyu turns to escape, her legs go numb, and she suddenly falls forward. To protect the alcohol bottle, Suyu has to throw away her flashlight from her left hand.
Bang!
Suyu falls to the ground and lets out a muffled cry. She struggles to turn around and sees that her lower leg has been pierced by a vine. Suyu is terrified. When did that vine go through her leg? Why didn't she feel it? No. She struggles to crawl out. She can feel that her lower body has lost all sensation. "I saw you," the strange yet familiar voice repeats. Suyu is so scared, she starts crying. It's Uncle Chi's voice. But Suyu knows very well that this isn't Uncle Chi's voice. It's that potato with features. The vine piercing Suyu's leg greedily her blood, and she is being dragged toward the freezing chamber. "Help! Help me! There's a mutated plant in the fresh food area. Uncle Chi and I are in danger. Save us." Suyu feels a terrifying numbness spreading through her upper body. In her panic, she screams with all her might. Soon, Suyu is dragged into the freezing chamber, turned upside down. The wound in her lower leg is torn open, and she can see her blood dripping onto the vine on the ground. The vines on the ground lift their heads like snakes, trying to crawl into Suyu's mouth. As tears fall, Suyu clenches her teeth and suddenly throws the alcohol bottle at the potato behind Uncle Chi.
Crash!
The glass bottle shatters and alcohol splashes everywhere. At the same time, A lit lighter lands precisely on the alcohol. Suddenly, a burst of flames ignites and burns fiercely. All the vines twist out of control. Suyu and Uncle Chi are thrown to the ground. Suyu's lower body can't move anymore. She doesn't even look at Uncle Chi's condition. The room is filled with wild, twisting vines, and she has several new small holes on her body. Unfortunately, the vines quickly wrapped Suyu like a rice dumpling. Suyu couldn't see who was outside, but she understood that someone was coming to rescue them. Feeling the vines crawling into her mouth, Suyu clenched her teeth tightly. Her body felt numb and heavy, with no strength to move. Suddenly, she heard the sound of flames burning. Next, she heard the vines being cut and even the splashing of the vine sap. The temperature kept rising, and the vines on Suyu's body seemed to catch fire, twisting wildly. Just as Suyu was about to suffocate, she heard a sharp snap. The vines were cut. Then she felt herself being pulled out of the vine cocoon suddenly. Suyu opened her eyes and saw Zhangde, covered in red and green liquid, pulling her out while swinging a machete at the trembling vines. But she also noticed that Zhangde's movements seemed stiff, probably also affected by the vines, his body numb. Suyu was anxious, but she had no feeling in her body. Only her eyes and brain could still move. Suddenly, Liao Deyuan squeezed in from the door. Then Zhangde, stiff and tense, pushed Suyu toward Liao Deyuan. Liao Deyuan quickly caught Suyu and started pulling her outside. At that moment, Suyu saw that there was more than just Zhangde in the room. Brother Wang was also there, frantically chopping at a cocoon on the ground. Suyu remembered that the cocoon was Uncle Chi's. Maybe to protect the mutated potatoes in the freezing chamber, all the vines had gathered inside, making the outside much safer. Liao Deyuan's movements were also a bit stiff, but he was still fairly agile. Soon, he dragged Suyu behind a cabinet in the dried goods area. "Zhang Yang, be careful. I'll go help," Liao Deyuan said, then, holding a flashlight, rushed into the fresh food area. Zhang Yang leaned against the cabinet, saw Suyu, and snorted coldly, without saying a word. It was safe here. Suyu kept trying to regain feeling in her body while listening to the fight in the fresh food area. She forced herself to stay calm, moving her mouth slightly. Drink. Salt. Water. Her tongue was numb, so her speech was unclear, but at least she could speak. She repeated it while glaring at Zhang Yang with her eyes. Zhang Yang listened several times, then seemed to understand. His face looked bad. "You want me to find salt water for you, yes?" Suyu slowly enunciated again.
Zhang Yang frowned.
"All right, wait here for me. You troublemaker." Scolded by him, Suyu immediately felt like rolling her eyes, but her eyes were too numb to do so. Zhang Yang staggered to his feet and soon disappeared. Suyu waited for a while and suddenly heard Brother Wang from the freezing chamber shout, "Old Chi,
Can you move?
help us." Then there was a lot of noise. The smoke from the burning vines had spread everywhere. Suyu was anxious and scared. Soon, Zhang Yang returned, holding a bottle of Red Bull and a bag of salt. He opened the Red Bull, poured some out, then added salt into it. Next, Zhang Yang used his finger to pry open Suyu's mouth and forcefully poured the salty Red Bull in. Suyu almost choked to death. After being fed Zhang Yang's homemade drink, Suyu coughed constantly. The good news was that it seemed to work. The bad news was that during this time there was no more movement from the freezing chamber. Zhang Yang's eyes were red. He raised his hand and slapped Suyu, saying, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't suggested looking for a warehouse, they wouldn't have gotten into trouble." Zhang Yang's slap was hard, and Suyu was even bleeding from his nose. Suyu glared at him. After about 10 more minutes, Suyu slowly stood up, ignoring Zhang Yang and the pain from the wound in his calf, and headed straight to the living area. "Are you trying to leave them behind and run away?"
Zhang Yang shouted.
Suyu managed to take a few steps before Zhang Yang pushed him down from behind. Suyu was so angry he trembled and punched Zhang Yang twice. Although he still had little strength, he managed to daze Zhang Yang. "Little brat, if you want to save people, stop being so useless and angry, you good for nothing." Suyu retracted his still stiff fists, pushed past Zhang Yang, and staggered toward the living area. He thought to himself, "Once I finish my business, I'll beat you to death, you idiot." Suyu headed straight to the living area. He pulled a shopping cart from the corridor, using it as a cane so he wouldn't strain his legs too much. He kept filling the cart with high-proof liquor, then threw in mosquito repellent and grabbed a stack of notebooks and draft paper. Finally, he took 10 lighters. Zhang Yang followed closely behind, staring at Suyu. "Just stare if you want, but this stuff is as useless as wood. It won't do anything." But Suyu didn't have time to care about him. Limping, he pushed the cart toward the fresh food area. The fire inside the freezing chamber had gone out, and there were many charred vines on the ground. Besides that, there were 3 large cocoons. The potato with features was hiding among the cocoons, staring with bright red eyes at Suyu at the door. Zhang Yang suddenly saw this thing, and was so scared he shouted out loud, instinctively taking a step back. Suyu saw the potato and quickly thought of a plan. He opened a bottle of white wine and poured it over himself. The strong smell of alcohol made Suyu squint his eyes. Zhang Yang was so frightened he took 2 more steps back. Suyu picked up a lighter and looked at the potato. "You can talk, right?" The potato's eyes turned even redder. Its vines, ready to attack Suyu, stopped when they saw Suyu covered in wine and holding a lighter. Suyu noticed the vines no longer approached and felt a strange sense of relief. "Speak, or we'll all be doomed." He then threw 2 bottles of white wine into the freezer with force. The potato quickly activated its vines, using 3 cocoons to block the splashing wine. "Suyu, are you crazy? My brother is inside." Zhang Yang saw the wine on the cocoons and noticed Suyu was about to light the lighter. He shouted desperately and tried to grab the lighter from Suyu. Suyu grabbed a bottle of wine and smashed it onto Zhang Yang's head.
Bang!
Zhang Yang's head immediately burst open, and his wine-soaked body collapsed to the ground. He was burned by the alcohol and couldn't open his eyes, rolling on the floor and cursing. Suyu ignored him and turned to the potato. The potato had hidden away. Suyu picked up another bottle of wine and threw it into the freezer. "I told you to talk." The sound of breaking glass kept ringing out. Finally, the potato spoke. "Leave." Suyu heard it clearly. The voice was familiar, but strange, not Uncle Cheese, but Liao Dayuan's. Hearing Liao Dayuan's voice, Suyu's face grew colder. The wine bottles were all broken, and Suyu grabbed some mosquito coil liquid. "What do you mean, leave? Why you?"
Leave.
The potato spoke again. This time, it was Zhang Da's voice. Suyu clenched the lighter tightly, his tone calm and steady. "I won't leave." The potato was silent. After a moment, it spoke again, not.
Kill you. You. Leave. Shuyushmail.
"Let all of us go, or we'll all die together." The potato seemed to make a gurgling sound, angry. Suyu's face darkened. With a click, the lighter was ignited. The small orange flame appeared, and the vines immediately twisted and moved.
Don't.
The potato was anxious. Suyu held the lighter steadily, still calm. "Let the people go,
Or we'll all die.
He aimed the lighter at the freezer.
Let.
"You all go." The potato finished speaking. Vines twisted and moved. Suyu's body was tense, and she clenched the lighter in her hand even tighter. If you looked closely, you could see her hands trembling. Fortunately, Potato did not choose to attack Suyu but obediently untied the 3 cocoons and then threw the vines into the freezer. Over on the other side, Zhang Yang, who had been crying out in pain, had been silent since Potato spoke. Now, seeing the 3 people being thrown out, his eyes widened. Suyu didn't look back. Her eyes stayed on the freezer. "Shabai, what are you standing there for? Go over and drag the people away." Quick-witted, Zhang Yang hurried over to help. He staggered while dragging each person alone, but at this moment, he dared not ask Suyu for help. He could only grit his teeth and drag them one by one. Potato and Suyu faced each other, looking very loyal. After Zhang Yang managed to drag all 3 away from the fresh food area, Potato finally said, "Leave."
Now. Shuyunari.
"Okay, we're leaving immediately." After speaking, she slowly backed away with the shopping cart. The vines on Potato's side stirred again, but they only twisted slightly without any other movement. Just as Suyu was about to exit the aisle, the vines suddenly shot out, moving so fast that Suyu almost couldn't see their trajectory. She couldn't see clearly, but she pressed the lighter. Just as the vines were about to stab her face, Suyu ignited herself. Her coat caught fire. Bright orange flames flickered precisely onto the vines. In an instant, everything caught fire.
Ah!
Potato let out a piercing scream. After setting her clothes on fire, Suyu immediately took off her coat and threw it onto the vines. Fortunately, when she poured white alcohol on herself, she avoided getting her hair wet. Luckily, her coat was thick. Although it was soaked with alcohol, most of her clothes underneath remained dry. Her pants also got some alcohol on them. Suyu took off her top and pants. As the fire grew larger, Suyu, frightened, even took off her semi-dry undershirt and threw it into the flames. To ensure she wouldn't be burned, Suyu quickly smashed the opened insect repellent into the freezer. The burning vines suddenly surged forward, seeming to want to perish together with Suyu. Her heart skipped a beat, her lower leg was injured, and she couldn't leave immediately. At that moment, Zhongyang suddenly dragged Suyu back forcefully, narrowly avoiding the vines. Meanwhile, Zhongyang took a few steps forward, opened the insect repellent from the shopping cart, and threw it at the emerging vines. Sparks from the vines caught on Zhongyang, but luckily, this kid was clever. When he had previously taken Zhongda and the others away, he changed out of his alcohol-soaked clothes. His hair was wet, probably washed with water. I must say, this little guy still has some brains. Suddenly, a huge burst of flames spread quickly, and the freezer's potatoes made sharp, screeching sounds. Until the mosquito repellent in the shopping cart was used up and the vines were mostly burned away. Most of the vines inside the freezer were burned off, and the remaining ones curled up into a ball about the size of a watermelon. At this moment, the vines were tangled together, wrapping around the potatoes. Using the still-burning flames, Suyu tore apart the notebook and draft paper from the shopping cart and threw them into the fire. About another hour passed. All the vines were burned, and the potato was turned into charcoal. Suyu stood in front of the freezer door, expressionless. Zhongyang looked at her with a strange look. After a long while, Zhongyang came over, avoiding eye contact and trying not to look at Suyu's body, which was only wearing a tank top and underwear. He quickly took off his new shirt and threw it to Suyu, his voice dry and stiff. "Let's go." Suyu didn't turn around but obediently put on the clothes. The men's sweatshirt was just the right length for her now, barely covering her thighs. After dressing, Suyu looked at the messy fresh food area and said coldly, "You go check on them. I'll put out the fire and come later." Zhongyang opened his mouth, about to tell her to stay and help put out the fire, but in the end, he said nothing and left. Suyu really wanted to stay and help put out the fire since it was quite big. She was worried the supermarket might burn down and the supplies be destroyed. Just as she was about to leave and find water to extinguish the fire, she stopped. She stepped on the burnt potato, intending to check if it was dead, but surprisingly, it had turned into ash. Inside, there was a small green crystal about the size of a soybean. The shape was irregular, but the color was very transparent. Suyu held it and looked at it for a long time, realizing it was just a crystal, not a seed. Feeling relieved, she casually put it into her sweatshirt pocket. Fortunately, there was a water pipe at the fish section of the fresh food area. Just as Suyu was about to put out the fire, Zhongyang returned carrying unopened women's clothes. In the end, Zhongyang took over the firefighting, and Suyu changed into a padded jacket and jeans. After Suyu and Zhongyang finished putting out the fire, they returned to the room where Zhongyang and the others had been resting at the beginning. Because there was no ventilation, the entire mall was filled with smoke. Suyu, who had injured her calf, was pushed back to the room in the shopping cart by Zhongyang. Zhongda and Liao Dayuan, brother Wang, has already woken up, but his body still cannot move. Only Uncle Chi, with his mouth wide open and eyes closed, has very shallow breathing. He has a fever. Zhongyang helped Suyu sit on the ground and pointed at Uncle Chi on the bed. Suyu was a bit worried, so she reached out to check Uncle Chi's forehead. It was very hot, extremely hot. In this situation, a fever can have only two outcomes. Either it causes death or it leads to the development of special abilities. Suyu really hopes it's the second. Since Zhang Yang is the only one still able to move, he naturally started taking care of Zhang, Liao, and Wang by giving them salt water. Suyu asked Zhang Yang to find some gauze used for steaming food and alcohol from the kitchen to treat her own wound. Maybe because the potato vine has a numbing effect, Suyu found that the pain from her wound was sharp but bearable. She wiped the wound inside and out, making sure it was clean, then wrapped it with gauze. During this time, Zhang De kept signaling to Zhang Yang with his eyes, seeming confused about the current situation.
Zhang Yang explained everything.
Finally, the group that was numbed out looked at Suyu with different expressions. Liao De Yuan's mouth moved for a long time before he managed to say two difficult words, crazy. Suyu smiled slightly, but didn't speak. She asked Zhang Yang to bring her hiking bag, took out some antibiotics, and gave one to each person. This is my last supply. I don't have more. Everyone take it first. Once you feel better, we can think about leaving. Zhang Yang didn't hesitate and gave one pill to the numbed group and Uncle Chi with the high fever. He took one himself too. After taking the medicine, Suyu showed no expression on her face, but inside, she was almost suffocating from pain because she only had 3 antibiotics left. The more she thought about it, the more painful she felt. Finally, Suyu gave up and leaned against the storage cabinet to fall asleep. Suyu was awakened by pain. The sharp pain in her lower leg made her shiver all over. It seemed the potato vine's numbing effect had worn off. Liao De Yuan was clearly able to move again. Seeing Suyu curled up from the pain, he hurried over and asked, "Girl, are you okay?" Suyu shook her head. "It's fine, just need to rest a bit." Zhang De kept rubbing his forehead, looking like he had fallen hard earlier. Suyu guessed he might have a concussion. Brother Wang was in the best condition of the group. He sighed, "How are we supposed to go back like this?" "Yes, how can we go back?" Not to mention everyone's injuries, Uncle Chi simply couldn't go back at all. Suyu saw that everyone was silent, so she knocked on the storage box. When she saw everyone looking at her, she shared her idea. "I have a plan."
Gang nodded, signaling Suyu to continue.
Suyu took out a piece of chocolate and placed it on the ground. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Given our current situation, walking back isn't very likely. First, we are all injured and Uncle Chi's condition isn't good. Second, because of our injuries, we can't carry as much supplies. So, I suggest we find a vehicle and drive back." Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. "The plants outside are so dense. How can a car get through?" Zhang Do also frowned. "Yeah, even the best off-road vehicle can't get past all those vines and wild grass." Suyu nodded. "That's true. The area nearby has lots of greenery, and the roads aren't very wide, with many plants. But we can look for a place with fewer plants." Brother Wang scratched his head. "Where?" "I don't think there's any place without many plants around here." Suyu thought for a moment and then shared her previous plan. "About a kilometer from the mall, there's an underground tunnel." Zhang De raised an eyebrow. "Are you talking about the underwater tunnel?" "Actually, the underwater tunnel isn't built under the sea, but is a water tunnel beneath the city's freshwater lake." Suyu nodded. "Yes, that tunnel. After coming out of it, there's a lakeside ring road. The ring road is built along the edge of the lake, not far from the shore. It's away from land and green areas. Plus, the ring road is quite wide. Even if there are plants, it shouldn't be impassable." Zhang De pondered for a moment but shook his head. "You're thinking of the best-case scenario, but it's not easy to do in reality. First, what if the underwater tunnel is overgrown with plant roots? And if the tunnel isn't filled with plants, what about the ring road? Can you guarantee there are no plants there? If we encounter mutated plants like today, we're doomed. Second, if the first situation goes smoothly, where do we find a vehicle? And how do we drive it to the tunnel?" Suyu sighed. "I can't guarantee absolute safety with the first possibility. I'm just reasoning that this route has the fewest plants. As for the second, finding a vehicle is just a theory and guesswork. I can't promise we'll definitely find one. Zhang Yang sneered. You're talking nonsense. Suyu casually grabbed a bottle of mineral water and threw it. Zhang Yang didn't dodge, and Hua on the head. He covered his head, looking surprised and scared. You crazy woman. Are you addicted to throwing things? Suyu ignored him and continued. Near the underwater tunnel, there's a shopping street with bars and barbecue places. Liao Deyuan asked, why are you talking about the shopping street? Suyu smiled. Where there are bars, there are needs. Not to mention that the people going to the bars usually have cars. Let's consider the simplest point. At night, near the shopping street, there are many taxi drivers. Liao Deyuan clapped his hands.
I see.
You mean using taxis? Suyu nodded. Yes. Taxi drivers usually wait in their cars for passengers, especially on winter nights. So, the car keys are likely to be in the car. Zhangde found a pack of cigarettes somewhere and started smoking. Suyu knew he was thinking, so she didn't say anything. You have a good point, but no one knows what might happen on the road. Plus, even if everything goes smoothly, the ring road around the lake isn't a direct route to the base. Suyu nodded. That's true, but if we get off the ring road, we won't be far from the base. There are no plants within 3 kilometers of the base, and our drop-off point is only about 7 kilometers straight-line distance from the base. In other words, we only need to walk 4 kilometers to reach the cleared outer area of the base. The closer we are, the safer it is. Think about it. When we left the base, nothing happened within 5 kilometers.
Gang hesitated a bit, smoking slowly, silent.
Suyu knew everyone didn't want to take risks, but from her perspective, she had no other choice. If they walked back along the original route, it would be about 30 kilometers, with dense plants and vines everywhere. Even if they had good legs, walking would be difficult. Plus, Suyu's leg was pierced through. Suyu was injured and wouldn't recover quickly. She couldn't join the team to look for supplies. If she stayed injured and there were no supplies at the base, she'd be doomed. To bring back more supplies, Suyu definitely couldn't walk back with the team. She understood her injury and knew she couldn't carry much herself, let alone need more supplies than others. 30 kilometers of road, hidden with many dangers, is definitely a big obstacle for Suyu, who has difficulty walking. Suyu wants to drive back, partly to walk less and partly to bring more supplies. However, she cannot do this alone. She can't carry supplies, find a car, or drive because of her leg. So, Suyu quietly guides everyone along the underwater tunnel route. But now, she can't persuade them anymore, as talking too much might cause problems. So, Suyu leans against the wall and forces herself to sleep. She can't sleep because of pain and worries about going back. The others also seem unable to rest well. No one talks about going back, so they stay in the supermarket all night. Early in the morning, Suyu gets up, leaning on the wall. Liao Deyuan, who had been sleeping with a knife, sees Suyu standing and asks, Girl, want to sleep a bit more? Suyu smiles and speaks softly, I want to go out and get some more supplies. Yesterday was too rushed, and I didn't get many necessary things. Plus, I need to get sealed rice from the warehouse. Hearing this, Zhangde also nods, yes, rice is the most important. Let's go together. Lil Su, please lead the way. Suyu nods and walks ahead, limping. Besides Zhang Yang staying to take care of Uncle Chi, everyone else goes with Suyu to get rice. Since she had worked part-time here before, Suyu quickly finds the warehouse. The door is locked and thick, so she can't kick it open. She thinks for a moment and then takes everyone to the manager's office. They kick open the office door. Inside, Suyu points to the desk drawer and says, Find a way to open it. The key should be inside. Zhangde looks at the locked drawer, and with Brother Wang and Liao Deyuan, they pull and kick for a while until they finally open it. The desk also wobbles a lot. Suyu picks up a bunch of keys and looks inside, finding the key to the warehouse. Let's go. She shakes the keys and hands them to Zhangde. Everyone returns to the warehouse door. With the key, they quickly open it. The warehouse is large, filled with rice, grains, snacks, and daily necessities, like a small paradise. Suyu first finds sealed rice, which comes in small packages of 5 or 10 kilograms, easy to carry and store.
Everyone is very happy.
There are carts in the warehouse for restocking. Originally, one person took 3 bags of 10-kilogram rice, but seeing the sealed rice still remaining, everyone felt a bit reluctant to leave it behind. Suyu pretended to casually urge everyone to leave. Don't look anymore. If we take too much, we won't be able to carry it all back. It's a 30-kilometer journey, and we also have an injured person. Let's go, stop looking. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Suyu quietly took 10 bags of salt from the warehouse and threw them onto the cart. Liao Deyuan saw Suyu taking salt, so he also came over to grab some, and others followed suit. Suyu secretly turned her face away, took a few bottles of disinfectant alcohol and a box of mineral water. Seeing this, the other 3 also started to take some. They kept grabbing this and that, and eventually the items filled 2 carts. Seeing everyone still collecting things, Suyu sighed again. Taking so much, it's useless if we can't carry it all. Brother Wang sighed, placed a towel back, and remained silent. Seeing that everyone looked gloomy, Suyu said nothing further and quietly withdrew. When they returned to the room, a pile of things was stacked outside the door. Zhang De immediately started smoking, his brows furrowed tightly. Suyu took out her hiking backpack and a new school bag to organize the supplies. Of course, these 2 bags couldn't hold everything she had, but Suyu was more interested in sorting and selecting. She kept putting things in and taking them out, hesitating for a long time before setting them aside. Seeing Suyu packing, the others also began to pack, but Suyu was just pretending to pick and choose with a worried look, while everyone else was genuinely reluctant to leave these old things behind. Each of them wished their bags could be bigger. After tidying up the basic supplies, Suyu looked at her watch and said, "It's already 2 p.m. It's too late to leave now. Let's rest for another day and set out tomorrow." Hearing Suyu mention leaving, Liao Deyuan threw down his things and gave up. "I can't part with these old things. I've also realized that I can't carry much back anyway. I support the girl's idea. I'll drive back myself." Suyu's eyes flickered, but she didn't speak. Zhang De let out a cry, seeming to want to stop him, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. Zhang Yang said, "No, that crazy woman's plan is too risky. We thought everything was going smoothly, but that's just guesswork. Who can guarantee we won't encounter even more danger?" Su Yusin silently cursed, but when Brother Wang was spoken to by Zhang Yang, his eager expression faded. He cleared his throat and said, "We brothers have risked our lives together. We almost got into trouble this time, and Uncle Chi is still unconscious. Besides, we have fewer supplies because we're carrying wounded." Su looked around at everyone and continued, "About the route through the underwater tunnel, isn't it roughly 34 kilometers? Not just about danger, but also compare the density of plants on both sides. Even if there are plants in the tunnel, we can't drive through, but the plants are probably less dense than the other route we took, right? Even if we walk instead of drive, it's easier than the previous path. Fewer plants mean fewer hidden dangers, doesn't it? Most importantly, we can take a chance on the underwater tunnel route. If we're lucky, the vehicle can go through, and we can carry all our supplies. Plus, we won't have to walk. It's safer. If luck isn't on our side, we can leave some supplies and walk back, which is still safer than the original route." Su Yusin rambled on, and everyone's thoughts wavered. Seeing everyone silent, Su Yusin smiled and changed the subject. "We can't leave tonight. It's better to leave some supplies here. They're not worth wasting. Let's have a good meal tonight, brothers." After saying that, Su Yusin pulled Liao Deyuan out of the room. Liao Deyuan understood that Su Yusin had something to say, so he supported her to the instant food area and lowered his voice. "Girl, do you want to tell me something?" Su Yusin nodded and gave a bitter smile. "Honestly, if I walk back now, not only might I get infected, but I'll probably develop a serious illness. Even if I survive and return to the base, I'll need a lot of supplies just to stay alive." She looked seriously at Liao Deyuan and said, "Brother, I really have no other options." Liao Deyuan sighed, waved his hand, and said, "Call me uncle. If you call me brother, I'll be taking advantage of you. Don't worry if they don't agree. Uncle will go with you. I used to deliver goods, I can drive, so don't worry." He gently patted Su Yusin's shoulder. Su Yusin stared at Liao Deyuan blankly, then after a moment, she looked down lightly and nodded. She wiped the tears from her eyes. Since being injured, her tense emotions had relaxed a bit because of Liao Deyuan's kindness. Liao Deyuan was a rough man and didn't notice Su Yusin's unusual mood. He was just looking at the various foods on the shelves, craving them intensely. Su Yu said she wanted a good meal, so they really prepared a nice one. Su Yu and Liao Deyuan found a portable charcoal stove at the supermarket, bought some instant noodles, canned food, drinks, alcohol, self-heating rice, and snacks to take back. In the small room, the smell of food filled the air. Come on, pick some noodles. After we finish eating, we'll go down. Zhang De kept swallowing saliva, eating noodles eagerly, and urging everyone to eat more. This was the fullest and best meal Su Yu had had since the end of the world. Although their stomachs were already full, everyone still opened a can of meat and ate slowly. Suddenly, Brother Wang wiped his tears and choked out, "Having such a good meal. Even if I have to die tomorrow, I have no regrets." After saying that, he swallowed hard. Everyone was silent. Su Yu also silently wiped her tears, thinking, "Me too." The impact of this dinner quickly showed. Brother Wang threw away the empty can and said, "I've decided. I'll listen to the girl. Anyway, it's all a gamble. I can't bear to leave these old things behind. I want to pack everything into the car and take it back." Liao Deyuan also clapped his leg and said, "Me too." Only Uncle Qi, who was unconscious, and the Zhang brothers hadn't spoken yet. Zhang De remained silent and started smoking again. Zhang Yang frowned but said nothing. After about 10 minutes, Zhang De suddenly blew out a cigarette and said, "All right, let's do it." He pounded the table, and the decision was made. Su Yu smiled. "Brothers, we said we want to do it, but first we need to check the situation." Su Yu lowered her voice and said. Zhang De tapped the edge of the bed, signaling Su Yu to continue. Su Yu pointed on the ground. "First, we need to check the condition of the underwater tunnel. If there aren't many plants, we need to find a vehicle. This is a necessary condition." Zhang De nodded. "The mall is about 1 kilometer from the underwater tunnel, not far.
We can send someone to scout first."
If both necessary conditions are met, Su Yu added, "If the conditions are right, we can move the supplies over. We have quite a lot, but the road isn't far. We can make several trips to get everything there." Zhang De nodded again, but frowned. "We have a lot of stuff, at least 3 vehicles are needed."
Shuyunari.
"That depends on whether we can get 3 vehicles. Actually, Su Yu wasn't worried about this. There are plenty of taxis outside the bar, so getting 3 cars isn't difficult. Zhang De also seemed to realize this and relaxed his eyebrows a bit. "Who among us can drive? Raise your hand." Su Yu, Zhang De, and Liao Deyuan all raised their hands. Brother Wang straightforwardly said he couldn't, and Zhang Yang hesitated, saying, "I can drive, my brother taught me, but I haven't turned 18 yet, so I didn't get a license." Zhang De took a puff of his cigarette and said to Su Yu, "Xiao Su, you can't drive, so if we exclude Zhang Yang, only 2 people are left." At this point, Zhang De added to everyone, "Zhang Yang's car is driven by me, so it can go on the road, but I might not be very skilled." Since it was already this late, there was no point in arguing, so everyone agreed it was fine. With everything settled, everyone was full of energy. Su Yu thought for a moment and said to Zhang De, "We need walkie-talkies." Zhang De's eyes twitched. "Do you know where to get them?" Su Yu nodded. Having walkie-talkies would be very helpful for both the return trip tomorrow and future team actions. The security guards at the supermarket have walkie-talkies, but only 2, and they are 5-watt models. The setup isn't high-end, but for a distance of 1 kilometer, it's enough. Theoretically, a 1-watt walkie-talkie can reach 1 kilometer, and a 5-watt one can reach 5 kilometers. But in real use, especially in the city center, these 5-watt radios usually work within 2 or 3 kilometers. Although the range is short, it is enough for our current situation. Since Su Yu's legs are inconvenient, Zhang De signaled to Su Yu to tell him where the walkie-talkies were, and he and Liao Deyuan went to find them. Su Yu suggested 2 possible places where the walkie-talkies might be. One was the employee storage cabinet next to the manager's office, where they took the keys, and the other was the manager's office itself.
Zhang De nodded.
Su Yu added, "Most of the items in the manager's office have been taken apart. I didn't see the walkie-talkie then, but when you go, check carefully so nothing is missed. Also, if it's in the employee storage cabinet, focus on the first row from the left. Those are the security personnel's lockers. Since they work in shifts, there might be walkie-talkies in the first row. Zhang Da and Liao Deyuan immediately went to look. About half an hour later, they returned happily. Zhang Da was holding 2 walkie-talkies, smiling. They still work, and the batteries are full. Su Yu didn't ask where they found them, but Liao Deyuan happily explained that they found the walkie-talkies in the cabinet beside the desk in the manager's office. Liao Deyuan sighed that they were lucky, and everyone was happy to hear it. That evening, Zhang Yang and brother Wang Zhangda, along with Liao Deyuan, took turns guarding the night. Su Yu was surprisingly able to sleep well. The next morning, everyone got up early. Zhang Da only left Zhang Yang to protect the crippled Su Yu and the unconscious Uncle Qi. The others took a walkie-talkie and headed to explore the underwater tunnel. Zhang Da handed another walkie-talkie to Su Yu, telling him to turn it on any time for updates. The 3 of them left. Su Yu looked at Zhang Yang, who was left behind by his brother, and gave Zhang Da a big thumbs up. He truly deserved to be the team leader, leaving his own brother behind to comfort Su Yu. Even if he had to abandon 2 burdens and ignore supplies, he still cared about his family. At 7 a.m., Zhang Da's scouting team set out. Su Yu and Zhang Yang gathered many ropes, bundling and sorting supplies. We also need to bring this supply truck. It's useful, Su Yu said. After speaking, he felt dizzy and painfully bloated. Zhang Yang impatiently agreed and looked at Su Yu. Seeing Su Yu's face was off and he was sweating coldly, Zhang Yang quickly held Su Yu's hand as he sorted supplies. Hey, are you okay? Your face is very red, he asked. Su Yu unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and looked at Uncle Qi. I think my wound might be infected. I have a slight fever, he said. Zhang Yang's face changed quickly. He helped Su Yu sit down and comforted him. It's okay, it's okay. The mutated people in the base all start with a fever, right? Su Yu shook his head. Fever might be dangerous, possibly leading to mutation, or it could drag you into danger. Su Yu looked at Uncle Qi, who had a high fever but was still breathing steadily, and smiled. Uncle Qi probably has mutated. If he weren't physically active, he would have died after 2 days of fever. That's why everyone wasn't too worried about Uncle Qi.
상양 battat Su Yu's shoulder.
Don't worry, you might have a chance to. Su Yu's head hurt badly, and he didn't say anything more. Zhang Yang signaled for Su Yu to rest, while he organized the supplies alone. Finally, at 9:20, the walkie-talkie crackled. Girl, there aren't many plants in the underwater tunnel. You can avoid them when driving. We found 5 empty trucks, but unfortunately, not enough drivers, so we can't take all of them. It was Zhang Da's voice. Su Yu was also very happy. Okay, take the keys. Zhang Yang and I will move the supplies to the supermarket's ground exit.
Got it.
Over there, Zhang Da's voice was light and cheerful, and faintly, there were the sounds of Liao Deyuan and old Wang laughing. Su Yu told Zhang Yang what had happened, and Zhang Yang let out a sigh of relief. We can't go back the way we came. The bat's there, with the supplies we have, we can't handle them. Let's go through the underground tunnel and then use the other entrance to the supermarket. This route was taken by the team leader this morning. Since they successfully reached the underwater tunnel, this exit should be safe. Don't worry. Once outside, it's just the square outside the mall, a good place to put things. Okay. The supplies were packed into 2 restock carts and 5 shopping carts. The advantage of the underground tunnel was that it was easy to push carts and pull loads. Su Yu didn't dare let Zhang Yang go alone, so he pushed a shopping cart, using it as a cane, and followed behind Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang pulled the restock cart, holding a flashlight in his mouth, walking ahead. The underground tunnel was dark but spacious. Along the way, they only encountered some crawling insects and no real danger. Su Yu couldn't help but wonder if the reason there were no other dangerous creatures in the supermarket besides the mutated potatoes was because of the potatoes themselves? Since there were mutated creatures nearby, many dangerous animals kept their distance. Even the bats they saw earlier stayed around the entrance of the supermarket and didn't go inside. Thinking about this, they reached This ran parallel to the stairs and was probably used specifically for vehicle deliveries. Zhang Yang signaled Suyu to stop. Once we go up this, it's the square. Wait here for me. I'll pull the stuff up first, then come back to get your shopping cart. Suyu nodded and waited where he was. It took Zhang Yang about 15 minutes to pull the supplies up When he came down, his hands and legs were trembling, looking exhausted. After he pushed the shopping cart up and handed it over, people came down with him. Zhang De, along with Liao De Yuan and old Wang, looked proud and cheerful as they descended with Zhang Yang. Suyu smiled and greeted them. Zhang De signaled for Suyu to wait there while they went to bring the remaining supplies and Uncle Chi. So Suyu stayed where he was, while the others went to the supermarket to fetch things. Suyu sat on the stairs, shining his flashlight on his leg. The wound was already pus-filled, red and swollen around it. He took a small alcohol spray bottle from his pocket, sprayed it on the wound a few times, then rebandaged it. Suyu is in a very bad state now. She feels both heavy and light at the same time, with a strange sensation like her soul is leaving her body. Soon a few people brought the supplies and Uncle Chi over. Uncle Chi was placed on the supply truck, looking very weak and still not waking up. Then everyone worked together to carry all the supplies to the ground. Outside the mall, the plants were very lush, making it hard to push the shopping carts and supply trucks. Zhang De told Zhang Yang to stay and watch over Suyu and Uncle Chi. He and brother Liao De Yuan and brother Wang took turns moving things through the underwater tunnel. Suyu only carried a backpack with basic supplies. The three of them made 8 trips to carry everything. They were exhausted, sweating a lot in the cold winter. They didn't rest long. Zhang De and Zhang Yang each took a supply truck, while brother Wang and Liao De Yuan carried Uncle Chi. Liao De Yuan went ahead with his part of the journey. Brother Wang took the back half. Whoever rested helped support Suyu to move forward. Because of this, their pace was very slow. It took 20 minutes to walk just 1 kilometer. Near the underwater tunnel, there were 3 taxis parked on the shopping street. They divided their supplies and then started assigning who would ride in each car. The drivers were brothers Liao De Yuan and Zhang Jia. Liao De Yuan took Suyu.
Zhang Yang took Uncle Chi.
Zhang De took brother Wang. Since Liao De Yuan was in one car, their supplies were taken out of the team and put into the vehicle. Suyu was more familiar with this route, so Liao De Yuan's car led the way, followed by Zhang Yang and Uncle Chi's car, and finally Zhang De and brother Wang's car. Inside the cars, there was a strong smell of decay, and on the driver's seat, there was a pool of brownish fluid that looked like a human-shaped stain. According to Liao De Yuan, when they found the cars, the drivers' bodies were already inside. The bodies had decayed, and the cars were full of bugs. The bodies were still in the cars, and the keys were in the ignition. The 3 of them removed the skeletons and threw them aside, then sprayed insecticide inside the cars. Suyu remembered that in the morning, they had packed insecticide and pest spray in their backpacks. Later, they noticed the cars had very little fuel, so they pried open the tanks of the other 2 cars and added fuel to all 3. After cleaning the cars, they returned to the supermarket to meet up with the others. Suyu felt a wave of nausea. Although she knew someone had died in the cars, having a vehicle was better than nothing, so she didn't complain. The commercial street is not far from the underwater tunnel, less than 100 meters away. There are many plants and vines near the commercial street, so Liao De Yuan almost blindly sped into the tunnel without much concern. The underwater tunnel also has plants. The entrance is full of them. However, they had cleared a section beforehand, so the car could barely pass through. The vehicle slowly entered the tunnel. It was very dark inside, but as the car's lights shone, Suyu gradually felt more at ease. The ground was covered with thick moss, and on both sides of the tunnel walls, there were climbing vines. These vines had started to spread toward the middle of the tunnel, with many hanging from the ceiling. Fortunately, the ceiling was high enough that the vines only just reached the top of the windshield. Uncle Liao drove very slowly. Although the dense vines slightly affected visibility, they did not prevent the car from moving forward. They traveled about 3 kilometers slowly, and the vines gradually thinned out. The moss inside the tunnel was thicker than before, making the car move even more slowly and with less power. Not good. We need to speed up a bit. Continuing like this isn't going to work. Liao Deyuan's honest face was full of worry. Suyu looked at the walls on both sides. The vines were not as dense as before. Only a few hanging vines remained, and occasionally, they saw an abandoned car lying across the road. Most of these cars had crashed straight toward the edge of the tunnel, so they didn't have much impact on Suyu and the others. Thinking it should be fine to pick up the pace, Suyu nodded and turned on the walkie-talkie. There were 2 walkie-talkies, one with Suyu in the lead car and the other with Brother Wang in the tail car. Hey, Brother Wang, it's me, little Sue. The moss on the ground is too thick. Slow speed isn't enough. We're planning to speed up. Keep up with us. The response came quickly from the other end. Got it, we'll follow. Suyu signaled for Liao Deyuan to accelerate. Liao Deyuan indeed pressed the gas pedal harder, and the car moved faster. The vines on the windshield were struck and shook violently. As the speed increased, the vines at the top of the windshield quickly brushed past the glass, making a rustling sound. Inside the dark tunnel, there were patches of tiny green plants all around. Suddenly, there was a loud snap on the windshield, as if something dark had fallen in front of the car, but it was quickly blown away. Liao Deyuan was so frightened he slammed on the brakes. Suyu was also startled. Behind, Zhongyang didn't seem to expect the car in front to brake suddenly. He was so scared he slammed on the brakes. Luckily, the moss was thick enough to increase resistance, or else Zhongyang's car might have collided with Suyu's car. Liao Deyuan broke out in a cold sweat. Suyu looked in the rearview mirror and saw Zhongyang stop behind her car. She looked again but didn't see the dark object they had just hit. What's wrong? Why did it stop? Zhang Da's slightly nervous voice came through the walkie-talkie. Suyu and Liao Deyuan exchanged a glance. Our windshield just hit something dark and blurry. We didn't see clearly, and now it's gone. There was silence on the walkie-talkie for a moment. Zhang Da said firmly, keep going forward. Suyu frowned but didn't want to stay still. She signaled to Liao Deyuan to drive. Liao wiped the sweat from his forehead and started driving again. This time he slowed down a bit. Suyu saw Zhang Yang's car catch up and then looked around. There were scattered climbing vines and green moss, but nothing seemed unusual. Suddenly, something fell from above the tunnel ceiling. This time, Suyu saw clearly it was a bunch of cockroaches. A clump of black cockroaches about the size of a palm fell down. Liao instinctively wanted to brake, but Suyu shouted, accelerate. Suyu's voice was still on the walkie-talkie, and her shout was transmitted immediately. Liao, hearing Suyu's cry, stepped on the gas and sped up. The cockroach bundle on the windshield was quickly shaken off.
Why?
Cockroaches? Brother Wang's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Suyu, feeling the large cockroaches falling like rain, felt sick in her stomach. Don't stop. She called out into the walkie-talkie and nervously looked back at Zhang Yang's car. The guy was clearly panicked, probably trying to shake off the falling cockroaches, and was driving extremely fast. Suyu's pupils shrank. The tunnel originally had 4 lanes, but because of the climbing vines on both sides, only the middle 2 lanes were usable for normal driving. Although called 2 lanes, to avoid the car wheels catching on the vines, their cars had to stay on the center line. Zhang Yang was driving too fast. Suyu and the others couldn't get out of his way. Liao had no choice but to drive even faster, hoping not to crash into Zhang Yang. The car was going faster, causing some bumps. Suyu instinctively looked down. When she did, her scalp went numb. Oh my god! On the thick moss, there were huge groups of cockroaches. The bumps and the crackling sounds of cockroaches being crushed by the car wheels made the driver almost go crazy. Suyu held the handrail, and the radio broadcasted the voices of Brother Wang and Zhangda, representing traditional culture. Crackling, crackling. Constantly, cockroaches fell onto the windshield. Liao Deyuan pressed the accelerator while wide-eyed, watching the road ahead. Suyu was so nervous she couldn't speak. Seeing a faint light ahead through the tunnel exit, she shouted, slow down. She asked to slow down because she saw an abandoned vehicle blocking the middle lane at the tunnel's exit.
Watch out. Watch out.
Liao Deyuan, clearly nervous and driving too fast, didn't react in time. Just as they were about to hit the abandoned vehicle, Suyu suddenly grabbed the steering wheel and it. Screech. The tires skidded rapidly on the ground, and moss on the road was flung away by the wheels. Suyu's car narrowly avoided the abandoned vehicle ahead and then sped toward the exit.
Crackling.
The vines at the tunnel exit were forcibly torn apart by the car. At that moment, the daylight and darkness intersected. Suyu desperately stared ahead but still closed her eyes involuntarily. After rushing out a short distance, the car stopped. It was parked on the Ring Lake Road. Suyu didn't even have time to observe her surroundings. She stood there stunned, gasping heavily. Liao Deyuan slumped back into his seat, staring blankly, clearly frightened. Once Suyu recovered, she quickly looked in the rear-view mirror. She saw Zhang Yang's car parked a short distance behind, crooked. The young man got out, staggered out of the car, and was vomiting violently.
Suyu looked around.
The climbing ivy was still abundant, but the Ring Lake Road was wide, with a good view, so there didn't seem to be any danger. She rolled down the window and called out to Zhang Yang, "Hey, are you okay?" Zhang Da's car had also just stopped. Zhang Da got out, supporting the vomiting Zhang Yang, and shouted to Suyu, "He's fine." It was just too dangerous and shocking. His stomach spasmed a bit. Suyu nodded, leaning back in her seat, thinking about how narrowly her own car had avoided the danger. She had thought Zhang Yang wouldn't react in time and might crash, but surprisingly, he had avoided the cars in a life-and-death situation. So close. Suyu raised her hand to cover her tearful eyes. The smell inside the car was really unpleasant. After adrenaline surged rapidly, the negative effects of a fever suddenly overwhelmed Suyu's body. Suyu shifted her body, resting her chin on the car window. She eagerly took in the fresh air while letting her mind drift, trying to ignore the burning pain in her calves. Liao Deyuan held his forehead in surprise for a moment before quickly getting out of the car to check it. There were a few cockroaches hiding on the underside of the vehicle. Liao Deyuan vented his frustration by stomping on them one by one. Clearly, these cockroaches were well developed. Despite his efforts, he couldn't kill them all. Zhang Yang, sitting behind, gradually regained his composure because a leftover cockroach bit his thigh. Zhang De cursed under his breath and shouted, "Get in the car. Let's leave this place." Although there weren't many cockroaches left, their car was close to the tunnel's exit, about 100 meters away. They worried the cockroach swarm might catch up. Suyu shouted to everyone about a kilometer ahead, "There's a fork in the road. Remember to turn right." Liao Deyuan got into the car, grabbed a large cockroach trying to crawl through the window, and threw it out. He immediately pressed the accelerator. Before closing the window, Suyu slapped a large cockroach trying to crawl inside, knocking it away. Suyu found it extremely disgusting. These were cockroaches, about the size of a palm, hard and tough. When she slapped them, her hand trembled from the shock. After closing the window, Liao Deyuan started the car. The ring road around the lake was very wide. Originally, there were hanging flower beds on both sides, with roses blooming and swaying in the cold winter wind. The roses covered almost both sides of the road, their lush green leaves and bright, large flowers turning the broad highway into a fairy tale garden full of blooming flowers. It was beautiful and enchanting. Even Suyu, who usually kept a cold face, was surprised by the stunning scene. The roses climbed from the roadside barriers onto the pedestrian and cycling paths. Remarkably, the road surface was free of moss, revealing the original dark green asphalt. Fortunately, the ring road was much wider than the tunnel by the sea, with broad sidewalks and cycling lanes on both sides, totaling about 10 meters. The part of the road not overtaken by roses was clean. Liao Deyuan felt more relaxed while driving and even considered chatting with Suyu. "I've been wondering what fell off," he said. "Now I realize it's because there's no moss on the ground." "Yeah, no moss makes me feel better," he added with a slight smile. Suyu nodded in agreement. "It definitely feels much cleaner, but I still have a strange feeling." Liao Deyuan smiled and said, "Then I'll drive more slowly." The car slowed down a bit. Suyu squinted at the scenery on the road. Suddenly, She saw a black in the distance. It was about 100 meters ahead on the rose branches along the bike path, hanging something. Uncle Liao, slow down. Su Yu signaled Liao Dayuan to reduce speed. Liao Dayuan also noticed, and they both saw what was hanging on the branch. It was a corpse. A body dressed in camouflage. Liao Dayuan immediately pressed the brakes. The car stopped about 10 meters from the body. The body, dressed in military uniform, hung on a thorny branch. The branch below was stained with brown marks. The corpse's chest was pierced, hanging like a puppet on the branch. The branch swayed in the wind, and the body trembled slightly. Su Yu pinched her little finger, feeling an inexplicable sourness in her heart. The soldier's face still looked young, and the body was mostly intact, as if he had just recently died. Liao Dayuan swallowed hard and looked at the rose bushes on both sides of the road ahead.
Ji.
Su Yu, is that a soldier from the army? Zhang Da's voice was a bit heavy.
Yes.
Suddenly, there was silence on the walkie-talkie. Su Yu steadied her nerves and continued. It seems that these rose vines haven't spread to the motor lane yet. So, how did this soldier? Su Yu thought for a long time, but couldn't find the right words to describe the current situation. It's very strange. Did the soldier refuse to walk on the motor lane without rose vines and instead go into the bushes?
Ji.
We haven't encountered any rose vines on this road, Zhang Da said doubtfully. Yes, Su Yu also felt puzzled. She carefully observed the rose bushes ahead but found no difference between these roses and those she had passed earlier. Thinking for a moment, Su Yu rolled down the car window, took a stainless steel basin from the back seat, and threw it onto the motor lane ahead. Clang, clang, clang. The basin rolled on the road, making a harsh noise. The roses swayed in the cold wind, just like ordinary flowers before the end of the world, with nothing unusual. Liao Dayuan instinctively looked at Su Yu and asked, should we go or not? Su Yu thought to herself, if we don't go, do we turn back? No way. They've already traveled most of the way. Whether they stop here or turn around, it's impossible. However, Su Yu did not share her thoughts. Instead, she smiled at Liao Dayuan, described the situation to Zhang Da, and asked, Captain, what should we do now? Zhang Da was silent for a moment and then said, keep moving forward, but go slowly. Hearing this, Liao Dayuan nervously started the car. The car slowly moved ahead. Su Yu rolled up the window and kept her eyes fixed on the rose vines on both sides. 3 minutes passed, and there was no reaction from the roses, but Su Yu and Liao Dayuan were almost scared to death. Because the more they moved forward, the more soldiers from the army appeared hanging from the branches. Some had their heads pierced by the branches, others were stabbed by multiple vines. The car was moving very slowly, and Su Yu could even see the expressions of the bodies. Despair, fear, unwillingness. Some bodies were so badly damaged that their original features were unrecognizable. Suddenly, Liao Dayuan softly said, they didn't follow us. Su Yu, realizing this late, looked into the rearview mirror, and her heart raced. The 2 cars behind indeed hadn't caught up. Her pupils shrank, and a surge of anger rose in her heart. They were using her to explore the way. But she quickly suppressed those nearly crazy negative emotions and whispered, at least for now, we are still alive. Liao Dayuan's anger was replaced by fear, and he drove more slowly. Su Yu silently counted, 24. Suddenly, not far ahead on the highway, a military vehicle was parked, a military truck. Looking at that armored vehicle, which resembled a small tank, both of them felt a wave of despair. Liao Dayuan stopped the car about 30 meters from the abandoned armored vehicle. The 2 stared intensely at the armored vehicle, which was pierced through by thorny vines. Su Yu even saw through the dense thorns behind the armored vehicle. There were 2 more military pickup trucks. Liao Dayuan's voice trembled. Are they all dead? Seeing the clearly wrecked military vehicle, Su Yu took a deep breath and said, maybe. The direction of the military trucks was opposite to theirs, meaning these 3 vehicles might have come from the base. But what had they encountered? Why were they attacked by the rose vines, leading to total destruction? The road ahead was blocked by abandoned military vehicles and vines, making it impossible to continue forward. Liao Deyuan looked for a moment and suddenly took out 2 chocolates from his pocket, offering one to Suyu. "Eat something sweet before we die." Suyu took the chocolate but did not eat it. She was unwilling. She refused to give up. The two seemed like prisoners waiting for execution, waiting in a quiet and beautiful place for death to come. Liao Deyuan takes out a marriage certificate from his inner coat pocket, looks at it for a moment, then carefully places it in the chest pocket of his outer coat. He gently places his hands over his chest, with a surprisingly peaceful expression. Suyu turns her head away, bites her lip, picks up a watermelon knife from the back seat, and tucks an electric stun baton into her pants pocket. She takes a deep breath, then decisively opens the car door and gets out. Although she was prepared, Suyu still moves carefully when opening the door. The rose flowers sway gently, and her foot fully steps onto the asphalt road. She closes the door. Walking with a limp, Suyu moves step by step toward the armored vehicle. Carefully observing, Suyu notices that the tires of the armored vehicle are covered with a dry, dark green substance. Suyu smells a strong floral scent. It is very rich. The rose vines running through the armored vehicle are different from the ones along the roadside. The roadside rose vines look like large versions of normal rose vines, with green leaves, fine thorns, and a reasonable structure. But the vines on the armored vehicle and the 2 pickup trucks behind it have no green leaves. Their branches are covered with dense, thumb-length sharp thorns. These thorns gleam with a metallic shine in the sunlight. Suyu takes out a black and white ghost set from her pocket. She picks up a white stone and throws it at the window of the pickup truck behind the armored vehicle.
Bang!
The stone hits the truck's wall and bounces off, landing on one of the thorns piercing the vehicle. The thorn immediately retracts, and Suyu quickly steps back. Suddenly, the entire vine of thorns seems to be pulled and tugged by the flowers on both sides of the road. Then, the sturdy car body is wrapped and pulled by the thorns, and the metal gradually dents inward. The vehicle makes a harsh, clanking sound. Suyu stands in front of a taxi, watching as 3 military vehicles are twisted and deformed. This scene lasts for about half an hour before gradually stopping. It seems the thorns only react to their prey that they pierce. At least, the roses on both sides did not attack Suyu or the taxi behind her. Once the thorns stop moving, Suyu wipes her cold sweat and takes out another white stone, gently tossing it onto the armored vehicle. This time, the stone doesn't touch any thorns. The armored vehicle makes a sound as it, but the thorns don't react. Suyu's eyes light up. Could it be that as long as it doesn't touch the thorns, they won't attack? She thinks this idea makes sense. Suyu and her team drive very carefully, avoiding any contact with the rose vines on both sides of the road. So far, they have not been attacked by the rose vines. In other words, as long as you don't disturb or provoke the roses, there shouldn't be any danger. Suyu wanted to test this idea. So, Suyu held a handful of chess pieces, avoided the thorns several times, and when the thorns showed no movement, she walked over to the armored vehicle. Suyu observed the thorns crossing the vehicle, put the chess pieces into her coat pocket, and zipped it up to keep everything inside secure. Then, Suyu carefully climbed onto the armored vehicle, avoiding the thorns. "Girl!" Liao Deyuan's fearful voice sounded behind Suyu. Suyu was startled and almost fell onto the thorns. Steadying herself, she turned around and looked at Liao Deyuan. Liao Deyuan had gotten out of the vehicle unexpectedly and was now standing nervously in front of it. Suyu thought for a moment, then lowered her voice and said, "I guess as long as I don't touch the vines, I won't be attacked. I want to go over and take a look." "That's too dangerous. Your foot is hurt. Get down, I'll go instead." Liao Deyuan was anxious, but didn't dare to make any sudden moves. Suyu shook her head. "Uncle, I want to see for myself. I think there is a reason why the soldiers died." After saying that, Suyu stopped looking at Liao Deyuan and slowly crawled onto the roof, like a snail. There were no thorns on the roof. Suyu hesitated, then climbed onto the roof, squatting and looking behind the 2 pickup trucks. There was a bright cluster of flowers right next to the last pickup truck. The flowers were more vibrant and lush than any roses Suyu had seen before. Suyu squinted her eyes. It seemed there was something wrong with that place. So, Suyu sat on the roof, wrapped her wound tightly with gauze, and endured the pain and low fever as she slowly descended. Carefully avoiding the thorns, she followed the same method to climb onto the pickup trucks, moving slowly and observing carefully. She crossed the middle truck and finally climbed onto the last pickup truck. When she reached the top of the last truck, Suyu was almost exhausted. She rested there for a while, waiting for the dizziness and discomfort from her fading vision to pass. Then she looked at the bright, dense cluster of flowers. It was a bunch of pink roses, each flower at least the size of a wash basin. This cluster of flowers was larger and more lush than other roses she had seen, but their stems and leaves were shorter than those of other rose bushes. Because of the 3 military vehicles blocking her view, she couldn't see them clearly. Suyu didn't get down from the pickup truck. She just squatted on the roof to keep observing. In front of the flowers, there were 2 soldiers pierced by thorns, one man in plain clothes and an older man in a white coat standing between them. They are hanging, pierced by thorns, and their backs look like 4 people standing in front of a flower cluster. An old man in a white coat stands nearby, with a metal box at his feet. Inside the box are many instruments, including sealed bags and glass test tubes, which Suyu recognizes. It looks like they are collecting and studying this cluster of roses. Suyu squints, raises his hand to block the sunlight, and looks at the large pink rose. Blood is splattered on the petals. The petals near the center are tightly closed, as if hiding something inside. It's strange. While the outer petals are open and spreading, the inner petals are closed up, like a flower bud inside a blooming flower. While Suyu is thinking on top of the car, a voice suddenly calls out, "Crazy woman." Surprised, Suyu turns around and sees Zhang Yang has somehow caught up. He gets out of the car and runs over. Liao Deyuan is climbing on the roof of the first pickup truck and looks surprised to see Zhang Yang. "Don't come any closer," Suyu screams. Zhang Yang tries to brake, but it's too late. The dog-like creature doesn't stop in time and has already climbed onto the armored vehicle. It seems to have touched the thorns, which are tightening around the vehicle again. The vehicles on the roof and beneath Suyu's feet shake violently. Suyu instinctively crouches down, holding onto the roof, then turns to look at Zhang Yang with fear. He is pierced through the abdomen by thorns and lifted up.
Ah!
He struggles and screams as his body, pierced and raised, slowly slides down the thorns. Blood, warm and bright, drips from the thorns like rain. His thick hoodie turns dark red, and his face, twisted in pain, gradually stiffens. Suyu trembles with fear, tears streaming down his face without knowing when. Liao Deyuan clings desperately to the metal roof, watching Zhang Yang with despair.
Xiao Yang!
A furious, desperate scream is heard. Zhang De, witnessing everything, stumbles off the vehicle, eyes red. Zhang Yang is still twitching slightly, but it's clear he's done for. Zhang De seems to have made a decision. He rushes into the car and frantically throws alcohol from the supermarket onto the thorns. Suyu's pupils shrink. He wants to burn these thorns. Liao Deyuan is startled and shouts loudly, "Zhang De, do you want to burn us all to death? Are you crazy?" Zhang De did not answer. He cried as he threw a lighter.
Bang!
The flames ignited. The thorn seemed unaware and continued to twist. The bottom of the thorn attached to Zhang Yang was burned and broke off. Along with Zhang Yang, who was still twitching, the thorn fell into the fire. Suyu screamed, "Zhang De, are you crazy? He's still alive. You beast." Seeing Zhang Yang fall into the burning thorns, Zhang De paused briefly before shouting like a madman, "Burn to death! Burn to death!" He was very strong, and the bottle of alcohol in his hand was thrown far away. Suyu looked at the burning, twisting thorns nearby. Anger and helplessness filled her completely. "The car will up. Girl, run." Liao Deyuan looked terrified at the growing fire beneath him and shouted to Suyu. The pickup truck Suyu was in was the farthest from the armored car. If she jumped from the roof, she might survive. But Suyu couldn't move at all. She looked at Liao Deyuan, whose eyes were almost bloodshot, just 5 meters away. Liao Deyuan's pickup was behind the armored vehicle. The fire was getting bigger, and the thorns near Liao Deyuan had already caught fire and burned fiercely. In the thick smoke, Suyu couldn't see Liao Deyuan's face clearly.
No, don't. Suyu mutated, clutching her watermelon knife tightly.
She stood up and started cutting the thorns between the two pickup trucks. The burning thorns immediately stabbed towards Suyu. She, with red eyes, kept cutting through the burning thorns, thinking, I can kill a mutated potato, so I should be able to handle a few thorns. Seeing Suyu coming toward him, Liao Deyuan panicked and shouted, What are you doing?
Run.
Suyu kept cutting the thorns and moved closer to Liao Deyuan. Uncle, do you have a weapon? These things are on fire. Just cut them and they won't hurt anymore. Liao Deyuan also became desperate. He wasn't holding a weapon, but he endured the heat and tore off from his car, then swung it at the nearby thorns. Jump over here. Suyu and Liao Deyuan almost cut through the thorns between the two cars at the waist. Suyu took a few steps back, leaving space on her car's roof. Jump over here. Liao Deyuan, furious, suddenly charged and jumped toward the roof where Suyu was.
Suddenly, bang!
A huge explosion came from behind Liao Deyuan's armored vehicle. A massive wave of heat spread out. Suyu hadn't even reacted before the heat wave swept toward her. Just as Suyu was about to be roasted alive, a gust of wind suddenly caught her.
Bang!
Suyu was blown far away, watching as the pickup truck driven by Liao Deyuan also caught fire. The wind carried Suyu to the ground. At the same time, the last pickup truck exploded. The two explosions happened almost simultaneously, with a wide range of impact, something Suyu had never seen before.
Puff.
The hot blast made Suyu almost suffocate. Someone gently jumped in front of her, blocking part of the hot wind. There seemed to be many sounds around her, but Suyu couldn't hear clearly. Her ringing ears were amplified infinitely. The scenery in front of her slowly blurred, and Suyu knew she was about to faint. Suddenly losing consciousness, the whole process only took a few seconds. When Suyu gradually regained awareness, her vision was filled with a strange face. Hey, are you okay? The strange face spoke. Suyu could hear what he said, but his voice was a bit distorted. However, her mind was clear, and she finally understood that this strange face was actually a painted wooden mask. Under the mask, big peach blossom eyes were full of smiles.
Liao. Uncle Liao.
Suyu's voice sounded a bit distorted too. The masked person smiled with his eyes, his long eyelashes like brushes, and his voice was gentle and smiling. Oh, your companion. He should be fine. He was rescued. Hearing this, Suyu immediately struggled to get up. It was then that she noticed 3 military pickup trucks had appeared behind her, though she didn't know when. She was stunned. A middle-aged man in military uniform stood to her right, his palm covered with a thin layer of ice. 3 meters in front of him, there was an ice ball. He gently clenched his fist, and the ice ball shattered instantly, revealing Liao Deyuan, unconscious inside. Suyu's eyes widened as she looked at the person controlling the ice ball. The ice ball broke, and several soldiers immediately rushed over to carry the unconscious Liao Deyuan onto a stretcher, then took him into the pickup truck behind. Suyu supported herself on the vehicle and stood up. Only then did she notice that inside the pickup truck where Liao Deyuan was, there were 2 doctors in white coats checking his condition. Suyu, slow to react, turned her head to look at the masked person who seemed to control the wind and saved her. The masked man was tall and not dressed as a soldier. He leaned against the car, carrying a knife on his back, looking a bit rebellious. The only visible eye, full of a smile, was his peach blossom eye, giving a serious yet focused impression when looking at people. Suyu looked toward the other side of the fire. There was their team's convoy, along with supplies she had worked hard to bring. At that moment, the soldier controlling the ice hockey puck suddenly shouted, "Back up." Suyu was blown back several meters by a gust of wind. Then, a scene like from a science fiction movie appeared in real life. The soldier's palm emitted a bright white light. Instantly, thick white frost spread from his feet toward the fire. In less than 10 seconds, The frost seemed alive and rushed toward the blazing fire. Suyu's eyes widened like bells. The fierce flames were suppressed by the frost. Although the frost kept melting in the high heat, it continued to advance, and within 5 minutes, it completely extinguished the fire. The fire was out. On the 3 abandoned military vehicles, there was still a thin layer of frost, and the heat made the frost vaporize into a faint mist. This scene was beautiful and shocking. Suyu turned her head in astonishment and looked at the soldier. His face was pale, blood was dripping from his nose, and his body was trembling constantly. The fire was extinguished, and he no longer released frost. Seeing him on the verge of collapse, 2 soldiers immediately ran over to support him.
Clear the scene.
His voice was calm but trembling slightly. After saying this, all the soldiers silently looked at the masked man. Suyu also looked at him with curiosity. The masked man lazily put his hand to his mouth and whistled. At the same time, it seemed as if something suddenly flipped the 3 burned vehicles, causing them to crash loudly into the rose bushes on either side. Suddenly, the roses along the entire road appeared to come alive. The vines twisted, and even the whole road trembled. Wizard!
Your
Dollar and the officer's face turned pale instantly. The cultural relics of the nation flew toward the masked man, thrown with force. Before he could finish cursing, the ground's tremor made him unsteady. If no one had supported him, he probably would have fallen. Suyu had never experienced an earthquake before, so when the ground shook, she lost her balance and fell. In a daze, she heard the masked man make a curious sound, like an filled with confusion and curiosity. Terrified, Suyu clung to a tire and looked at the middle of the road. Then she froze. Where the 3 cars had been, there was a bloodied person still burning with flames, hanging in midair. The person seemed to be twisting and struggling in pain. The vines lunged at him, but the moment they approached, the flames on his body instantly burned the vines to ash. Suyu's only thought was, "Oh my god, what kind of sci-fi scene is this?" The flower vines seemed to become more aggressive, causing the road to shake violently. Suyu could only hear countless hissing sounds, and then the sky darkened. The rose vines on both sides of the road all moved toward the fiery figure, and the entire sky was filled with creeping vines and thorns. A crying sound, like a baby's whimper, echoed nearby, growing more urgent. Suddenly, countless vines shot out from behind Suyu and the others on the road, aiming at the fire figure in the middle of the road, just like the other vines. "Wizard!" The officer shouted angrily, his voice anxious. Before Suyu could see what was happening, a gust of wind swept her away, and she was suddenly flying uncontrollably. In that moment of being airborne, the vehicle was pierced by the approaching vines and thorns, producing a harsh, screeching sound. Along with Suyu, others on the road were also thrown into the air.
Splash! Splash!
Suyu hadn't yet reacted when she fell into the lake. She thought, "It's over. I can't swim." The lakeside road was surrounded by countless rose vines, and suddenly, a patch of thick ice appeared on the lake. The middle-aged officer's eyes, nose, and ears were bleeding, yet he kept pouring ice onto the lake's surface. Suyu didn't know who pulled her onto the ice. She only knew that when she regained consciousness, her wet clothes had already frozen. Soon, most of the people brought by the officers managed to climb onto the ice. Suyu felt like she was about to die. She was no longer just feverish and injured, she was freezing cold. Her mind was heavy, her eyelids felt sore, and even though she knew lying on the ice would freeze her to death, she had no strength to do anything. Rough hands pulled Suyu up from the ice. She opened her eyes slightly and saw, in a daze, it was Liao Deyuan. Liao Deyuan was covered in burns, with large blisters on his face and arms.
"Girl, hold on."
Everyone on the ice was freezing solid, and the middle-aged officer was reaching his limit. Just then, a small soldier with a round face was pulled out of the water. As soon as the little soldier reached the shore, someone nearby slapped his face several times, waking him up forcefully. "Hurry, use your special power." Little bow. The round-faced little soldier, Sha Bao, looked confused, but instinctively, he followed the other's instructions and activated his power. The ice trembled, and a large stone appeared beside it. The surface of the stone was uneven, but at least it provided a foothold in the lake. Liao Deyuan carried Su Yu and headed toward the stone. Loud crashes continued from the road, and the rose bushes burned and rolled in the fire, with the whimpering sounds making people's teeth ache. Seeing everyone on the stone, the middle-aged officer's expression relaxed, and he fainted completely. Little Bag's palm pressed against the giant stone, showing that maintaining its existence was not easy. Soon he was sweating all over. Su Yu, supported by Liao Deyuan, leaned back. Only then did Su Yu realize that the masked person was actually floating in the air. Next to the masked person, a wind vortex was clearly visible. He was standing in the center of the vortex, slightly bowing his head, watching the battle happening on the lakeside road. The middle-aged officer was being treated by a doctor who pinched his pressure point and gave injections. His condition looked quite serious. Su Yu sighed, thinking about how professional these two doctors were. Even when they fell into the water in such a situation, they still held medical kits. Soon, with the doctor's rescue, the middle-aged officer woke up. He first looked around at everyone and saw there were no injuries or deaths. Then he looked up at the masked person in the air. "Wizard,
Come down.
today I won't kill you. I'm not surnamed Lei." The wizard turned his head to glance at the angry officer Lei, his voice lazily saying, "It's not me." I didn't act at that moment. After saying that, he smiled brightly, sounding cheerful as if he had found something amusing. "It's that fire person. His ability seems quite powerful." He seemed to mutter something more, but because he was high up and the chaos on the road was loud, so you couldn't hear clearly. Su Yu reached into his ear, feeling like he had heard that voice somewhere before. In a flash of lightning, Su Yu suddenly looked up at the masked person in the sky. This mysterious and absurd behavior. Could it be Shuiyu? Just as he guessed, Wu suddenly turned his head to look at Su Yu. Su Yu was stunned, unsure if Wu was looking at him. Although he couldn't see the masked person's expression clearly, Su Yu felt that Wu seemed to have smiled. Soon after, Wu turned his head again, watching the chaos on the road with interest. Officer Lei stared tightly at the cracked lakeside road. His eyes were red, and he cursed a few more patriotic words, then shouted to everyone, "Ability users, step forward." The crowd immediately quieted down. Besides Little Bag and Officer Lei, 5 others stood quietly on the stones, watching Lei, waiting for his orders. "Stop the destruction of the road." Officer Lei stared at the 5 intensely. After giving the order, he shouted again at the masked person in the sky. "Wu, find a way to stop the road from breaking. Send my people up there." Wu tilted his head to look at the 5. Then, with the wind, they narrowly avoided the tangled thorns and fell onto the road together. Su Yu stared for a long time, but she didn't see many people around. Instead, she heard voices on the road from time to time. Liao Deyuan glanced at the road, then looked away. The thin man moved closer to Officer Lei and smiled cautiously. He then turned to the 2 doctors beside Officer Lei and pleaded, "Doctors, could you please check on my niece? She's been feverish for 2 days after getting hurt, and she just fell into the water again. It's winter, and I'm worried she might get worse." When the 2 doctors heard that Su Yu had a fever, they immediately looked at Officer Lei. He nodded at them, and the 2 doctors quickly moved to Su Yu's side, opened their medical kit, and began checking her. Su Yu felt touched by Liao Deyuan's concern and cooperated fully with the doctor's examination. Seeing how worried Officer Lei looked about Su Yu, he started talking to Liao Deyuan. In just a few words, he learned about what they had been through these past few days. When he found out that their companions were still on the bridge, Officer Lei sighed softly, but said nothing. Temperature, 41 degrees. The military doctor measured Su Yu's temperature and looked at Officer Lei. Officer Lei seemed a little relieved. Su Yu looked at the doctor and asked, "Doctor, my temperature." Perhaps because of the high fever, Su Yu was a bit confused and couldn't clearly express what she wanted to say. The doctor who took her temperature smiled reassuringly and said, Based on our data over this period, if a high fever lasts more than 2 days, it's very likely she's going through a transformation. Transformation? The doctor smiled and explained, yes, almost all mutants go through a transformation before gaining their abilities. The higher the fever, the higher the level of their powers. Suyu was surprised and immediately asked, are abilities also ranked? The doctor looked at Officer Lei, who showed no reaction, then continued, yes, currently our base evaluates abilities based on the strength of the outburst and how long it lasts. Suyu instinctively thought of Officer Lei's icy powers, like a special effect, and asked, what kinds of mutations are there? The doctor didn't hide anything and continued to explain to Suyu, there are 3 main types of abilities: body mutations, attribute mutations, and mental mutations. Most body mutations are caused when ordinary people are attacked by mutated animals and go through a transformation period, gaining special abilities. Usually, body mutations give some animal traits, like in the previous incident with rats at the base. Someone was attacked by rats and after recovering, they gained rat-like features, such as being active at night, being agile and flexible, having sharp eyesight, and their arms resembling rat limbs with similar abilities. Suyu nodded, thinking he had learned a lot. The causes of attribute mutations are many, and it's hard to describe them precisely. Most people with attribute mutations have superpowers. For example, some have fire attributes and can control fire. Others have water attributes and can control water. There are also other types like metal, earth, wood, ice, and wind attributes. The 5 common attributes are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Ice and wind are special attributes and are quite rare. Suyu nodded again, thinking that since there is a wind attribute, maybe he could develop a set of powers related to wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. He thought about it, but didn't say it out loud. Regarding mental mutations, the doctors said they have only found 1 case so far. It is the most unique in the base. The abilities and details of this person are kept secret, so the doctors didn't tell Suyu. As for the levels of superpowers, most body mutations are rated as grade C. For attribute mutations like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the rating depends on how strong the power is and how long it lasts. Special attributes, like the Masked Man's wind power or Officer Lei's ice power, are rated at least grade A. The doctor said that if 2 ice powers are combined, one might be grade A and the other grade S, based on the rating standards. The most special mental mutation is rated at least grade S. Suyu guessed that the only mental mutation in the base is probably grade S. Thinking of this, Suyu secretly hoped he could have a superpower too, no matter what kind it might be. According to the data from the base, less than 10% of the people in the entire base have mutations. Having a superpower means being part of the elite in the base. People want to improve their lives, right? Who doesn't want a better life? After learning about the abilities of the base's mutants, Suyu also understood the purpose of those soldiers on the lakeside highway, both the dead soldiers from the Liberation Army and the current troops. Originally, the high-level officials of the base and Suyu shared the same idea. They noticed this distant offshore road, with few plants around the lake. 10 days ago, the base sent soldiers to clear about 4 kilometers of road connecting the base to the lake road. The base wanted to create a drivable road to make transporting supplies easier. The soldiers started from the base and explored the lake road. Along the way, they did not get attacked or harmed by the rose bushes, even when touching or damaging them, until Professor Zhou and the team noticed that some rose bushes were different. To understand the mutation, Professor Zhou planned to collect some roses for research. Unexpectedly, the roses suddenly became aggressive and killed the first group of explorers. Suyu was stunned and quickly asked, so, before Professor Zhou touched that cluster of roses, you touched other roses without any reaction?
Yes.
That cluster of roses seems to be the core of the entire rose field. Professor Zhou's touch activated the whole rose bush area. Suyu frowned, thinking about the mutated potatoes. She realized that the mutated potato was different from the roses. The potato she touched seemed to have developed its own consciousness and would attack people on its own. Thinking of this, Suyu looked at the rose bushes. After they die, could there be crystals inside them? She didn't plan to tell anyone about the crystals inside the potatoes. Her intuition told her that this thing was probably very strange. While Su Yu was imagining the future, the noise on the road gradually died down. The towering flames spread along the road. The rose bushes seemed to die, no longer moving, allowing the flames to burn them. Suddenly, a person flew out of the blazing fire. The person was on fire all over, with skin like it had been peeled off, blood red and rollicking. It was the fire person.
Bang!
The fire person crashed into the water. Soon, the lake water vaporized locally, creating mist. The flames on the fire person's body went out, and his body slowly sank into the lake. At the moment the fire on the fire person's body extinguished, the huge fire on the lake road disappeared as if by magic. Only the burnt rose bushes remained on the road. Officer Lei immediately ordered someone to rescue the fire person. Su Yu and Liao Dayuan looked at each other, both in disbelief. That fire person, with features that seemed like Zhang Yang. He was not dead. Su Yu let out a breath of relief, but was also shocked by the situation of Zhang Yang as the fire person. Zhang Yang was pulled out of the water. He closed his eyes tightly, completely. His skin gradually returned to his original color from the previous blood-red hue. A soldier from the Liberation Army took off his coat and covered him. Officer Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement. A breeze blew by, and the masked person, Wu, jumped down from the air. His voice lost its smile. His fire only targets those roses. The roads and our vehicles are unaffected. Officer Lei's eyes shone even brighter. He touched Zhang Yang's forehead, his voice trembling slightly. S level. No, more than that. He might be an SS level. Su Yu was surprised but quickly understood. Looking at Zhang Yang, it seemed he had fire-related powers, but he hadn't gone through a transformation. It was more like a burst of power during a near-death experience. It seemed he wasn't just an ordinary power user. No wonder Officer Lei was so happy. Wu seemed to pull at the corner of his mouth under the mask. His expression was calm, and his voice was flat. He killed someone. Officer Lei trembled and hurriedly asked, "Are people?"
No, they're people. Wu looked at Su Yu.
Su Yu was stunned. He instinctively exchanged glances with Liao Dayuan. Zhang Yang killed someone? Who did he kill? Wu curled his fingers and tapped rhythmically on his wooden mask. Yes, a big guy.
Zhang. Zunda?
Liao Dayuan blurted out, looking very shocked. Wu chuckled softly, his laugh cold and without warmth. Let's go.
Up there.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was swept up by the wind and landed on the lakeside highway in an instant. The road surface was slightly warm. After Su Yu got up, she instinctively looked at their taxi fleet. The first exploration team's military vehicles had been burned and overturned on both sides of the road, so Su Yu's view wasn't blocked. Su Yu and Liao Dayuan's taxis were parked at the front. The windows were shattered and the tires were flat, but the vehicles hadn't been affected by explosions or flames. It was initially estimated that the supplies inside might still be safe. 2 meters behind Su Yu, 2 taxis were parked side by side, likely belonging to Zhang Yang and Zhang Da. What surprised Su Yu was that on the front passenger seat of Zhang Da's car sat Brother Wang, looking blank. Brother Wang's eyes were fixed straight ahead, staring blankly, not knowing what was wrong. Just as Su Yu was about to ask about Zhang Da, she heard a hoarse voice. "Are you looking for my brother?" Su Yu turned her head and saw Zhang Yang sitting on the ground, covered with clothes. He looked like a normal person, but his expression was fierce. He stared intently at Su Yu, which made her feel very uncomfortable. She instinctively rubbed her arms, feeling the goosebumps rising. "I burned him to death," Zhang Yang said. Su Yu pursed her lips and said nothing. Zhang Yang tilted his head, still looking at Su Yu. "What do you think?" he asked.
Su Yu frowned.
This kid was acting strange. Instinctively, she felt that Zhang Yang was very dangerous right now. Su Yu didn't understand what Zhang Yang wanted to say. She only felt a cold chill rising from her feet. Seeing that Su Yu was silent, Zhang Yang's fake smile disappeared. He put on the coat draped over his shoulders and slowly walked toward Su Yu. Suyu was so frightened by his expression that she instinctively wanted to run away. Suddenly, a figure strolled leisurely in front of Suyu, blocking Zhang Yang's path. Wu tilted his head and smiled softly. Hey kid, what? Still want to kill someone? Liao Deyuan also reacted at this moment, supporting Suyu as they stepped back. Zhang Yang finally tore his gaze away from Suyu and looked at Wu. His mouth twitched, his face full of anger, and his skin started turning red again. Officer Lei was about to speak. Wu snapped his fingers sharply.
Bang!
Zhang Yang, whose skin was red and flames had just burst out, was immediately blown away by a gust of wind and fell into the lake. Officer Lei twitched his mouth, glanced at Wu, and didn't rush to rescue him from the lake. Instead, he sighed. This kid has strong abilities, but he's hard to control. Wu chuckled softly, with a hint of mockery in his voice. The base only cares about ability, not other things. Congratulations to the base for gaining another helper. Officer Lei said nothing, sighed again, and ordered people to go and rescue him. After more than 20 minutes of effort, Zhang Yang was pulled out of the lake. His face was pale, lips purple from the cold, and he was unconscious. Officer Lei ordered someone to take him into the car. Looking at the badly burned rose, a trace of complexity flickered in Officer Lei's eyes. Because of this accident, Officer Lei ordered the team to return to the base. Suyu and Liao Deyuan's car was unusable, so they had to use Zhang Yang's car, filling it with supplies for Zhang Yang and Zhang De. Suyu looked at Brother Wang, who was still stunned. He seemed to have been frightened. The doctor said he had gone insane. Officer Lei took the dazed Brother Wang and Uncle Qi, who was feverish and unconscious, into his convoy. He also sent a young soldier to drive the car that originally belonged to Zhang De and Brother Wang. Liao Deyuan drove Zhang Yang's and Uncle Qi's cars, carrying Suyu. They followed the military convoy quietly along the way. Originally, Suyu planned to get off at the end of the Ring Lake Highway and walk 4 kilometers to the base. Fortunately, the base had already planned a route along the Ring Lake Highway, and the 4 kilometers from the base to the highway had been tidied up. The original vines and wild grasses on the road had been cleared, except for a few large trees that were temporarily left untouched. The road was now wide and safe. Therefore, Suyu didn't need to walk and rode all the way to the base entrance. After registering with Officer Lei's convoy, the vehicles drove directly into the base, circling around to the training ground at the back, where they parked. All supplies from the team were then taken to the trading hall, where part of them was handed over to the base, and the rest was divided among the team members. Brother Wang was stunned. Uncle Qi was likely taken away by the military because of possible mutations. Zhang De was dead. Zhang Yang was still unconscious and was also taken by the military. The remaining supplies were managed by Suyu, who divided Zhang De's share into 5 parts, for Brother Wang, Liao Deyuan, Zhang Yang, Uncle Qi, and Suyu. Uncle Qi's and Zhang Yang's supplies were temporarily kept with Suyu for safekeeping. It wasn't that Suyu wanted to hoard the supplies, but Liao Deyuan and Brother Wang shared a dormitory, so there was no space for more. Since Suyu lived alone in a bigger room, Liao Deyuan and Suyu moved Suyu's share, along with Uncle Qi's and Zhang Yang's, to room D0808. Liao Deyuan helped place all the supplies in Suyu's room, then looked at the big yellow dog, who was following Suyu with a sad face. That dog is pretty attached to you, he said. Suyu petted the dog's ears, feeling sorry for it. It hadn't eaten or drunk water for 2 days and looked thin. Suyu had left some food in the dog's bowl, but the dog hadn't touched it. It was a miracle it had survived. Suyu poured some dog food from the supermarket and gave it water. After comforting it for a while, the dog finally ate. Liao Deyuan looked enviously at Suyu's room and sighed. Wow, the rent must be expensive, huh? Suyu nodded, looking at her swollen, pus-filled leg, her eyelashes drooping. Liao Deyuan sighed again. Girl, you should go to the hospital. Suyu nodded. Yes, I need to go. I'm just worried about how much supplies we'll need. Liao Deyuan sighed once more. Suyu looked at the burn blisters on his body, feeling worried. Uncle, let's go together. If you don't treat that burn properly, it might get infected. Liao Deyuan touched his mouth, distressed about the supplies he had brought back. But no matter how precious they were, his health was more important. So, the two of them took the supplies and headed to the base hospital. Seeing Suyu about to leave again, the dog, who was no longer eating, whined and blocked the door, refusing to let Suyu go.
Suyu felt helpless.
She squatted down and explained many reasons to the dog, but she didn't know if the dog understood. The dog whimpered and howled for a while before moving its bottom away from the door and sadly lying by the bed, looking at Suyu. The hospital in the base was in the original outpatient building. As soon as they reached the door, staff stopped them to register. The staff repeatedly asked how she was injured and took her temperature. When they saw that Suyu had a high fever, their expressions became serious. Finally, they took Suyu to the 5th floor, and Liao Deyuan was separated from her. The staff took Suyu in the elevator, which required a key to operate. Not many people used the elevator, mostly doctors and staff maintaining order. The 5th floor was very quiet. Suyu was taken directly to a room. Inside, an old doctor with gray hair signaled her to sit down and began asking how she was hurt. Suyu said she was pierced in the calf by a mutated plant, which caused an infection and a fever. Now, it's been 3 days. The first day was a low fever, and the temperature kept rising over the next 2 days. Suyu supported her forehead, feeling very tired. Outside, in the wild, she was nervous and tense because of potential danger, so she ignored her body's condition. But once back at the base, feeling the environment was safe, all her negative symptoms suddenly overwhelmed her. Suyu even felt her mind was not very clear. Her body was very sore, and she sometimes felt like vomiting. Her calf was very painful, as if it was rotting. In her days, Suyu was helped by 2 nurses to draw blood and treat her wound.
Ah!
The nurse gasped when treating the wound. Suyu was startled by the shout. Looking down, she saw the nurse using tweezers to pull out a green sprout from deep inside her calf wound. Suyu's foggy mind instantly went blank, followed by endless fear. The nurse, with sweat on her forehead, exchanged a look with another nurse, supporting Suyu. The nurse holding her immediately ran out, shouting, "Dr. Jiang." Suyu stared fixedly at the green sprout. It was being pinched by the tweezers and was slightly wriggling and struggling. The nurse holding the tweezers dared not move. In just a few seconds, neither Suyu nor the nurse dared to make a move. Soon, footsteps sounded at the door. An old doctor, who had previously examined Suyu, rushed in. Seeing the green sprout, he took a deep breath and then closed the door to the room. The young nurse carefully handed the tweezers to the older doctor. They both carefully completed the exchange. "Dr. Jiang, should we call the security team?" The young nurse looked at the doctor holding the tweezers, her voice trembling slightly. Dr. Jiang shook his head, applying a little force to pull out the green sprout. Suyu broke out in a cold sweat. The green sprout was pulled out about 10 centimeters, still struggling and twisting, looking very strange and frightening. "Does it hurt?" Dr. Jiang asked Suyu. Suyu forced herself to stay calm, took a moment to feel, and replied, "No, it doesn't hurt." Dr. Jiang nodded and said to the young nurse, "Prepare a CT scan." The young nurse nodded and came over to help Suyu sit in the wheelchair. Dr. Jiang released his hold, and the moment the tweezers let go, the green sprout instantly retracted deep into the wound. Seeing Suyu almost cry, Dr. Jiang comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Just do a CT scan first to see what's going on." Suyu's mind was in chaos. Hearing this, she nodded vaguely. During the CT scan, time felt like years. Fear, anxiety, and helplessness overwhelmed her, making her feel numb. After the scan, Dr. Jiang looked at the results and let out a small sigh of relief. "These things only grow near your wound, and not over a wide area. I think this isn't good. Maybe we should operate and remove them." Suyu didn't want to think about anything and simply agreed, "Okay, remove them." "Sorry for the trouble, doctor." Then, Suyu went into the operating room. Because the situation was unclear, the doctor didn't give her anesthesia and directly cut open the wound. Suyu felt both pain and fear, her back slightly arched. The surgery lasted 4 hours. Dr. Jiang looked at the 6 green sprouts placed on the tray. After removal, They no longer moved, as if they had lost vitality and life. Dr. Zhang's back was soaked with sweat. Several doctors and assistants quickly sealed the sprouts in bottles, their faces looking grim. Seeing Suyu exhausted and weak, Dr. Zhang said, "Let's do another CT scan to check if anything was missed." So, Suyu had another scan. It wasn't until late at night that everything finally settled. All the sprouts had been removed, but Suyu developed a frightening high fever. 43 degrees Celsius? The young nurse looked at the thermometer, her heart pounding. Dr. Zhang looked at the unconscious Suyu with complex eyes, his tone tinged with hope. "Hopefully. I hope she is undergoing a transformation." The little nurse nodded and said, "I don't know if it's a transformation or still heading towards death." Suyu was finally placed on the 6th floor for observation. In her ward, there were several other female patients with fevers. Liao Deyuan finished treating her wound, handed over supplies as payment, but didn't see Suyu come down. He asked the front desk, but they just said they didn't know. Feeling helpless, Liao returned to his dormitory. There was still an old man, Wang, who was confused and needed his care. Suyu woke up once after being unconscious for 3 hours.
Zone des 0808. My dog. My dog.
She was pulling at the nurse's clothes and muttering the name of her big yellow dog. The little nurse was pulled along and had to promise she would check on her dog. Only then did Suyu let go and fall back into unconsciousness. Eventually, the little nurse found Dr. Jiang and explained Suyu's condition. Dr. Jiang also felt a bit helpless and contacted Liao Deyuan, who had come to the hospital with Suyu for treatment. Liao was found by the hospital and brought to Suyu's ward. After hearing the situation, he thought for a moment, took Suyu's key, and promised to look after her dog. Unaware of all this, Suyu remained oblivious. On January 21st, after 12 days of high fever, Suyu woke up. Dr. Jiang was overjoyed, unable to hide his happiness. A high fever of 43 degrees Celsius for 12 days meant Suyu might have gained a very powerful ability. After her transformation, her wounds healed completely, some benefits of the transformation period. Suyu opened her eyes wide, listening to the chatter of the little nurse. She realized she might have developed an ability. Strangely, her first thought was that ability users would get a 20% discount on treatment fees, and she could move into Zone B with a discount on rent. Dr. Zhang's eyes lit up when he saw Suyu awake, thinking she was happy about having abilities. "Ms. Su, we'll take you to the central building for testing," he said kindly. He looked at her with a gentle smile. Suyu was grateful and respectful toward Dr.
Jiang.
After thanking him, she followed the security team sent by the base to the central building.
Suyu?
As soon as she entered the building, she bumped into Wu Chun. Wu Chun looked well, dressed neatly in casual clothes, with a green badge on her chest. Seeing Suyu being led in by the security team, her eyes filled with disbelief. Suyu quietly remembered Wu Chun's badge design. She ignored her and followed the security team into the elevator. Wu Chun bit her lip, staring tightly at the closed elevator doors. The elevator stopped at the top floor. The spacious apartment was divided into several rooms, with metal walls that looked a bit oppressive. Suyu was taken by a researcher in a white coat to undergo various checks she had never heard of before. Body not enhanced, no abnormal changes detected. Brain waves are abnormal, indicating special abilities, but it's unclear whether it's a power attribute or a mental change. Zhou Yuan examined Suyu's data with a cold voice, steady and emotionless. "Take her for attribute guidance." Zhou Yuan issued a formal order. A delicate girl who had been conducting the tests nodded. "Follow me." The girl spoke softly. Suyu glanced at her badge. Researcher Sumi led Suyu to a metal room door. "Don't be nervous, it's just a test." Sumi smiled reassuringly at Suyu, then closed the metal door. The room was about 20 square meters, square-shaped, with metal walls and a ceiling embedded with square lights. The lights were pale, and the atmosphere was oppressive and dull. In the middle of the room was a metal disc, also made of metal, with a large transparent glass ball in the center. The ball was big, with faint ripples inside. Sumi, dressed in protective gear, attached a patch to Suyu's head. The cold patch made Suyu feel uncomfortable. After attaching the patch, Sumi picked up a metal helmet and placed it on Suyu's head. The helmet was heavy and made a hissing sound when worn. Suddenly, Suyu couldn't hear anything. The helmet resembled a small space capsule. Once on, her senses became extremely sharp. Suyu could even clearly hear her own blood flowing. This feeling made Suyu uneasy. Sumi connected the helmet to the metal disc, then pressed Suyu's hand onto the transparent sphere. The moment her palm touched the sphere, an inexplicable suction force pulled Suyu's hand and the sphere together. Suyu panicked and instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but the suction was too strong, and she couldn't free herself. At the moment Suyu's breathing became irregular, a loud ringing suddenly exploded in her mind. Suyu's face turned pale, and it felt as if a sharp tool was stabbing her head. The intense pain made her painfully aware that her life was slipping away. Perhaps this was what it meant to watch oneself die consciously. At the moment when this feeling reached its limit, Suyu's body suddenly twitched and convulsed, causing her to fall to the ground. A hot stream flowed from her nose and ears. Her helmet immediately turned red with blood. At the same time, the hot stream seemed to continue outward, a deep, soulful heat gradually flowing out. Her veins bulged as her hand suddenly. Inside the transparent glass ball that was touching her hand, a ripple of water appeared. The water rippled outward, filling the half-human-sized glass sphere in Suyu's hand. Sumi immediately began recording. As time passed, the water gradually filled 2/3 of the sphere, then disappeared from Suyu's hand.
Sumi was a bit surprised.
She wrote on the chart, Suyu, 24 years old, water attribute abnormal ability, 40% explosive power, 80% sustained strength, beginner level B+. After recording the data, Sumi took off her helmet. The moment she removed the helmet, her hand slipped from the sphere, and blood dripped onto the ground. Suyu was gasping heavily, her body trembling uncontrollably. Sumi seemed used to such scenes, gently wiping the blood from Suyu's nose, ears, and mouth with a tissue. It took about an hour.
Suyu finally regained consciousness.
Her head hurt like needle stabbing, but it was much better than when she was wearing the helmet. Sumi comforted her softly, patting her back gently. Congratulations, you have a water attribute mutation, beginner level B+. Suyu didn't speak, just nodded softly. Seeing that Suyu was awake, Sumi opened the metal door, and 2 people came in to lift Suyu onto a mobile medical bed. This time, they didn't cause trouble, just gave her N4. Perhaps due to blood loss, Suyu felt weak and couldn't lift her energy. Later, they fed her some porridge, then placed her into a medical pod. The humming inside the pod seemed to soothe her mind. Suyu lay down and soon fell asleep. Sumi knocked on Zhou Yuan's office door.
Come in.
Professor Zhou, Suyu's abilities have been tested. She has a water attribute, beginner level B+. Zhou Yuan paused his writing and frowned. 43 degrees, burned for 12 days, and it's just a basic attribute mutation? Sumi was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Zhou Yuan squinted and thought for a long time before saying, take her for a mental mutation test. Sumi was surprised, but she has already confirmed that her attribute changed unexpectedly. No one can have 2 different mutations at the same time. Realizing she had lost her composure, Sumi adjusted her tone and said slowly, Professor Zhou, a person's mental threshold can only handle 1 mutation test. She has already undergone an attribute mutation test. If she takes another mental mutation test, she might go crazy. Suyu was kept in the research lab for 2 days and only released after her mental state was confirmed stable. During this time, Sumi conducted various health checks on Suyu. After her transformation, her body was in peak condition. Suyu touched her smooth, delicate calf, her heart pounding a little. The deep wound that ran through her leg had completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. Sumi returned Suyu's ID card gently and softly said, Miss Su, we have registered your identity and sent someone to help you move to Area D-0808.
Suyu was surprised.
She knew superpower users could enter Area B, but She didn't expect them to move so quickly. She hadn't even mentioned it yet, and her home was already being moved. Of course, Suyu always kept her inner emotions hidden and appeared calm on the outside. She nodded to Sumi and said, I have a dog at home. It's shy around strangers, so I need to check on it. Sumi paused, then smiled softly and gently advised, Miss Su, you know that many animals have mutated recently. To be honest, a few days ago, some pets in the base became aggressive and bloodthirsty. I personally suggest that in this world, it's best to take good care of your own pets. Thank you for your advice. But my dog is my mental support. I need it. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. For the first time, Suyu politely interrupted someone without hesitation, not because she disliked Sumi's words, but because hearing about her dog's potential mutation made her worried. She was afraid her dog might turn aggressive and bite strangers. Seeing Suyu coldly cut her off, with her eyes drooping and her tone slightly colder, Sumi said, Then I hope Ms. Su can keep her dog under control. Suyu nodded politely with a neutral expression and then briskly walked away, holding her ID. Sumi watched her turn, and her expression turned completely cold. When Suyu returned to Area D, she heard the heartbreaking howling of dogs. She was so frightened she hurried upstairs in a few steps. Hey, don't panic.
Calm down.
They're not bad people. Hey. Liao Deyuan tightly held a snarling, toothy large dog. The dog growled at two soldiers from the Liberation Army, warning them to stay back. Whenever the soldiers tried to approach Suyu's supplies, the dog would immediately jump out of Liao Deyuan's arms, baring its teeth and protecting the goods. Liao Deyuan looked at the dog breaking free from his hold and sighed. It's been a few days since I ate. Why is it so energetic? The two soldiers, annoyed by the dog's constant barking, thought about putting the dog away first. They planned to lock it up until they finished moving the supplies. When Suyu arrived at the door, she saw this scene and shouted, Greedy! The large dog, still snarling, paused for a moment. Its nose twitched, and its eyes turned towards Suyu. Woof woof. The moment the dog saw Suyu, tears started to fall. It whimpered and trembled with excitement, but didn't leave its position, still guarding the supplies.
Suyu felt a bit sad.
She quickly walked over, picked up the dog, and gently comforted it. Don't be afraid, greedy one. They're here to help. They're good people. Such a brave dog. You promised to guard the home for me, and you're doing a great job. Good boy. Good boy. With Suyu's soothing words, the dog finally calmed down, whimpering and crying in her arms. Its whole body trembled from emotion, looking very distressed. Reluctantly, Suyu held the dog and apologized to the soldiers. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. The dog recognizes people.
Sorry about that.
The soldiers smiled and said it was okay as they went to move the supplies. This time, the dog didn't try to stop them. It just curled up in Suyu's arms, watching the two with big, round eyes. After a while, Suyu moved to Area B, which had an elevator inside the base's wall, making it much safer. Since there was an elevator, she chose room 8 on the 8th floor. The room was small, about 45 square meters, with no living room, only a bedroom and a bathroom. The entrance had a row of cabinets and a small bar. It looked cleaner than Area D. She asked the soldiers to place the supplies on the balcony next to the washing machine. After thanking them, they left. Liao Deyuan also helped carry things and looked at Suyu's living space with envy in his eyes. Suyu wiped the small coffee table and matching stools, then asked Liao Deyuan to sit down. She took out 4 packs of instant noodles and 2 cans from the supplies, cooked them on her small charcoal stove, and they started eating happily.
You are such a loyal dog.
When you're not here, you don't eat anything. I'm worried it might starve, so I forced some food into its mouth. I only managed to give it a little. Sigh, having a dog like this is quite nice. While eating noodles, Liao Deyuan talked to Suyu about the dog. Suyu smiled and watched the big yellow dog eat its food eagerly. She felt sorry for it, thinking it must be very hungry. She added some water to the dog's bowl and then started chatting with Liao Deyuan. They talked about random things until around 3 p.m., when Liao Deyuan left despite Suyu's attempts to persuade him to stay. Suyu spent 2 hours tidying up the house, and then took a bath herself and for the dog. This time, she brought back 2 large bottles of shower gel and shampoo, so she enjoyed a very refreshing wash. The next day, Suyu spent half an hour giving the dog some gentle advice before leaving for the main building. The main building is where the ability users work. After showing her ID at the first floor, Suyu was assigned a task to help collect water for the base. She then learned that the water in the base isn't very clean. It was known before that the water could only be used for washing and cleaning, not for drinking. Even boiling it doesn't make it safe, as it can cause stomach issues. The staff explained that the water contains many tiny aquatic creatures, and even after filtering, it's still not drinkable. Some of the drinking water in the base is collected from unopened bottles found outside, and the rest is provided by water ability users like Suyu. After understanding this, Suyu received a light blue badge with a water ripple pattern, which looked very nice. Looking at her badge, Suyu asked, "Does the badge with the green plant pattern mean a wood ability user?" The receptionist smiled and nodded. "Yes." Suyu thought for a moment and asked, "What are the daily tasks for wood ability users?" The receptionist pointed to the northwest of the base. Wood ability users work in the experimental fields. Experimental fields? Suyu was surprised that the base already had experimental fields so soon. Yes, most of the outdoor vegetables and fruits have mutated, and many are no longer edible. The experimental fields are used by the Plant Research Center to grow edible plants. Suyu's workplace is in the annex building to the right of the main building. She scanned her ID card to enter. Inside, she had to go through a series of sterile procedures. Only then could she reach her workstation. The spacious factory was divided into small rooms. Suyu registered and went to her designated workstation, where staff helped attach her name card to a small office space. The room was very small, with a chair on the inside and an empty sealed water barrel in front of it, connected by a pipe. The pipe's end was a small water bowl shaped like a funnel. Suyu sat on the chair as instructed and placed her hand on the water bowl. "Ms. Su, you can directly activate your abilities. The water will flow through the pipe into the barrel. The factory pays based on the weight of water you store each day." Suyu listened quietly as the staff explained the instructions. She couldn't help but find it a bit funny. She had thought her abilities would make her a top worker at the base, but it turned out she was just working in a factory. Suyu quietly sniffed, and after the staff left, she looked at the equipment in front of her and fell into thought. How do I use my abilities? No one has taught me. 1 liter of water can be exchanged for 10 data coins. It sounds like a lot, but Suyu didn't know how data coins were used at the base, so she wasn't sure what she could trade for with 10 coins. After thinking for a long time, Suyu decided to figure it out herself. She remembered the feeling the helmet gave her during the attribute guidance that day. Her senses were sharper, and she experienced a near-death sensation. It was a hot flow that seemed to come from deep within her soul when she felt life slipping away. Suyu kept trying to calm her mind and guide her abilities. She kept trying all morning but had no success. Hungry, Suyu touched her stomach and opened the door to go outside. Many rooms were still closed, likely still working. She wandered slowly outside when suddenly, the door to a room opened ahead. Suyu was surprised and saw an old man come out. Their eyes met, both surprised. "Hee hee, little girl, taking a break in the middle of work?" The old man smiled kindly and greeted Suyu first. Suyu nodded. "Yes, it's my first day working, but I haven't achieved much." Actually, she said this to start a conversation and ask how to use her abilities. The old man smiled reassuringly and said, "That's okay. Newcomers need a few days to get used to it before seeing results." Suyu's eyes curved into a gentle smile, looking very obedient. If she didn't usually keep a cold, distant expression, her appearance would definitely make her look like a well-behaved girl. According to Suyu's parents, her smile is the kind that especially appeals to elders. In the past, Suyu was very expressive, always smiling brightly and happily. However, after 3 years of school bullying by an older student who called her easy to bully, and later, after starting work when her boss and colleagues inexplicably asked her for help, Suyu realized something. Showing a cold face can prevent about 80% of life's troubles. Now, Suyu wants to talk casually with the elders, so she quickly relaxes her face and adopts the most liked expression by older people, speaking softly and gently. Grandpa, how did you adapt back then? The old man saw Suyu's good attitude and a sweet smile on her face, so he happily said, "It's quite simple. You just need to tell yourself that you need it." Seeing that Suyu didn't quite understand, he continued, "We are water-type abilities. Have you ever wondered why we have this power?"
Suyu was surprised.
She remembered that after falling into the lake on the highway, her body suddenly went from low temperature to high temperature. She started to have some ideas, but wasn't quite sure. For example, when I first came to the base because I was old and couldn't do much work, I received less food and water. I raised a kitten. Every day, I shared my food and water with it. Once, I fainted while working. I was hungry and thirsty at the time. I thought, if only I could drink a sip of water before I die. The old man sighed and said, "Later, I had a fever. When I woke up, I found I had water abilities. When I first arrived here, I didn't know how to use them. Until one day, I tried all day without success. I was hungry and thirsty, planning to go get some food and water. At that moment, I felt it. After that, I could use it naturally. The beginning is always hard. Once you succeed the first time, using it later becomes much easier." Suyu stared at the old man's smiling face, suddenly asking, "Grandpa, can you tell me, when you guided your abilities and wore the helmet, what did you feel?"
Was it?
The old man touched his head, seeming to have a deep psychological shadow over the helmet. "Very thirsty. I felt like I was about to die of thirst."
Suyu's big pulse shrank.
She understood. The old man, because he was very thirsty before nearly dying, gained water abilities. And Suyu herself, perhaps, after falling into the lake and nearly drowning because she didn't want to drown, gained water abilities? After putting on the helmet, I felt like I was about to die.
Sigh.
Thinking this way feels a bit off. If I follow the typical story of an old person with special powers, then my only thought when drowning would be, I don't want to die. My mind is a bit confused, and I can't figure it out right now. The old man saw me deep in thought, and didn't disturb me. He just stood quietly beside me, watching with kindness. I only thought for a little while before pulling myself out of my thoughts. Guessing randomly is useless. I need to find proof. I smiled at the old man and asked, "Grandpa, are you going to eat now?" He smiled back and said, "I need to take a break, because I can't go on. There's a kitten at home waiting for me to feed it. If you don't mind, come to my house and eat with me." I instinctively wanted to refuse, but I ended up saying, "Grandpa, I have a puppy waiting for me at home. Maybe next time?" The old man was very interested in the puppy I mentioned, so we both started walking out and chatting. I told him about my dog and myself. The old man sighed, saying I had a hard life, then talked about his own cat. His name is Lu Huan, he's 75 years old, and his children live abroad. He lives alone. 3 years ago, he found a stray cat and named it Big Orange. The two rely on each other, and their bond is very strong. We exchanged addresses. Grandpa Lu lives on the 3rd floor of Block B. Little Sue, our landline can be used to contact me, but only within the main building and areas A and B. If you want to reach me, just call and ask the switchboard to connect you. Just tell them my apartment number and name. When Suyu returned to her room, it was already 12:30 p.m. She took out a mini rice cooker she bought from the supermarket and started cooking rice. There weren't many vegetables, so she took out a can of food, heated it up, and ate it with the rice. The greedy dog saw Suyu eating and happily started eating dog food. After finishing her meal, Suyu took out a small stainless steel basin, planning to rinse her face. She initially thought about turning on the tap to get water, but remembered the tap water wasn't clean, so she reluctantly opened a few bottles of mineral water and poured them into the basin. Seeing the full basin of water, Suyu took a deep breath and dunked her head in. Her big yellow dog watched her with wet eyes, confused about why she was washing her face for so long. At first, Suyu could hold her breath, but when she counted to 58, she couldn't hold it anymore. She instinctively wanted to lift her head but forced herself to stay underwater. Gulu Gulu Suyu sat in a basin, her fingers gripping the table tightly, veins bulging, yet she kept her head submerged in the water. Water seeped into her nose and mouth, making her lungs and brain feel burning hot. Suyu's mind was unusually clear, torn between wanting to lift her head and continuing to stay submerged. Should she give up? Suyu was unwilling. Since she had used this mineral water, it should have some effect. Her arm veins twitched slightly, and her neck and back seemed to be pulling against her consciousness. Just as she was about to drown herself, she felt a warm flow from deep within her soul. Suyu's eyes suddenly opened wide, her pale fingers trembling slightly. She felt the warm flow being guided by her, gathering into her palm. She loosened her grip on the table edge, her palm slightly raised, and a drop of water slowly turned into a water sphere. Suyu had already lifted her head, her eyes fixed on the water sphere in her palm. Damp hair on her forehead dripped water down. The water droplets flowed down her forehead into her unblinking eyes. Then they merged with tears and trickled out of the corners of her eyes, flowing downward. At this moment, Suyu felt an incredible sense of calm inside, even reverence. The water sphere seemed to be wrapped in a thin film, with water continuously pouring out, causing the sphere to grow larger. Suyu quietly experienced the sensation of her supernatural power flowing from her body. Strangely, the uncomfortable feeling of being waterlogged disappeared. When the water sphere's diameter reached about 1 meter, Suyu felt discomfort, something like exhaustion, but this feeling didn't come from her body, it came from her soul. She frowned, remembered the approximate size of the water sphere, and planned to retract her power. But just as she had this thought, the warm flow stopped. The water sphere seemed to lose its invisible film, and with a loud snap, the water spilled everywhere. The floor was soaked. Not only that, the bed was also drenched in a large area. Suyu, soaked from head to toe, looked at the dripping water with a dazed expression. The dog food was also soaked. She paused for a moment, then hurried to clean up. It was 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Suyu mopped the floor dry and hung the quilt to dry, then sank into a chair. The deep exhaustion from her soul was gradually fading. Suyu looked at the wet golden retriever and thought for a while before heading to the bathroom. This time, her supernatural power emerged more smoothly than before. After about 5 minutes of meditative summoning, water started to flow from her palm. But in less than a minute, she again felt exhausted. This feeling was even more intense than before, with her head feeling swollen and a dull headache beginning to form. Suyu did not stop. She simply lowered her palm, and the water obediently flowed into the empty basin. After another minute, her head was pounding fiercely. Another minute later, she could hardly stand. 30 seconds later, blood started to flow from her nose, and her vision darkened. 20 seconds.
Thud.
The big dog let out a loud, mournful howl.
Suyu fantit.
In the stainless steel basin, a full bowl of water gently rippled. When Suyu woke up again, it was already dark outside. The dog curled up in her arms, excited and whimpering when she regained consciousness. Suyu forced herself to sit up. Her nosebleed had dried, her body felt very cold, her head still a little sore, and she felt a weak, drained sensation throughout her body. She sat on the ground to rest for a moment before standing up and looking at the water in the basin. The stainless steel basin wasn't very big, but it was filled with water, about 4 liters roughly. Adding the previous water sphere with a diameter of 1 meter, calculations suggested there was about 500 liters in total. In other words, with all her strength, she could probably produce around 500 liters.
Suyu's eyelids twitched.
Oh my, that's not a small number in her eyes. If she could produce 500 liters every day, she might earn 5,000 data coins daily. For a moment, Suyu was dazzled by the idea of such wealth. Thinking this, she washed away her nosebleed and took her dog outside. The base was lively before 11 p.m., but it was only 9 now. Suyu took her dog to the trading hall. The ability user's trading area was on the 2nd floor. There were far fewer people upstairs than downstairs, and it looked much cleaner. She went straight to the counter, showed her badge, and asked the staff about data coins. After some inquiries, Suyu's excitement gradually cooled. Data coins could indeed exchange for various supplies, but the supplies were precious. A bottle of mineral water cost 10 data coins, not to mention other items. For example, a thin long-sleeved shirt wasn't very stylish and was quite expensive at 1,800 data coins. A cotton jacket would cost over 5,000. Suyu hadn't earned any money today, so she just asked and then left with her dog. Back in her room, Suyu collapsed into bed, exhausted, sleeping better than ever before. At 7 a.m., Suyu woke up, ate 2 pieces of bread, said goodbye to her dog, and went to work at the factory. This time, everything went much more smoothly. To avoid fainting at her workstation, Suyu carefully monitored her condition while transporting water, stopping immediately if she felt tired. Looking at the 2 full water barrels, Suyu glanced at the nearby smart screen. When she saw it read 589.3 liters, she was surprised. What's going on? That's more than the maximum limit from yesterday. Also, today Suyu only felt tired and stopped, without forcing herself. Her mind was stormy, but her face remained calm. After scanning her fingerprint, she clicked end, then, following the prompt on the smart screen, she scanned her ID card. Seeing her data and currency balance on the screen, Suyu smiled. Good. She liked this life. Working at 8 a.m. and finishing at 9 a.m. Smiling, she left her small work booth and looked at the row next door. To her surprise, many people were still working. The design of this work booth is interesting. The door shows the owner's name. If someone is working inside, the name lights up. If not, it turns gray. As Suyu walked out, she looked around and noticed most people's names were still lit, meaning most were still working. Suyu took a walk around the water plant and roughly remembered the names of the ability users there before heading slowly to the second floor of the trading hall. She exchanged 3,000 points for 2 sealed water barrels and carried them home in 2 trips. After lunch, Suyu started filling the barrels with water. She had an idea: to save water every day and use her ability to make the water clean and sanitary. Yes, Suyu decided not to use tap water anymore. So, after pouring about 8 liters of water, her ability was exhausted again, and she fainted on the bed. This time, Suyu was prepared. She sat on the bed, placing the large water barrel beside her, so if she fainted, she would have the bed to cushion her. When she collapsed onto the bed, her greed for wealth felt something was off, but she didn't scream. She probably thought her owner was asleep. Suyu woke up at 5 p.m. after fainting. She cleaned her dried nosebleed as usual, then sealed the water barrels for storage. After dinner, she went to the base to walk her dog. She enjoyed days like this, relaxed and well-fed for about a month. More people with abilities were awakening, and the water plant expanded by 2 more sections. Wages dropped from 10 data coins per liter to 5. Suyu estimated that now about 40% of the base's people had abilities. Thanks to daily maximum output, her ability threshold was rising. From feeling uncomfortable after 500 liters initially, now after a month, she only felt discomfort after 2 tons daily. She was collecting more and more water. Since I can't use all the water myself, Suyu asked Liao Yuan to come and take some for his use, effectively covering his daily water needs. Moreover, Suyu has gained a bit of weight and looks healthier, no longer so fragile. Her skin is fair and clear, and she stands out when walking her dog in the base at night. During these comfortable days, Suyu has one worry: the poo-poo problem. Due to a shortage of vegetables, Suyu became constipated. March should have been early spring, but a big incident happened at the base. Many people suffered from diarrhea and vomiting, filling the base hospital. Emergency shelters were set up outside the hospital to care for the patients. Suyu felt fine herself, but was very worried about Liao Yuan and Old Lu. Fortunately, Liao Yuan was fine, and Old Lu and Big Orange were also okay. Over the past month, the greedy person and Old Lu's Big Orange had become familiar with each other. Cats and dogs didn't get along. Every time they met, they fought, and it was hard to separate them. The greedy cat didn't dare to really attack, so every time they met, Big Orange would fiercely hit it, causing fur to fly everywhere. The greedy cat could only be angry but powerless. Su Yu and old Lu found it funny. Although the cat and dog fought, neither of them seriously hurt each other. After not seeing each other for a few days, they seemed to miss each other, so both of them just ignored it. Xiao Su, I think this might be a contagious disease. Old Lu poured a cup of hot water for Su Yu, looking very worried. Su Yu calmly picked up a clump of dog hair that the dog had been hit off and threw it into the trash. Amid the sounds of Big Orange hitting the cat and the dog's low growls of anger, she thought for a moment and said, "Grandpa, I don't think it's a contagious disease." "How come?" "Grandpa, may I ask if the water you've been drinking recently is the water produced by supernatural abilities?" Old Lu was stunned and nodded. "Yes, I thought since I have this ability, I wouldn't need to waste money exchanging for water. It's unnecessary." Su Yu smiled and pointed toward the direction of the water plant. "Our water plant rarely has illnesses. Everyone knows that most of the water from the trading center comes from our water plant, so most people probably use supernatural ability output water for themselves, just like us." Old Lu pondered for a moment, then nodded, but after a while, he shook his head. "That's not quite right, Xiao Su. Our water plant is run by water-type supernatural beings, but they're all supernatural beings." Su Yu nodded, understanding what old Lu was worried about. After all, supernatural beings are much healthier and stronger than ordinary people. "Grandpa, do you remember Uncle Liao? The skinny, dark old guy?" "Yes, he has no special abilities, but he also doesn't have this illness." Old Lu stroked his gray beard and thought deeply. Su Yu then said, "I keep some water for him, giving him half every day, enough for his daily needs." Old Lu understood and sighed with relief. "Oh, then I can rest easy now. These past few days, I've been worried and scared, afraid of catching the disease. I'm not afraid of dying, but my old bones can't handle much more." Su Yu smiled and hugged the helpless, angry dog, giving it a gentle pet. When Big Orange saw the greedy dog being held by its owner, it stopped huffing and wagged its tail, rubbing its forehead against Lu Lao's hand. Lu Lao then picked up Big Orange and held it in his arms. They chatted about random things, and only then did Su Yu leave. Block B is about 500 meters from the base hospital, but the hospital is full, and the nearby open space is filled with patients. Tents are set up on the ground outside. Inside some tents, several people lie there, pale, weak, and holding their stomachs in pain. There are even children among them. The children are so thin their bones are visible, their hair is yellow and dry, and their clothes don't fit. Their ankles are exposed and turning blue from the cold. Nurses move back and forth through the tents, but bad news keeps coming. In just 3 days, about 100 people have died. Su Yu feels heavy-hearted every day at work, but she's not a doctor and can't do much to help. A few days later, the slums saw some activity. Most people have fallen ill. They can't go out to find supplies. Without supplies, they have no food, no medicine, and no treatment. Without treatment, they can only wait to die. Many helpless people lie in the corners of the base, waiting for death. Some wait to die, while others sell their children, wives, or even themselves to exchange for supplies. There are also some dark trades, illegal and hidden, which the base cannot stop. Liao De Yuan, healthy and not sick, found a part-time job at the hospital, transporting bodies. When someone dies at the hospital, the body must be moved out to make room for the living. Liao De Yuan transports at least 80 bodies a day. The bodies are taken to an open area outside the base and burned. "Girl, guess who I saw today?" Liao De Yuan, sweating and panting, leaned against the wall, drinking water Su Yu brought him. Seeing Liao De Yuan covered in sweat, Su Yu felt worried.
"Who? Hey. Sangyang."
Su Yu was surprised. She hadn't heard that name in a long time. Did Uncle ask him to come pick up his supplies? Liao De Yuan let out a sigh of frustration, looking helpless. "He saw me dragging the body over and immediately looked annoyed and avoided me. I told him, but he acted like he didn't hear. I didn't dare get too close, just in case he decided to burn me too. Then I'd have no way to explain myself." "Uncle, where did you see him?" Su Yu looked confused. Given Zhang Yang's extraordinary abilities at the time, he should be different from regular mutants. The base probably kept a close watch on him. Liao Deyuan waved his hand to shoo away the flies buzzing around him. At the incineration site, many people were with him. I saw him protected in the middle. He looked lively, so he must be doing well.
Suyu was surprised.
The incineration site? Could it be that Zhang Yang was there to burn the bodies? Suyu sensed something was off. Did Zhang Yang's special ability really need to be used to burn bodies? Outside, everything was covered in plants. There were so many logs cleared earlier, enough to burn the bodies. Liao Deyuan watched Suyu's cold, thoughtful face as he swatted flies and muttered, "Dead people just attract flies. These flies are so big, a slap hurts. They're everywhere, impossible to avoid. So disgusting." No matter how he tried to shoo them away, the flies buzzed and landed. Liao Deyuan thought maybe it was because he'd been handling bodies these past few days that the flies had taken a liking to him. After drinking some water, Liao Deyuan looked anxiously at the patients surrounded by flies in the open area, feeling helpless and scared. "Girl, it's almost 8 o'clock. You should go to work." Suyu was reminded by Liao Deyuan. She snapped out of her thoughts, was about to leave, but then stopped and said to him, "Uncle, I'll come find you after work." Liao Deyuan was surprised.
Why?
"Aren't you afraid of the smell?" Strangely enough, although early spring had warmed up, the temperature was still low. The bodies were fresh, but they still emitted a foul smell. Because she was transporting bodies, Suyu also picked up some of the smell. She was always clean, so Liao Deyuan didn't expect her to come looking for him for anything. "Uncle, to be honest, I feel something's wrong. I want to go see the incineration site with you." Liao Deyuan hesitated. "But we need to register to go there. I'm handling the bodies so I can go in, but you..." Suyu frowned even more. It was strange. No one was interested in the bodies, yet the base was so strict about guarding the incineration area. Maybe it was to protect Zhang Yang, or perhaps there was something wrong with those bodies. Not understanding, Suyu decided not to think about it anymore. She smiled and said, "I'll just go to the gate and take a look. If I can't go in, that's fine." Liao Deyuan knows that Suyu is a person who doesn't like to get involved in other people's affairs. Now he is thinking about something, probably discovering something important. So Liao nodded and said, "All right, wait for me downstairs after you finish work. I'll come to pick you up after I deliver the body." At 8 o'clock, they entered the water plant. Suyu efficiently cooperated with the sterilization process, then swiped his card and started working. While pumping water, Suyu's mind wandered to the bodies. He was lost in thought for a moment. Time passed quickly until he felt tired, and only then did he realize it was time to finish work. After handling 3.2 tons of water, Suyu finished fingerprinting and hurried to the outpatient building near the hospital. Because he was distracted, he lost track of time and arrived downstairs after 9:15. Liao was not there, probably waiting for Suyu to arrive, or he was called to transport a body at the hospital, so he went to do that. Suyu waited downstairs, looking at the crowded area filled with lying figures. He felt a bit heavy-hearted. Perhaps because he sensed the smell of decay, there were countless flies buzzing around. Before the apocalypse, Suyu had only seen so many flies at a crematorium. His aunt's husband had passed away early, and Suyu had visited the crematorium once. Even in winter, there were flies everywhere. The disgusting scene stayed with him. Now, the scene was even worse. There were 10 times more flies than at the crematorium. Suyu shivered and brushed off his clothes. The flies were startled and flew away, but soon they returned and landed on him again. While waiting, Liao finally returned with an empty vehicle. The car was covered with flies and Liao, shirtless, also had many flies on him. He waved irritably and wiped his sweat as he approached Suyu. "Girl, wait for me a moment. I'll go inside to load the body, then head to the cremation site," Liao said.
Suyu nodded. "Okay."
"Uncle, drink some water." Suyu handed him a bottle of mineral water. Liao drank it quickly and then pushed a small cart into the hospital. The body transport vehicle was just a small van, but it carried quite a few bodies. The bodies were piled together like torn sacks, with little dignity. It took nearly an hour for Liao to fill the entire truck. The bodies in the truck were stacked without care, and some fluids inevitably dripped out. Suyu sat in the front passenger seat and instinctively looked in the rear-view mirror. The impact was overwhelming. Suyu closed his eyes and felt like vomiting again. Liao seemed used to it. The two of them didn't speak during the drive, and soon they left the base. The area within 4 kilometers of the base had been cleared of plants and later paved with cement, making it very spacious. 1 kilometer past the base, I saw a circle of makeshift metal walls. The air was filled with a foul smell and a burnt odor, very unpleasant. Stop. 2 security guards in black stopped the van. Liao Deyuan got out, trying to smile and persuade them, but since they saw Suyu as a stranger, they didn't want to let her in. Suyu got out of the car and tried to be friendly, even offering chocolates as a bribe, but they still refused to let her inside. The more they refused, the more Suyu suspected there was something wrong with the bodies. Before coming, she had carefully observed the bodies. Besides looking very painful and ugly after death, she hadn't noticed anything unusual. Just as Suyu was about to give up and leave, she heard a deep, husky voice say quietly, "Let her in." Suyu looked up and saw inside the iron gate, Zhang Yang dressed in black, mostly covered except for his hands and face. The 2 guards hesitated, but seeing Zhang Yang's face darken further, they finally let Suyu in. Liao Deyuan was worried about Suyu being alone with Zhang Yang, so he stayed beside her and didn't drive the car inside. Next to Zhang Yang were 8 soldiers, surrounding him protectively, as if he was very important in the base. Take him to dispose of the bodies. Zhang Yang looked grim and glared at Liao Deyuan, then gave instructions to the others. Liao Deyuan didn't want to leave, but seeing Suyu give him a reassuring look, he had to leave cautiously, looking back several times. Zhang Yang kept silent while watching Suyu. Suyu looked around and saw the bodies piled up together. The burning site was spacious, but the number of bodies made her scalp tingle. "Are you here to burn the bodies?"
Suyu asked Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang still looked grim, almost like a teenage troublemaker. "Did you hear from Liao Deyuan that I was here and come to find me?" Zhang Yang didn't answer her directly, just continued to stare at her slowly. Suyu thought Zhang Yang was strange. His tone was weird and sarcastic, but she had to answer his strange questions to understand what was going on.
"No.
I came to see the bodies." Hearing this, Zhang Yang chuckled strangely. "You still don't give me any face, huh?" Suyu frowned, really not wanting to talk to him. She turned to look at the pile of bodies, but suddenly, she saw flames engulfing several piles, slowly burning. She quickly turned around and saw Zhang Yang's skin turn bright red, but then it quickly returned to normal.
"You."
Suyu felt that Zhang Yang hadn't changed and was still the same as before, reckless and unpredictable. "What do you want to know?" "I can tell you." Zhang Yang slowly put on his gloves, his eyes very red, staring directly at Suyu. "I really dislike you." "So what? What exactly do you want to do?" Suyu really thought he was strange. His words didn't match his actions, and he looked gloomy. Zhang Yang smiled strangely. "Do you know what happened that day?" Suyu knew he was talking about the day they returned to the base. "Probably have an idea." "No, you don't." He suddenly became irritable, his body turning red again, but he didn't ignite, probably because of his clothing material. His sudden change made the few black-clad people nearby feel uneasy. Suyu took 2 steps back, distancing herself from him. But Zhang Yang was triggered by her movement and suddenly grabbed her neck. He was wearing gloves, but Suyu still felt the heat.
"Zhang Yang, calm down."
But he seemed to ignore her, his skin turning redder, and his face started to burn. Suyu was burned and shivered, instinctively pouring water on him. A stream of water shot out from Suyu's palm, hitting Zhang Yang's face. The water jet in the hand of the black-clad person nearby was suddenly blocked.
Splash.
The water kept flowing, and the flames on Zhang Yang's face flickered and went out, steam rising everywhere. The temperature around his neck gradually returned to normal. Suyu withdrew her supernatural power, her voice calm. "I told you to stay calm." Zhang Yang's expression stiffened, soaked all over. The black-clad person silently retracted the water stream that was still hanging in the air. Crazy woman. Zhang Yang seemed to feel embarrassed and roared in anger. Seeing him about to ignite again, Suyu raised her hand once more, her palm facing Zhang Yang's face. In that moment, the red on Zhang Yang's body seemed to freeze. He trembled with anger. Suyu's other hand pushed away the hand that was choking her neck, her tone still cold. Are you calm now? Zhang Yang looked at the hand in front of his face, finally taking a deep breath and holding back the flames. Suyu watched him return to normal, withdrew her hand, and put her hands in her pockets. Zhang Yang, honestly, I don't owe you anything. She looked at the boy whose face was dark with anger and continued. That day, why didn't you follow us? Zhang Yang's face stiffened, and most of his hostility faded. Because you sensed danger, so you didn't follow. But Zhang Da's meaning over the walkie-talkie was to keep moving forward. Our lead vehicle keeps going ahead. What about you? Zhang Yang heard Zhang Da's name, and his breathing became unstable again. We actually planned to let you go ahead to explore the way. I was worried, argued with Zhang Da, and came to find you.
Suyu Said.
So, you think that because of us, you came along, and that led to what happened later, right? Zhang Yang didn't speak, but his expression told Suyu that he thought so.
Suyu suddenly smiled sincerely.
Do you want me to apologize or thank you? Suyu asked genuinely, but Zhang Yang felt strangely sarcastic.
Suyu.
Then I'll thank you. Thank you for realizing your conscience and coming along.
Suyu.
You. I'm sincere in thanking you. Honestly, I don't think I did anything wrong to you. You say your brother didn't want you to come, but Zhang Yang, you were driving the car behind us. You didn't have a walkie-talkie on you. If it wasn't for your own fear of stopping, tell me, what way did your brother use to stop you from following? Zhang Yang pressed his lips together and said nothing. You chose to stop yourself. Maybe your brother also didn't want to go further. When he saw you stop, he thought you shared the same idea, so he told you not to continue and let us go ahead to explore. And you, perhaps feeling guilty, decided to follow along. Your brother couldn't stop you, so he followed too. How is it that you made that choice but ended up blaming others for what happened? Zhang Yang, you can't just regret your decision and then shift the bad outcome onto others. Because you think it was for us that you encountered what happened later, you pushed the pain and responsibility onto us. If you hadn't followed that day, you would be safe. If something happened to us, you would also blame your brother. In the end, no matter what, you think you're not at fault. Suyu looked at the boy with his head slightly lowered. His voice was soft, but his words were heavy. Are you really not at fault, Zhang Yang? Seeing Zhang Yang's face grow paler, Suyu finally felt a bit compassionate. He sighed gently, placing a hand on Zhang Yang's trembling shoulder. Zhang Yang, thank you. Thank you for choosing to follow us in the end. When you followed, I genuinely felt happy because, in this world, having a teammate who makes a firm choice is very precious. Zhang Yang looked up blankly at Suyu. He didn't know how long he had been waiting for this moment. Since his brother died, he kept thinking, he had clearly made the right choice at the time, but why did the outcome turn out so badly? When his brother was pierced by thorns and was about to die, he set fire to the place. His brother was already in pain, yet just before dying, he looked at his only family member and set fire to himself.
Why?
Why did he make the right choice but still get such a bad result? Was he wrong? Should he have ignored his conscience and not followed? Zhang Yang opened his mouth slightly. Then why? Why did he treat me like that? Suyu felt a tightness in his chest. After a moment of thought, he said, maybe he thought you had no hope of survival then. And he hated the thorns that harmed you. So he set fire, hoping to burn the thorns and avenge you, and also wanted to give you a quick release. Actually, Suyu didn't really know what Zhang Da was thinking at that time. She had thought about it countless times afterward. In the end, she preferred to tell Zhang Yang this. She didn't know if Zhang Yang had listened, but she only knew that Zhang Yang was stunned in place for a long time before slowly raising his head. Since the incident, the hostility and gloom in his eyes had eased a little. Though he was still a minor, he kept a stern face. Do you want to know why I came to burn the body? Suyu was momentarily stunned, but then collected her thoughts. I want to know. Since Zhang Yang no longer talked about the past, Suyu didn't want to bring it up either. Everyone has their own worries. If it weren't for the matter being brought to her attention, she wouldn't want to interfere. These people die because they drank unclean water. The water contains parasite eggs, and their stomachs are full of parasites. Zhang Yang's words matched Suyu's suspicions, but she still couldn't understand completely. But the base clearly said that tap water can't be drunk.
Zhang Yang sneered.
Suyu, you and I are both with special abilities, so we don't lack food or drink, but ordinary people are different. Those people are still struggling just to meet their basic needs for warmth and food. Unskilled, ordinary people go out to find supplies. And some unlucky ones die outside. The lucky ones might find some supplies. Supplies obtained through life and death are too precious to them. So many people boil tap water before drinking. Suyu's eyes widened. Boiling water can't kill parasite eggs?
Yes.
Suyu only felt her scalp tingle. After the incident with the rat swarm, the base did not assign any tasks or work, so she couldn't get supplies. At that moment, she was very thirsty and had indeed drunk boiled tap water. Zhang Yang looked at Suyu's expression and found it interesting. Are you afraid sometimes too? Suyu ignored him and quickly thought. Soon, she sighed in relief. After transforming, mutants can have completely healthy bodies. Thinking about her own legs, which healed completely without scars, she continued, so, as long as you don't drink tap water after mutation, there's no problem. Zhang Yang saw that Suyu guessed quickly and looked a bit disappointed. Yeah, that's how it is. Suyu thought for a moment and asked, but why did all the insect eggs hatch at the same time? Zhang Yang slightly twitched his lips. Because it's their mature period recently. Suyu's scalp tingled involuntarily. Why did you come to burn the bodies? Zhang Yang looked at the burning pile of corpses, his tone somewhat complex. Because ordinary flames can't completely kill them. They only cause them to fall into a short sleep. Suyu's dark brown eyes flicked slightly, then fixed on the pile of corpses. Other fire-type mutants, their flames, wouldn't work either? Suyu's voice was very calm, with no ups and downs. Yes, their flames are no different from ordinary fire. Suyu slightly turned her body and looked at Zhang Yang. Many things could be explained now. For example, why Zhang Yang easily burned the rose thorns, or why the base asked him to burn the bodies. Suyu knew Zhang Yang's flames were special. When they were on the ring road by the lake, the masked shaman once said that Zhang Yang's flames only work on what he targets. Maybe his flames have other properties too. Suyu coldly watched the burning corpses. Instead of exploring these bodies, you should think about your Uncle Liao. Suyu was stunned, not understanding what she meant. Was Uncle Liao in danger? She immediately looked toward a simple pavilion not far from the cremation site. Uncle Liao was sitting there, looking in this direction, not seeming like someone in danger. He's just an ordinary person. Zhang Yang left those words and waved to someone nearby, then walked away.
Suyu's mind went blank.
Yes, both she and old Lu were mutants who had gone through the transformation period.
But what about Uncle Liao?
He's just an ordinary person. Even if Suyu had powers and kept providing him with water, what about before? Uncle, come with me to the hospital.
Quickly.
Liao Deyuan was still a bit stunned after Suyu called him. Suyu didn't care about anything else and pulled Liao Deyuan to run. On the way, Suyu didn't say a word. Seeing her look upset, Liao Deyuan didn't ask questions. They quickly arrived at the hospital. The hospital was crowded. Suyu had to find Dr. Jiang, who had treated her before, and ask if he could let Liao Deyuan join the queue. Dr. Jiang was busy. He was reluctant at first, but after receiving a phone call, he sighed and agreed. Suyu guessed that the call was from Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was very important to the base, so his words carried weight. Later, Liao Deyuan managed to get checked through connections. Dr. Jiang said that this kind of parasite can't be seen with normal medical methods before it matures. But once it matures, it can be clearly detected during an examination. Suyu didn't know what a mature parasite looked like, but she soon found out. Because they discovered mature parasites inside Liao Deyuan, and it seemed there were quite a few breeding inside him. Hearing this, Suyu's face turned pale. Dr. Jiang was surprised. Liao Dayuan looked very healthy, as if unaffected. During the CT scan, the on-duty doctor said the parasites inside Liao Dayuan hadn't moved at all. Dr. Jiang's forehead veins were throbbing. His intuition told him that those parasites might already be dead. Thinking of this, Dr. Jiang's hands trembled slightly. He immediately arranged surgery to remove the parasites from Liao Dayuan. Su Yu waited anxiously outside the operating room. The surgery was quick. Dr. Jiang opened Liao Dayuan's stomach and found a tangled mass of mature parasites. Old Jiang, they are
dead.
The doctor nearby felt his throat go dry. Dr. Jiang's body trembled uncontrollably. All the parasites inside Liao Dayuan's stomach had died. This was very different from other patients. When parasites hatch successfully in the stomach, mature ones can travel throughout the body, and some patients have had their brains mostly eaten by parasites. Also, all the medications for maggots couldn't kill these parasites. Even surgery couldn't remove all of them from the body. Because of this, no patient has been cured since the parasite outbreak began. Dr. Jiang thought that if they could find out why the parasites inside Liao Dayuan had died, maybe there was hope for many others outside. Liao Dayuan underwent surgery and was kept in the hospital for observation. Su Yu had to leave every day to go to work, so she couldn't stay with Liao Dayuan. It's not that Su Yu didn't want to take care of him. The hospital was very crowded, and patients were lying on the hallways. Therefore, the doctors politely asked Su Yu to leave the hospital. The next day, Su Yu went to work. Before she finished her shift, someone from the main building came to ask her to go to the research institute. Honestly, Su Yu felt a bit uneasy about the research institute, especially about the fully metal rooms, which made her feel suffocated. But since she was called, she had no choice but to go. When she arrived at the institute and stepped out of the elevator, she saw Sumi seemed to be taking notes. When she saw Su Yu, she smiled and greeted her, then took her to Zhou Yuan's office. This was Su Yu's second time meeting Zhou Yuan.
Sit down.
Zhou Yuan didn't look up from his reports, his eyes fixed on the papers. Su Yu felt a little nervous, unsure why she was called to the institute, but she kept her expression calm. According to the investigation, Liao Dayuan and Wang Jinti, who shared a dormitory, both had parasites in their bodies, but the parasites died in their stomachs.
Su Yu didn't speak.
She knew that Liao Dayuan's case was very unusual, but she wasn't sure about Wang Jinti's situation. Zhou Yuan turned a page, still staring at the report. The hospital reported this matter. We sent people to investigate and found that in the past month, both of them had been drinking water supplied by you. Su Yu's heart raced. What was going on? Could there be a problem with her water? So, we sampled and tested the water you provided at the water plant. We found that the water could cause irreversible damage to parasites. Su Yu slightly raised her eyes. Do other ability users' water have the same effect? Zhou Yuan finally looked up from the report, his expression cold, but his eyes burning with intensity. Other ability users' water does not have this effect. Su Yu looked into Zhou Yuan's eyes and felt that he wasn't really looking at her, but at a valuable little white mouse. She didn't like that kind of gaze. So, what now? Su Yu frowned and stared back at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan smiled. We need you to provide 100% of your daily water. We will extract components from it for research.
You can start now.
Su Yu felt no happiness, only a tingling sensation on her scalp. The research institute required Su Yu to provide water completely. Su Yu initially thought completely meant the same as before, where she would keep drinking water until she fainted. But Su Yu was still too naive. Inside the institute, Su Yu kept pouring water until she fainted, then was given an injection. She quickly woke up. Sumi gently wiped Su Yu's dripping nose blood and softly said, "Okay, continue." Although she was forcibly restarted with an injection, the negative feelings in her body didn't go away. Her mind was clear, but her body hurt badly. She tried again. This time, not only her ears, but her nose and mouth were bleeding. The water flow was so thin like chopsticks. Su Yu was very sensitive. She felt that if this continued, it would cause irreversible harm to her body or mind. So after fainting a second time and being forcibly restarted with an injection, Suyu reluctantly managed to say, "I can't continue." Sumi's gentle smile disappeared immediately, but her voice remained soft. "MS. Su, there are so many people in the base waiting for you to save them. Let's be strong, okay?" Suyu looked up, her vision very blurry. She wiped the warm liquid from the corner of her eye, and her fingertips were clearly blood-stained. She didn't want to pay attention to her or speak, leaning on the sofa. Instead of feeling any relief, her skin touching the sofa felt like needles stabbing her, making her hurt even more.
Seeing Suyu uncooperative, Sumi's smile vanished completely.
She looked at the bloodied Suyu, then turned and headed toward Zhou Yuan's office. In Zhou Yuan's office, there was another person besides him. Sumi paused her steps. Zhou Yuan glanced at the masked person across from him and signaled for Sumi to come in. Dr. Zhou, after Suyu fainted twice and woke up, she refused to cooperate with using her abilities again. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, then put her on the mental guidance helmet and set the value to 100%. Sumi responded and left. Wu lightly chuckled, her long fingers tapping the knife in her hand, making a clicking sound. Zhou Yuan didn't pay much attention to this matter. Instead, he turned back to his previous conversation with Wu. "Wu, our research institute and the base have decided that you will undergo a session of mental guidance." Wu slightly lifted her chin, smiling as she said, "I've already done an ability guidance once. Doing mental guidance again would make me go crazy." Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with intense light, and he spoke politely. "Don't worry. Based on my observations over this period, we believe your mental threshold is higher than average, comparable to that of the person you mentioned." Wu's smile lacked warmth. "That person? Dongchen? He has 2 different abilities, so you think I do too?" Zhou Yuan nodded confidently, a slight proud look on his face. "Yes, my judgment is correct. Also, I believe you've been suppressing your abilities." Wu chuckled. "What I think is what it is." "Zhou Yuan, you're more arrogant than your grandfather." Hearing about his grandfather, Zhou Yuan's face darkened, and he responded more firmly. "Enough. Just cooperate a little. If we find out you have a mental ability, it can only benefit you, right?" "I won't go." Wu crossed his legs, acting stubborn. Zhou Yuan sneered. "If you still want to hide your identity and stay at the base, then cooperate properly."
"Ha.
"I'm so scared." "Oh no. I feel threatened by you." "Fine. Since I'm threatened, I'll cooperate." Wu shook his legs and spoke sarcastically. Zhou Yuan felt like punching a pillow, frustrated, but luckily, after so many days of pushing, this person was finally willing to cooperate, which was a good thing. "All right, I'll have someone prepare. Come back." Just as Zhou Yuan was about to leave the office, he was stopped by someone behind him. A vein on his forehead twitched, but he obediently turned around and looked at Wu. "What's the matter now?" Wu tapped his sword sheath, making a clattering sound that annoyed Zhou Yuan. "Xiao Zhou, I can cooperate with you, but I have one condition." Zhou Yuan took a deep breath. "What is it?" "I want to do a mental guidance session. You give me all the data and reports on Suyu." Zhou Yuan suddenly smiled, as if he had discovered something. "What? Do you know her?" Wu also smiled. "None of your business." Zhou Yuan wasn't upset. Instead, he felt very happy. "You know her? Then I just need to investigate her, and I can find out who you really are." Wu shook his head. "Just go ahead and investigate. Since you're so confident about your guess, how about we make a bet?" Zhou Yuan's eyes were lowered, and his tone was serious. "What kind of bet?" Wu slowly stood up, leaning casually against the wall. "If I don't have a mental ability, then your teeth belong to me." "What?" Zhou Yuan frowned, feeling that Wu was getting back at him. "What's wrong? Aren't you confident in your analysis? What if you have special abilities?" "Then my teeth are yours." Zhou Yuan was speechless, thinking this person was just crazy, but since he agreed, it was a good thing. He immediately arranged for Wu to perform mental guidance. Wu entered the metal room, and another researcher asked Zhou Yuan, "Teacher Zhou, should we change the mental threshold of the helmet?" Usually, the mental threshold for guiding with the helmet is 60%. This level can effectively test the examinee's abilities and ensure their mental and physical safety. Wu is a level A special ability user in the base and a valuable asset. Normally, guiding tests could easily cause mental instability, so the researchers thought to lower the data to below 40% to protect this special ability user. Exceeding or reaching the threshold can cause serious harm to the body and mind. His mental state is fine for now, and there is a way to repair the mental threshold, but the physical injuries are irreversible. Adjust. Set it to 100%. As soon as Zhou Yuan finished speaking, the researcher beside him looked at him in horror. Has he gone crazy? 60% is already hard for most people to handle, and now he wants to set it to 100%? Teacher Zhou. The meaning is to ensure his absolute safety. In response to the gentle advice, Zhou Yuan simply pushed up his gold-threaded glasses and said calmly, Xiao Sun, regarding his mental threshold, what we can test is comparable to Dong Cheng. Moreover, I suspect he's deliberately lowering his threshold. Maybe his threshold is much higher than Dong Cheng's. He's very good at hiding his strength. I don't feel at ease unless it's set to 100%. Xiao Sun broke out in cold sweat. But, Teacher Zhou, that's a big risk. Enough. If something happens, I'll take responsibility. Set it to 100%. Xiao Sun trembled as he adjusted the threshold to 100%, then hesitantly put the helmet on Wu. Fortunately, Wu's mask wasn't large and fit closely to his face, so there was no problem putting on the helmet. Wu squinted his eyes, looking at Zhou Yuan with a half-smile or a smile, which made Zhou Yuan feel uneasy. But his intense anticipation and excitement suppressed that creepy feeling. Suyu was forced to wear the guiding helmet. Sumi adjusted the helmet to 100%, and then Suyu was forced to output his abilities. After fainting 5 times, Suyu fell into a coma, and even 3 injections couldn't wake him up. Sumi waved his hand, signaling the nurse to place Suyu into the treatment pod. Although it was called a treatment pod, it had little effect on Suyu. Sumi ordered people to purify the water Suyu had produced for research. After purification, 6 tons of water was reduced to only 3 liters. This water was sent to the hospital for experimental treatment. When the hospital reported it was effective, Suyu had already been unconscious for 5 days. If not for nutrient injections, Suyu would have died long ago. Zhou Yuan had been in a very bad mood these days. No one in the research institute dared to approach him. Zhou Yuan looked at Wu's report, grinding his teeth with a loud clatter. How could it be? How is that possible? Their mental thresholds were clearly on par with Dongcheng, so why did Wu only have one special ability? Despite his frustration, Zhou Yuan gave up trying to argue after being scolded and punished harshly. Xiao Sun nervously walked past Zhou Yuan's office. God knows that day, when the higher-ups came to pick someone up, Major Lei almost suffocated Zhou Laosher when he saw Wu covered in blood. Thinking about Wu's terrible state that day, Xiao Sun felt scared. The person's skin and pores were bleeding, and he personally cleaned the bloodstains on the floor. After wiping the floor with a towel, a lot of blood still seeped out when he twisted it. Xiao Sun was also a researcher, but that day he still felt dizzy. The amount of bleeding was so severe that Wu was still alive. It's truly surprising. Zhou Yuan was demoted. Several of his research projects were suspended after investigations by higher authorities, citing extreme methods and harm to ability users. This move allowed Suyu, the test subject, to rest peacefully in bed without worrying about being forcibly restarted while unconscious. Xiao Sun was also demoted but was assigned to treat Suyu. When Xiao Sun learned that Suyu's complete shutdown was caused by 100% output of her ability, he felt chills down his spine. Everyone said Zhou Laosher was a genius, even more talented than Professor Lao Zhou. Xiao Sun used to think so too, but now, he honestly felt that being an ordinary person was pretty good. At least ordinary people wouldn't be used as test subjects by Zhou Laosher. Because there were too many parasite patients, the previously purified 3 liters of treatment liquid was not enough. Higher-ups sent someone to the water plant to transport water that Suyu hadn't sold yet to the Research Institute for Purification for treatment purposes. When Suyu woke up and heard these news, she cursed Zhou Yuan 100 times. No, She had water at the water plant that could be purified. Why did they have to torment her like this? Did he have a problem? This was the first time Suyu experienced such a profound mix of mental and expressions. Her face was so expressive for the first time. Xiao Sun looked at her expression and felt she was swearing quite badly. Oh, by the way, Sister Su, Major Lei sent someone to give you something to help restore your mental strength. After entering the password, Xiao Sun took out a metal box from the freezer and handed it to Suyu. Although Suyu was awake, her head hurt terribly, and her body was weak and sore, like after running 800 meters. Her body functions had changed from that of a vibrant, beautiful woman to that of an old lady trembling with every step. What is this? Suyu took the cold metal box. Xiao Sun smiled and said, "It's a crystal from a water element supernatural animal." Suyu's mind moved, and she quickly returned to her calm, emotionless state. She opened the box, revealing a small, beautiful, irregular crystal about the size of a little finger. Inside the transparent crystal, there were faint blue water ripples. When she shook the crystal, the water ripples inside also moved gently, like rippling water. Very beautiful. When you touch it and activate your mental power, you can fully digest it. Afterward, your damaged mental strength will be somewhat repaired. Suyu was surprised but then silently activated her supernatural ability while holding the crystal. It seemed her ability was drained, and guiding it felt sluggish and rusty, like it was stuck. This jerky feeling made her body start to stiffen and ache. Fortunately, her abilities struggled and finally reached her fingertips. When it touched the crystal, a refreshing and comfortable feeling, like a clear stream, instantly soothed her battered mental strength. After using the water element crystal, Suyu's headache eased, and she felt less irritable. Once she tasted this small success, her mind was filled with thoughts of the little spirit inside the crystal. Xiao Sun, can I buy that crystal with data coins? While Xiao Sun helped her with recovery treatment, Suyu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun felt a shiver down his spine but still answered, "That kind of thing is hard to get. The mutated plants and animals are very strong, and our hunting team might not even get anything after several days out." Hunting team? Yes, there are 3 hunting teams. Officer Lei, who sent you the crystal, is part of one. Seeing that Suyu was very interested, Xiao Sun thought, might as well, since he had nothing else to do, and started explaining about the hunting teams. Each team has 5 members. To join a hunting team, your supernatural ability must be at least level A. Hunting teams are directly under the high command of the base. Their main task is to hunt mutated plants and animals to collect crystals. What benefits and treatment do you get after joining a team? Suyu quickly asked for more details. Xiao Sun looked at Suyu strangely, scratched his head, and said, "Let's not talk about the benefits or treatment of going inside. Among so many ability users, only a few are qualified." Oh, right. Suyu remembered her ability rating was B+, not an A grade. Joining the team requires not only an A grade in ability, but also that the ability has strong explosive power and attack strength.
Shuyushaid.
Xiao Sun added, "Sister Su. Although this time the Research Institute found that your ability might have healing powers and may be re-rated later, even if you are re-rated as a grade, your explosive power is still low. At most, you can join the logistics team." Before Xiao Sun could say more, Sumi came over to tell Suyu to go store water. Although Suyu's condition was still not good, there were many parasite patients in the base. The Research Institute had previously sent water from the water plant to extract ingredients, but after purification, the amount was still too small. Currently, only most seriously ill patients had used this purified water. Many patients were still struggling to survive. Because the upper management had checked once, the Institute dared not force Suyu to overuse her ability again. Since she woke up, she had been using her ability based on her physical condition each day. Suyu tried her best but didn't push herself. She used her ability until she fainted. Xiao Sun then arranged for her to rest in the ward. She slept until night, and after waking up, she went back to her single room with Xiao Sun to feed her dog. "Sister Su, your body is recovering so quickly." Xiao Sun came in holding a report, her tone full of surprise, almost making Suyu blush. Generally, ability users who fully use their abilities would suffer serious physical and mental damage if their ability ran out. Mentally, it was manageable because they could repair and restore it with ability crystals, but physical injuries were irreversible. In another project at the Institute, ability users who used their abilities 100% had their mental strength restored and even enhanced through crystals, but their physical health was severely damaged. They became very thin, like sticks, and had to spend their lives in wheelchairs. It proved the saying, getting stronger also makes you weaker. After using her ability at 100%, Suyu was unconscious for a longer time, but she could move the next day and was basically healthy after 4 days. Hearing Xiao Sun's analysis, Suyu paused her chocolate eating, squinted, and casually replied, "Oh, it might be related to my ability." Teacher Zhou also said the same. Xiao Sun paused halfway, seeming to realize he shouldn't say more, and immediately stopped talking. Suyu snorted. He probably wants me to do another 100% test to check if my body recovery is linked to my abilities, right? Xiao Sun choked and murmured, No, the higher-ups are watching closely. It won't happen for a while." Frustrated, Suyu threw away the chocolate wrapper, feeling annoyed. Although she now has enough to eat and can move freely, as Xiao Sun said, Zhou Yuan hasn't hurt her only because of strict supervision. But what about later? She is still at the mercy of the research institute. Suyu felt irritated but kept a calm face. "Hey, Xiao Sun, who is in charge of the institute?" After taking Suyu's temperature, Xiao Sun hesitated for a moment and pointed at the ceiling. Of course, it's managed by the base. Realizing something, Xiao Sun quickly closed the door. "Sister, what do you mean?" Suyu crossed her arms. "You mentioned the hunting team and the later group. Are they under the Institute's control?" No, they are directly under the highest command of the base." "And the logistics team?" "The logistics team supports the hunting team, so they also follow the top command. If Zhou Yuan wants the logistics team and hunting team members to come as test subjects, would the higher-ups agree?" Xiao Sun hesitated, thinking for a moment. Usually, only if a member's abilities or health are abnormal do they come for tests. But it's not impossible that Zhou might interfere. For example, recently, Zhou found that Wu's data was unusual and suspected Wu might have 2 abilities. After discussing with the top, they decided to do another guiding test on Wu. Suyu frowned. "Wu? An acquaintance? Wu is so powerful, and Zhou Yuan has turned him into a test subject?" "No. I remember you told me that a person can't undergo 2 guiding tests, right?" Suyu was stunned. Xiao Sun sighed and told her everything about Wu that day. "Don't worry, Sister Su. If Wu refuses to cooperate, Zhou can't force him. Zhou has tried to approach Wu many times before, but Wu always refused. I don't know why he agreed this time, but he did a second guiding test." Suyu looked excited. "You mean Wu bit Zhou Yuan's teeth? Come on, tell me exactly what happened." Little Sun clicked his tongue and said, "I heard from other colleagues that Wu agreed to this test because Wu made a bet with Teacher Zhou. He said that if Wu doesn't have a second special ability, he would break Teacher Zhou's teeth." "Ha ha ha." Suyu laughed loudly. "Since Wu indeed has no second ability, doesn't that mean Zhou Yuan is in trouble?" "Nice." Suyu felt very happy and ate her chocolate faster. Little Sun listened carefully. "If Wu comes to trouble Zhou Yuan, you must tell me immediately. I want to go see what's happening." In Suyu's tense and hopeful mood, 3 peaceful days passed. After resting for a few days, Suyu's mental energy was even stronger than before, and her body was fully recovered. Every day, before using her ability to faint, Suyu would look at Little Sun, hoping he would tell her exciting news right away. Although Suyu wanted to see some excitement, she still felt heavy-hearted. She wanted to break free from the control of the research institute. Suyu thought it would be best to find a way to join the logistics team. One of the requirements for joining the logistics team was that her ability level should be at least A. Suyu's original ability rating was B+, but based on Little Sun's analysis, her ability might have improved after this incident. So, Suyu applied for a level assessment. She thought Zhou Yuan wouldn't agree, but surprisingly, he did. Of course, Siyu believed he was also curious whether her level had changed. So, Siyu went to the familiar metal room to get her level tested. The test didn't require a helmet. She just had to place her palm on a transparent sphere and guide her ability to output naturally. Su Jia, if you feel tired, stop and relax. Suyu nodded and guided her ability into the transparent sphere. She still remembered her first test, when her water capacity was 2/3 of the sphere. As she felt the flow of her ability, she looked at the transparent sphere. Water was being injected into the sphere, and after entering, it was continuously compressed. With her current output, she could produce 5 tons of water daily before feeling tired. But watching the sphere, which was only half a meter tall, the water flow inside was being compressed less and less. Suyu raised an eyebrow.
Wow, high-tech.
Suyu increased the water flow output, causing the water inside the transparent sphere to ripple gently. The curvature was small, and the water compressed faster. The water easily filled about 2/3 of the sphere's volume, and gradually, the waves grew higher. Suyu blinked, already sweating a little, but the water was just 1 centimeter away from filling the sphere completely. The water stream was compressed so thin that it was finer than a strand of hair, and Suyu started to feel tired. However, she didn't want to stop. She took deep breaths and increased her supernatural energy output. After struggling for 3 minutes, she gave up because she realized that no matter how hard she tried, the sphere could never be fully filled. Enduring the discomfort, Suyu withdrew her energy. Xiao Sun looked at the sphere in silence for a moment before starting data analysis. Suyu, 24 years old, water element supernatural ability, burst strength at 60%, sustained strength at 98%, beginner level, grade A. Xiao Sun sincerely congratulated Suyu on reaching grade A. Xiao Sun, why can't I fill the sphere completely? Suyu pointed at the transparent sphere, feeling a bit disappointed. Xiao Sun twitched his mouth and rolled his eyes. If you say that to other supernatural users, it would sound like bragging. Suyu was confused. What do you mean? Xiao Sun saw that Suyu truly didn't understand, so he patiently explained, grade A actually has 3 levels. From low to high, they are A-, A, and A+. These 3 levels are collectively called grade A, and A- is also considered grade A, so you understood now. Her supernatural ability level was considered middle among grade A. Being able to just fill the sphere exactly means A+. And what about S grade? After filling the sphere, it becomes hollow again. Then, injecting supernatural energy into the hollow sphere makes it S grade. Suyu let out a small cry and nodded. Xiao Sun smiled. With your current grade, you should be qualified to join the logistics team. Do you want to submit an application today?
Yes.
Suyu wanted to climb higher as soon as possible, so she could be less restricted. They chatted and laughed, and just as they reached the corridor, they heard buzzing voices and exclamations from researchers at the end of the hall. Xiao Sun and Suyu exchanged a quick look and immediately ran, afraid of missing the excitement.
Bang!
Zhou Yuan was punched to the ground, blood covering his face, with blood dripping from his mouth and nose. Over a dozen researchers looked at Wu, hesitating to intervene, only whispering words of advice, but none dared to make a move. Wu's eyes held a smile, and his peach blossom eyes sparkled faintly beneath his mask. He bent down and grabbed Zhou Yuan's hair, stepping on broken golden wire glasses. Look at me, how well I keep my promises. Wu's voice was clear and gentle, like chatting with friends, but then, a cracking sound. Zhou Yuan's chin was cleanly dislocated.
Ah!
The crowd gasped again. Zhou Yuan's jaw was dislocated, and saliva and blood dripped onto the ground. His eyelids were swollen so badly that no one could see his emotions through his eyes. When Suyu arrived, she saw this scene. Wu stepped on Zhou Yuan's head and turned around with a smiling face, asking the crowd, "Can anyone give me a pair of gloves?" No one responded. Even the researchers took a step back. Wu seemed unaware of everyone's fear, just smiling and repeating, "Who can give me a pair of gloves?" Here, a clear, cold female voice came from behind the crowd. Soon after, A pair of medical rubber gloves was raised high and handed over. Xiao Sun looked at Suyu, who was expressionless and holding the gloves, then glanced at the gloves in his own lab coat pocket. Hiss. Xiao Sun gasped in surprise. When did Suyu take the gloves?
When?
Wu looked at Suyu, who was offering the gloves, his eyes curling happily. He gracefully took the gloves with both hands, as if he was accepting a glass of red wine, not a pair of gloves. Thank you. Wu's smiling voice reached Suyu's ears. Suyu still kept a cold face and coldly replied, "You're welcome." Wu chuckled softly and carefully put on the gloves. During this, Zhou Yuan, who was being stepped on, struggled a few times but was ignored and pressed down hard, unable to move. Wu finished putting on the gloves, then took a pair of pliers from his pocket. Hiss. Everyone gasped again. They all took a step back. Wu pressed on Zhou Yuan's shoulder, held his mouth open, and the shiny, large pliers reached into Zhou Yuan's mouth. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened, and even his swollen eyelids couldn't hide his fear and anger. Wow, I didn't expect Professor Zhou to have so many cavities. Wu's voice was cheerful and soothing. Don't be afraid. Dr. Wu will help you treat your cavities now. With force, Wu clamped a tooth with the pliers and pulled it out forcefully. Sumi just finished a supernatural ability test. She has been feeling anxious all day, as if something bad is about to happen. As she leaves the testing room, she notices her colleagues are nowhere to be seen in the office. She puts down her files, suddenly pauses, her heart pounding. She has a vague guess and quickly rushes to Zhou Yuan's office. Thud, thud, thud. In the corridor, Sumi, wearing high heels, sees a group of people gathered from afar. Pushing through the crowd, she sees Zhou Yuan in a terrible state and screams, "Stop!" Wu, holding pliers, pauses briefly, then suddenly pulls.
Ugh.
The intense pain makes Zhou Yuan whimper. Sumi stares blankly at the fresh, bloody teeth.
Wu.
How can you do this? Pulling teeth like that can be deadly. You're crazy. Wu clicks his tongue, looking at the long-rooted molar with a sarcastic tone. I didn't want to pull it originally. You came in shouting, scaring me, making me tremble, and the tooth just came out. TSK, Xiao Sun silently glances at the long-rooted tooth, thinking this person is really pretending. From the look of the root, the tooth is buried deep, but he acts as if the tooth is causing trouble on its own. Xiao Sun then turns to Suyu. He sees Suyu with a cold face, a strange smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Xiao Sun's expression is hard to describe. Sis, please don't hold back your laughter. Your mouth is almost twitching. Sumi, upset by Wu's words, suddenly rushes forward, trying to push Wu away. Wu's expression darkens. He doesn't dodge. Sumi pushes hard, causing Wu to sway and almost fall backward. Fortunately, there's a wall behind him. Wu quickly grabs the wall to steady himself and uses his foot to kick Zhou Yuan's shoulder before he can retract it.
Bang!
Zhou Yuan, who was just helped up by Sumi, is kicked in the shoulder. His head tilts back with a cracking sound and hits the ground.
Sumi screams.
Suyu pushes aside the people in front and carefully observes Zhou Yuan through the gap. Because of the kick, Zhou Yuan's lips are cut and his front teeth are knocked out. Sumi's hands tremble uncontrollably, tears welling up. She points at Wu, trembling. You did this on purpose. Wu, leaning weakly against the wall, gently retracts his foot from Zhou Yuan's shoulder and stands steadily. Hearing Sumi's accusation, his eyes widen in disbelief. You pushed me. I'm not fully recovered yet. I was just here to play with Professor Zhou, and you pushed me? Sumi choked with anger. Her face darkened.
You.
Before she could finish a word, the witch on the other side interrupted her. Why do you always blame me for everything? I was so scared by you that I accidentally knocked out my tooth, and then you came up and pushed me. If I hadn't been pushed, I wouldn't have lost my balance. Without balance, Professor Zhou's front tooth would not have chipped. Just because you scared me and pushed me, that's one thing. But you also falsely accused me. You wicked woman. The witch covered her chest, looking very upset. Sumi's hands trembled as she pointed at the witch, but couldn't say a word. She took a deep breath and shouted to her colleagues watching the scene, "Help quickly. Take Professor Zhou for treatment." A group of onlookers finally moved. Xiao Sun glanced at Su Yu and went over to help. They hurriedly helped Zhou Yuan onto a mobile medical bed and rushed him to the emergency room. Sumi did not leave, but looked coldly at the witch. "I've already sent a message to Major Lei. He will come soon. I want to see if you can still act stubborn." The witch still held her chest. When everyone had left, she ignored Sumi and calmly took out a paper bag, placing Zhou Yuan's broken tooth inside. Then she casually tossed the pliers aside and leaned against the wall. Sumi was so angry she was gasping for air. She turned around and saw Su still standing there, her expression completely cold. "Ms. Su, what are you doing here?" Suyu's face was cold, and her tone was calm but sincere. "Just watching the scene." "You." "Ms. Su, have you finished your task today?" Sumi knew that Su hadn't stored enough water today. Not yet, but it's not urgent. After I finish watching, I'll go." It was a joke. Once using her special ability, she would faint and need to sleep for several hours before waking up. She wouldn't leave until she saw everything. Fainting without finishing the scene would make her feel regretful. "Ms. Su, there are many patients in the base waiting for your help." Sumi gritted her teeth, her usually gentle voice rising sharply.
"Shuyufronet."
"Ms. Su, you are also a water-type ability user. If you were as useful as I am, I wouldn't be so exhausted. There are many patients waiting for your help. Why can't you be more capable? Then you wouldn't just be talking but actually taking action."
"Suyu."
Sumi saw Suyu speaking so impolitely, and her eyes showed more threat and warning. Suyu still kept a cold face, as if her earlier rude words weren't hers.
Ding.
The elevator stopped, and a tall figure hurried out. It was Major General Lei. He was followed by 2 young soldiers. Suyu still remembered them. They had both been seen on the lakeside highway. Oh, what made little Su so upset? Major General Lei cheerfully approached Sumi, glanced at Wu, who was holding his chest in a dramatic way, then looked away. Seeing Lei had arrived, Sumi stopped arguing with Suyu and turned to tell him about Wu intentionally pulling out a tooth and maliciously knocking out Zhou Yuan's tooth. Hearing this, Lei's brow furrowed. He immediately pointed at Wu and scolded, "You little brat. Causing trouble? I'll skin you alive." Just as he finished scolding, Wu's body wavered and collapsed to the ground. Lei was startled and hurried to help him. When he touched Wu's cold fingers, all his anger disappeared. Wu's lips were pale, and he fainted shortly after. Suyu was worried whether Wu was really hurt, but seeing Wu quickly stuff 3 large front teeth into his pocket and then tilt his head, she realized he had fainted. Wu truly made her cry. 2 soldiers from the People's Liberation Army immediately came over. One carried Wu on his back, and the other supported him from behind. The 2 moved skillfully, carrying Wu away. Lei sighed and looked at Sumi, whose eyes were wide open. "Little Su, Wu hasn't recovered since the last time he was guided. He's very weak. I had someone take him back to rest." "Oh, right, little Su, what were you just about to say?" Sumi looked deeply at Lei, then after a long pause, whispered, "It's nothing." Lei smiled and nodded. Sumi turned and left. In the corridor, only Suyu, curious, and Lei, smiling, remained. Suyu fiddled with a magnetic card in her hand, feeling distracted. Before Lei left, he handed her the card and told her to visit Wu if she had time tomorrow. She didn't understand Lei's intentions, but her eyes flickered. Just then, she decided to submit her application to join the logistics team tomorrow. The sooner she escaped the Research Institute's control, the less she would have to be a test subject. Xiao Sun had already been waiting in the ward. When he saw Suyu return, he looked at her with a resentful gaze. Suyu kept her face cold. "What's wrong?" Xiao Sun sighed, but didn't ask why Suyu had stolen his gloves. Instead, he arranged for Suyu to start her daily tasks. As usual, after Suyu finished transporting her abilities, she leaned back. This time, she fainted peacefully. She had been looking forward to the excitement today, and it was quite satisfying. The next day, Siyu took her evaluation report and left the research institute under Xiao Sun's watch. The card given by Major Lei was an access card for Area A. Area A consists of several small villas and cottages, with security guards at the gate. After Siyu swiped her card, the guard asked, "Who are you visiting?"
Wu.
The guard looked through a booklet and finally found Wu's name. Wu lives in Building F, room 301. Siyu thanked the guard, then carried a bag of rice she found in her single room and slowly headed toward Building F. "Siyu?" A familiar voice made Siyu turn around in surprise. She saw a small, smiling man standing on the stone path. Siyu looked at him, recognizing him but taking a moment to remember who he was. Dongcheng? He was another person who survived the massacre in the neighborhood along with Siyu. "It's me. You remember me, right?" Dongcheng was very happy to see Siyu. He walked up to her with a smile and asked about her recent life. After a brief explanation, Siyu asked, "Do you live here?" "Yes, I do. I live here." Siyu smiled, thinking Dongcheng must have a powerful special ability, probably directly under the high command of the base, which is why he could live in Area A. Although she was curious about his ability, since he hadn't mentioned it, she didn't ask. She wanted to leave soon because her free time was limited. Before she could speak, a window of a nearby building opened. A masked face looked out and called to Siyu here. Siyu was surprised and looked at Wu again. She checked the building's sign and realized it was indeed Building F. She understood that Wu was calling her, so she nodded at him and turned to smile politely at Dongcheng. "Sorry, Dongcheng, I have some things to do today. Let's talk another day." Dongcheng smiled gently, understanding, and his kind eyes met Wu's directly when Siyu turned away. Wu, leaning by the window, watched Siyu go inside the building, then glanced at Dongcheng and closed the window. Wu's bedroom was small, similar to a single-person room, with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom on the first floor, fully furnished. Wu brought a bottle of cold cola to Siyu on the first floor. After closing the door, Wu asked straightforwardly, "Do you know who I am?" Siyu was stunned. The cola she just drank made her feel a cold sensation in her body. Wu didn't seem to care about her answer and simply pointed downstairs. Dongcheng has two types of abilities. Siyu was a bit surprised but not shocked. Since Dongcheng lived in Area A, he must have some skills. He has a B-level body mutation ability and an S-level mental ability, healing.
Suyke pikpals shrank.
Wu took out a photo from the drawer and held it in front of Siyu. It was a bulky, strong-looking monster. Looking closely, it was quite creepy. A cockroach?
Siyu exclaimed.
The humanoid cockroach with a sturdy body had the same face as Dongcheng. Sharp joints, oily wings on its back. Suddenly, Siyu thought of the person who had been chasing her in the corridor. When she left Shueyu's house and returned home, that person was still following closely. Siyu hurriedly opened her door, turned to look back, and saw that person hidden in the darkness at the corridor entrance, tall and bulky. Trembling, Siyu clenched the photo, held it up to the light, and looked at it again and again. Could Dongcheng, who seemed so gentle and harmless, really be one of those who had slaughtered everyone in the building? Thinking about how she had casually gone into the base with him, she felt a chill down her spine. Wu continued, "We should be thankful. At that time, his body ability was just developing and was at the lowest level. Otherwise, neither you nor I would have escaped." Siyu confirmed that Wu was the strange young man who drew talismans Shueyu. That day, what happened? Siyu pressed her pounding heart, her thoughts unusually clear now. Wu, who was Shueyu, changed his sitting posture and said, "After you left that day, he gave up on you and chose to deal with me, who was injured. I had a fever and lost a lot of blood. When I saw him break in, I only managed to remember what he looked like and then jumped out the window to run."
Siyu frowned.
Wu's story had too many gaps. With your strength at the time, even if you successfully jumped out the window, he wouldn't have a reason to chase you. Wu lowered his eyes, a faint light in his gaze. "I used some of my own methods." Siyu pursed her lips, somewhat skeptical, but showed no expression.
"You don't believe me."
Wu chuckled softly, his eyes curved like peach blossoms. Suyu was stunned. Did he realize?
Impossible.
She had been practicing her poker face technique for 6 years, no joke. She was very good at managing her expressions. Wu smiled again, and Suyu found his smile inexplicable. After a moment, Wu extended his hand towards Suyu. Give me a little benefit, and I'll tell you what I did. Suyu looked at his long fingers, covered with tiny scars, and raised an eyebrow. She placed the rice she was holding as a gift into his palm. A 5-jean bag of rice was easily caught with one hand, and even at the moment the rice was placed on his hand, he didn't let it sink. After getting the rice, Wu smiled even more happily. You should know what I do, right? Suyu was silent for a moment. You work in the funeral industry, he said, performing exorcisms. Wu's eyes curved into a smile. Have you heard of corpse control techniques? You don't want to talk about it, just forget it. No need to tell me stories. Wu tugged at the corner of his mouth, looking helpless. He spread his hands. See, I tell the truth, but no one believes me. For some reason, Suyu suddenly remembered the talisman Wu gave him. That talisman really did save the big dog. Could it be that Wu can actually control corpses? But then he thought about it. The body of that strong man was still lying peacefully at Shuiyu's house. Suyu was convinced that Wu was just making excuses. Wu didn't speak, just quietly watched Suyu's expressionless face. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an awkward silence. Wu, what do you think of the logistics team? Suyu broke the silence first. Wu, with his mask on, tilted his head and looked at Suyu. Suyu suddenly wondered if Wu's face might get marks from the mask. Wu's smiling eyes paused for a moment, then naturally shifted to another position before answering. The logistics team has a lot of responsibilities, many chores, and it's very tiring. The research institute is very interested in me. I want to find a safe place. I heard that your hunting team reports directly to the highest levels of the base. I don't have the ability to get in, so I thought of a second option, try the logistics team. Wu's eyes had a hint of a smile, as if lost in thought. Then he said, there is no absolute safe place in the base. Suyu was silent. Of course, he knew that. Even Wu, a member of the hunting team, could be used as a test subject by Zhou Yuan. He didn't expect to get absolute protection either, but I have to find a way to climb higher. That's the only way I see out. Suyu's voice was cold, with a hint of helplessness and disappointment. Wu clicked his tongue, stroked his chin, and thought for a moment. Then he said, Mu Shui, the captain of the 7th squad of the logistics team, is the only daughter of one of the highest-ranking officials in the base. I can recommend you to join her squad. She might be able to speak for you in the base. Suyu was stunned, then smiled, feeling much lighter. Thank you. If there's anything I can do to help you, just ask.
All right.
Wu nodded in agreement, his voice clear and cheerful, with his usual smile. Now, I need your help. The witch moved closer, her brown eyes shimmering like water in the sunlight. Suyu was surprised and instinctively wanted to step back, but suddenly heard her softly say, Please keep my identity a secret. Suyu was drawn to her words and solemnly promised, Okay, I won't tell anyone about you. After making the promise, she slowly stepped back a little. Suyu bathed in the sunlight and strolled lazily into the research institute. Xiao Sun was still waiting for her in the ward, flipping through a notebook loudly. When Suyu returned to the institute, she consciously started helping to supply water to the patients. After these days, the parasitic disease was under control, but many people still died because their brains had been eaten by parasites. After 28 days, the parasitic disease was finally over. This outbreak of parasites made the poor even poorer and the suffering even greater. Suyu also finally left the research institute and moved into her own single-room dorm. First, she visited Liao De Yuan, bringing him some drinking water and supplies. Liao De Yuan had earned some data coins from helping the base transport bodies during this time. Not much, but much better than most people in the base. You don't know, lately many people have started selling their children. Those kids, so skinny with big heads and tiny bodies, so pitiful. Liao De Yuan kept talking about the hardships faced by the lower-class people in the base.
So you felt a bit dazed.
Because of her special abilities, She always traveled between places at the base center, where she saw no one selling children or engaging in dark dealings. Beneath the seemingly peaceful surface of the base, it was already crawling with worms. Suyu received a work notice from the logistics team while she was watching a playful fight between the greedy old man Lu and the big orange cat. Lu looked at the yellow dog being chased away by the orange cat, shedding a few clumps of fur, then took a sip of hot water and skillfully threw the fur into the trash. Suyu rubbed her forehead, looking at the freshly received work notice. Her nervousness from waiting these days had turned into lightness. Woof the dog was slapped by the orange cat and immediately yelped in pain. Suyu quickly caught the falling fur and threw it into the trash, then skillfully picked up the dog and said goodbye to Lu. Lu knew she was going to the logistics team and was very happy, even digging out half a pack of pu'er tea from a drawer to give to Suyu. In the end of the world, tea was quite valuable. Suyu couldn't refuse and had to accept it, holding the dog's paw and saying farewell to the orange cat. The big orange cat sat proudly on the cabinet, flicking its tail and looking down at Suyu and the dog with a cool expression. The door gently closed, leaving only old Lu and the big orange cat inside. The big orange cat immediately jumped down from the cabinet and hesitated as it walked to the door, looking a bit sad. Old Lu chuckled and teased, "Big orange cat, with your grumpy temper, only the money-minded ones want to play with you." The big orange cat turned to look at old Lu, as if responding. Suyu held a work letter and went to Area A, Building B, Room 101. Suyu knocked on the door of the small villa. It was quickly opened by an 8-year-old boy. "Are you new here?" The boy pushed up his glasses, looking quite serious. "Yes, I am Suyu. Nice to meet you." The boy nodded. "Follow me." On the first floor of the villa there was a small garden. After passing through the garden, you reached the living room. The living room was not very big, but well decorated. A woman and 2 men sat on the sofa. Suyu's eyes naturally focused on the only woman. She had short, neat hair, a good figure, tan skin, and smooth, strong muscles, giving her a powerful look. She was probably Mu Shui, the leader of the 7th logistics team, the daughter of the big boss mentioned by Wu. "Hello." Mu Shui stood up and shook hands with Suyu when she saw him approaching. She smiled politely and confidently, and Suyu instinctively smiled back.
"Hello, I am Suyu."
"Welcome. I am Mu Shui, the leader of the 7th logistics team." After introducing herself, Mu Shui pointed to a handsome, elegant man beside her. "His name is Yang He. He is our data analyst." Yang He nodded at Suyu as a greeting. Suyu also smiled politely. The little kid, nicknamed Parrot, was a mutated human with bird wings after his mutation. He usually explored with the team. Mu Shui pointed to the boy who opened the door for Suyu. "Parrot?" Suyu was a bit surprised but kept a polite smile. The boy, with a mature look, nodded at Suyu. His nickname was Sharpshooter. He was a very skilled and a key player in their long-range team. Mu Shui then pointed to another middle-aged man with a beard in the living room and introduced him. "Sharpshooter." Suyu was finally able to see the sharpshooter in real life, feeling a bit excited but still keeping a polite smile. The sharpshooter, smoking a cigarette, nodded kindly at Suyu. "All right, with you joining, our team is now 5 people. We need to trust each other so that our team can succeed in missions." "Good. Well said." Suyu clapped in her heart for the beautiful sister. "But what does team combat mean? Isn't it logistics? How did it become team combat?" Captain Mu, what are our daily tasks in the logistics team?" Suyu raised her hand. Mu Shui shyly scratched her head. "Just call me Mu Jie, no need for captain. Our daily task is to follow the hunting team and assist them with hunting." The sharpshooter added, "Basically, we support the hunting team in battle and also act as their helpers during normal times. Helpers are those who work hard and obediently, treating the others like royalty." The parrot, looking old and wise, rolled his eyes with a clever smile. Suyu, having joined the logistics team, also gained the right to move into Area A. According to Mu Shui's plan, all team members live in Room 101 of Area A. The first floor is a common area, and the second floor has 4 rooms, which are already full. But next to the small garden on the first floor, there is another room that can be turned into a bedroom. Suyu didn't want to move into Area A at first, preferring to stay in Area B, so she could see Big Orange and her money-loving friends every day. Old Lu strongly disagreed when he heard this. Your team needs to get to know and trust each other. If you don't live with your teammates, you'll drift apart. That's not good. Little Sue, if you want to climb higher, you need to be smart. Go ahead. Big Orange and I will visit Area A when we have time. I haven't been there yet, so you must take us around. Suyu hugged her big yellow dog and reluctantly said goodbye to Old Lu and Liao Dayuan. Because she had the right to live in Area A, Suyu had 3 access cards. She gave one to Liao Dayuan, one to Old Lu, and kept one for herself. Since joining the logistics team meant she no longer had to worry about supplies, Suyu sorted out the items she brought back from the supermarket. She kept what she needed and gave 3/4 of the remaining supplies to Liao Dayuan, keeping the rest 1/4 for Old Lu. Suyu's bedroom was on a different floor from the other team members, but she liked her room very much. Opening the window revealed a small garden outside. Although there were no plants and the soil was replaced with concrete, it had a small pavilion and a fake mountain pond without water. The arrival of the money-loving friend made the old, wise parrot, a little kid at heart, show some rare childishness. Suyu stayed in Area A for 3 days with no specific tasks. Each day, she released her special water ability. Half of the water was taken away by researchers, and the rest was taken by Yang He from her team. According to Mu Shui, Yang He used to work at the Research Institute and had a similar rank to Zhou Yuan. Later, he joined the logistics team and left the institute. Yang He was very interested in Suyu's special water ability. He spent every day locked in a laboratory on the first underground floor, refusing to eat or respond to calls. If Mu Shui hadn't assured Suyu that Yang He was fine, she would have thought he had gone crazy. Surprisingly, after 2 days of confinement, Yang He excitedly came out holding 3 small bottles of clear liquid. This stuff can heal the body in a short time, he said. He named it Special Cure. The Special Cure is a concentrated form of Suyu's water ability. Long-term use of Suyu's water can keep her healthy, while the Special Cure can quickly restore her physical condition. Mu Shui was very happy about this. The 4 of them went on a mission, but Suyu was left behind to store water. After half a month of this boring task, Mu Shui told Suyu that starting tomorrow, she would also join the team on missions. Suyu was both excited and nervous. Coincidentally, her first mission involved a hunting team she knew. When she saw Uncle Chi, who was sealed in a transparent box by other team members, she felt shocked and sad. Uncle Chi was carried around by a mutated creature called Big Bear. Big Bear was 2 meters 30 tall, strong and muscular, with thick hair and a beard covering his face. His eyes were bright and fierce. His arms had transformed into bear claws, giving him a wild look. Uncle Chi, who was with him, was considered Big Bear's weapon. When she learned Uncle Chi had died, Suyu found it hard to believe. She remembered how Uncle Chi had a high fever and was taken away by the base. She thought they would meet again, and Uncle Chi might become a special ability user. But she never expected that Uncle Chi had died the day after his fever started. His body functions look like those of a coma patient, but actually, his brain and subcutaneous fat are covered with vines. It's not his body that shows activity, but the mutated vines. You can think of him as a carnivorous plant or as the ultimate weapon of the first hunting team. Once the box is opened, he will devour everything around him. Suyu couldn't help but feel chills down her spine. Suddenly, she remembered the vines that had once wrapped around her calf and covered her wound. For a moment, Suyu's entire body froze with fear. If that young nurse hadn't noticed the vines near her wound, and if Dr. Jiang hadn't performed surgery to remove them, could she have become the ultimate weapon for some hunting team? Looking at Uncle Chi, who was lying in a transparent box with his chest gently rising and his face flushed, Suyu felt her eyes sting with tears. The first hunting team's task was to go to the grain depot in City C to deliver supplies back to the base. Although the word hunting doesn't seem related, the base's order was to eliminate any strange plants or animals encountered along the way. The 7th logistics team was responsible for assisting the 1st hunting team throughout the journey. Honestly, among the hunting team members, except for Big Bear, most of them looked down on the logistics team to some extent. Not only did they make the logistics team clear the way ahead, but they also threw many confusing problems at them. The route was to use the Wanhua Gonglo Lake Loop Road to reach the grain depot. Both the hunting team and the logistics team drove along the route. Mu Shui drove ahead to clear the way for the hunting team, while Su Yu and Parrot helped organize equipment on the hunting team's vehicle. Yang He and the sharpshooter drove separately at the back to keep watch. Little Su, how many compressed biscuits do I have left? The hunting team members watched as Su Yu reorganized their gear 3 times at his request, then grinned and asked. Su Yu paused, looked up at the man, and replied. His name was Aki, a very thin, short man. Perhaps because he liked to tease him, Su Yu always thought he looked sharp-mouthed and sneaky. 17 pieces. Su Yu answered. Who knew how many compressed biscuits he actually brought? He just guessed randomly. Aki was stunned for a moment, seeming surprised that Su Yu had answered. But he quickly retorted, Impossible, you're mistaken. Count them and tell me. Su Yu took a deep breath, telling himself not to get angry at the fool. He kept a calm face, found Aki's gear, and started counting the biscuits. Parrot, apparently used to these people's teasing, squatted inside the vehicle, spreading wings that seemed to have transformed and fanning a few team members. Seeing the clearly belonging to Parrot wings, Su Yu secretly thought, now he finally understood why the little kid was nicknamed Parrot. Although transforming his body didn't take much mental effort, flapping wings was tiring. Parrot quickly got exhausted and started sweating, looking quite pitiful. Just as the two were being teased by the hunting team members for fun, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Su Yu and the Parrot exchanged a glance, both filled with joy. They could finally get out of the vehicle. The end of the journey was the commercial street where Su Yu and her friends had originally looked for a taxi. By now, the base had sent people to clean the street, making it look much wider and cleaner. The next part of the trip required everyone to walk, so the 5 logistics team members became moving luggage for the hunting team, always ready to respond. Because the Parrot was young, Mu Shui took over his load. Watching Mu Shui carry 2 large bags effortlessly, Su Yu couldn't help but sigh. People are not equal. Seeing her beautiful sister walk so lightly and comparing herself, who was panting with every step while carrying a bag. A gear bag weighs at least 60 pounds. Besides Mu Shui, the logistics team was exhausted, breathing heavily like oxen. Most of the hunting team, except for Dexiong, carried almost no weight, so they moved easily. Su Yu, Yang He, and the sharpshooter were getting slower and slower. Yang He and the sharpshooter were okay, they were used to it, so they were only a little behind the hunting team. Su Yu, on the other hand, was crawling like a snail. Although Mu Shui had taken the gear bag that the Parrot was responsible for, the Parrot was not idle. He was directed by the hunting team to fly ahead and scout the terrain. Su Yu was really tired, so she desperately looked for topics to distract herself. Sai, sharpshooter. Do you know where the cockroach swarm in the underwater tunnel went? The sharpshooter shrugged. The base sent troops to clear them out and drive them away. While they were talking, the Parrot in the sky ahead suddenly plummeted straight down. A few feathers floated from his wings. Su Yu's heart tightened. She didn't know what was wrong with the Parrot. Fortunately, the hunting team members still had some skills. Little Kwai, with his fast legs, dashed forward like a flash, and after a moment, he disappeared. After another flash, Little Kwai returned carrying the injured Parrot with a wing. Su Yu quickly reached out to catch him. She saw that the Parrot's arm had transformed into a pair of wings, but somehow, a bloody hole had been gouged out of them. It's too fast, I don't know what it was, but it can fly, and very quickly, the Parrot said, his face pale and twisted with pain, yet his tone remained old and wise. The sharpshooter pulled out his rifle, dropped the hunting gear, and skillfully climbed onto a branch. His movements and demeanor resembled a nimble cat. A cat covered in stubble and smelling of smoke. He quickly set up his rifle, his movements so professional that it surprisingly seemed reliable. Yang He pulled Suyu behind a rock to hide, and suddenly his left eye turned into a golden vertical pupil. Body transformation. This eye looked like a snake's. Mu Shui stood still carrying 2 backpacks. Suyu held the parrot, took out a special medicine from his waist pouch, and directly fed it to the parrot. After drinking the medicine, the parrot's face looked much healthier, but its injuries wouldn't heal immediately, so it stayed nearby with Suyu, both watching the battle closely. Whoosh! A loud explosion sounded as an object sped past from the air at low altitude, but Suyu widened his eyes and saw neither a shadow nor a black figure. Next to him, Yang He shouted, "I saw it. It's a hummingbird." The hunting team didn't react much, standing still with no extra movements. Suddenly, Yang He nearby shouted urgently, "Xiao Kuai, be careful."
Bang! Gun phi ở giúp.
The sharpshooter fired but cursed softly, too fast, faster than a bullet. Missed. Just when Suyu thought Xiao Kuai was doomed, he suddenly moved. His speed was so fast that it looked like he disappeared instantly. In a blur, a few tiny feathers exploded and scattered in the air. Xiao Kuai finally stopped. He frowned, his face stiff, holding a small handful of feathers. Without a doubt, the hummingbird had escaped. At 12 o'clock, Yang He's pupils shrank, and his voice suddenly rose sharply. Before Xiao Kuai could move, Archie was pushed aside by Captain Sun Gong of the 1st hunting team. Bang! A hole appeared in the thick tree behind Archie, with chips flying everywhere. It was hard to imagine what might have happened if Sun Gong hadn't pushed Archie away. Mu Shui slightly tilted her head and looked at Yang He. She grinned, showing a carefree expression. Yang He frowned and made a no gesture at Mu Shui. "Don't shoot." But Mu Shui shook her head deeply and looked at the injured parrot. Yang He's face immediately darkened. Feeling constrained by Suyu's presence, he couldn't say anything, only turned away with a look of refusal. Mu Shui didn't seem to care about Yang He's reaction. Her hands gradually transformed into mantis front limbs, sharp and mysterious. Just before Mu Shui was about to make a move, Xiao Kuai suddenly disappeared in place. Suyu only felt a gust of wind brush past him, and the air seemed to grow thick and heavy. There were constant swooshing sounds around everyone, chaotic and extremely fast, making it impossible to tell the exact positions of each person and bird, only that they were all moving rapidly and continuously. The silent war lasted for a full 10 minutes before stopping after Xiao Ku appeared. Xiao Ku looked upset. He was holding a small hummingbird that kept struggling, but it was trapped because its long beak was stuck in Xiao Ku's palm. Xiao Ku's hand was pierced by the hummingbird's beak, blood dripping everywhere, turning the bird red. A chi stepped forward, holding the hummingbird's body with one hand, then suddenly squeezed. Xiao Ku let go, and the hummingbird's beak was pulled out. Before it could attack again, a chi's long fingernails stabbed into the bird. In less than a second, the hummingbird stopped struggling. Suyu saw the situation was under control and took out a special medicine bottle, walking over to give it to Xiao Ku. Xiao Ku didn't look at the logistics team members at all during this whole time. Suyu, surprised and impressed by Xiao Ku's ability, didn't take it to heart. Instead, he quickly pressed the medicine into Xiao Ku's uninjured left palm. Mu Shui saw that everything was over and changed back from her transformed state to her usual elegant, balanced appearance. The sharpshooter jumped down from the tree silently, moving so lightly it was almost unbelievable. Suyu covered his mouth with his hand and quietly asked the sharpshooter, "What is a chi's special power?" The sharpshooter took out a cigarette, lit it, and snorted coldly. His nails contained paralyzing poison. "He's also a body mutant." Suyu nodded thoughtfully, looking at a chi's nails with a contemplative expression. A chi threw the stiff hummingbird onto the ground and then stomped on it hard. There was a soft thump, followed by the sound of internal organs being forcefully squeezed out of the body. Suyu didn't look at the tragic scene of the hummingbird. Instead, a chi stepped on the bird, then moved his foot away and checked. He didn't find any crystals, which made him feel annoyed. The rest of the journey went much more smoothly. The hunting team members didn't treat them better just because the logistics team helped. they still ordered people around as usual. This time, Suyu not only carried equipment but also had to support the parrot as they moved forward. Seeing Suyu's slow pace, Chi mocked, "Ha ha, you should change your name to Snail. Ha ha ha, you're so weak." Suyu's shoulders turned purple from the pain, and he was in a lot of discomfort. He clenched his teeth and didn't speak. According to the parrot, it was best not to argue with the hunting team, or he would suffer. So, even if he disliked them, he endured. Thus, Suyu and the parrot dragged on for 4 hours before reaching their destination, the granary. Engineer Sun has the key to the grain storage, so entering was not difficult. The logistics team led the way, with Suyu and the parrot falling behind due to injuries. The grain storage was already out of power, so they needed flashlights to see inside. Suyu held the parrot with one hand and used the flashlight with the other. In front of Suyu were members of the hunting team. The quick-witted team member was injured and walking at the back. Suyu faintly smelled a fishy odor. It might have been the blood from the parrot and the quick-witted team member, or just a strange smell, but it made everyone feel uneasy. After passing through 2 more security gates, the warehouse filled with grain appeared before everyone. Since they reached their destination, Suyu saw Mu Shui and 2 others walking at the front. Engineer Sun stepped forward to check if the grain was still good to eat. All of it is spoiled. A fishy and rotten smell filled the warehouse. When Suyu entered, she guessed the grain was probably no longer usable. Mu Shui looked at Sun and asked, "Should we go back?" Sun frowned, knowing that failing the mission was not good for them. "Let's check the nearby area. If there's a big supermarket, we can go in and take some supplies. We can't go back empty-handed." Mu Shui didn't reply. Since Sun had made the decision, the logistics team had to cooperate. Even though they knew the grain was spoiled, everyone looked at the piles of grain with sadness. They started searching the warehouse, hoping to find some still good. Suyu, being a bit of a novice, sat down after finally reaching the destination, not really prepared to look for good grain. The parrot, with an injured arm, quietly sat next to Suyu, both of them like calm quails. Picking up a handful of spoiled rice, Suyu examined each grain carefully, only to find no rice bugs. Based on her life experience, rice bugs, which are usually very sneaky, wouldn't normally be found near rice. She told the parrot her suspicion. The parrot, with a serious face, tried to analyze, maybe the warehouse did something to prevent bugs? Suyu thought about it and agreed. Since the warehouse was so important, they probably took some measures. But she still felt uneasy. The warehouse was large, and after her teammates spread out, she couldn't see anyone else from her angle. Suddenly, footsteps sounded in the darkness. Suyu felt a little more at ease. Someone was coming. Sure enough, soon after, the quick-witted team member appeared, holding a flashlight and walking from an angle ahead. In the darkness, his face was very pale, and the smell of blood on him seemed even stronger. His steps were a bit stiff. Suyu quickly took out a special medicine from her waist pouch, ready to ask him what was going on and why he seemed to be in worse shape. Suddenly, he stopped behind a pile of rice about 10 meters away, tilted his head, and with glowing green eyes in the dark, stared directly at Suyu and the parrot. Suyu felt creeped out by his green eyes and instinctively avoided talking to him. The parrot saw Xiaoqua and was about to speak, but Suyu pulled him back. Seeing Suyu's strange expression, the parrot quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Suyu hesitated for a moment, kept her eyes on Xiaoqua, and whispered to the parrot, "Could Xiaoqua's eyes turn green because of some change?" The parrot was stunned, looked carefully at Xiaoqua, and nervously replied, I remember, he only inherited the speed and agility of a leopard. I don't know if his eyes can turn green." Suyu also hesitated. Leopard? Do leopards' eyes glow green in the dark? She wasn't sure, so she signaled the parrot to be alert. The area fell into complete silence.
Ah!
Suddenly, a hoarse, unpleasant scream came from farther away. Suyu couldn't tell who was screaming, only that it was a man, probably someone from their team. "It's Aki. What's going on over there?" The parrot became uneasy, his face turning very pale, and he seemed restless. Suyu also wanted to go see what was happening, not really out of concern for Aki's safety, but because she thought that hearing such a scream, the scattered team members would all head to check. Once the team gathered, Suyu would feel safer. But when she looked, Xiaoqua was still standing in place, staring at them with a faint glow. The scream from Aki was coming from deep inside the corridor behind Xiaoqua. Something was wrong. Both Suyu and the parrot heard Aki's scream, so Xiaoqua should have heard it too. Yet Xiaoqua, after hearing his teammates scream, remained standing still. That either meant he was just pretending to be loyal or that he had a problem. Suyu swallowed hard and silently drew her dagger from her waist. Even the slowest parrot realized something was wrong and slowly transformed his arm into a wing.
Gulp. Gulp.
Xiaoqua noticed their reactions, slowly turned his head back, and made strange gurgling sounds in his throat. You help me. You help. Xiaoqua's mouth kept moving, trying to speak as if his voice was muffled, sounding very strange. Suyu frowned, pulled the parrot back a step, and kept watch. Unexpectedly, when she saw Suyu step back, Xiaoquai's body wobbled slightly, and he took a step forward. Suyu watched his stiff and strange movements and felt goosebumps all over her body. Don't come any closer. The parrot was so frightened that even his usually calm voice cracked. You. Come over. Come over. In an instant, Suyu really wanted to turn around and run away. She thought about it and did just that. She grabbed the parrot and ran. After a few steps, a gust of wind swept past her. The parrot suddenly spread his wings, grabbed Suyu, and flew up to the ventilation duct above the ceiling. Since he was under 10 years old and managed to lift Suyu onto the duct despite having injured wings, Suyu was very shocked. A strange feeling arose. She, who had been counting down her days for years, suddenly learned that she was actually the second to last in the countdown, secretly a hidden expert. It turns out she's the only one who's truly inexperienced. Suyu was lying on the duct, instinctively looking down at the situation below. She saw that where they had just stood, Xiaoqua was now wobbling with his upper body. He was scanning the surroundings with his eyes, stiffly searching everywhere, but he didn't look up once. Just as Suyu was quietly letting out a breath of relief, Xiaoqua below suddenly looked up slowly. Suyu and the parrot both took a quick, cold breath. He saw them, his eyes fixed on the two of them, making Suyu feel a chill. At that moment, several hurried footsteps sounded from deep inside the tunnel. Xiaoqua heard the footsteps, quickly ran with his lower body, his upper body wobbling, and most strangely, throughout his run, his head was tilted back, eyes fixed on Suyu and the parrot, until his figure disappeared into another deeper tunnel.
Suyu. Parrot.
Mu Shui hurried out of the tunnel. Suyu was startled by her shout, and quickly called down below, "We're here." Mu Shui immediately looked up, saw that both of them had pale faces and were injured, and sighed in relief. Not long after, the members of the hunting team and the logistics group came out of the tunnel. Suyu was again carried back to the ground by the parrot. The two of them took turns recounting what had just happened. It was then that Suyu noticed that Sun Gong and several other members of the hunting team looked very grim. "What's wrong? What happened?"
Suyu quietly asked Mu Shui.
Mu Shui shook her head and looked at Sun Gong, without lowering her voice intentionally. "We found a warm, skinless corpse." Suyu was stunned. Based on judgment, the corpse is a small prey from the hunting team. "What was that just now?" The parrot exclaimed in surprise, then quickly felt it wasn't proper to be so loud. It clenched its fists, pressed them to its beak, and cleared its throat to hide its embarrassment. Engineer Sun shook his head. "I don't know what it was. We also found many bones behind the grain pile, some from animals and some from humans."
Suyu purset her lips.
"So, what should we do now?" Engineer Sun's voice was very serious.
"Catch that thing."
"We're short of people here, and we need to give the base an explanation."
Suyu didn't speak.
She also had no right to speak. Yang He's eye had already changed, with a yellow vertical pupil constantly scanning around. Suddenly, the large door of the granary slammed shut. Everyone shivered and quickly ran to the door, only to find it was locked from the outside. What the heck? How did they lock the door? The sharpshooter kicked the door, but it didn't move at all. He winced from the pain. Engineer's son sneered. It seems they don't want us to leave. Then, he quickly formed 2 metal knives in his hands and looked toward the deeper passage coming from the other side. Suyu felt her scalp go numb. The things she encountered today were beyond what she ever dared to dream.
Clack, clack,
Clack. Lively footsteps approached from a distance. The small prey gradually appeared in everyone's sight. I am coming. The voice, as if holding back tears, sounded again, followed by the rush of wind from its swift run. The parrot immediately grabbed Suyu and threw her onto the pipe. Suyu quickly grabbed onto the pipe and looked down. Engineer Sun had already charged forward with 2 knives in his hands. The small prey suddenly bent its upper body back at a 90-degree angle, easily dodging Sun's attack. Suyu could tell that Sun had definitely trained in fighting. His moves were sharp and fierce. But after several rounds, Sun still hadn't managed to hit the small prey. Achi, with a grim face, stood behind the big bear, while the parrot explained in real time. Although Achi can release nerve toxins with his claws, he's actually quite fragile. Usually, he's the protected one. Sun almost caught the other several times, but kept missing as the prey dodged in various ways. So, he decided to use his metal elemental power, sending a barrage of leaf-shaped metal knives toward the small prey. They thought the prey would be injured, but surprisingly, the knives did hit. However, what happened next left Suyu with a deep shadow in her mind. The small fast creature's skin was torn open, revealing its true form, 2 yellow martens stacked together.
No wonder.
No wonder the small fast creature moved strangely, its upper body always swaying when it ran. That's enough to make anyone dizzy. The worst part was that all the metal blades were deflected by the marten's fur. Suyu thought to himself, wow, this one is built-in armor. The moment the true face was revealed, both the hunting team and the logistics group launched their attacks together.
Bang!
The sharpshooter's bullet hit the forehead of the upper marten, but it only swayed slightly and remained completely unharmed. No, it was damaged. There was a bald patch on its forehead.
I come. To eat.
You. The marten's mouth moved as if it was speaking. After saying this, a shadow flickered, and the agile sharpshooter was suddenly scratched on the shoulder by it. Fortunately, the sharpshooter dodged just in time. If not, his neck would have been scratched instead. Mu Shue's mantis arm swung out a residual shadow, but it couldn't hurt the marten either. The opponent was like a ball of cotton. When hit, it just bounced slightly without any real damage. On the other hand, the team members were being scratched so badly that they bled heavily. Big Bear protected Aki, punching out to smash the metal door of the grain warehouse, which was made of special material, but he couldn't break the marten. The marten wah and flew far away, then crashed into the wall, creating a deep hole, but it was unharmed and kept scratching as if it were a bouncy ball. There was nothing anyone could do about it. Mu Shue withdrew her transformed mantis arm, her eyes fixed on the precise marten that kept scratching her target. Then,
bang!
Mu Shue punched the marten, knocking it into the ground, where it lay motionless for a long time. She immediately moved in, punching it repeatedly on the head. The marten was hammered into the ground and couldn't get up.
Suyu stared in shock.
The experienced parrot sighed calmly. Look at how useless you are. Sister Mu is as strong as a steel doll. Her strength is terrifying. Although Mu Shue could suppress the marten, there were 2 of them. One needed to be kept down for a long time, but the other was free to move around. No one could handle it. Yonghee's eyes nearly got scratched out. Aki didn't even get a chance to attack before being scratched to pieces, covered in blood, with bloodstains everywhere. Suyu and the parrot exchanged a worried and helpless look.
Ah!
Big Bear couldn't protect Archie, as a sharp little claw was stuck inside Archie's stomach. The weasel had succeeded. The small, sharp claw was embedded in Archie's belly. Seeing no further move from the weasel, Big Bear quickly grabbed the weasel by the neck and forcefully threw it away.
Bang!
The weasel crashed into the warehouse. Suyu immediately shouted and caught it, then threw a special medicine from his bag. Big Bear caught it and was about to feed it to Archie when he saw yellow pus slowly oozing from the wound in Archie's stomach. Archie's face turned pale and yellow within seconds. He looked down in disbelief at his stomach. Then, Archie reached into his wound, as if feeling for something. Because of this action, the skin around his injury tore open, separating from the bloody flesh underneath. Archie! Big Bear watched as Archie suddenly widened his eyes and fell backward. He hurried to catch him, but at the moment he touched Archie, a bloody, flesh-like mass slipped out from the torn skin. The red flesh dripped blood and uncontrollably fell to the ground. As it touched the floor, it let out a painful scream and struggled. Big Bear stared in shock at the human skin wrapped in torn clothes in his hands. When Sun Gong saw Archie, who had been skinned, his eyes turned red. "Don't let that thing get to him," Suyu shouted. Suyu suspected that when the weasel opened Archie's belly, it secreted some kind of corrosive substance. But no matter how much he thought about it, Suyu couldn't understand how that creature managed to peel the skin so quickly. Suyu couldn't imagine how much pain the little fox and Archie were suffering. Watching Archie thrash on the ground in pain, Suyu trembled and used his supernatural power. Perhaps because he was too nervous, Suyu initially couldn't activate his power. He kept telling himself to save him, and finally a stream of water flowed from his palm. Under Suyu's control, the water formed a bubble, tightly wrapping around Archie, who was rolling on the ground, except for his nose. He wasn't sure if Suyu's power really worked, but Archie, wrapped in the water bubble, gradually stopped struggling. Suyu's heart sank. Oh no, the one who was just thrashing is now still inside the bubble.
Could it be?
He's gone? After the initial panic, Suyu quickly calmed down and continued to maintain the bubble around the skinless Archie. Suyu thought at worst the result would just be death. Maybe trying wouldn't hurt and a miracle might happen. While tending to Eiki's water bubble, she didn't check on others. She saw the big bear next to Eiki roar, "Quick, spray alcohol on him." Suyu was stunned. What? Why spray alcohol? Before she could react, a parrot with her, inside the ventilation duct, took out a bottle of alcohol from her bag and sprayed it all over Suyu and herself. The smell of alcohol was strong, and Suyu coughed from the fumes. The big bear took out a bottle of alcohol, unscrewed the cap, and poured it around himself and Eiki in the water bubble. Then she heard the team members whistling in short bursts, one after another. Suyu also heard the parrot whistle. She pouted and said, "Phew." All right, she couldn't whistle. Fortunately, the big bear didn't care if Suyu could whistle or not. He simply put down the box behind him and opened it. Suyu was stunned. There was no movement inside the box. She finally had the energy to look around. Everyone else was in a bad state except Mu Shui. Yang he had a scratch under his golden vertical pupils, with blood all over his face. The S rifle was bent, and it was unclear how. His clothes were soaked with blood, and his right wrist was twisted oddly, probably broken. Sun Gong had fewer injuries, but he looked exhausted, with nosebleed indicating he'd used too much of his powers. Big Bear also had injuries. He had large scratches on his body from protecting Eiki. If he weren't so sturdy with that much bleeding, he might have collapsed already. Everyone was in poor condition. Their attacks weren't effective against the two yellow weasels. No wonder Big Bear released Chishu. The moment the box was opened, the people below stopped moving, like wooden stakes. The two yellow weasels, sensing something, paused and looked at the transparent box. Suyu instinctively held her breath lightly. Just when she thought Chishu wouldn't wake up, he slowly sat up from the box. He still kept his eyes closed, but his body suddenly straightened stiffly. The two yellow weasels blinked their green eyes and suddenly turned to run. But Chishu's head suddenly split into several parts from the top, like a flower bud blooming. However, the flower was not beautiful or delicate. Outside the petals, it should have been Uncle Chi's face, but now it looks like the skin has split into several pieces. The 5 petals each have 2 eyes on the outside. The eyelids of the closed eyes are twitching, as if a sleeping person is about to wake up. Inside the petals, there are many sharp thorns. The dark green interior is covered with dense red spikes. The flower's core is a hole that runs straight down to the neck, similar to a human esophagus. The entire head transformed into a flower in an instant. In the next moment of blooming, the eyes on the petals twitched open. The opened eyes almost immediately locked onto the two fleeing yellow martens. I saw you. One petal with a mouth opened and closed, speaking in a strange, hoarse tone, repeating the same sentence as the mutated potato had. Suyu's body suddenly felt cold. As he finished speaking, the neck of the flower, acting as the stalk, suddenly stretched long, and the flower rushed swiftly toward the fleeing yellow martens. In the moment it approached the martens, the flower suddenly doubled in size. In the blink of an eye, the two martens were swallowed into the flower center. The martens had thick skin and kept struggling. The bulging, closing petals grew tighter and tighter, trapping the martens inside. The flower couldn't kill them immediately, so the battle fell into a stalemate. The surface of the giant flower kept swelling with small bulges, and the stalk slowly shrank back to its original length. The human body was still there, but the head had turned into a large, closed flower, which continued to sway as the martens struggled inside. The two eyes on the outside of the petals drooped, as if thinking or daydreaming. He indeed did not attack the people who sprayed alcohol. Suyu felt a strange fear rising because of Uncle Chi's tone and words just now. After about an hour, and after everyone had sprayed alcohol more than 20 times, the martens inside the flower finally stopped struggling. After the martens inside the flower stopped struggling, the eyes on the outside of the petals slowly opened again. The large flower bud tightened and twitched, and a chewing sound came from inside the flower. It seemed the martens inside had been chewed up, and the petals gradually returned to normal size. Soon, the closed flower stopped moving. Its eyes looked around aimlessly, as if searching for prey. The petal with a nose moved gently, as if smelling the air. Its eyes circled around the people below, and finally looked away with some disappointment. Suyu felt very strange. Looking at him, he could see the people below, but because he smelled alcohol, he didn't attack them.
Why?
Is alcohol his weakness? Maybe Suyu's curious gaze was too obvious, or perhaps the parrot and Suyu shared a special connection. The parrot whispered softly in Suyu's ear, "He seems to dislike alcohol, so whenever we spray alcohol or there's alcohol nearby, he stays away." The parrot's voice was very quiet, but in this quiet environment, it was easy to hear. Uncle Chi below seemed to hear the noise above and slowly looked up in the direction of the sound. "Suyu." "Thank you, parrot." "Thank you, but there's no need for this kind of connection now." The moment his eyes saw Suyu, his gaze fluctuated wildly. His eyes suddenly filled with blood vessels, and the whites turned red. "Suyu, that heaven, are you trying to ruin me?"
I see. You.
His strange tone carried a mix of anger and excitement, and even the flower buds trembled intensely with excitement. Suyu forced a smile. "You saw me again." Seeing this, Suyu's supernatural power in his hand was cut off. He didn't have time to check on the skinless Archie. He snatched the alcohol bottle from the parrot and aimed the spray at Uncle Chi. "Uncle, don't make things difficult for me. Our past is over. There's no need to ruin the peace over this." The parrot opened his mouth wide, staring blankly at Suyu, who spoke with a cold face. "What does this mean? What happened between Sister Su and the ultimate weapon? Why does the expression on the ultimate weapon look so strange? Like he's about to kill Sister Su?" Suddenly, a flower rushed in front of Suyu, petals spreading wide, with a strong, foul smell hitting her. Her last action was to push the parrot away from behind her. Killing her alone is enough. Don't involve others. The parrot was pushed by Suyu and fell down the ventilation duct. When he looked up again, he saw that Suyu had already entered the mouth of the ultimate weapon. Suyu was soaking in a water sphere. This was a water sphere she made temporarily to protect herself. She would rather drown herself than be swallowed by the flower. Sharp thorns pierced into the water sphere fiercely, but the sphere blocked their attack, and the thorns couldn't bite Suyu. The water inside her body flowed out rapidly, enlarging the water sphere. The flower seemed to be pushed up by the sphere, its petals writhing as if trying to bite and crush this annoying ball. Suyu closed her eyes in the water for a long time before realizing she didn't feel suffocated. She opened her eyes and was surprised to see that the water inside the glass sphere emitted a faint icy blue glow in the darkness of the flower. The light was weak, but enough for Suyu to see the red spikes piercing the sphere's surface. The sphere was like a rubber ball, squeezed tightly by the flower, just deformed but not pierced further. Suyu's eyes turned as she controlled her powers to increase their strength, determined to force the flower open and create an escape route. Suddenly, sounds came from outside the flower. The flower shook suddenly, its petals shrinking quickly, allowing Suyu to see the outside again. She and the water sphere fell to the ground together. The sphere broke open, spilling water everywhere. Suyu looked around, wet all over. She saw Uncle Chi with a blue, water-dripping bandage around his neck. It was probably caused by the water needle, as Uncle Chi's eyes immediately drooped and he gradually closed them. When his eyes closed, the flower-like head split open and shut again, returning to a human-like appearance. A parrot hurried over to help Suyu stand up. Meanwhile, Big Bear put Uncle Chi into a transparent box for safekeeping. Suyu looked at Worker Sunday. He was holding a tranquilizer gun. Seeing Suyu look over, he explained, "The liquid in the syringe is a plant-based anesthetic improved from the mutated plant components the base extracted."
Suyu was surprised.
A plant-based anesthetic? With this, it would be much easier to deal with mutated plants in the future. But this anesthetic only works on him for now. It was developed after research at the base specifically for him. Sun Gong pointed to Uncle Chi in the box. Suyu nodded, looking at Uncle Chi being easily packed away. She secretly thought her life might not be over. But then she remembered that since the base dared to use him, they must have a way to deal with him.
She felt relieved.
Confident she was safe, Suyu finally turned her attention to Archie. Archie was lying on the ground, motionless. Big Bear went over, wanting to check him but didn't know how. At that moment, Yang He approached and pressed firmly on Archie's pulse. He's not dead, but his breath is very weak. Big Bear quickly picked up Archie and looked at Sun Gong. "Let's go back. Saving people is more important." "Okay." Sun Gong immediately agreed, and they hurriedly packed up and headed back. On the road, everyone was walking very quickly. Suyu asked Dexiong, "Those two yellow weasels probably have crystals inside them." Dexiong sighed, "Yes, they probably do, but even if they do, S11 swallowed them." "What a pity." "S11? Oh, that's his number." Dexiong patted the box. Suyu remained silent, realizing that all weapons were numbered. On the way back, they encountered a mutated squirrel, but it seemed Sun Gong was feeling frustrated and used up all his powers at once. The mutated squirrel was pierced into pieces and died completely. In the end, Mu Shui used a small dagger to pry open the squirrel's head and took out a tiny, pale yellow crystal. "It's not very strong, just a soil element crystal." Mu Shui tossed the camera to Sun Gong. He showed no particular expression, took a metal box from his gear bag, and carefully placed the crystal inside. "Are crystals classified by level?" Suyu was very curious. Mu Shui smiled. "Crystals are small, and the squirrel isn't very strong. I guess it's AD level." Suyu looked back at the squirrel, which was stabbed into a hedgehog by a metal blade, and felt even more curious about the crystals. He wondered when he might find another water element crystal again. When they were 10 kilometers from the base, Suyu and another hunting team ran into each other. Seeing the smiling peach blossom eyes, Suyu couldn't help but think how small the world is. Sun Gong looked grim when he saw the third hunting team. Before Wu and Zhang Yang joined the third team, their first team was the strongest among the three.
But now,
Sun Gong looked at Wu and the gloomy Zhang Yang behind him, cursing silently about his bad luck. "Hey, Captain Sun, are you on a mission? Why are two people missing?" Zhang Yang first glanced at Suyu, who was carrying a heavy gear bag, then sarcastically said to Sun Gong. Sun Gong's face darkened immediately. "Zhang Yang, you're not the captain, so you have no right to talk to me. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and glared irritably at Wu, who was walking at the front. Wu smiled slyly. Hey, old son. Are you on a mission? Why are two people missing? Suyu. Your sarcasm is even worse than Zhang Yang's. Listening to Wu's tone, which was more sarcastic than Zhang Yang's, Sun Gong held back for a long time, then snorted heavily, made a gesture, and signaled the team to continue forward. It seems he doesn't want to deal with the third hunting team and plans to leave directly. The two teams pass by each other, and Suyu notices the 5 people behind the third hunting team. They are wearing the same clothes as Suyu's logistics group, so they probably belong to the same group. Among the 5, the most eye-catching is a girl in front. She has 2 braids, pale skin with a cool tone, delicate features, and 2 cute dimples on her cheeks. She is a rare, fresh-looking beauty in this post-apocalyptic world. The sharpshooter notices Suyu staring at the girl and smiles softly, whispering, her nickname is Willow, and she's Captain Mu's cousin. Suyu is surprised and looks at Mu Shui, who is not paying attention and hasn't looked at Willow at all. She feels curious about their relationship. Willow keeps smiling at Mu Shui, seemingly wanting to say hello, but Mu Shui's cold attitude makes her look disappointed and a bit sad. Her team members behind her look sympathetic and whisper something to her. Suyu didn't hear clearly and quickly walks to catch up with her team, moving slowly like a snail. Back at the base, Pai Kaki is immediately taken to Area A's top hospital for emergency treatment. Mu Shui leads her logistics team to say goodbye to the first hunting team and then returns to room 101 in Area A. Parrot was injured, but the little kid refused to go to the hospital. Mu Shui had no choice but to knock him out, then took Yang He and the sharpshooter to the base hospital for treatment. Suyu didn't pack up her things. Her shoulder was already blistered and bruised from carrying her gear, with the skin around it dark purple. She decided to try using her special ability to see if it could help heal the wound. Gently placing her palm above her shoulder, a faint blue glow appeared, forming a soft, water-like membrane over the injury. The cool, slightly cold sensation made Suyu feel much more relaxed. Maybe because she was immersed in this comfortable feeling, Suyu closed her eyes and leaned on the sofa to enjoy it. Before long, her ability suddenly faltered, and Suyu was a bit surprised. This feeling was caused by overusing her power, leading to discomfort.
But
Suyu looked at the clock on the wall. Since she started using her ability, only about 2 minutes had passed. She withdrew her power and turned her head to look at the wound. Her fair skin was already covered with a thick scab, and the bruising around the wound had mostly faded. She moved her shoulder, and the soreness and fatigue from the dislocation feeling had disappeared. Suyu dressed quickly, her heart pounding a little faster. She looked down at her palms and had a bold guess. Could it be that her special water ability doesn't need purification and can be used directly? The effect was faster than any medicine, almost instant. After the excitement, she felt worried and nervous. She was happy to have gained a new survival skill for the end of the world, but she was also afraid that her unique ability might make her a test subject again. Suyu knew that even if Mu Shui said she could protect her, once her special power was exposed, the base might decide to study her because of its value. Neither Mu Shui nor her father could guarantee her safety then. Even if they could, there was no free lunch in the world. Thinking of this, Suyu recalled the last time she used her blue light ability. She was inside a flower, which wrapped her tightly. People outside probably couldn't see her. Later, Uncle Chi was given anesthesia, and Suyu fell out of the flower. She lost control of her ability because of the sudden weightlessness. She then hit the ground, and her water ball broke. Usually, no one around would notice anything because everyone looked calm, as if they hadn't seen anything unusual. Still, Suyu worried her secret might be exposed. She decided to stop thinking and simply use her ability. Clear water slowly flowed into the water tank, smooth and transparent, without the faint blue glow. Her body and head felt uncomfortable from the energy drain. She withdrew her ability, pressed her forehead, and rubbed it for a while. She locked her door and tried to summon her power again. This time, she silently whispered, "Heal, heal," and a faint blue glow appeared, but the water flow was small. Her head hurt even more, so she had to cut off her ability again. She wiped her nosebleed, then sat up, burned the tissue in her room, and opened the window for ventilation. Caimi looked up at Suyu with big, round eyes. Suyu gently patted Caimi's ear, gave him some dog food, and left a note on the coffee table. I'm too tired.
Going to sleep now.
Don't wake me for dinner. After leaving the note, Suyu took a shower, crawled into bed, and told Caimi not to disturb her. She covered her head and slept deeply. When the other 4 members of the 7th logistics team returned to room 101, they saw Suyu's note. Mu Shui smiled and said, just let her sleep for a while, then went into the bedroom. Today, it was the sharpshooter's turn to prepare dinner. There wasn't much to prepare, just heating some military-style compressed biscuits and canned food for everyone to eat together. Seeing Mu Shui go into the bedroom, Yang He quickly walked over and followed her inside.
Schwer.
I have a guess. Yang He looked very excited, with his eyes shining brightly. Mu Shui looked at her excited boyfriend and, smiling, asked, what's going on? Yang He's one eye gradually turned into a golden vertical pupil. His tone was happy and confident, you know? I saw Suyu's special ability change. Mu Shui was surprised. What? Right when she fell out of S11's mouth. I saw it. I saw her ability glowing with a faint blue light. You know, her water ability has some healing effects, but it still needs to be purified to work better. But I keep thinking, since she was given such a special ability, it shouldn't just be this way. Today, I only saw it for a moment, but I am sure her ability has changed. Maybe. Yang He was so excited his lips trembled. Maybe from now on, her ability can be like Dong Cheng's, providing pure and effective healing directly.
Xuya.
We should report this. If we study her, we can find out the truth about how healing abilities are born. Hearing Yang He's words, Mu Shui's heart skipped a beat. She immediately said, Yang He, listen to me. We can't report Suyu's situation for now. Yang He's expression froze in surprise. Why? Mu Shui sighed. We haven't confirmed whether she has the ability you mentioned. If we report it now, she'll definitely be taken to the research institute. You know, Zhou Yuan is too extreme, and I don't want her to fall into his hands. Yang He's face changed repeatedly, but she's very valuable for research. She is now my teammate. I have a responsibility to protect her. Yang He's expression softened a little. Schwer, I know you're worried Zhou Yuan might do something bad to her. But Schwer, you forgot, I used to be a researcher too. You can give Suyu to me for experiments. If you're worried about Zhou Yuan, aren't you also worried about me? Mu Shui remained silent. Yang He was once Zhou Yuan's senior brother and the top disciple of Professor Zhou. His knowledge and experience were not inferior to Zhou Yuan's. Initially, Yang He left the research institute because Zhou Yuan, leveraging his kinship with Professor Zhou, quickly rose to power and took over all projects Yang He was responsible for. Another reason was something Yang He refused to admit. He was naturally less talented than Zhou Yuan. Professor Zhou openly promoted his grandson, but his other disciple, who was not related by blood, naturally had less influence. Therefore, Yang He had to leave the research institute and come to assist Mu Shui. Mu Shui sighed, I know you've been holding back, wanting to achieve results and turn things around, but Yang He, I hope you understand, you are now part of the logistics team, not the research institute. If you want to continue doing research, I've provided you with an underground lab to pursue your hobby. I've given you the best equipment and materials I can. But, Yang He, your role is in the logistics team. Since the founding of the 7th logistics team, I've said that team members are the most trusted people. Yang He, Suyu is part of our team. She's not an object. She's our teammate. You shouldn't plan everything on your own without talking to her first. You can tell her your ideas directly. Only if she agrees voluntarily, and it doesn't hurt her can you proceed. Yang He looked silently at Mu Shui with a serious face, then suddenly smiled. All right, I understand. Mu Shui saw that he listened and felt relieved. Suyu was awakened by hunger. She got up, dressed, and went outside, only to see a can of hot food already prepared on the table. Yellow braised chicken in a can?
Suyu mutteret, swallowing her saliva.
A parrot, wearing heat-resistant gloves, carried a pot of instant noodles out. Suyu hurried to take it, but he avoided her. He placed the noodles on the table and looked at Suyu with a stern expression. You've slept so long, and you don't even give the dog a bit of food.
He's almost starving.
Suyu was stunned. She remembered she had only fed the dog twice. Had she slept for a long time? How long have I slept? 3 days. The sharpshooter slid down the staircase railing and helped clarify. How much?
Suyu's eyes widened.
Miss Su, how are you already deaf at such a young age? The parrot divided the food while sighing leisurely. Su Yusin felt guilty and froze in place. Oh no, after sleeping so long, even if others didn't suspect her before, they probably do now. Mu Shui and Yang, he came down from upstairs. After talking about some funny stories involving the big dog these days, everyone started eating instant noodles together.
Suyu felt uneasy.
Every casual remark during the meal made her think others were trying to test her. Not wanting to be kept in suspense for long, Mu Shui called Suyu into her bedroom after finishing the meal.
Yang he also followed in.
Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Mu Shui explained Yang He's suspicions from that day and finally asked if Suyu was willing to let Yang He check her abilities. Of course, Suyu didn't want to, but she thought if she didn't get checked, Yang He might give up. There's an old saying, it's not the thief you fear, but the thief who keeps thinking about your treasure. It's a harsh way to put it, but it's true. So Suyu, with a blank face, agreed. Mu Shui and Yang He couldn't see her true feelings, but Yang He didn't seem to care about her real thoughts. When they heard Suyu agreed to the check, they were happy. There's one thing I need to say up front. Suyu looked at Yang He and Mu Shui calmly. Her tone was even. If, after the test, my abilities haven't changed, I won't cooperate with any more experiments. Yang He frowned.
Why?
Because I don't like being a test subject. Suyu coldly glanced at Yang He, then looked at Mu Shui, her voice softer. Mu Jie, my past experience at the research institute left me with shadows. I don't want to be a test subject. I agreed to the test because I want to know if my abilities have really changed, as Yanga said. Mu Shui smiled and nodded, gently patting Suyu's shoulder. Don't worry, I understand. As long as you don't want to, we won't force you. Yang He saw Mu Shui's stance and couldn't say anything more. He just nodded, showing no other emotion. Suyu let out a small breath and left Mu Shui's bedroom. In the flower garden without plants, a parrot was tossing a frisbee to the dog. The dog happily cooperated. He caught it when thrown, and they played together joyfully. Suyu looked at the garden, but her worries hadn't lessened at all. In the afternoon, Suyu followed Yang He to the underground research lab. The entire underground lab covered about 200 square meters. Bright ceiling lights made the room feel a bit cold. The basement was filled with equipment, including a row of full ice cabinets used to store research materials. Yang He signaled Suyu to input her special ability into a round glass bottle. Suyu quietly adjusted her breathing, stretched out her hand, cleared her mind, and thought of nothing. Clear water flowed into the glass bottle. Suyu watched the ordinary-looking water, then secretly let out a breath of relief. Yang He had already activated his golden vertical pupils, staring intently at the water flowing from Suyu's palm. His eyebrows gradually furrowed, and his expression became serious. Suyu, with a blank face, withdrew her hand and looked at the full bottle of water, feeling nervous inside. Go back first and wait for the results. I need to study this carefully. Yang He's elegant face looked a bit serious. After saying this, he signaled Suyu to leave. Suyu nodded and returned to the first floor. In the garden, the dog picked up a frisbee. Seeing Suyu come out, it immediately dropped the frisbee and ran away, holding out its paw to wait for the parrot to fetch the frisbee. Lifting its head, the dog bit the frisbee in its mouth, eyes full of joy and anticipation. Suyu smiled, squatted down, and took the frisbee from the dog's mouth. The dog thought Suyu wanted to play, wagging its tail happily and spinning around twice. Suyu patted the dog's ears and asked, "Want to play frisbee or go for a walk to find Big Orange?" The dog tilted its head, eyes showing a clear, innocent look. Just as Suyu was about to decide, The big yellow dog suddenly ran into Suyu's bedroom, grabbed the dog leash from a small cabinet beside the dog's bed, then ran back and placed the leash on the ground, nudging it with its nose. Suyu immediately laughed, picked up the dog, and tied the leash. Then she called Lu Lao on the house phone to ask if he was home. Learning that Lu Lao was at home and that Big Orange missed the dog very much, Suyu immediately said she would bring the dog over to play. They agreed to meet downstairs in Block B, then took Big Orange and the dog to an open space to have fun. When Suyu arrived, Lu Lao was already there. He also put a leash on Big Orange. Seeing Suyu, they released the leash and started chatting. After Big Orange slapped the dog went to play nearby on the flat cement ground. Big Orange wagged its tail, sat with its hands in its pockets near a flower bed, squinting like a wise old man. The dog hadn't played outside for a long time and was rolling wildly on the smooth cement. The spring sunshine was just right, with a gentle breeze, making it very comfortable.
Woof, woof.
Suddenly, a sharp dog's bark came from behind the building. Suyu was startled and stood up quickly, rushing to see where the dog was rolling on the cement, but she didn't see the dog. A bright orange figure quickly ran into the alley behind the building, and Suyu immediately followed. Old Lu saw that the dog was gone, and the cat quickly ran after it, so he hurried to catch up. Meow. The big orange cat angrily yowled and jumped, kicking a thin boy who was dragging a large yellow dog. Its claws swung through the air, leaving a fleeting shadow. The boy was knocked back by this attack. The dog, bleeding from the neck, also fell to the ground. Greedy for wealth. Afraid and scared, Suyu's voice was hoarse. She quickly hugged the dog, noticing a small knife stuck in its neck, hitting a major artery, with blood spilling everywhere. The dog was trembling violently. Suyu ignored everything else, holding the dog close and pressing her hand on its wound. A faint blue glow spread from her hand, forming ripples that seeped into the wound. When old Lu caught up, he saw in the narrow, empty alley that the big orange cat was chasing a small boy, biting and scratching him. Looking closer, he saw fresh blood on the ground. He hurried over to Suyu, who was trembling with her back turned to him. He then realized that the lively greedy for wealth was now lying quietly in Suyu's arms. Suyu was holding the dog tightly, and faint flashes of blue light flickered around her. Meow. The big orange cat's hissing and growling startled old Lu, causing him to turn around. He saw a small boy, seemingly at a disadvantage, picking up a stone and throwing it at the orange cat. Fortunately, the cat reacted quickly and dodged. Old Lu's eyes widened as he raised his cane and rushed toward the boy. The boy, sensing danger, tried to run, but after a few steps, old Lu grabbed him. "Don't run." The boy, furious, pushed back against old Lu with all his strength. Old Lu, being old, couldn't withstand the force of the boy's charge and fell backwards suddenly. Meow. The orange cat immediately ran toward old Lu, and the boy took the opportunity to escape.
Bang!
The person who fell wasn't old Lu, but the boy himself. The boy felt a sharp pain in his backside and was pushed forward with great force, sliding several meters. Xiang Han was in so much pain, he couldn't get up. Suddenly, his hair was grabbed and pulled upward, causing him to cry out in pain as he was forced to look up. He saw a woman with blood streaming from her nose, ears, and mouth, twisting her face as she stared at him. Xiang Han was terrified by her gaze. He was very familiar with that look. He had seen it before when he was killing someone, using that same expression to look at his victim. "Please, I am so hungry." Suyu looked at the weak boy with a bloody face, begging for mercy. He looked very charming, with cheeks that resembled a traditional paper doll. Smack! Xiang Han was struck so hard he was stunned. His ears buzzed, his head also buzzed, and the initial numbness on his face turned into a burning pain. What was happening? When he used to smile like this, many women and elders would be more patient with him. Suyu reached out and grabbed the boy's neck, her voice very cold. "Why did you kill my dog?" "I'm hungry." Xiang Han was so frightened by the icy cold hand on his neck that he answered immediately. Suyu tightened her fingers, her eyes turning red from bloodshot. My dog would never hurt children or the elderly. Even when you stabbed his neck, he never bit you. Suyu's voice was cold, but her mind was blank. She was almost mechanical, wanting an answer, wanting to hurt that boy. Her fingers unconsciously clenched tighter. Xianghan's face turned red from the pressure. He struggled wildly, but the person in front of him remained still, gripping him with terrifying strength. Little Su. Old Lu crawled up from the ground and hurriedly tried to pull Suyu's hand away.
Stop.
Even if you're angry, don't do this at the base. Let go first. We can't have more casualties. Suyu had used all her healing abilities on the greedy dog, and now her body and mind were at their limit. But she stubbornly refused to faint. Old Lu saw that the boy was about to pass out and, without hesitation, struck the back of Suyu's neck with his cane.
Suyu fainted, still clutching Xianghan's neck tightly.
The boy also fell into unconsciousness. Old Lu didn't dare leave them alone, so he told Big Orange, "Go find Brother Liao, the thin little guy who feeds the dog." Big Orange looked back at the unconscious greedy dog and then at Old Lu before running away. Since that incident on the lakeside highway, Liao Deyuan hadn't left the base to gather supplies. Under Suyu's arrangement, he joined the construction team to work on building the outer walls. Xianghan woke up after a brief coma. Before he could move, Old Lu held him down tightly. This time, Old Lu used all his strength, and Xianghan had no energy left to struggle. About 20 minutes later, a slim, capable man ran over. Liao Deyuan was shocked when he saw Suyu covered in blood on the ground. After talking with Old Lu, Liao Deyuan carried Suyu on his back, placing the motionless treasure chest in a makeshift cloth bag made from his coat. Old Lu, Xianghan, and the two hurried to Old Lu's house. They placed Suyu on the sofa and the dog in the cat's bed. Liao Deyuan immediately turned around to help Old Lu tie up Xianghan's hands and feet and lock him up. "Why did you kill the dog?" Old Lu slapped the table, his white beard bristling with anger. "There are no pet hospitals in the base. When pets get sick or hurt, they have to endure it themselves." During the time he knew Suyu, Old Lu understood how important the dog was to Suyu. Old Lu also raised pets himself and knew how much such things could affect a pet owner.
I'm hungry.
Without Suyu's threat, Xianghan calmed down a lot. "I saw it holding a piece of ham sausage and wanted to grab it to eat. When it saw me trying to take it, it voluntarily gave me the sausage." Xianghan's eyes showed sarcasm and resentment. Liao Deyuan cursed loudly. "That dog didn't do anything wrong to you. How could you do this?" But Xianghan suddenly became emotional. He shouted hoarsely, tears falling one by one. "Why? Why is a dog snack something I can't even dream of having now? Why can a dog live better than me? Ham sausage is nothing. I want to eat meat. I want to kill it to give meat to me and my mom. I want to eat meat. Why can a beast live better than me?
Why?
If you are so rich, why do you prefer to give things to a beast instead of helping us poor people? The ones in the wrong are you. You don't understand the hardships of the world. You don't see right from wrong." Xianghan cursed loudly, his deep-seated resentment and unwillingness flooding his heart at this moment.
"Go to."
Suddenly, a very cold voice came from the sofa. Xianghan's words stopped abruptly. He looked blankly at Suyu, who had woken up somehow. Suyu's bloodshot eyes still stared directly at him. "What does it matter if you're not doing well?" Strangely, Xianghan didn't speak anymore. He bit his lip tightly, avoiding Suyu's gaze. Liao Deyuan saw Suyu wake up and quickly went over to support her. "Girl, rest well. We can discuss this later."
Suyu didn't speak.
She got up from the sofa, and Old Lu hurriedly held her back. "Little Su, you're still catching your breath. Don't do anything reckless. Killing isn't allowed at the base. Your future is bright. Don't ruin it because of him." Suyu looked at Guzi, who was lying in the big orange cat's nest, blood sticking to his fur, quietly resting there. Big Orange crouched beside the cat's nest, its round head drooping with no energy. Suyu knew Guzi was still alive, and she used all her healing powers to send energy into Guzi's wounds. Since the wound was fatal, her abilities couldn't fully heal it. She could only do her best to keep Guzi alive. She stood up, holding Guzzi in her arms, and headed toward Building 101, where Yang He had left some special medicines. Although these medicines weren't as effective as her healing powers, Siyu had no other options and could only hope they would work. Old Lu watched as Liao De Yuan carried Guzzi out. They exchanged a glance. Liao De Yuan signaled he would stay behind to watch over Xiang Han. Old Lu looked at Big Orange, which had already followed Siyu, and quickly followed. The distance from Area B to Area A was about a kilometer. Siyu was exhausted, but she moved quickly, still holding Guzzi. Just before reaching the gate of Area A, Old Lu hesitated and finally stopped Siyu before she entered. He hesitated and said, "Little Su, your teammate, do they know about your current condition?" Siyu was stunned, momentarily confused by what Old Lu said. Her mind went blank for a few seconds before she regained her senses. They don't know. They still didn't know she had the ability to heal directly. But Old Lu's question suggested he might have seen her healing Guzzi and noticed something unusual. Thanks to Old Lu's reminder, Suyu's numb mind became clearer. Yes, with the current state of the team, Yang He would definitely notice something was wrong. Once that happens, her situation wouldn't be hidden anymore. Thinking quickly, Siyu handed Guzzi to Old Lu. "Grandpa, I have the access card for Wu. Please take Guzzi to him." "Thank you so much." She handed the access card Wu had given her to Old Lu, deciding he should find Wu while she went alone to get the special medicines. "Why are you looking for me?" A clear, smiling voice came from behind. Suyu turned stiffly and saw Wu standing not far behind them. Old Lu didn't recognize Wu, but after hearing his words, he understood that Wu was the person they were looking for. Wu was about to speak and explain, but Suyu started to walk over and took the big yellow dog. Seeing Suyu covered in blood and looking very messy, Wu spoke softly. "Come with me to my house. I have the purified water for your special ability." Suyu looked at the dog peacefully resting in Wu's arms, her eyes a bit distant. "Okay." The three of them, along with the dog and a cat, walked along a small path into Wu's villa. Wu's teammates were not there. The entire villa was empty except for Wu. Suyu felt a little relieved. Wu sat on the sofa, placed the dog on her lap, and Suyu sat down beside her. Old Lu looked around, and also sat down. Behind Wu's bedroom bookshelf, there was a small freezer. Wu took out 10 bottles of special medicine and fed them to the dog. The dog seemed to have lost consciousness and couldn't drink anymore. Wu used a silver needle to a specific point on the dog, and the water was poured in. After administering the medicine, Wu placed the dog on the table and covered its belly with a small towel. She then turned to look at Suyu. Suyu looked at the small towel covering the dog's belly, her expression a bit dazed. It was a small children's saliva cloth with a large picture of Pikachu on it. Suyu looked at Wu and fell silent. "Do you also like Pikachu?" she suddenly asked. "No, I like garlic head turtle, but when I went to the supermarket to find supplies, I didn't see garlic head turtle, so I took a yellow mouse instead."
Suyu.
Wu looked at Suyu's pale face and suddenly sighed. "Your ability is exhausted. Don't hold on anymore. I'll lend you a water element crystal to help you recover. Just return it to me later." Suyu looked up as Wu took a black box from the bedside table, opened it, revealing a thumb-sized water ripple crystal inside. So big. Suyu stared at the crystal without blinking, tears running down her face. Old Lu coughed and reached out to close Suyu's mouth. Suyu quickly shut her mouth and swallowed the tears at the corner of her mouth. Wu found it amusing and handed the crystal to Suyu. "Take it. Remember to return it." Suyu hesitated for a moment but finally took it. If she didn't recover her ability soon, Yang He would definitely notice when she returned. Besides, she was feeling very uncomfortable now, her mind like it was filled with tiny bugs. Feeling empty and dry, Suyu said simply, "Thank you. I will return it to you." Wu smiled and handed the crystal to Suyu. Old Lu gently lifted the large orange cat that was lying on the dog's head, worried that the cat might accidentally crush the dog, since the cat was quite heavy. Suyu took half an hour to absorb the crystal. Honestly, this thing was faster than healing abilities. Her mind, which had been bitten by bugs, was now filled with a powerful energy that made her feel stretched and sore. Her body was still tired and sore, but her spirit was high. Suyu felt an urgent desire to release her abilities. She suppressed a faint restlessness inside her and changed the subject to distract herself. So, your teammate, is she often not in the dorm? This was her second visit, and both times she hadn't seen Wu's teammate. That was different from their logistics team, which usually stayed together and chatted when there were no missions. Oh, when we don't have missions, we don't stay at the base. We go out hunting and gathering supplies. All the items we get from missions have to be handed over to the base. To get our own crystals, we go hunting during non-mission times. If we're lucky, we might encounter plants or animals with similar attributes. If we manage to kill them, we can get crystals of the same element. If luck isn't on our side, we just gather supplies and bring them back for our own use. Suyu was surprised and quickly asked, so, you mean during non-mission times, if you find crystals, they're considered yours?
Exactly.
The base doesn't require us to turn them in, so we just keep them for ourselves. Wu then tugged at a tiny Pikachu towel, covering the dog's belly button. Suyu felt a bit excited. She was in debt now, and if she could go out and gather some crystals, she could pay off her debts and improve her strength. But if you want to go out, you need to prepare well, especially since you see yourself as support. Suyu was surprised again. Yes, she always thought of herself as support, but before she had her abilities, she was capable of handling things on her own. Suddenly, she felt her mindset should change. She couldn't stay at the base forever. After understanding the outside world, she planned to leave the base and go back to her hometown to find her parents. In the end, she realized she had been living too comfortably recently and had forgotten that her main goal wasn't just to support others, but to grow into someone capable of going out and protecting her dog. I understand. Thank you for reminding me, Suyu sincerely thanked Wu. Wu Qingxiao chuckled softly and took a sword from the cabinet, handing it to Suyu with rare seriousness. This is the first knife you've used to kill someone. It's a sharpened blade, and you need a brave and clever partner. Suyu carefully looked at the sword. She remembered this sword. It was the one used by the strong man at the community, at Shue's house, where Wu lived. In the end, with Wu's help, Suyu used this sword to kill the strong man. It was her first time killing someone. She was scared and nervous, unable to bring herself to do it. Wu held her hand gently and applied a little force, and the sword pierced into the man's chest. Suyu solemnly accepted the sword. Suddenly, she noticed the other sword Wu always carried at his waist. She hadn't looked closely before, and she thought that the sword he carried was the same as this one. This is the sword I dug out from my master's grave. It's his old Tang sword, Wu explained. The atmosphere suddenly turned silent. Suyu felt that Wu was truly a complicated person. In the end, the injured thief stayed at Wu's place to recover. Suyu, Old Lu, and Big Orange left to go home. Before leaving, Suyu washed the blood off her hands at Wu's place. She waved goodbye to Wu and hurriedly went to Old Lu's house with him. Liao De Yuan sat on the sofa, rubbing his head, and the boy who caused the trouble was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Old Lu asked quickly. Liao De Yuan looked at Suyu and spoke softly, looking a bit sad. The base sent someone to take him away. They said his distant relatives are in Zone A. I couldn't stop them, and I didn't find out who his distant relatives are. I'm sorry, girl. Liao De Yuan looked very disappointed. Suyu sighed and quickly patted his shoulder. Uncle, it's okay. I still want to thank you for helping me. Hey girl, no need to thank me. Don't be so formal, Liao De Yuan said. Although Suyu's mind was in chaos, she still went to the second floor of the trading hall to exchange some food. The three of them then enjoyed a relatively good dinner at Old Lu's house, even in the end times. After dinner, they said goodbye to each other. Before leaving, Suyu told Old Lu, Grandpa, I want to tell you something. Don't be mad at me. When I went to the trading hall, I changed your room. This room is no longer safe. I moved you to the 8th floor, with an elevator. It's more convenient for you to go up and down. I'll help you move today. Suyu spent 2 hours helping Old Lu move. Old Lu was worried about the thief situation and kept asking Suyu to call him every day to check on him. Suyu agreed and returned to Area A, room 101. Everyone was there, sitting together on the sofa watching a DVD. They were watching demigods and semi-devils. Mu Shui saw Suyu come back and looked a bit annoyed. Where did you go? Out on a date all day? Suyu smiled and shook her head. Parrot was cracking sunflower seeds while glancing behind Suyu. After looking for a while and not seeing the dog, he got a bit excited. Are you a money grubber? Did you sell him? Suyu rolled her eyes and gave him a gentle tap on the head. He's staying overnight at a friend's house. Parrot looked a bit helpless. So, in a few months, will Money Grubber have puppies? Money Grubber is a boy. Suyu pinched Parrot's face. On the sofa, someone who normally wouldn't be there was now sitting. Yang He. Yang He usually stayed in the research lab and often watched TV and chatted with everyone. Seeing Suyu look over, he smiled and seemed in a good mood. You're back? Suyu looked at him deeply and asked casually, You took a sample for me this morning. I thought you'd stay in the research lab like before. Yang He shrugged.
Yeah.
The results are out. Your special ability hasn't changed much. Since I have the results, I can relax a bit. Suyu instinctively squinted her eyes, then stopped talking. She said something to everyone and went back to her room to rest. Mu Shui watched Suyu and Yang He and felt both of them were a bit strange. Seeing Yang He smirk, Mu Shui suddenly felt uneasy. All night, Suyu couldn't sleep. She got up early, packed her gear and backpack, and headed out to make instant noodles. Today was her turn to make breakfast. Suyu boiled 5 bowls of instant noodles and urged everyone to come down and eat. Mu Shui saw Suyu dressed neatly with a knife on her waist and asked Little Su, Are you going out? Suyu didn't hide it. She nodded and told her teammates she planned to go find some supplies. Nothing to find. The trading hall has everything. You can exchange for data coins, a sharpshooter casually said. Mu Shui supported her. I support you. But remember to stay safe outside. If something happens to you, your dog. Leave your dog to me. I'll take good care of it. Parrot seriously patted his chest. Suyu's mouth twitched, and she rolled her eyes at the little kid. Her backpack only had some food and an electric shock baton. With a samurai sword on her back, Suyu left the base through the gate. The entrance of the base still has many people on site forming teams, mostly fixed groups. Many people are traveling in groups, so someone like Suyu who goes alone stands out. Fortunately, there are guards at the base entrance patrolling, so Suyu isn't worried about anything happening. Beyond about 3 kilometers from the base, in the safe zone, tall ancient trees come into view. The moist air and fresh scent give a feeling of a hidden fairyland. Most dangers near the base have been cleared by the hunting team, so Suyu knows she will have to walk quite far. She follows the stream, where large fish are everywhere. These fish have shiny, damaged scales, not because they are sick, but because they have mutated. Suyu activates her powers, forming a water sphere to wrap the fish and throws it onto the shore. She strikes the fish's head hard with a knife. The fish's mouth trembles, but it still jumps around lively. The damaged scales look dense and gross, with sharp edges and tiny serrated teeth on them. Suyu hits the fish's head 5 more times until it is completely dead. She pries open the fish's head but finds no crystals inside. She sighs, realizing only plants and animals with obvious mutations might have crystals. So she continues walking, watching for any unusual fish, as controlling water makes catching fish easy for her. Here's a wild cabbage with a mutation. As Suyu opens the 50-second fish's head, she hears a strange woman's voice coming from the front right. Really? It's a wild cabbage. Be careful. Another man's voice joins in. Then, there are some exclamations. Suyu stops her task of prying open the fish's head and gently moves toward the sound. Suddenly, several bright green vines wrap around a half-meter-tall dark green plant. Suyu is surprised. The plant looks somewhat like cabbage, but its leaves are dark green, shiny, and look plastic-like. The edges are covered with tiny yellow thorns, and the stem is dark green, not white. The stem is very hard. The green vines have wrapped tightly around the stem, but it doesn't move at all. Following the vines, Suyu sees 3 people. a man in his 40s or 50s with glasses, a woman in her 30s, and someone she recognizes, Wu Chun. It turns out the green vines are their special powers. It seems all three are wood elemental abilities. The three of them had just subdued the large cabbage when it suddenly started trembling vigorously. The man exclaimed in shock, "Quick, get away!" But they were a bit too slow. All the soft yellow thorns on the cabbage shot toward them. Their control over their special abilities was clearly not very good. At this point, they didn't even think to use the vines as a shield. Suyu's eyes flicked around. Suddenly, the soft yellow thorns all pierced into a water wall, which seemed to flow and successfully blocked the small attacks.
Ah!
A scream broke the silence of the forest. Old Zhao and Yuanhua looked away from the water wall and realized that their companion Wu Chun had no water wall to protect her. Although the vines blocked some of the yellow thorns, a few still pierced her body. Where the yellow thorn, there was a sizzling sound, as the thorns were corrosive. Suyu wrapped the large cabbage in a water sphere. No matter how it struggled, the water sphere held it tightly, bouncing like a rubber ball. Yuanhua quickly took out a familiar-looking special medicine from her backpack and fed it to Wu Chun. Suyu was annoyed that Wu Chun, a little person, drank her special medicine, but he kept a blank face. "Thank you for helping us." The man approached gratefully. His white coat had a name tag that read, Director of the Plant Research Institute. Suyu nodded and looked at the cabbage. "What are you guys planning to do with the cabbage?" Old Zhao scratched the back of his head. "We want to study the wild mutated cabbage to see if it's edible. Honestly, this is our first time leaving the base, so sorry for the trouble." Suyu thought to himself, "I can tell. Their control over their abilities is really not impressive." But since the other person was a director, Suyu just said, "First trips are always like this." Old Zhao had a good impression of Suyu. Seeing the water sphere holding the cabbage, he was so happy that even his teeth showed.
Great.
"If we can take one back, maybe we can finally eat some vegetables." Suyu's eyes lit up. Vegetables. With vegetables, life wouldn't be so hard anymore. Suyu cheered and looked at Old Zhao with respect. "What do we need to do? Should we pull it out?" Old Zhao was surprised by the girl's enthusiasm and carefulness. He awkwardly rubbed his hands. "If it's not too much trouble." "No trouble at all."
Suyu quickly replied.
Old Zhao became even more excited. Suyu controlled the water ball to pull out the cabbage. As the large cabbage was pulled from the soil, it immediately wilted. Old Zhao quickly ran forward, looking at the now harmless cabbage on the ground, trembling with excitement. Over there, Wu Chun took 2 bottles of special medicine, finally able to breathe evenly. She cast a resentful look at Suyu, but seeing Old Zhao's attitude towards Suyu, she silently swallowed her frustration. Suyu, she did it on purpose, blocking the attacks for Old Zhao and Yuanhua, but not for her, causing her to get seriously hurt. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more frustrated she felt. Wu Chun's body was trembling. Yuanhua thought she was still unwell, so she immediately shouted to Old Zhao, "Old Zhao, Xiao Wu doesn't look right." Suyu glanced over and indeed saw the resentment and hatred in Wu Chun's eyes. A smile appeared at the corner of Suyu's mouth. She was in a good mood today, so she decided to cause some trouble. Old Zhao hurried over to check Wu Chun's condition. After a while, he relaxed and said, "It's fine. Drinking the healing water will fix it." Suyu raised an eyebrow and walked in front of the 3. "Do you call that healing water?" Yuanhua smiled kindly at Suyu. "This is a new reagent developed by the base. It works very well." "Oh, I called it special medicine," Suyu said with a smile. Old Zhao was stunned and repeated instinctively, "Special medicine?" "Yes, this special medicine is purified using my abilities," Suyu replied with a gentle smile. The 3's faces changed dramatically. Old Zhao and Yuanhua looked at Suyu as if she were a great hero, while Wu Chun's face darkened completely. "So, it was you. You're the water-type ability user the base mentioned, the one who ended the parasitic disease?" Old Zhao's lips trembled as he spoke. "Yes, that's me," Suyu said with a smile. Old Zhao and Yuanhua excitedly discussed for a while. Suyu then looked at Wu Chun, whose face was as black as a pot. How come you two are working with her? Suyu's voice was loud, full of surprise and hesitation. Old Zhao and Yuanhua looked at Suyu and Wu Chun in confusion. Wu Chun's eyes flickered with panic. Feeling that Suyu was about to say something, she immediately interrupted. Suyu, do you hate me that much? Just because I saw you push Sister Chunhua as a shield? Her voice was sharp, making Suyu's head ache. Suyu smiled and said, Huh? Why are you so excited? Are you feeling guilty? Wu Chun looked at Lao Zhao and Yuanhua, whose eyes flickered between the two of them. She suddenly calmed down and said with a sad voice, Suyu, I know you're successful now, but you can't just change the facts because you're stronger than me. Suyu sneered and looked at Lao Zhao and Yuanhua. Her voice was calm. Wu Chun used to share a dorm with me. Once, when we faced a mouse problem, she pushed Lu Chunhua, who was running with her, to the back to protect herself. If you don't believe me, you can ask the girls who shared the room with us at that time. They all know the truth. I've said enough. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you. After speaking, Suyu turned around and walked away, looking like she didn't want to stay with Wu Chun anymore. Lao Zhao and Yuanhua exchanged glances. Seeing Wu Chun's face turn pale, her lips trembling, and her eyes full of panic, they believed Suyu's words about 7 or 8 parts. Suyu bit her nails and smiled faintly. It was a psychological game. Revealing her identity at the start was to gain goodwill, and also to send Wu Chun a signal that her status was above Wu Chun's. Then she said that if they didn't believe her, they could ask their roommates. Wu Chun knew those people better than Suyu did. They would definitely try to please Suyu by lying. Now that Suyu's position was higher than Wu Chun's, Wu Chun would believe that those people would lie just to flatter Suyu. As long as Wu Chun lost her courage to argue, even if the others didn't fully believe, they would still harbor doubts in their hearts. Trying to climb to become the director of the Plant Research Institute. I'll cut off your ladder. Thinking of this, Suyu's gaze turned cold. Since she had already offended Wu Chun badly, she didn't trust her not to do something worse. She quietly circled behind the 3 people, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters, close enough to follow without being noticed. Lao Zhao and Yuanhua silently put the large cabbage into the basket. Both of them instinctively kept their distance from Wu Chun. Wu Chun clenched her teeth, supported herself on a tree trunk, and staggered toward them. Her tone was firm yet helpless. I know you won't believe what I say, but people are watching. I, Wu Chun, have done no wrong. It wasn't me. I will never admit to something I didn't do. Yuanhua forced a smile. Xiao Wu, we're teammates. Of course, I believe you. Don't take it to heart. After saying that, she turned to handle the cabbage. Lao Zhao didn't speak. He was too focused on the cabbage to care about anything else. Wu Chun's eyes flashed with a hint of hatred, but she quickly suppressed it and hurried to help. The cabbage was heavy. Lao Zhao tried several times before finally managing to carry it on his back. Because of the weight of the large cabbage, old Zhao walked very slowly. The 3 of them were heading back, with Suyu leisurely following behind. Wu Chun tried to be polite all along, but unfortunately, old Zhao and Yuanhua no longer liked her as much as before, creating an awkward atmosphere among the 3. Suddenly, the tall canopy above started to shake. Suyu looked up and saw sunlight filtering through the dense forest canopy, like a gentle gift. At the top of the tall, sturdy trees, the thick leaves kept trembling, as if something was moving through them. That thing was slowly approaching from a short distance ahead of the 3, and the leaves rustled loudly as the branches swayed. A tail appeared from deep within the tree canopy, and it looked like a large snake. Suyu's eyes widened as she saw the tail, feeling a shiver run down her spine. Yuanhua's lips trembled. Snake. Snake. Wu Chun glanced at the strange movement above and then at old Zhao, who was carrying a heavy load. She moved her feet slightly to the right, trying to retreat. Yuanhua and old Zhao were so scared they didn't dare move. When they saw Wu Chun run away, it was already too late to follow. A snake's head, about half a car's length, peeked out from the tree canopy. Its bright red tongue flicked out, about a meter long, and a very foul smell hit their noses. Suyu placed her hands on her sword hilt and looked up at the large, gray-black patterned snake head. Good, the thing she feared most had grown bigger. The sky was falling apart. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and her hands trembled. Suyu looked at the two people who had been frightened silly ahead. She wanted to run, but before she could decide, the snake suddenly lunged downward. It was aiming directly at old Zhao, who was carrying a heavy load. Suyu's reflexes were faster than her mind. A thick wall of water blocked the snake's path.
Bang!
The snake collided with the water wall, which was shattered by the force. Water splashed everywhere. The snake paused for a moment, but then slipped through the water. Sparkling water droplets clung to its scales, as if coated with honey. Old Zhao was splashed with water from the broken wall, and only then realized what was happening. He quickly backed away, still holding the large cabbage. This time, the big snake didn't focus on old Zhao but instead looked at Suyu, who was 15 meters behind. Its vertical pupils made Suyu shiver involuntarily. She cursed herself for meddling and nervously drew her warrior sword. Old Zhao, burdened with the cabbage, couldn't run far. He tripped after a few steps, and Yuanhua hurried to help him. Both looked panicked and helpless. Suyu cursed softly, rubbing her forehead in frustration. Who brings a cabbage when running from danger? The big snake descended from the tree canopy, and only then did Suyu see its full size. The snake's body is thick and about 4 meters wide, with an estimated length of over 10 meters. Its body is covered in gray-black spots, and up close, you can see the densely packed, shiny scales. Suyu felt her legs go weak. Almost instantly, the snake lunged forward. Suyu quickly moved in an S shape behind a tree trunk to dodge. Suyu swore she had never been so quick before. Bang bang bang, because of its large size, the snake couldn't avoid the trees when chasing Suyu. It simply broke the trees in half with its head. Adrenaline surged through Suyu as she ran and dodged the falling trees. A loud roar echoed through the forest, and various strange animals on the ground scrambled to escape. Birds flew chaotically into the sky. The small river was wide, and the water flowed gently. Suyu suddenly stopped, braking sharply at the riverbank. The big snake was very fast. It opened its mouth wide, with sharp teeth shining coldly. Splash, splash, water from the river gathered high into the air, forming a flat water platform. Suyu kicked off and leapt onto the platform. The soft but surprisingly sturdy feeling under her feet made her feel a little safer. Clang, the snake bit at the air, then closed its mouth and lunged towards Suyu in midair. Suyu placed her hands on the gathering river water, her voice cold and trembling slightly. Absolutely, water area. A huge white light exploded from Suyu, and the entire river's water rapidly gathered around her. Her internal energy burst out explosively, guided by her. Splash, the big snake crashed into a giant water sphere. Suyu stood in the center of the water sphere, watching coldly as the snake's head sank into the water. The snake seemed eager for a quick fight and moved its body towards Suyu. But the water inside the large sphere was turbulent, making it very difficult for the snake to advance. The snake opened its mouth wide in the water, twisting its body outside the sphere, trying to retreat.
Suyu's eyes flashed.
If she let it escape, wouldn't all her effort in gathering the water be wasted? Suyu could breathe freely in the water, which was her domain. She controlled the surrounding water to attack the snake. The snake was about to retreat when it saw its prey coming closer and immediately opened its mouth to bite. Suyu struck it with all her strength, but the only left a faint scratch on its scales. Suyu knew her close combat skills were weak, so she kept her distance. The snake, annoyed by the shallow wound, was angered. It felt like the prey was mocking it. In a fit of rage, it lunged towards Suyu again. A thunderous sound like a waterfall erupted through the forest. When old Zhao and Yuanhua chased over, they saw huge water spheres forming in the air. These water spheres were about 20 meters in diameter and kept growing larger. The river water seemed to be pulled by some divine force, gathering from all directions into the water spheres. The river. It's drying up. Yuanhua stammered. The water spheres grew bigger and bigger. When the big snake missed its attack, it gave up on Suyu and twisted away to retreat. But the water sphere didn't give it a chance. In just a minute, the sphere tightly wrapped around the entire snake. Although the snake's tail caught onto a tree, the tree was also engulfed by the water sphere. Inside the water sphere, there were many dark currents and whirlpools, making the water even more dangerous for the snake, which was faster in water. Suyu looked at the big snake. Many snakes aren't afraid of water, but even water snakes can drown if they hold their breath too long. This snake wasn't a sea snake. It used lungs to breathe. The huge water sphere floated in the air. The big snake tried to leave using a tree trunk, but the next moment, the tree it was holding onto was broken by the dark currents. Suyu started to feel tired physically and mentally. Luckily, she had used a water element crystal from the shaman earlier, or she wouldn't have lasted much longer. Since she was about to run out of strength, she had to find a way to kill the big snake. She couldn't just let the snake drown. The big snake reached the edge of the water sphere after avoiding the currents and whirlpools, but then it was pulled off course again by the whirlpools and dark currents. It struggled angrily in the water, but couldn't escape. Suyu quietly watched the snake twist and struggle. Blood flowed into the water, and sensing the blood smell, the snake suddenly turned its head. They stared at each other across the dark currents and whirlpools, Suyu and the snake. The snake's pupils narrowed. It seemed to realize Suyu was near her limit, so it started swimming toward her. Suyu retracted some of her supernatural energy, reducing the currents and whirlpools. The big snake easily swam over to her. It opened its mouth wide and lunged at her. But in the next moment, all the water inside the sphere rushed into its open mouth. The snake struggled to close its mouth but failed. The rushing water forced its mouth open even wider. A foul, sweet smell came from Suyu's mouth.
Ugh.
A mouthful of dark red blood was spat out. Suyu felt like she was about to die. Her energy was almost gone, and that was a terrible feeling. She pressed her hand against her chest, trying her best to control the water to pour into the snake's mouth. Suyu thought to herself that luckily, she was using river water. If she had used her own supernatural water, her energy would have been drained even faster. In the whirlpool, Suyu took out a special medicine and poured it into her mouth. The giant snake's body swelled up like an oval ball. Suyu clenched her teeth and suddenly opened her palm, causing the water inside the snake to burst out violently. The snake kept thrashing and struggling, and Suyu felt resistance, making it clear that it was hard to burst the snake's belly immediately. Suyu covered her ears, trying to block out the ringing in her head as blood flowed from her ears. Finally, bang! A loud explosion sounded as the snake's body finally burst, with blood and water spraying out. In an instant, all the water inside the water sphere sank uncontrollably. Yuanhua immediately pulled old Zhao to a safe distance. Some of the river water flowed into the dried riverbed, while other parts spilled onto the shore, turning the whole grassland into a large pond. The river water backflowed, forming a pond. Suyu and the giant snake fell from the sky at the same time. Old Zhao and Yuanhua quickly used vines to support Suyu, preventing her from falling into the muddy water pool below. Suyu covered her ears, trying to drive away the buzzing in her mind. The giant snake crashed heavily into the water, blood and muddy water mixing, looking quite shocking. Yuanhua helped Suyu to lean against a tree trunk. The ground where they stood was now covered with water up to their calves, making movement difficult. Suyu looked up, gasping wildly, her heart pounding fast, a familiar dizziness sweeping over her. She forced her eyes open wide to stay awake, pinching Yuanhua's arm. "Watch the
snake.
It will soon." She wanted to pry open its head. Before she finished her last words, she fainted completely. Yuanhua immediately supported Suyu as she slid downward, then turned to see old Zhao still carrying the cabbage, looking a bit anxious. "Put her down first. Suyu fainted, and we need to stay here. We can't leave for a while. Isn't carrying her tiring?" Old Zhao touched the basket on his back, feeling reluctant, but after thinking about Yuanhua's words, he placed the basket on a nearby raised stone. The corpse of the giant snake lay quietly nearby, Its body split into several pieces from the water explosion, drifting with the current. Old Zhao sat on a stone holding the cabbage, while Yuanhua supported Suyu against the tree trunk. As the sunset faded, the water that had reached their calves slowly receded, leaving behind muddy ground. Yuanhua looked at the sky, feeling anxious. She didn't want to spend the night in the forest, but Suyu was still unconscious, and she had to guard the snake's body. Yuanhua felt uneasy.
Old Zhao.
Yuanhua, are you all right? Suddenly, Wu Chun emerged from the bushes. She looked very disheveled, with worry and concern in her eyes. Yuanhua was surprised to see Wu Chun. She thought Wu Chun had already run away. Lao Zhao saw Wu Chun but said nothing, just silently guarded the cabbage. Wu Chun stepped carefully over the wet, muddy ground. When she passed by the snake's body, her body stiffened, and her smile disappeared. Yuanhua, is Suyu okay? Yuanhua frowned and replied coldly, she's asleep. Wu Chun stopped, a slight smile on her face. She's asleep? She's been asleep all afternoon? It's clearly exhaustion from overusing her powers. She just fainted. Wu Chun's concern deepened. When I was in college, I studied medicine. Let me check on her. After saying that, she moved closer. Yuanhua looked at Wu Chun with a cold voice. No need. She just needs to rest for a while. Don't come any closer. Wu Chun stopped about 2 meters away. The last bit of daylight disappeared completely, and the forest suddenly became very dark. Yuanhua couldn't see Wu Chun's expression, but she felt a natural sense of unease. Okay, I'll find some dry wood to make a fire. Wu Chun happily agreed. She paused for a moment and then moved behind a tree trunk. Yuanhua instinctively looked in Lao Zhao's direction. She could only vaguely see a shadow because it was too dark. She felt even more uneasy. Feeling a bit anxious, Yuanhua turned around and realized Wu Chun had already gone silent. Maybe she had walked away?
Lao Zhao.
Are you there? Yuanhua called out toward Lao Zhao, but there was no response. It was even darker now, and Lao Zhao's figure seemed to melt into the darkness. Lao Zhao? Lao Zhao? Yuanhua's voice grew quieter and quieter. Finally, she heard a response from within the space. He's asleep. Don't call him. Yuanhua suddenly looked back toward the tree trunk where Wu Chun's figure had last disappeared.
Wu
Chun? What are you doing there? What happened to Lao Zhao? Yuanhua tightly held onto Suyu, who was still unconscious. Her body trembled with anxiety and fear.
Tap, tap.
In the silent space, footsteps grew closer. Yuanhua was stunned. Yes, this was muddy ground, and walking would surely make noise. Before, Wu Chun said she was going to find dry wood before leaving, but her footsteps only reached behind the tree trunk and then stopped. She hadn't left at all. Wu Chun, what are you trying to do? Yuanhua's voice was sharp. Test subject 2039. When we go out, we always carry them with us. Did you forget, Yuanhua? Wu Chun's voice is calm and full of a smile. Yuanhua instinctively reaches for her waist, but her share is gone. Experiment 2039 was made from ground-up mutated mushrooms collected by their Plant Research Institute. This powder causes some mammals to fall into deep sleep, which was originally a way to save their lives. Stop looking for it. I took your share when you fed me the healing water. Yuanhua's lips tremble, and a cold wave sweeps over her. Why didn't you make me faint too? Yuanhua is starting to break down. Wu Chun stays silent. Yuanhua feels a strong sense of danger. Instinctively, she activates her special power to wrap herself and Suyu in a cocoon. But she is a step too slow. Puff! A bright green vine pierces through Yuanhua's forehead. Bang! Yuanhua's eyes widen as she falls into muddy water. Wu Chun walks closer, watching Yuanhua lying on the ground with blood flowing from her forehead. She smiles. Why didn't she make Yuanhua faint? When Wu Chun first tried to escape, she ran into a mutated rat in her panic. To survive, she almost used up all of Experiment 2039. Luckily, fate was on her side. The rat she knocked out happened to be a wood-type mutant. Holding back her nausea, Wu Chun took the wood-type crystal from the rat's head. She clicked her tongue. Absorbing the crystal was an incredible experience. She wanted more. So she noticed the big commotion nearby and watched from a distance until everything settled. Wu Chun sneered and looked at the unconscious Suyu, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Unexpectedly, Suyu really killed the big snake. She was already so strong. She couldn't keep her around anymore. Her gaze shifted from Suyu to the direction of the snake's body. The snake's body must contain a crystal. Suyu's life and the snake's crystal belonged to her. Wu Chun placed her palm on Suyu's forehead, and a tough, green vine shot out directly. Bang! It didn't pierce Suyu's forehead as she expected. Wu Chun's pupils shrank in disbelief as she saw a faint blue glow covering Suyu's body. The glow was like a hard shell, blocking the attack of the vine. Wu Chun's fingers trembled with fear and surprise. She hurriedly stepped back in panic, then calmed down and stopped fleeing. Carefully observing, Wu Chun found that Suyu was still unconscious. The glow had disappeared, and she remained deeply in her sleep. Wu Chun watched the fading glow of fireflies, his heartbeat gradually calming. He stared at Suyu for a moment before drawing a dagger from his waist. Thud with chips flew as the dagger fiercely stabbed into the tree trunk behind Suyu. Wu Chun looked at Suyu in surprise as she suddenly opened her eyes and dodged his dagger. In the dark environment, Suyu staggered away, unable to see clearly who was attacking her. She had been unconscious, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. Her previously somewhat restored supernatural abilities disappeared all at once. Feeling something was wrong, Suyu immediately tried to wake up fully. But her body and mind were exhausted, so it took her some time to struggle back to awareness. As soon as she woke, a gust of wind rushed toward her. Without thinking, Suyu hurriedly dodged. The moon rose high, casting a few bright beams of moonlight through the treetops. The dagger embedded in the tree reflected a cold light. A chill ran down Suyu's spine. Before she could figure out what was happening, the dagger was pulled out of the tree, and a green vine suddenly shot towards Suyu. Suyu instinctively wanted to use her powers to block, but she could no longer sense it. Bang! A katana was drawn and collided with a tough vine. Suyu was jolted, her hand numb from the impact. Under the faint moonlight, she finally saw who was attacking her. Wu Chun. Suyu's voice was hoarse. Wu Chun's face was twisted in fury. Suyu was no match for her now. She was just a drained, useless person with no abilities left. Wu Chun wasn't afraid. Wu Chun swung her dagger forcefully, aiming straight at Suyu's head. The katana blocked the vine, but couldn't stop Wu Chun's dagger at the same time. Her pupils shrank as Suyu moved with incredible agility, narrowly avoiding the dagger. A hot sensation spread across her cheek as blood trickled down, and her cheek was cut. The katana was swiftly pulled back and then slashed again, cutting down 7 vines in one strike. Seeing Wu Chun's fierce, almost crazy expression, Suyu quickly stepped back a few paces, holding her sword in her right hand and her left hand in her pocket. "I will kill you." Wu Chun saw Suyu retreat and immediately chased after her excitedly. 7 more vines shot out from Wu Chun's body, and the dagger reflected faint moonlight, making Wu Chun's face look pale. Bang! Suyu quickly took out a glass bottle of gasoline from her pocket. The bottle shattered when it hit the tough vines, spilling gasoline onto them. Wu Chun was stunned, momentarily caught off guard. Then, a lit lighter dropped onto the vines. A burst of flames spread along the vines toward Wu Chun. Wu Chun, frightened, hurriedly swung her dagger to cut the vines.
Suyu squinted happily.
Since the incident with Potato and Uncle Chi, she had realized how useful alcohol could be. So she used her digital coins to exchange for a whole barrel of gasoline. To make it easier to use later, she specifically exchanged for several glass bottles to hold the gasoline. From then on, gasoline and lighters became essential household items for Suyu. Wu Chun was busy chopping at the vines, while Suyu avoided the burning gasoline on the ground, moving behind the tree trunk, quietly watching Wu Chun's side profile. At this moment, Wu Chun finally cut through the burning vines. Just as she was about to look at Suyu, She felt a cold sensation on the back of her neck. A loud thud, a samurai's sword sharply struck Wu Chun's neck, and blood splattered out. Suyu was splashed with blood, and she forcefully pulled the sword out of the stuck neck bones. Wu Chun collapsed forward onto the ground, a blood arc traced under the moonlight. The burning vines on the ground cast a warm glow over Wu Chun's body. Her last thought was one of regret. She had planned everything carefully. Kill Yuanhua and Suyu, then knock out old Zhao and kill him, dig out the snake's crystal, and return to the base with the cabbage. She was unwilling. She had worked hard to climb up, pleasing old Zhao for 2 months, even getting him to write her transfer application. As long as she could bring back the mutated cabbage, she could become a first-level officer. She had a better future. But she still died at the hands of Suyu, who had exhausted her psychic energy. She was unwilling. She was unwilling. Wu Chun's eyes remained open until her death. Suyu looked at Yuanhua's body, then reached out to check her pulse. Yuanhua was dead. Suyu withdrew her hand, her gaze distant. Even if Yuanhua was still breathing, with her current exhausted psychic power, she probably could only watch her die. Suyu turned Yu. She was unwilling. She was unwilling. Wu Chun's eyes remained open until her death. Suyu looked at Yuanhua's body, then reached out to check her pulse. Yuanhua was dead. Suyu withdrew her hand, her gaze distant. Even if Yuanhua was still breathing, she gave him a bottle of special medicine, then turned to look at Wu Chun's body. A frightening thought crossed her mind. Lowering her eyelashes, Suyu felt unfamiliar with herself. At least before, she would never have had such thoughts. In the silent darkness, Suyu stood still for a long time. Finally, she dragged her heavy steps toward Wu Chun. Inside Wu Chun's head, she gave him a bottle of special medicine, then turned to look at Wu Chun's body. A frightening thought crossed her mind. Lowering her eyelashes, Suyu felt unfamiliar with herself. At least before, she would never have had such thoughts. In the silent darkness, Suyu stood silently. She put the crystal into her pocket and also rinsed her sword in the river. She is very tired now, but she can't tell if it's because her supernatural power is exhausted or because she just pried open Wu Chun's head. In any case, Suyu has temporarily decided not to open the snake's head. She stayed by the unconscious old Zhao until dawn. Old Zhao hadn't woken up, and Suyu hadn't slept all night. Her eyes, silently, she put the crystal into her pocket and also rinsed her sword in the river. She is very tired now, but she can't tell if it's because her supernatural power is exhausted or because she just pried. Suyu had to find a thick, long branch to pry open the snake's mouth and hold it open, then crawled inside. Holding a flashlight and her sword, she fiddled around at the upper jaw of the big snake, working from sunrise to sunset. Finally, she managed to pry open the snake's head from the inside. The crystal was about the size of a chestnut, the largest Suyu had ever seen. Because it was covered in blood, she couldn't see its color. Suyu had to find a thick, long branch to pry open the snake's mouth and hold it open, then crawled inside. Holding a flashlight and her sword, she fiddled around at the upper jaw of the big snake, working from sunrise to... He was very silent and looked very gloomy. Suyu quickly checked on the Baikai, big white cabbage, and found it was fine, which puzzled her. Suyu thought for a long time, unsure how to explain Wu Chun's and Yuanhua's deaths, and she hesitated before speaking. I think I kind of understand what happened. Old Zhao's voice was hoarse. After being knocked out by test subject 2039, she was conscious. I heard their conversation. Suyu was stunned. What was test subject 2039? And what was their conversation? But old Zhao didn't seem eager to discuss it, so Suyu suppressed her curiosity and carefully went to wash the crystal. Suyu originally wanted to clean herself thoroughly, but was worried there might be something unclean in the river water. Earlier, her supernatural power was active in the water sphere, so she wasn't afraid of catching strange parasites, but now, Suyu couldn't feel her supernatural power inside her body and felt uneasy. So, she just washed her hands simply. The crystal was about the size of a chestnut, gray in color. Suyu had never seen the patterns inside the crystal, but She was sure it wasn't a water-type crystal. I'm not feeling very happy. I put the crystal into the inner container and turned to look at Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao looked very downcast. Suyu has a mission the day after tomorrow. She wants to return to the base today, rest well tomorrow, and prepare for the upcoming task. Thinking of this, Suyu looked at her watch. It was already 3 p.m. She decided to hurry back, estimating she could reach the base between 6 and 7 p.m. Old Zhao, let's go. Staying here is dangerous. The reason there are no other mutated animals or monsters here is probably related to the big snake. Now that the snake is dead, no one knows what will happen to this area. It's better to leave early. Lao Zhao didn't say anything. He silently took off his work badge from his chest and hung it on himself, then carried his large cabbage and led the way. Suyu followed behind. When passing by Wu Chun's injured head, Suyu paused briefly but kept walking straight without looking. Getting back wasn't easy. Along the way, they encountered a group of mutated rats. The rats charged at them, but Suyu's body was covered in snake blood, so they didn't dare come close.
Shivering, Lao Thao Taitli followed Suyu.
The two hurriedly left, stiff with fear. At 7 p.m., they finally returned to the base. Since they were core personnel, they could take all the supplies they collected outside. They avoided the 20% tax on the base, but neither Suyu nor Lao Zhao looked happy. They crossed the slum area. Thin children, with big heads and small bodies, were begging along the street. When they saw someone slightly cleaner, they cried and begged for food. Many young women looked exhausted and worn out, but they still put on heavy makeup and wore tattered, revealing clothes, waving at passing men. If a man was interested, they would go into a deep alley together. When they came out, the women would have a small bag of cookies. Disabled men leaned against the walls. Some tried to attract customers for their women, while others placed a sharpening stone ahead and called out dryly, "Sharpening. Sharpening." Watching this scene, Suyu felt her eyes sting. Yes, everyone is trying to survive, no matter how. She has changed now. Can she still stick to her principles in the future? Suyu touched her pounding heart. At least now, she must hold on to her bottom line. Perhaps because she was covered in blood and looked so battered, the begging children didn't come close to her. Instead, Lao Zhao, although disheveled, still wore relatively clean clothes and had a badge hanging on his chest. Almost immediately after entering the slum, he was surrounded by people. Suyu ignored him and returned to Area A, Room 101. Everyone saw Suyu return covered in blood, and they thought she had been badly hurt. Suyu explained that it was the blood of a mutated animal, then went to take a shower and change clothes. After showering and changing, it was already 10 p.m. Suyu felt a little homesick for her dog, but was worried that going out so late might disturb Wu. So, she decided to call Wu on the landline in her area. Hello. Wu's voice was clear and cheerful. Are you free? I want to see the dog. If you're already resting, I can come tomorrow. Suyu felt a bit embarrassed, worried she was bothering Wu so much. I'm free. Come over. Bring some food for the dog. He's awake and has been looking for you all day. Wu smiled, and it seemed the dog heard Suyu's voice and became excited, whimpering happily. Tears suddenly welled up in Suyu's eyes. Honestly, when she fought the big snake, she had already thought about what she would tell the dog in her dreams after she died. Okay. Suyu was a bit tearful and afraid that if she said another word, Wu might hear her crying. So, she simply replied coldly, with one word. She hung up, grabbed the dog food, the dog's bed, and its bowl, then hurried out the door. After Suyu left, Yang He, who had been in the basement, took off his gloves and came out. That night, Wu's villa was lively. It was Zhang Yang who opened the door for Suyu. The young kid saw Suyu and a flicker of joy appeared in his eyes, but he quickly turned sarcastic. Oh, busy person, I've been waiting for you all day. Your dog's howling kept us from resting well. They're even discussing cooking dog meat. Suyu felt a bit embarrassed but kept a blank face. Sorry to bother you. I'll treat everyone to a meal another day. After saying that, she hurried to go inside, but was stopped by a tug on her arm. Confused, Suyu looked back and saw Zhang Yang's sour face. "What's wrong with your face?" Realizing what Zhang Yang meant, Suyu remembered she had a cut on her right cheek from fighting Wu Chun. "It's nothing. It'll heal in a few days." Suyu shook her head, her tone cold and calm. Zhang Yang sneered, released her arm, and turned to leave. There was no one in the living room on the first floor, but Suyu had checked before entering the villa. Both the second-floor bedrooms were lit, probably where the team members were resting. Suyu went upstairs and knocked on Wu's door. Wu quickly opened the door, holding a dog in his arms. The dog's eyes were rolling, and it was so eager to see Suyu that its eyes nearly rolled out. It whined and whimpered, and its tongue kept uncontrollably hanging out. Suyu fell silent, looking at the dog as if it were paralyzed. Wu seemed unsure how to hold the dog and, upon seeing Suyu, suddenly pushed the dog into Suyu's arms with a quick motion. Suyu quickly embraced the dog and gave it a gentle kiss. When the dog saw Suyu, it stopped whining and just stared at him with big, round eyes without blinking. Suyu smiled, holding the dog and gently rocking it. The dog wagged its tail non-stop, and accidentally, its tongue slipped out again. Wu skillfully put the dog's tongue back into its mouth and sat down on the sofa with Suyu. Suyu briefly explained what had happened over the past 2 days, then took out the crystal of the large snake for Wu to examine. Wu looked a bit surprised but smiled warmly after carefully studying the patterns inside the crystal. This crystal is of a very high level, and such large ones are rare even in the base. Suyu held the crystal and asked, "What does the pattern inside mean? Do you know about body mutations?"
Yes.
These patterns can strengthen the body, usually used by mutants with special abilities who have undergone body mutations. Suyu was surprised. Does it boost health or energy? Wu seemed to understand Suyu's question and smiled softly. If you think of it that way, it's more like boosting health, making the body tougher, basically resistance. Suyu's eyes lit up. Is it only effective for mutants with body mutations? Wu looked at Suyu's smile and unconsciously rubbed his fingers. You can use it if you want, but it works better on mutants with body mutations. For mutants with attribute mutations, the effect isn't as significant, but it's not completely useless. Suyu hesitated, went out and searched for a while, only finding a wood element crystal and a large crystal that wouldn't be very effective for him. Sighing, Suyu gently pinched the dog's ears. The dog's eyes rolled, and it looked at Wu, then at Suyu. The third floor of the trading hall is for exchanging crystals of the same level. If you have other crystals that aren't very useful to you, you can take them there to exchange for crystals you can use. Suyu rested his chin on his hand and tentatively asked, "Can I use a water element crystal if I have a wood element crystal?" Wu shrugged. "No, unless you have a wood element ability. You can't even absorb the energy from the crystal." Suyu frowned. "Then why can I absorb the large snake's crystal?" "Because the large snake's crystal isn't related to any element. The energies don't conflict, so it can be used naturally." Suyu nodded in understanding and suddenly remembered Dongcheng. "I remember you said that Dongcheng has 2 types of special abilities. One is physical ability, and the other is mental ability, healing. Does he need a crystal to improve his mental healing ability?" Wu's eyes were deep and quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Actually, what he needs is a crystal for mental healing ability." Wu paused briefly and added, "He might have more than one mental ability." Suyu felt a chill run down her back. The healing crystal in front of her. Who does it belong to? It's hers. What does it mean that he might have more than one ability? Suyu felt tears coming to her eyes again. Seeing Suyu's expression turn pale, Wu sighed. "Cover your disguise."
Suyu nodded seriously.
"Oh, and cover your dog's disguise too." Wu's light words made Suyu's mind feel overwhelmed. Greedy disguise? Suyu stared blankly at the dog. The dog looked guilty and avoided Suyu's gaze. Wu patted the dog's belly and said, "It stole my little yellow mouse towel." The dog looked around nervously, avoiding eye contact with Suyu. Suyu was stunned for a moment, then looked at the dog and fell into thought. "Where's the towel?" Suyu turned the dog's head to face her and looked into its eyes. This time, the dog had to look at Suyu. The atmosphere fell silent. Just when Suyu thought the dog didn't understand, a familiar little towel appeared right under the dog's nose.
Suyu's eyes widened.
Did it appear out of nowhere? Wu leaned back in his chair, watching Suyu and the dog stare at each other, only to feel disappointed. Try again. Suyu's voice trembled slightly. The dog's eyes flickered for a moment, then gently nudged the towel with its nose. The towel disappeared.
Ugh. Suyu gasped in shock.
The dog's eyes flicked around, its nose twitching lightly, and the towel reappeared near its nose. Suyu had the dog repeat this 3 or 4 times, and a terrifying guess formed in her mind. Oh my god, does the dog have space-based abilities? So, Wu and Suyu kept asking the dog to make things disappear one by one. Suyu finally confirmed that the dog had awakened a space ability. It's over. Another little white mouse.
Suyu mattered.
Wu smiled and said, "It's not so bad. Things aren't that terrible. Besides, your dog only listens to you. I observed that it steals my little yellow mouse by accident and then it got scared itself. I saw it with my own eyes. After that, I even caught it stealing a cup. But it pretended not to understand and refused to touch the cup with its nose. Oh, let him return the yellow-skinned rat to me. He's pretending to sleep."
Suyu fell silent.
Very clever. No wonder he's the family's dog. So Suyu and Wu spent the whole night testing how much stuff the dog's space could hold. Suyu found that the dog didn't seem to get tired from using the space. He wondered if the dog's special power was too strong, or if using the space didn't really use energy. They put all movable items from Wu's bedroom into the dog's space, and found that there was still room left. Reluctantly, Suyu had the dog spit out the furniture and items it had stored. First, they dragged the wardrobe back to its original place, then they started moving the bed.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Wu's bedroom door was knocked loudly. Suyu was a bit nervous and startled. Wu signaled Suyu to watch the dog and got up to open the door. As soon as he opened it, a loud growl came out. "What are you doing in the middle of the night?"
Huh?
"What are you doing?" Zhang Yang's face was red. As soon as he saw Wu come out of the room, he quickly closed the door behind him, and sparks seemed to fly from his body. The black-clad person behind him raised their hand, ready to extinguish the fire.
Wu was confused by his shouting.
Seeing Zhang Yang try to push the door open, Wu immediately blocked him. "It's late at night. What are you doing? Why are you making so much noise?" Wu's tone also carried some anger. If it weren't for the fact that he had reinforced the door before moving in, he might have been kicked to pieces by this little troublemaker. Zhang Yang stared at Wu, shouting into the room, "Crazy woman! It's already 4 in the morning. What are you still doing here?" Inside, Suyu was stunned and tilted his head in confusion. Wu saw that Zhang Yang was starting to get angry, rubbed his forehead, and said helplessly, "What exactly do you want?" Zhang Yang froze for a second, then his face turned bright red. He grabbed Wu's collar and pulled him into the corridor. The black-clad person wanted to follow and prepare to extinguish the fire, but Wu waved them off. Wu, who was 1.85 meters tall, was half-dragged by Zhang Yang, who was 1.75 meters. Wu felt a headache coming on. "Zhang Yang, what do you really want?" Wu shook off Zhang Yang's hand, his expression turning completely cold. Zhang Yang looked around, saw no one, then gritted his teeth and warned in a low voice, "You need to be careful. Your voices are too loud. You can't do this. You need to let the crazy woman come out. You shouldn't be together." "I don't agree." Wu was stunned for a second, then his expression became a bit helpless. We didn't do anything." Zhang Yang's anger flared up again, sparks flying from his body, and Wu immediately stepped back a few steps. "The door is already creaking so loudly. Don't you hear it? Are you really a man? You did it, and then deny it?" Wu looked annoyed and couldn't help but give Zhang Yang a light tap on the head. Zhang Yang was stunned and just about to get angry when Wu said, "We have nothing, forget it. It's no use telling you. Come here, help me move the bed." Then Zhang Yang was pulled into the room by Wu by his collar. 15 minutes later, Zhang Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the two of them, muttering, "Are you both okay? Who moves furniture at night for fun? Are you crazy?" With Zhang Yang's help, Wu no longer needed Suyu's assistance to move the furniture in the bedroom. It was dawn. Suyu, holding the dog that kept trying to sneak things into her space, returned to room 101. She slept all day holding the dog. An hour before the mission, she and the dog woke up. The dog had fully recovered and was happily bouncing in its dog bed, making a lot of noise, probably because it was too excited from being healthy again. Suyu sighed and put a leash on the dog. She was about to go on a mission and definitely didn't want to leave the dog alone. She pulled the dog over and asked, "Do you want to come with me or stay at Big Orange's place?" Wu the dog tightly bit Suyu's sleeve and refused to let go. Suyu rubbed her forehead and said, "If you come with me, you can't steal things or be naughty. If you're not obedient, I won't keep you." Hearing this, the dog started crying and whimpering, seeming to promise Suyu it would behave. Suyu, still worried, gave a few more instructions before taking the dog to talk to Mu Shui. "Are you taking the dog with you?" Mu Shui looked surprised. Suyu cleared her throat and said seriously, "My little greed is my spiritual support. I can't feel at ease without it." Mu Shui's eyelids twitched, and she nodded helplessly. This time, the 7th Logistics Team's task was to work with the 3rd Hunting Squad.
Suyu was a bit surprised.
"Aren't we the regular support for the 1st Hunting Squad? Why are we working with the 3rd Hunting Squad this time?"
Mu Shui smiled dryly.
A Qi is still in treatment, and Xiao Kuai has died. The 1st Hunting Squad is badly wounded and won't be taking on missions for a while. This time, the 3rd Hunting Squad has a lot to do, so our 7th Logistics Team needs to cooperate with the 6th Logistics Team to help them complete the mission. Suyu was stunned. The 6th Logistics Team? Mu Shui looked a little helpless and said, "The 6th Logistics Team is the fixed support for the 3rd Hunting Squad. This time, they were worried about not having enough people, so they transferred us over." Suyu nodded and went to pack his things. After all 5 of them finished packing, they got into Mu Shui's off-road vehicle and headed to the base gate to meet with the 6th Logistics Team and the 3rd Hunting Squad. Wu stood in front of the car, holding a compass. After Mu Shui got out of the car, she went over and introduced the members of the 7th Logistics Team to Wu. Wu smiled and nodded, then looked across at Suyu sitting in the front passenger seat. Their eyes met, and Suyu smiled at him. Wu unconsciously rubbed his fingertips, his eyes curved in a smile. In the back seat, the parrot squeezed forward, looking curious. "You smiled?" Suyu was a bit confused. "What's wrong with my smile?" The parrot twitched his mouth. "Aren't you expressionless?" Suyu gave him a playful tap on the head. The parrot yelped and, in a mischievous way, let out a loud cry. The 3rd Hunting Squad had 5 members. The leader was Wu, and the team included Zhang Yang, a fire element psychic, the twin brothers Da and Xiao Shuang, and a middle-aged woman nicknamed Goldfish. The sharpshooter waved at Suyu and the parrot, signaling them to come closer. Suyu and the parrot exchanged glances. Knowing the sharpshooter wanted to gossip, so they moved closer. 3 heads and a dog's head gathered together, pushing Yang He toward the car door. Those twins, Da and Xiao Shuang, are earth element psychics. Their abilities aren't outstanding, but they have a special skill. "What is it?" Suyu and the parrot hurriedly asked. The sharpshooter lowered his voice. "They're like human walkie-talkies. No matter how far apart they are, they can communicate with each other."
"Wow,"
the parrot exclaimed with a serious face. Suyu looked at the middle-aged woman and asked in Goldfish? "Just from her nickname, you can tell. She's a body mutant. She can swim freely in water and can create a bubble around herself. As long as she's wrapped in her bubble, she doesn't need to touch water to move underwater."
"Woof."
The dog barked in support. Suyu thought Goldfish was a key underwater fighter for the team, which explained why she could join the hunting squad. Suyu looked at the 6th Logistics Team. There were 5 members there too. The most noticeable was Lu Tiao, whom he had seen briefly last time. It was said she was Mu Shui's cousin. Behind Lu Tiao was a man in black, whom Suyu was familiar with. All right, he understood now. The man in black was responsible for putting out fires for Zhang Yang. The other 3 members of the 6th Logistics Team are also men, and they are all quite young. How about the 6th Logistics Team? Suyu pinched the dog's ear and asked. The sharpshooter grinned mischievously. Lu Tao, our Captain Mu's cousin, is the leader of the 6th Logistics Team. She has a water-based ability, and her control over vines is excellent. Those 3 men trying to flirt with her are said to be her classmates and good friends. They all have physical mutations. One is a spider, one a squirrel, and one an ant. Suyu clicked her tongue, imagining a spider spinning silk, a squirrel hiding things, and an ant carrying loads. Wow, their abilities seem very practical for logistics work. As for the man in black, he has a water-based ability. I heard he was transferred here with a fire ability user from the hunting team. He's quite special. Although he's part of the logistics team, he usually stays with the hunting team. While they were talking, they heard Wu say it was time to depart. Mu Shui frowned and came back. The 3 immediately sat upright. Suyu looked at Mu Shui's expression, remembering she had just been talking to Lu Tao, and her curiosity was burning. When Mu Shui got in the car, she saw Suyu's cold gaze from the front seat. Mu Shui usually couldn't tell what Suyu was thinking, so she patted the dog's head. The current mission was along the lakeside highway. It is said that a team was once dragged into the lake by a mutated animal with no chance to resist, and the water turned red. Since the lake highway was cleaned up, not only the military but also many civilian groups have been using it. In just 3 days, 182 people have gone missing. Mu Shui frowned as she drove, explaining the situation to everyone. The day before yesterday, a water ability user from our official team escaped and returned. He said that during their drive along the highway, they were suddenly pulled into the lake by tentacle-like creatures. Both people and vehicles were torn apart by the tentacles. Only he managed to escape because he has water abilities.
Suyu graduali furovet herbrov.
Her ultimate move is absolute water, but if the enemy is a creature in the water, this move might not work. However, she could imitate how she killed the giant snake by using lake water to the enemy up. Suyu realized she could only control certain types of water, like river water, rainwater, seawater, and tap water. She could directly manipulate these. But for blood or drinks, she couldn't control them directly. She would need to spend a lot of energy to extract the water from them first, then control the extracted water. Precise control uses a lot of psychic energy. Suyu doesn't have much energy stored right now. To quickly defeat the enemy, the best choice is to directly control water instead of wasting time and effort purifying blood and then using the purified water to kill. Not to mention whether her psychic power can support extracting enough water, even ignoring energy loss, the slow purification speed, like a turtle, makes it unlikely. Unless the opponent is already unconscious, controlling water directly is better. Any psychic ability requires training and energy buildup. Suyu isn't a genius. She can't do all this immediately after gaining her powers. But with more water crystals and training, she can achieve it in the future. Thinking about these messy thoughts, Suyu didn't notice where the car was heading. Mu Shui suddenly slammed the brakes, causing the sleepy dog to roll out of Suyu's arms. Suyu quickly caught the dog, almost hurting it. Their car was at the back of the convoy, with Wu's car leading at the front. The car in the middle belonged to Lu Tiao, who had already opened the door and gotten out, seemingly heading to Wu's group. Mu Shui looked around cautiously, seeing the road was very calm and there were no tentacles, then signaled everyone to get out with their bags. Parrots and sharpshooters were afraid of water, so they were especially nervous. Suyu put the dog into her backpack, leaving only its head visible, then carried the backpack in front of her. She held a katana and followed Mu Shui to Wu's car. Wu and his team had all gotten out. Zhang Yang looked upset, with dark circles under his eyes, almost showing anger. He rolled his eyes at Suyu and turned his back, yawning. Suyu ignored him. She watched Wu write and draw on a piece of paper. Lu Tiao moved closer, wanting to see what was on the paper. Suyu stayed where she was, waiting for Wu to finish. Wu crumpled the paper into a ball and put it in his pocket. He looked up, moved a step aside, and scanned all the team members with his eyes. Parrot, Sharpshooter, Zhang Yang, you 3 stay on land and hide, ready to support at any time. The Sharpshooter and Parrot both breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yang frowned, but didn't say anything. Everyone else, get into the water. Goldfish, except for Xiaohei and Suyu, I leave your safety to you. Goldfish nodded. The witch looked at Suyu and Xiaohei and said, you both have water powers, so you're safer in water than others. Then, the witch glanced at Suyu and said, Xiaohei, follow Suyu's lead in the next move. She is quick-witted and experienced. Stay close and work together. The man in black smiled gently at Suyu and nodded. Suyu looked at the dog in her backpack, hesitated for a moment, then placed the dog beside the car and squatted down to give instructions. Stay with the parrot. Don't run around. Find a hiding spot and don't come out no matter what happens. Do you understand? The dog stared at Suyu for a long time, then finally grabbed its leash and turned to hide among the remaining rose branches far away. After hiding, the greedy person peeked out from the flower bushes and looked at Suyu. Suyu smiled and waved her hand. The dog completely hid in the flowers and stayed still. After settling the dog, Suyu turned around and saw that except for the parrot sharpshooter and Zhang Yang, everyone else had already moved forward. About 500 meters ahead was the place where the tentacle appeared. She hurried to catch up, walking at the back. The witch softly said, if necessary, I will find a way to bring it out of the water. You help me. Suyu paused, thought for a moment, and said, I can separate the water flow, but if the target keeps moving in the lake, that method won't work well. However, if it comes out of the water, I can remove all the water around it. The witch nodded and said, good, follow my signals. Suyu looked at his broad wooden mask, feeling a bit silent. How to see in the water? Get closer to look?
Captain.
Hurry up and follow us. Willow Branches turned around happily and called out softly, her voice clear and bright, sounding almost ethereal on the empty lakeside road. The witch composed himself and stopped walking. What happened? Suyu also stopped unexpectedly. Suddenly, a huge tentacle burst out of the water, aiming straight at the person who just spoke, Willow.
Bang!
A gust of wind pushed Willow aside, and as the tentacle curled over, red eyes opened on it. Almost instantly, Suyu felt herself lose consciousness. No, she was frozen in place.
Bang!
The tentacle struck the road, knocking everyone into the lake. Suyu felt her body shattered by the immense force of the tentacle. The moment she hit the water, the feeling of being frozen disappeared instantly. Suyu shot out a few meters, unable to look. Don't look at its eyes. She turned her back and swam away, the dark water around her with small fish swimming by now and then. Suyu controls the surrounding water to make herself move faster in the water. The small black creature that was supposed to work with her is also missing. The lake water keeps churning, probably because the large tentacle's main body is causing trouble. Suddenly, she catches a glimpse of a bright red figure out of the corner of her eye. Her pupils shrink, and instantly a cold feeling runs through her limbs. It's a goldfish being carried by the water flow. At this moment, it looks extremely terrifying. Its head is smashed, its body is broken, and blood is constantly seeping from it. Is the goldfish dead? How did the goldfish die? It seems like it was, but Suyu feels it's absurd. How could it just die like that?
No, if the goldfish is dead, then
what about the others? Without the bubbles of the goldfish to protect them, they could drown. In an instant, Suyu feels her eyes dry and her nose sting. After hesitating for just a second, she immediately swims back. After swimming forward for a while, Suyu sees a huge shadow underwater. It's an octopus, with one tentacle covered in red eyes.
Suyu notices a spider.
It's drowning but not struggling. Bubbles are rising from its nose and mouth. Its eyes are fixed tightly on those bright red eyes. Suyu dares not look directly into the eyes, so she turns sideways, trying to use the water flow to push the spider to the shore. But in the next second, something almost breaks her down. A few green vines suddenly stab into the spider's body, and blood flows out, turning the nearby water red. Suyu turns her head blankly and sees Lu Tiao's eyes are red, her mouth slightly open, and she keeps blowing bubbles from her nose and mouth. She is also drowning, but her condition is clearly abnormal. She has used her powers to kill her teammate. Suyu steps back a few meters, looking at Lu Tiao's red eyes, which resemble the octopus's, feeling helpless for no reason. The vines withdraw from the motionless spider's body, which is submerged in blood. Lu Tiao slowly turns around, seemingly aiming at her next target. Suyu follows her gaze forward and sees Mu Shui. Mu Shui is in slightly better shape than the others, but not by much. Mu Shui and Yang He are together. Yang He covers Mu Shui's eyes, turns his back, and pushes her upstream. His golden vertical pupils dilate, and his eye sockets are bleeding. Several vines stab toward them. Suyu immediately uses a water vortex to block the attack. She curses silently, closes her eyes, and, relying on the movement of the water and her memory, swims toward the two of them. Yang He, because of his golden vertical pupils, has slightly better resistance to octopus eye control techniques than others. The golden vertical pupils flickered slightly as they saw a figure rushing toward them at high speed. It was Suyu. Yang He's eyes widened slightly. Suyu, with her eyes closed, manipulated a vortex to block the vines. Suyu's pale lips moved. Judging by her mouth shape, she was probably saying, "Don't move." Immediately afterward, the water flow around her and Mu Shui seemed to be drained away, leaving a waterless zone beside them. Mu Shui, with her eyes covered, didn't know what was happening and instinctively began to breathe heavily. Yang He also started to breathe heavily at once. Suyu, agile and swift, slid into the only waterless space at the bottom of the lake. She still kept her eyes closed and spoke in her usual cold tone. "Underwater, the waterless zone can't last long. If you're ready, I will use the water flow to lift you up." Mu Shui tilted her head slightly, seeming to want to say something, but in the next second, she heard the sound of water rushing in. Watching the water threaten to flood the waterless zone, Yang He shouted, "Hold your breath." Mu Shui swallowed her unspoken words, and the surroundings quickly returned to their original state. She felt as if she had been transported back to the calm, dark lake bottom.
Bang!
Under the impact of the undercurrent and water flow, Yang He and Mu Shui were swept upward toward the surface of the lake. The octopus's eyes immediately turned toward the side. Even with her eyes closed, Suyu felt the pressure. Whoosh! The subtle movement of water beside her made Suyu feel chills. Just as she tried to dodge, a wall of wind appeared in front of her. The wind and water seemed to merge completely, forming a sharp, solid dark current wall. The green vines were torn apart by this wind wall. Wu quickly grabbed Suyu, who didn't yet realize she was safe, stopping her from flailing. Suddenly caught, Suyu nearly lost her composure, tears almost spilling out of fear. Just as she tried to open her eyes, a large hand covered them. Splash! The wind stirred the lake water into rolling waves. Luyue, who was still controlling her abilities despite suffocating, was lifted upward with the water flow. The octopus's eyes locked onto Wu. Wu's shallow brown eyes were calm, without any fluctuation. The octopus seemed to be angered. The tremors at the bottom of the lake intensified, and its large, many-eyed tentacles lunged toward the two. However, Wu appeared to have anticipated its attack path, quickly dodging several tentacles with agility. Suyu was dragged through the lake several times, drifting aimlessly. She probably guessed who was pulling her, reached out and touched Wu's face, and indeed felt a wooden mask. Suyu raised her head, opening and closing her mouth. "I'll send you up." Wu lowered his head, enduring the sharp tightening in his lungs, and gently touched Suyu's lips. Suyu didn't understand what he meant, so she instinctively reached for his chest, causing Wu's body to stiffen. When Suyu touched his chest, she realized Wu was also nearing his limit, so she grabbed his hand and controlled the water flow to lift both of them upward. Tentacles relentlessly pursued them, but each time Wu managed to dodge in advance. The octopus stared fiercely into Wu's eyes, and both the person and the fish refused to look away. Until the water current lifted them out of the water. Suyu was about to let go of Wu's hand and create a water platform when a gust of wind swept her body into the air. Wu released his grip on Suyu's hand, but still held her wrist tightly. As Suyu opened her eyes, she saw tentacles breaking the water surface, aiming directly at herself and Wu in midair. The tentacles emerged from the water, and a sharp wind blade cut toward them.
Splash.
Dark red blood splattered, and a wind blade shattered both eyes. The tentacles, in pain, twisted and retracted into the water. Suyu, clutching her rapidly pounding heart from nervousness, immediately looked toward the surrounding lake road. There were several people lying haphazardly on the road. Lu Tiao was unconscious, and Mu Shui was performing CPR on her. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang were likely rescued by Xiao He, who was controlling water for them. Yang He covered his eyes, blood flowing everywhere, indicating the situation was quite serious. In the distance, a parrot circled overhead. The sharpshooter, unknown Wen, had climbed onto a branch. Zhang Yang was still standing in place, watching Su Wu and Suyu in midair. Wu controlled the wind, and they landed. Xiao He and Suyu, follow me into the water. The others, go to a safe place to rest. I will find a way to lure the octopus out. When I give the signal, everyone attacks at once. Everyone responded in unison, helping each other to step back. Suyu looked at Xiao He, who made an okay gesture, indicating he was okay. Wu held Suyu's wrist firmly, his voice serious. I need to go into the water to lure it out. You follow me, and every minute, send me out of the water once.
Shuyunadi.
Xiao He pointed at himself. What about me? Wu's voice grew even more serious. You hide underwater and protect yourself. When we lure it out, try to help Suyu detach the water from its body. Okay. Xiao He still smiled warmly. After speaking, Wu took a deep breath and pulled Suyu into the lake. Before Suyu could react, they were already in the water. Her eyes were covered again. Suyu immediately counted silently in her mind, knowing that every minute she had to send Wu up to exchange the air. Wu still ran closer and made eye contact with the octopus. The octopus looked very angry when it saw Wu, with bloodshot eyes that glowed red underwater like a red searchlight. Its tentacles kept attacking. Wu stared tightly into its eyes, dodging the tentacles' attacks with precise timing each time. 1 minute for a round trip, another minute for the next. Suyu was like an emotionless clock, repeatedly sending Wu upward. Because her eyes were covered, Suyu didn't see that Wu's mouth and nose were already bleeding. Her eyelashes fluttered, and a few drops of blood tears fell from Wu's eyes. After controlling the wind wall and water whirlpools to dodge the tentacles, Wu looked down at Suyu. Suyu was still counting, already at 32. Wu silently thought, time to throw the bait. Then she released Suyu's hand, took off the bracelet on her wrist to cover Suyu's eyes. Not looking at the stabbing tentacles, Wu had no intention to dodge, but suddenly used the wind wall and water vortex to send Suyu far away. Suyu felt dizzy, as if the world was spinning, and she was suddenly freed from Wu's embrace, shooting far away. Feeling panicked, Suyu instinctively tore off the bracelet over her eyes. A huge tentacle pierced into Wu's shoulder blade, and Wu seemed unable to dodge the octopus's attack. Blood mist spread out in the lake water, and Wu's body was helplessly caught in the whirlpool. The blood mist spread. Wu reached out and grabbed the tentacle that pierced her body, moving stiffly and with difficulty. The octopus didn't expect to hurt Wu. It paused briefly, then countless eyes opened wide at the same time. The lake bottom trembled. Wu's mouth curved into a slight smile as she looked at the octopus. Almost instantly, the octopus moved. All its tentacles beneath it stretched toward Wu, and the tentacle that pierced Wu had already wrapped her. In a flash, Suyu felt her mind go blank. When she regained her senses, she realized her body was emitting a gentle glow. Suyu could clearly sense the water flow at the lake bottom and hear her heartbeat and blood moving. The octopus was finally attracted by this light, its eyes turning as it looked toward her.
Bang!
A sudden wind blade cut through the tentacle wrapping Wu, freeing her from the octopus's grasp. The octopus immediately looked back at Wu, its eyes nearly popping out in anger. Wu struggled to rise, but her speed was very slow, and the octopus's tentacles quickly caught up. Splashing sounds a huge rush of water suddenly threw the wizard to the water's surface. The wizard looked down in surprise and saw Suyu with closed eyes, glowing white, standing quietly at the dark bottom of the lake like a mysterious and beautiful sea creature statue. The current was fast and fierce this time, and the tentacles couldn't catch up. At the moment the wizard surfaced, he used the wind to jump onto the lakeside road. Without thinking, he took out a wind element crystal and put it in his mouth, holding it there to absorb the energy inside. Then he twisted and jumped back into the water. Although the giant octopus still couldn't leave the lake bottom, it was clearly annoyed by the wizard and Suyu, losing patience and becoming very aggressive. As soon as the wizard left, all its anger was directed at Suyu. Suyu didn't dare to open her eyes, relying only on the water flow to dodge attacks instinctively. Although she avoided the attacks, the turbulent lake water made her feel dizzy. Suddenly, a great force came from her waist, and Suyu was pulled tightly, coughing up blood. I'm about to be crushed. The octopus was very strong. In an instant, Suyu could hear her bones cracking. She closed her eyes, her face pale and twisted. She didn't see that a layer of glow was surrounding her, reducing most of the damage and strength. Suyu felt very scared because she noticed her special power was draining quickly. Her body was starting to ache, and her nose was bleeding. Clenching her teeth, she immediately controlled the water to pour into the octopus's mouth. But her eyes were closed, and the octopus never opened its mouth. Where was its mouth? Suddenly, the tentacle wrapping her body trembled, then pushed with force, and Suyu was pulled out of the octopus's broken arm by someone. A cold finger was pressed against her mouth, and a cold object was pushed inside. Her exhausted body immediately began to absorb the crystal's energy. Suyu quickly closed her mouth and felt the power of the crystal flowing into her. The octopus was cut off by the wizard's attack, losing one of its tentacles. Its face twisted in anger. It was really fed up with this annoying human. Its eyes, unable to control, kept reacting to him. Every attack seemed to be predicted by him. When it finally caught him once, it was cut off. When it caught his companion, it was also attacked. This proud ruler of the lake bottom was so frustrated. The octopus's eyes turned red with anger. Finally, it moved heavily and crawled out of its lair at the bottom of the lake. The wizard nodded, finally took the bait. Without much thought, he quickly launched a few teasing but harmless attacks at the octopus. The octopus got angry. It moved its steps and stretched out its tentacles, chasing after him, which grabbed Suyu's wrist to stop her from controlling the water and gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. Suyu frowned, truly unsure of what to do now. She couldn't hear any sounds in the water, nor see anything, which made her feel very frustrated. In her confusion and frustration, she felt a cool finger gently press on her forehead, and she was relieved when it was softly rubbed a few times. Suyu's mind suddenly went blank for a moment, and her heartbeat quickened slightly. The water carried by wind blades controlled the distance between her and the octopus. Whenever the octopus didn't plan to catch up, which stopped and hit it a few times. When the octopus got closer, which clumsily dodged the attacks and then quickly escaped. Step by step, the fish finally reached the water surface. Just before coming out of the water, which grabbed a large tentacle that was reaching out. Actually, it wasn't really grabbing, just holding onto the tip of the tentacle with a cheeky grip. Then, with the flow of water and wind blades, they were both pushed out of the water. "Close your eyes," Witch shouted before taking a breath. Suyu, who already had her eyes closed, instinctively closed them even tighter. The long fingers tightly grasped the tip of the tentacle, but it wasn't broken, just a bit cheeky. The wind vortex beneath, which kept spinning. When Witch loosened his grip on the tentacle's tip, that tentacle was immediately caught in the swirling wind below. The big octopus, watching its tentacle tip being uncontrollably tossed in the wind vortex, was furious. Its many eyes focused on Witch, no, on his hand, this useless hand, with nothing better to do. The noise of the octopus breaking through the water was loud, but only its head surfaced, while the rest was still underwater. Witch's furrowed brow relaxed, and he looked down with a smile, saying to Suyu, "Help me." Suyu's ears twitched, and she suddenly became excited. "Here it comes. This is the real deal." Witch held Suyu's wrist, aiming his palm at the direction where the big octopus was surfacing. Suyu tightly bit her already half-used crystal in her mouth, glowing white. Instantly, a huge whirlpool appeared around the octopus, growing larger and larger. The octopus wasn't pulled down by the whirlpool. Instead, it was held steadily by a water current. The affected area was the waterless zone created by the whirlpool beside it. "Little Black." Suyu called out, not sure if he could hear her. Apparently, Little Black was very effective. An entirely different water flow lifted the octopus upward. At this moment, the big octopus finally realized something was wrong and tried to jump out of the waterless zone to escape. A cylindrical wind wall trapped it inside. The octopus's entire body, except for the water whirlpool beneath it, is surrounded by no water. Therefore, the wind wall can fully unleash its power without being affected by water flow. The big octopus is afraid. Underwater is its home, but above water, it is not. So, it shrinks its body and tries to escape down to the only water whirlpool. Little Black is very helpful, spinning the water very quickly. When the octopus's tentacle extends downward, it is caught and pulled up by the whirlpool. The wind wall becomes more intense and denser. The crystal inside the witch's mouth has run out. Despite the painful swelling in her eyes, the witch lets out a cry. Puff. The wind blades inside the wind wall stab toward the big octopus, splashing blood everywhere. The wind wall instantly turns into a wall of blood. The octopus's eyes are gouged out by the wind blades. As the octopus's eyes burst, it lets out a loud, angry scream. "Open your eyes." Suyu hears the witch say this. So, Suyu opens his eyes and looks at the blood wall. At this moment, Suyu realizes that the witch's eyes have been bleeding all along. "What's wrong with you?" The witch looks down at Suyu and smiles. "My power is exhausted." Suyu always feels something is off but can't quite put his finger on what. The witch places her hand near her mouth and blows a loud whistle. As the whistle sounds, the wind wall disappears completely and a bloodied octopus appears before everyone. Suyu really wants to use water to explode the octopus's body, but it seems the witch knows what he's thinking. She holds Suyu's wrist and speaks softly, with a comforting tone. "Let others come. We can't do everything ourselves." Suyu feels a tickle in his ear and instinctively moves away from the witch. "All right, I'll just keep the no-water zone." Suyu responds with a blank face. At the moment the big octopus is exposed, a massive fireball crashes down on it. Suyu is startled and turns to look at Zhongyang. Zhongyang is covered in flames, his face twisted in pain. This kid is really full of energy today. Suyu sighs. The witch glances at Zhongyang, meeting his angry and warning gaze, then smiles softly and responds with a low hum. The flames grow larger and larger. The octopus screams in pain. Everyone who planned to fight together remains silent as they watch the destructive flames. Mu Shui and Yang He exchange glances and finally, with helpless looks, they say dryly, going on missions with the third hunting team is really worry-free. A parrot circles in the sky, exchanging glances with the sharpshooter in the tree. The sharpshooter shrugs, puts away his gun, and signals that he's done for the day. Finally, the octopus's big head was burned and shriveled. Only the tentacles near the water vortex remained mostly intact. The big octopus was dead, completely gone. Wu suddenly said, "Suyu, retract your special ability."
Suyu was surprised.
If she retracted her ability, wouldn't the octopus be swept into the lake by the rushing water? Wouldn't that make it hard to take the octopus crystal and require going into the water? However, Suyu trusted Wu, so she retracted her ability. The lake water surged in, and as the water pushed the octopus down, it was indeed pulled to the bottom of the lake. Xiaohei, floating on the water surface, was stunned and wanted to use her ability to pull it. Wu suddenly grabbed Suyu and jumped in. "Go check on Zhongyang," Wu said as he surfaced and spoke to Xiaohei. Xiaohei was surprised, looked at the burning figure on the lake road, and nodded. Wu pulled Suyu and they dove down, chasing the octopus's body. The octopus's head was burned and charred, so Suyu easily pried it open. Wu held 2 crystal-sized stones, showing them to Suyu. Suyu looked closer. The octopus had 2 crystals, one with ripples and the other with a pattern she hadn't seen before. Both were about the size of a chestnut, which indicated a high energy content. Suyu felt a bit happy but then realized, oh, these all needed to be handed in, so there was no real reason to be happy. Wu then shoved the strange patterned crystal into Suyu's hand, leaving only the one with ripples. Suyu was surprised. Was she supposed to share the loot? That might not be good. Wu twitched his eyelid, took back the ripple-patterned crystal, pointed to the one in Suyu's hand, then put his hands by his ears and fanned himself.
Suyu.
What does that mean? Wu thought for a moment, pulled out a small towel from his pocket, and Suyu saw it was a familiar Pikachu towel. Wu stuffed the Pikachu towel into his pocket, took it out again, and repeated the motion several times, finally mimicking the action once more. Suyu's expression grew serious. Was Wu asking her to put this crystal into the dog's space? Maybe her expression betrayed her thoughts, because Wu gave a thumbs up and nodded. Suyu clenched her teeth, put the crystal into her inner pocket, and made an OK sign. Wu nodded, his eyes curling into a smile. After they surfaced, everyone hurried over to help, and Zhongyang, wet all over, was probably sprayed with water by Xiaohei. After Mu Shui pulled Suyu up, she immediately grabbed a large towel from the car to dry Suyu's hair and water. Wu wrung out his clothes and looked around. After the big octopus died, everyone gathered around. Wu lowered his eyes and asked, "Spider, hamster, and ant, where are they?" The willow branch, hugging its knees, trembled all over, tears falling steadily. Suyu saw it was about to break down and spoke softly, taking over the conversation. The spider was killed by the octopus, and so was the goldfish. I didn't see the hamster and the ants. Hearing that the spider was killed by the octopus, the willow branch trembled and carefully looked up at Suyu. Suyu smiled gently to comfort her. But because Suyu's face usually showed little expression, this smile was very faint. The willow branch immediately lowered her head and started crying again. The hamster and the ants.
They all died, killed by
the octopus. Yes, killed by the octopus. She became very emotional, her eyes red and her body trembling. Wu looked at her, nodded, then turned to Xiaohei and said, "Go bring the team members here. Let's go back together." Xiaohei nodded, jumped into the lake. The atmosphere became very silent and heavy. Suyu, wrapped in a towel, snuggled close to Mu Shui. It was getting late, the sun was setting, and Suyu felt a bit cold. Zhongyang came over and sat heavily between Suyu and Wu, holding a small flame on his fingertip and raising it in front of Suyu. Suyu smiled and said, "Thanks." Zhongyang looked grumpy and snorted coldly. Wu leaned on his chin, looking at Zhongyang with a slight smile in his eyes. "And me? I'm also very cold." Zhongyang irritably rolled his eyes. "Get lost." Wu clicked his tongue, took out a damp Pikachu towel, wrung it out, lay down, and covered his stomach with it. Xiaohei quickly retrieved all the bodies, and sharpshooters along with Yang, he went over to help prepare the bodies. The goldfish's hands and part of its legs were missing, so they could only take it back like that. When the willow saw the bodies of the 3 spiders, she burst into tears again. Mu Shui watched coldly, not going to comfort her, but instead pulled Suyu into her arms. Suyu always felt like she had forgotten something. Where's my dog?" Suddenly alert, Suyu jumped up and ran wildly toward the rose bushes.
greedy.
Just as she was about to reach out and pull at the thorns, a hand pushed aside a small patch of thorns first. Suyu was stunned, looked up along the scarred hand, and met Wu's gentle eyes. The thorns were pushed open, and Suyu saw the dog sleeping while biting its leash. The dog was startled when the thorns parted, but when it saw Suyu, it quickly crawled out, whimpering softly. Suyu let out a breath of relief. Wu looked back at Zhongyang, who was walking over, and whispered, "Put the stuff inside. I'll hold them off." Suyu quickly reacted, placing the crystal under the dog's nose and rubbing it a few times. The dog rolled its eyes and looked at Suyu. Seeing Suyu's sincere gaze, it nudged its nose, and the crystal disappeared. They cleaned up their teammates' bodies and fixed them on the roof of the car before preparing to leave for the base. On the way back, they encountered a flock of mutated birds. Strangely, these birds did not seem to want to attack people. Instead, they flew in the opposite direction from Suyu and the others. A parrot stuck its head out and looked toward where the birds were flying, suddenly saying, "Hey, isn't that the way to the lake?" Since Suyu and the others had just returned from the lake, they were not very surprised by this, but they didn't think much of it. Back at the base, Wu and Suyu exchanged a glance. One of them went to the central building, probably to report the crystals. Mu Shui also went along. Back at room 101, Suyu took a shower and cleaned both himself and the dog, then went to sleep. In the middle of the night,
Muksue's bedroom.
Snap! A stack of documents was thrown onto the table by Mu Shui. Her eyes showed anger and disappointment, while Yang He across from her remained unusually silent. "Why did you do this?" Mu Shui tried to keep her voice down, but her breathing was clearly unsteady. "The boy named Xiang Han, you deliberately brought him to the base center, intentionally provoking him to hurt the greedy one." Yang He lowered his eyes, showing no emotion. "Yang He," Mu Shui shouted angrily, tears streaming down her face. Yang He finally looked up at Mu Shui. "It was me."
"Why?"
"My intuition told me that Suyu was hiding something about her powers." Mu Shui suddenly felt like she had fallen into an icy pit. Ever since Suyu returned without the greedy one, Mu Shui noticed the strange tension between them. She immediately used her father's connections to investigate, but she never expected to find out such a thing. "Yang He, I gave you a chance. When you left the research institute, I asked you whether you wanted to live with me properly or continue to be obsessed with Zhou Yuan, that crazy guy. Do you remember what you said back then?" Mu Shui looked quietly at Yang He. 13 years of feelings. She gazed at Yang He, lost in thought. How did she meet him? Mu Shui was an illegitimate daughter. Before the apocalypse, she lived alone with her mother. Life was hard. She worked at a restaurant every day to help lighten her mother's burden. When she was 15, her mother was diagnosed with cancer. To pay for treatment, Mu Shui went to find her biological father for the first time. "My father is a top official in the province, with a kind wife and 3 adorable children." She went to see him, but not only did she not get any money, she was also scolded and pushed into an alley by her father's wife, who called her a troublemaker. Yang He appeared and saved her. Yang He comes from a good family. His parents are university teachers. That day, she was so overwhelmed and hopeless that the young man, who was about to leave, stopped and gently asked, "Are you okay?" That one sentence made Mu Shui cry uncontrollably. Perhaps she had been holding back for too long. That evening, Mu Shui confided everything to the young man. She can't remember exactly what happened afterward, but their relationship grew closer. Yang He borrowed some money from his parents and gave it to Mu Shui. Unfortunately, Mu Shui's mother passed away. From then on, Mu Shui was alone. Yang He is a top student and got into a prestigious university in the capital city. Mu Shui's grades were a bit lower, so to stay close to Yang He, she enrolled in the worst school in the city. Yang He is a true academic star. He often spends days and nights working on experiments without eating. He used his scholarship and prize money from competitions to help Mu Shui. Thanks to his support, Mu Shui was able to finish university relatively easily in the city. After graduation, they returned to the place where they first met, working hard to earn money, buy a house and a car. They were very happy together and planned to get married by the end of the year. But unfortunately, the apocalypse arrived. Mu Shui's father's wife and 3 children all died one after another. Without his blood relatives, Mu Shui's father immediately found her and provided many conveniences at the base. He also valued Yang He very much. The cold fingers gently wiped away Mu Shui's hot tears. Yang He lowered his eyes and said, "I will tell Suyu the truth." Feeling Mu Shui's distrust and disappointment, Yang He sighed. "This mission, she saved us. I swear I won't test her anymore. I will tell her everything, and then let her decide what to do. Afterward, Yang He wiped Mu Shue's tears and softly said, I believe in repaying kindness, so don't worry. Suyu slept very well until late morning. She lazily got up, and her pet was playing with a ball in the bedroom, making little noise. When it saw Suyu awake, it happily ran over, asking for a pet. After washing up, Suyu planned to take her dog to visit Diju. Yang He called her back. Do you have time?
I have something to talk to you about.
Yang He smiled, always gentle and polite. Suyu frowned and followed Yang He to the basement. What surprised Suyu was that Mu Shue was also there. She had red eyes, looking like she hadn't slept well. She closed the door, and Yang He poured a glass of water for Suyu, calmly talking about Xianghan. Just as I thought. Suyu's face was cold and frightening, and her fingers curled unconsciously. Yang He nodded. Yes, it's me. I apologize to you. I won't investigate your matters again.
Is that all?
Hurting others is just apologized for, and that's it?
Bang!
Suyu punched Yang He, knocking him to the ground. Both Yang He and Mu Shue chose to endure Suyu's anger. One punch after another, until Yang He was close to losing consciousness. Suyu was finally stopped by Mu Shue. What are you doing? Feeling sorry? Suyu's tone was harsh, and she felt a tightness in her chest.
Mu Shue sighed.
Suyu, I want to talk to you about compensation. Suyu pushed Mu Shue away and sneered. Fine, bring that little brat here too. I'll deal with them all at once, and this will be over.
Mu Shue smiled bitterly.
Xianghan has been sent to the research institute. He has some research value for Zhou Yuan. Sending him there is also a form of punishment. Seeing Suyu getting angrier, Mu Shue quickly said, I know your parents are in Yun province.
Suyu frowned.
What does that mean? Is she trying to manipulate her? My father is one of the decision-makers of this base. If you want to contact the base in Yun province, I can help you.
Suyu was surprised.
Talking is useless. Show some sincerity.
Muksuhivet asai.
The country isn't as helpless as you think. The previous instability of the base made it impossible to contact other bases temporarily. But now, we've established basic contact with several nearby bases. Yun province is far from here, but we can contact them soon. Suyu blinked, and then fell silent. Yes, the country must have some cards and preparations. If they can really contact Yun province, she might learn about her parents' situation. Thinking of this, Suyu looked up at Mu Shue. Talking more is useless. Actions speak louder.